201. After the vacation. It has been a few days since Tatsuya and the others came back to Kyoto, and currently Tatsuya and his group were on their way to the academy since their vacation have come to an end. Well, seriously, it is still hard for me to believe that our vacation just came to an end like that. I mean, it feels like it was just a couple of days since the school was closed. Tatsuya looked at the girls who were discussing among themselves and said, "What do you mean by that? Didn't we experienced all we could do in summer vacation? Going to a beach, amusement park, Gremory mansion, etc." Hearing that, all of their brows twitched and all of them said in unison, "Yeah, but being strapped to a band which does not even allow to walk properly was not something you would do on a vacation. Not to mention how many times our skin got burnt." All of them nodded their head and glared at Tatsuya. Tatsuya just shrugged it off and said, "You should be thanking me, you got strong because of that. Not to mention you were able to last longer in our night sessions as well. And keeping that matter aside, you all had your fair share of fun as well, right?" All of them then nodded their heads but still glared at Tatsuya and said, "Even so, it still sucks." Tatsuya just shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then in compensation of that, let's have a trip later this year, just us and nobody else. An exclusive group trip for our team, how about it? Ah. No training as well." Hearing that, all of them cheered up and nodded their heads with enthusiasm. But then Tatsuya noticed something and looked at Miyuki and asked, "What happened, Miyuki? You are spacing out a bit." Miyuki, who was concentrating on something, looked at Tatsuya and said, "Nothing, Ani-sama, just felt something unusual." Tatsuya then concentrated as well and then noticed something and said, "Ah. I understand." And kept walking, making others a bit curious. Later, when everyone were in their classes, everyone else felt something as well, and all of them except for Miyuki, had a wry smile on their faces while they thought, "So this is what Miyuki called unusual," while Miyuki thought, "So the trash is here." Soon the teacher in Tatsuya's class entered along with an orange-haired twin-tailed girl behind her, which made Zenobia and Isami a bit surprised seeing her here. The teacher then motioned the girl to introduce herself to the others. The girl then took a step forward and smiled and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Irina Shido, and I will be studying with you all from now on. I hope that we all can get along well." The whole class went into uproar with boys celebrating that a hot girl joined their class while the girls discussing how cute Irina was. The teacher then silenced the class and motioned Irina to take a seat beside Isami. Irina then happily sat beside Isami and then talked to the others. Currently in the org, all the members were assembled on the room and were looking at the two girls who were staring at each other for a while, though Tatsuya was not interested in it and was currently gaming along with Gasper. Miyuki, who was smiling while looking at her childhood friend, said, "So I see that some international trash is sent here today." Irina smiled as well and said, "Oh, I heard that there was an icy garbage bin here, so I just came to check how it looked like." Miyuki's lips twitched and she said, "Ah, then I can dump the trash in that bin. It would be an honor for the trash to be dumped in that bin." Irina chuckled and said, "Ah, so you have been picking trash as a part-time lately, Miyuki?" Miyuki just placed a hand on her. He said, "Well, there have been a lot of garbage here, so someone have to take care of it. And currently I have an age of throwing some international trash back to their country." And her aura slightly released. Tatsuya, who noticed that, said, "Miyuki, don't kill her, she is our friend." And continued to play the game. Miyuki just clicked her tongue but soon smiled and said, "What you may be talking about, Ani-sama, I am not a person who will kill like that. I will torture them in a freezing hell till they die," thought Miyuki. The girls in Tatsuya's group then thought at the same time, "Her thoughts can be clearly heard by us." Rias then separated the two and then began discussing about why Irina came to Japan. Miyuki just ignored them and sat beside Tatsuya and lied in his lap. Irina, who noticed this, had her brows twitching and she thought, "Why do I feel like she is doing it intentionally?" But soon their eyes met and Miyuki showed a victorious smirk to her, seeing which she thought, "She is totally doing it with intention." Irina then ignored her and started talking with Zenobia and the others and told them about her becoming an angel and revealed her wings. Seeing that, the Gremory group were a bit surprised and started to ask her about it. Irina, who was receiving attention because of her being an angel, puffed her chest and said, "I am an ace, you know, and that too of Michael-sama, ah." But before she could continue, Miyuki said, "Don't think much about it, she just the same, the only difference in her is that, previously she was shit and now she is holy shit." And started playing a game as well while lying on Tatsuya's lap. The whole room got silent and looked at the siblings, not giving a fuck to what they all were doing and concentrating on their games. They then turned towards Irina, who was fuming with anger but was somehow controlling herself. Tatsuya then said, "Don't take her words at face value, she is just saying that even if you are an angel now, from the inside you are the same Irina as before." And continued to play while Miyuki just blushed in embarrassment and looked away from all of them and hid her face in Tatsuya's abdomen while hugging him. Seeing that, the rest of them chuckled while Irina just smiled. Tatsuya just patted Miyuki's head and kept the game aside. After all of them calmed down, Rias decided to hold a celebration for the joining of new member in the club and started preparing. Asia, Isami, and Kagura decided to go for grocery shopping while Tatsuya just went with Kaiba to set up the table and all in the club room. Tatsuya, who felt someone in his territory, smirked and sent a telepathic message to Kagura. Kagura, who felt her link connect with Tatsuya's, didn't took any time and said, "Yeah, the Astaroth bastard is just in front of us." 202, Confronting Diodora 1. After Asia, Isami, and Kagura left the orc for buying the groceries. While returning back, all of them stopped once they heard a voice. "Hello." All of them turned around and saw a black-haired man whose eyes were barely open and had a smile on his face, giving off a friendly aura. Suddenly Kagura felt her link connect with Tatsuya's and informed him about the devil's arrival. Isami noticed the demonic energy coming out of Diodora and immediately took a distance from him and said, "Hey devil, what are you doing here?" Hearing that, Asia raised his hand to stop Isami from doing anything in public and said, "Isami, be aware of your surroundings before you take any actions." Hearing the two of them, Diodora frowned a bit and said, "Don't you remember me?" Hearing that, Isami got so fused and looked at the male in front of him for a while, and soon she realized something and said, "Ah. I know you. You were the one whom we met in the youth meet. You were trying to hit on Asia but were immediately shut down by her before you could even give your name." Diodora's brows twitched on hearing Isami talk about him like that, and he immediately wanted to attack her, but still remained calm. Diodora just smiled and said, "Do you mind coming with me for a while, Asia-san?" But Asia just turned around and said, "Sorry, there is some work that we have to do." Seeing her walk away without even considering his offer, Diodora felt pissed but didn't show his expression on his face. Seeing her walk away, Isami and Kagura just gave a curt bow and followed behind Asia. But soon all three of them noticed him following them. Diodora caught up to them and said, "Then you don't mind if we converse while you are your way back, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Diodora Astaroth, a devil from the house of Astaroth." Seeing that they could not shake him off, they just introduced themselves to him and just gave vague answers to his questions. They wanted to just beat the crap out of the guy following them but stopped themselves as they were in public places, and unlike them, if Diodora was an arrogant prick who would not even care about harming the humans near them. Plus there would be some problems from the devil side, who will rant out on how 3 little girls ganged up on a high-ranking devil and humiliated him in front of the others. Something which would only give Tatsuya a headache, which they do not want to do. Tatsuya, who heard the matter from Kagura, said that if they want they can dispose him and he will take care of the matter, but Asia rejected his offer and said that there was no meaning for him to do something like that, as it would just be bothersome. Tatsuya then thought for a while and then gave Sana a call and said, "Hey Sana, are you and the student council free right now?" Sana then thought for a while and then said, "Well, we are mostly done with our work, just the devil stuff is left. Is there something that you want my help with?" "Nah, just wanted to ask whether you wanted to join us at the Orc for a small party. It would be fun if all of you joined as well." Sana thought for a while and then said, "Very well then, it can be considered as a reward for my peerage who have worked hard during the whole vacation. Fine, we will be there in 15 minutes. Tatsuya then ended the call and told Rias about the student council, who immediately approved of it as her friend was joining them as well. A few minutes later, Asia and the others came back with Diodora behind them as well, seeing which Rias and the Gremory group was confused. Tatsuya then said, well, what do we have here?" Diodora gave a bow and said, "Hello everyone, I am Diodora Astaroth from the Astaroth clan, I hope that I didn't bother you." Rias came forward and said, No, it is fine, but what is the reason for your sudden visit?" Diodora turned around to look at Asia and said, "Well, I just came to meet the person I love." Hearing that, everyone frowned and Zenobia said, Why you love Gasper?" After which the already motionless Gasper started crying and hid behind Tatsuya for protection. Diodora got completely shocked by what he heard and opened his eyes only to notice that Asia was not standing there, and in her place there was a small vampire girl. He then looked around the room and saw Asia talking to Tatsuya with a smile on her face, which immediately infuriated him. Diodora then waved his hands and said, No, I am talking about Asia, not the vampire girl." Gasper, who was standing behind Tatsuya, said, I am a BB boy. And I am not interested in you." Asia then turned around and said, "I already told you that day, I already have a boyfriend." And liked her arms with Tatsuya's. Tatsuya just shrugged his shoulders and said, "You heard her, man." But Diodora totally ignored Tatsuya and said, "Asia-san, do you really not remember me?" Asia, without taking any time, said, "Nope." Hearing which, the whole Gremory group looked at Diodora with pity. Diodora sighed and took his robe off and opened a few buttons of his shirt and revealed his chest with a deep scar on it along with some prosthetics attached to his body. Seeing the scar, the whole room remained silent, but soon Asia broke the ice and said, "Sorry, but even if you are ready to sell your body, then too I am not interested in you. You can wear your clothes." Which made the whole atmosphere around the room completely awkward. But soon most of them just kept their hands on their mouths so as to not laugh at the bare-chested devil. Diodora, who was completely shocked by Asia's answer, said in disbelief, Did you really don't remember? You were the one who treated this scar. Use." But Asia said, "Even if I treated you, there is no way that I can remember all the ones whom I have healed, there are way too many of them." Sorry about that. And gave a helpless smile. Diodora just shook his head and said, no, that's understandable, but still I wish to let you know that at that moment I fell in love with you. It was just as if my destiny. But then the door was opened and the student council lead by Sana came in, with all of them being completely serious as they already felt a devil's presence inside the room. Sana, who noticed Diodora without his shirt, looked at the others for answer, to which Tatsuya said, don't mind him, the man here is to get rejected, for the second time. Tatsuya then looked at Diodora and said, oh, and regarding Asia being the one healing you, are you the one because of whom she was banished from the church? To which Diodora just got dejected and said, I am really sorry about that, and that is also one of my reasons why I want to hell. Tatsuya then said, just leave it at that. There is one thing that I wanted to ask, why the hell will a devil, much less someone from a high-ranking house, go to Vatican, the HQ of heavens? Not to mention it was Durigi that time when the three biblical factions were not even at peace. Hearing that all of them remained silent and looked at the devil for answers, even Rias and Sana along with their queens narrowed their eyes at him, because now there is a possibility of him being a traitor. Sana adjusted her glasses and said, really, now even I want to know about this matter. Rias folded her hands under her breasts and said, now don't be like that, let's have a seat and then we can have a nice long talk. Diodora, who was now confronted by the two heiresses, now knew that he cannot get away easily. 203, confronting Diodora 2. Currently Diodora was seated on a sofa and was surrounded by people from the Gremory, Satrai and Shiba group, while the leaders were sitting on front of him, with Tatsuya being in the middle of the two girls. Tatsuya, who was smiling, said, don't be nervous, we won't bite. Hearing that, Diodora thought, limbs anyone would be able to keep his cowl when surrounded by so many people, but still he smiled and said, yeah, I know you won't. Tatsuya nodded and said, then please go ahead. Diodora then said, I know what you all might be thinking, but know that I am not a traitor who gives information to the church or heaven. I was looking around for people to join my peerage, but messed up in my teleportation and ended up there. Tatsuya then said, out of all places around the world you teleport in your enemy's HQ. Sucks to be you. Hearing that, everyone nodded their heads, but Sana and Rias were still dissatisfied with his answer. Sana looked at Rias, who looked back at her and shook her head. Sana asked, are you really speaking the truth? Diodora nodded and said, yeah, that is true. What would I even gain from going at places like that? Tatsuya then said, now Sana, don't pressure the guy, he was just unlucky. By the way, Astaroth-san, there is something else I would like to ask. Tatsuya then said, have you learned to teleport to your desired location? To which Diodora nodded his head. Tatsuya just smiled and asked, you see, during the youth meet I saw that most of your peerage were nuns, which got me a bit curious, so I checked it up with Michael and came to know that all of them were banished from the church as well. Hearing that, immediately all of them looked at Diodora and narrowed their eyes, except for Tatsuya, who had a friendly smile on his face. You must be a really nice guy to give all those nuns a home after they were banished. Diodora's brows twitched as he felt angered by how Tatsuya was playing with him, and he said, yeah, I just want to help them. Tatsuya nodded in approval and said, yeah, you really are doing a good job. You know, I even come to know that the reasons of banishment, though different, had something in common, they all were related to a devil somehow. Diodora started to get angrier seeing how the human in front of him was acting. He really wanted to just kill him, but knew that it will do more harm than good to him. Diodora just smiled and said, well, that is the reason why I decided to help them, as they were harmed by a member of my race. Tatsuya nodded and said, now on to the stuff which I care about. Suddenly all the people in the room felt a strong pressure on their bodies and became stiff. Tatsuya, who has been smiling this whole time, was looking coldly at Diodora, who immediately started sweating on seeing the look in his eyes. Tatsuya then asked in a cold tone, with whose permission did you get your ass here in my territory? Rias, who was sitting beside Tatsuya, then thought, he is a gunner. Diodora wanted to glare and make the human know his place, but unlike the other times where he was controlling himself to take these actions, this time he was totally unable to do so. His whole body was unable to move and he could not even match his eyes to Tatsuya's cold gaze. Tatsuya then said, not only did you enter my territory without my permission but also stalked Asia, you know I really want to know from whom did you got these guys from? Shall I kill you? Hearing that, all of them except for Tatsuya's group were shocked when they heard Tatsuya openly saying to kill him. Diodora glared back at Tatsuya but was not able to speak anything, seeing which Tatsuya lowered the pressure so that the devil could speak. Diodora then said, just because you were able to defeat a councilman with that weapon of yours, don't AC. Tatsuya then immediately took out his Excalibur, and immediately all the devils in the room felt a burning sensation except for Zenobia, but the one who was experiencing the hell was Diodora, whose holy resistance was near zero because of Tatsuya. See chapter 71 if you forgot. He felt his whole body burning just because the sword was near him. Tatsuya smirked and said, what were to saying, I didn't hear you. And moved the sword closer to Diodora's neck, making the said devil jump back from his place. Diodora gritted his teeth and said, don't act cocky, just because you have a holy sword. Just be prepared for the consequences. The Astaroth clan will not let this slide, not to mention that one of our house members is a Mu as well. Tatsuya just smiled and said, you know, I should ask Ajoka and Surtsks about whether they have any records of sending any devil to Vatican or not. Michael and the others should be knowing about this as well. Hearing that Diodora's face immediately got pale, if Ajoka and the others came to KO about him then it would totally spoil the plan the Chaos Brigade is making about attacking the underworld. He would be put in suspicion and his raiding games where he plans on starting the attack will be lost. Diodora gritted his teeth and immediately teleported away. Once he was gone, Sana immediately stood up and asked, why did you let him leave? Tatsuya just put Excalibur away and said, hey, there was no point in keeping him here anyway, he is not my responsibility. As long as he stays away from my territory and those dear to me, I don't care if he even becomes a moo. Tatsuya then went to a corner and filled a cup with tea and took a sip and said, besides, it should be obviously clear to the higher-ups as well, about what game he is playing, except for the Chaos Brigade part, they are not foolish, they are overly biased and are just looking over it. Hearing that both the heiresses narrowed their eyes and Sana asked, what do you mean by biased, we devils always do things fairly. Tatsuya just took a seat beside Konako and said, so Tan, you are too young to KO how dark politics can get and that too politics of the devils who thinks that all other races are lower than theirs. You all are even ready to wipe out an entire race just because someone of that race killed a high-ranking devil. Hearing which Rias and all those who were aware of what he was talking about looked at Konako who looked down with a sad expression on her face. Tatsuya just rubbed her head and said, sorry about making you remember something sad. But Konako just shook her head and said that it was all right. Tatsuya then said, and it is also not my place to say something about it when the victim itself is remaining silent. Devils aren't the only ones her to blame, the church too is at fault. And immediately Zenobia and Irina looked at Tatsuya in disbelief. Tatsuya looked at Irina and said, don't look at me like that, the church is not pure as you think it is. There are a lot of unmentionable things that have been done by the church, for example he then looked at Kaiba and said, the Holy Sword Project and immediately Kaiba clenched his fists. Tatsuya then said, the children who were a part of the Bi-Sword Project were just killed just because they were not able to show any results, and not that instead of apologizing and helping the children the church vanished the one who have made in charge of the project who in turn to save himself killed every one of his test subjects. But still the church is using the research of the said person to make Holy Sword Vaders. Tatsuya then kept his cup down and then said, you see it is easier for the factions to place the blame on someone else rather than taking responsibility for it, so I hardly believe that something much would be happening to the devil. Tatsuya then stood up and said, well, I don't think that anyone is in the mood for celebration right now, so let's do it at a later date. Ah. And if you want to deal with Diodora, just think carefully before taking any actions. If you mess up then it will only pull you in deeper shit. And walked out of the room with his group following behind him. 204, Diodora's date. After Tatsuya and the others reached their home all the girls immediately surrounded him and asked, why were you saying something like you don't care about the problem when not only you cursed most of his body but also is stopping him from attempting to do the same to any more nuns? You could have killed him in an instant. Tatsuya looked at the group for a while and then moved past them and said, yeah, I have indeed keeping his actions in check so that no more girls get in trouble because of him but the people back there also need to know that their factions are not as righteous as they think. I don't want them to do as their factions ask them to do without thinking about it. They will be used and tossed aside as pawns if their factions deem them useless. You all have already seen how Zenobia and Irina were sent here to deal with the Excalibur. They were ready to be thrown away if the mission was to get found out. All of them then became silent and just looked at Tatsuya thinking about what he said. Tatsuya then took a seat and said, besides, I let him live was not because I don't care but to make him take his action hastily and make more mistakes. Arrogant shits like him should be immensely pissed out by now and he must have already started to take his actions. Meanwhile in the underworld, Astaroth territory. In a room which was completely destroyed and had rubble all around it was a single person sitting in the center of the room. The said person stood up and gathered demonic energy in his hands and fired aimlessly. That human needs to die. I will give him the most gruesome death there is. He will be begging for mercy from me. How dare he talk to me like that? And that bitch Asia, how dare he look at someone else other than me? I didn't allow her to do that. Looks like she needs to be punished. Yeah. That innocent lamb must be disciplined. She must know who is her master. He then made a magic circle and a projection of a man appeared in it. What happened? Is something wrong at your end? Shilpa, make the preparations faster. Someone is getting bold enough to report about my actions to that foolish Ajoka. If I get under suspicion, we will be having troubles in initiating the attack. Hearing that the person who is in the projection frowned and said, who dares to cause interruptions in our plan? Is he strong? Hearing that Diodora snorted and said, strong my ass, it's just a weak human who is trying to bite more than he can chew. Shilpa looked at Diodora with hesitation for a while but nodded his head. He then thought, it is not the time to doubt this brat's actions. If what he say really is true then all our effort to attack will be lost. A few days have passed since Diodora came to Kyohan. Since then he has been sending a letter daily for Asia, who simply burns them without even reading. Asia, your stalker sent another one. Called Himari. Asia came in the room while massaging her forehead and said, that guy is really persistent now. I am beginning to regret declining Tatsuya-san's offer to get rid of him at that time. Tatsuya came in the room as well and said, I told you. And shrugged his shoulders. Asia immediately hugged Tatsuya and said, this is getting way too annoying Tatsuya-san. Tatsuya just patted her head and caressed her blonde hair and said, then how about we go on a date this weekend to let you get refreshed a bit. And immediately Asia perked up and kissed Tatsuya and said, you are the best Tatsuya-san. Tatsuya just pulled her cheeks and said, so the frustration is already gone hui. Tewia on ihus, Asia said while her cheeks were being pulled. Tatsuya-san, it hurts. Tatsuya let go of her cheeks, which were immediately clasped by Asia, who began rubbing them and said, you are mean Tatsuya-san. Tatsuya just shrugged his shoulders and said, thanks for the compliment. Himari then said, if you two are done flirting then what to do with this? And showed the letter to the two of them. Asia immediately said, just burn it, but Tatsuya stopped her and said, now don't be like that, he is sending his feelings to the person he loves. Tatsuya then took the letter in his hand and said, it is unfortunate that he cannot get the girl he loves, but as the nice person I am, I will help him get the girl of his dreams. If anyone don't know who is he referring to as girl of his dreams, check out CH71. Underworld, Astaroth territory. Diodora, who was lying in his renovated room, was giving off a malicious smile and was holding a letter in his hand. He, so you finally decided to show yourself to me, hey, Asia-chan. He, I want to see that human's face once he knows that Asia left her side. He. He then got off the bed and changed his clothes and got ready to be on his date. He immediately teleported back to Kyoa and went to the house whose address was given to him in the letter. He came in front of the door, gave a final check to his appearance and then rang the doorbell and held the bouquet in front of his hands. He then heard someone rushing towards the door and smirked, so excited to see me, hey. But when the door was opened his whole body became stiff and the bouquet fell off his hands. The person who opened a door was a bulked-up man/woman, pick whatever you want, wearing a magical girl costume and was looking at Diodora. Oh my, such an handsome man was the one who have been sending letters to this magical girl Miltan. Geez, how can refuse someone so passionate like you? Come inside. And grabbed the horror-struck boy and pulled him inside the house. The woman, probably, locked the door behind her and looked at Diodora with passionate eyes, making Diodora's mind scream in fear. He started backing away but soon came in front of a wall which blocked his path. He wanted to run away but immediately a hand slammed the wall next to his face, number Kabadon, which scared the shit out of him. The lady looked directly in Diodora's eyes and said, you wrote your name was Diodora, right? Then I will call you Dora-chan and you can call me Miltan. Diodora, who was scared as hell, tried to use his magic but was not able to, number wingman Tatsuya. Miltan then started to lean towards Diodora and whispered in his ears, I will not let you sleep tonight. Diodora immediately shivered and thought, I know I have not been able to sleep because of you for countless nights. He turned his head and wanted to tell her about the problem, but just as he opened his mouth Miltan grabbed his face and said, so you want to start from a kiss? Very well, magical girl Miltan will fulfill your wish. And then started to lean forward, after which the author fainted just from imaging anything further. 205, Kidnapped Asia. In front of an apartment from which the sound of someone fighting can be heard. The people who got close to the apartment immediately quickened their pace and rushed off from being anywhere near that apartment, but after a few hours of continuous fighting the noise stopped and a few minutes later the door in front of the apartment opened and the figure of a young man with lifeless eyes was revealed with his clothes torn from various places, and needless to say the young man was none other than the lucky boy Diodora, who just came out after spending the night of his life. Diodora then started walking away, though he was limping heavily. He just got to an abandoned alley without making any noise and made a magic circle and teleported back to Underworld. After a few days the rumors about the Astaroth heir not coming out of the mansion for 5 days straight were heard and became the talk of his territory. A few days later, Asia, who had stopped receiving letters from her stalker, was humming happily while her arms were linked with Tatsuya's. Today is the weekend that Tatsuya promised her to take her on a date, so she was very happy as she was able to spend some time alone with him. Tatsuya, who looked at the blonde girl smiling innocently, just showed a small smile and said, you know, I can walk on my own, and there is also no way that I will just leave you here. Asia just tightened her grip a bit more and said, but isn't this fine as well? I like it more this way. Tatsuya just sighed and said, fine, so is there anything specific that you want to do? Asia thought for a while and then shrugged her shoulder and said, as long as we enjoy then anything is fine. Tatsuya then said, that sounds great. And then both of them just stopped at random stores that they found interesting, played some games at the arcade, and finally had their lunch in a nearby restaurant. As the sun started setting, Tatsuya and Asia came to a park and silently sat on the bench with their eyes closed. Both of them were just enjoying the peace, as the only sound which could be heard by them was that of water from the nearby fountain. Tatsuya then opened his eyes and said, I just realized, this is the same park where Isamaya was killed by the fallen angel. Asia opened her eyes as well and said, here hui, well I guess this must be it. The silence and lack of people here made it both a good date spot and a good murder spot as well. That fallen was using the date and kill tactics after all. Tatsuya looked at Asia and said, yeah, and one of them even tried to ask you out while we were on a date as well. Hearing that, Asia chuckled and said, yeah, her acting was good at start and I totally thought that she was about to ask you out. Tatsuya then said, but you were the one whom she had set her eyes on. Both of them then became silent for a while, but then Tatsuya said, hey, do you remember the first time we met and how it all turned out with you coming with me? Asia just nodded her head and looked at Tatsuya. Tatsuya then said, I won't say that I think what I did was wrong, but still I want to apologize for not taking care of the devil sooner. If I had did that, then you might have been still a number at the church, but I know that would not have been as exciting as being with us is, right? Asia hugged Tatsuya and said, yeah, it wouldn't be fun at all and I wouldn't even have any friends like I have now. So you don't have to apologize, instead let me thank you for being with me at those times, it was only because of you that I have a family now. Tatsuya hugged her back and both of them then leaned forward and gave each other a kiss. Both of them soon separated and then Tatsuya said, wanna go home? Asia smirked and said, not today. Tatsuya chuckled and said, then a hotel is it? Let's get going. And stood up from the bench with Asia following him. But soon a green magic circle appeared under Asia's feet. Both her and Tatsuya looked at the magic circle for a while and then said at the same time, it's the stalker. Tatsuya then said, ah. Today must be his raiding game with the Gremory team. Tatsuya and Asia stared at each other for a while and then Tatsuya asked, feeling angry. To which Asia just showed a bright smile on her face. Tatsuya patted her head and said, then go and beat the shit out of him. I will come later as the victim whose girlfriend was kidnapped by some trash. Asia nodded and said, I will make sure to pummel him so much that even shit would look better than him. With a bright smile. Tatsuya just sighed and said, well then enjoy. Asia nodded and then let the magic circle teleport her to Diodora's location. Tatsuya then sat back on the bench and said, let's wait for 5 minutes before going back to work. 5 minutes later. Tatsuya stood up from the bench, stretched his body and then made a magic circle. He then took a deep breath and said, time for a dynamic entry. And then activated the magic circle and immediately teleport to the underworld. In the raiding game field where the match between the Astaroth and Gremory Air were to take place was currently engulfed in a fight between the Chaos Brigade's True Satan faction and the New Satan faction. Suddenly a magic circle appeared in the middle of the field and a black-haired teen appeared from it and shouted, how dare you kidnap her, you bastards! And release a tremendous force which pushed back all the people fat away. Tatsuya looked around and saw that nobody he knew was near him and the rest of them were either blown away or were unconscious because of the pressure he released. He gave an approving nod and said, yeah, my entry was great, totally nailed it. He then located where everyone was and once he was done he teleported towards them. 206, Xiangxia. After Tatsuya teleported to the location where he felt others, he was met with a sight of many devils firing at each other. He looked around while deflecting any attacks coming his way and soon noticed Azazel and Surtsks. Yo, Azazel, Surtsks having a party here or what? Azazel and Surtsks turned their heads towards the direction they heard the familiar voice from and said, oh, brat, yeah, we are having a blast here, how come you are here as well? Did someone invite you? While both of them fired some blasts and spears to random devils. Tatsuya was slowly walking towards them while he also blasted away some devils along the way and said, yeah, you see, the host of the party was so kind that he kidnapped my girlfriend while we were on a date. Hearing that, both Surtsks and Azazel's eyes widened and both of them said at the same time, why the hell would we do something this foolish? Tatsuya nodded and fired a beam destroying dozens of devils in an instant and said, yeah, he was even stalking her for a while now, that guy is going to be fucked up by her. Azazel rubbed his chin and said, so which one did our host try to court? Asia. Both Surtsks and Azazel immediately got silent and then Azazel said, well, he is literally done for then, one less thing to take care of. Soon the Gremory group came to ask for further instructions and got surprised seeing Tatsuya was there as well. Tatsuya is here as well, Ani-sama, did you call him or was it Azazel? Azazel smiled and said, Tatsuya is here invited by our host himself, you see he wanted to show his bravery and for it he kidnapped the blonde nun from his group and that too when they were on a date. Hearing that, the whole Gremory group got silent as well and Kaiba said, well, I pity him. Tatsuya then looked at Isamai and said, anyway, forgetting about the people who are out to die soon, Isamai, a surprise test for you, I want you to defeat at least 250 of them. Hearing that, Isamai got surprised and said, hey, isn't 250 a bit too few? Tatsuya interrupted her and said, if you are not able to do it then I will make Tiamat train you the next time. Hearing that, Drake panicked and said, there is no way I am facing that crazy woman. Isamai nodded her head furiously as well and said, I agree to that as well. Balance breaker. and got covered in a red armor and took off in the sky and started destroying the devils with her Dragon Slayer sword and magic. Soon the other members of the Gremory group started attacking as well, while Satrai group joined them soon as well. While this was going on, Azazel, Surtsks, and Tatsuya were just looking at how much each of them has progressed while also killing anyone brave enough to attack them. Tatsuya-chan. And Tatsuya immediately turned around and caught the Satan magical girl who jumped on him. Sira-chan, nice to meet you. Sira Fall hugged Tatsuya and said, did you come to see how this magical girl destroys everything with her magical glittering wand? And waved her wand from which actual sparkles came out. Tatsuya shook his head and said, Diodora kidnapped Asia on our date. So I am just playing the victim whose girlfriend was kidnapped. Sira Fall got surprised as well and soon got serious and said, even a magical girl like me will not do that. Tatsuya just patted her head, making her transform back to her bubbly self and said, don't think too much. He is as good as dead anyways. Sira Fall nodded and then joined the other three on seeing how much the young one have improved. Tatsuya looked at Isamai and said, Isamai, only 113 done yet? Pick up the pace. Isamai, who just slashed a devil on the chest, shouted, I know. Drake, do your job if you don't want to face that fucking hag. The gauntlet started glowing and continuous repeated shouts started to come out from it. Boost 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 boost. For our survival. Boost. Red aura started to come out of Isamai as she instantly zipped through the devils, causing small explosion and killing them instantly. Hell yeah. I will survive this. After this will be a great fucking session with Tatsuya. And started burning the devils with her flames. Sira Fall, who was standing beside Tatsuya, said in a low voice, I will have to make some plans as well. Tatsuya, who heard him, didn't say anything and just left her to her own ideas. If she wants to surprise him, then he doesn't want to ruin it. Soon all four of them felt two strong presences coming towards them and turned their heads. In front of them two men, one with black hair and the other with brown, were standing while glaring at them, well particularly at Surtsks and Sira Fall. Azazel rubbed his chin and said, A Beelzebub and an Asmodeus, interesting. Both of them ignored Azazel and said, so two of the fake miss are gathered together, hey. So should we show these fakes the power of the superior blood? If you both kneel and ask for apology, then we might just give you both a painless death. Tatsuya looked at Azazel, who looked back at him, and both of them said at the same time, it's Xiangxia shit time. Azazel rubbed his chin and said, looks like this venerable father should step back and give the young ones a chance to prove themselves. Tatsuya crossed his arms and said, then this young master will also observe how talented this young master's seniors are. Azazel nodded and said, this venerable father also wants to see whether the sect leader Surtsks is indeed a talent born in 10,000 years or not. Tatsuya had an amused expression on his face and said, a talent born in 10,000 years. Then these insects who he is facing do not stand a chance. Sira Fall also decided to play her part and said, then Sister Sira will help martial brother Xiaozex to crush these insects. She then whispered in a low voice, Surtsks-chan, use a punch with enough force to either knock him out or make him spit blood. Surtsks' brows twitched and he said, you three, we are not here to play, we should take them seri. Tatsuya then said, I heard that outer disciple Rias likes this kind of stuff. And Surtsks immediately said, let this venerable immortal show you puny insects your place. After which I will make Riar my martial sister. And immediately long head towards the two devils who got in their stance as well, but Surtsks didn't flinch and just punched the black-haired Asmodeus in the gut, which made him cough out a large amount of blood. Azazel smirked and said, looks like this venerable one did not make a mistake. Tatsuya nodded as well and said, as expected of sect leader Xiaozex. Sira Fall puffed her chest, martial brother is very strong, he is not called a talent born in 10,000 years for nothing. The black and the brown-haired devils glared at the four people in front of them and were clearly showing their anger for being looked down upon by them. Shilba gritted his teeth and randomly fired a lot of blasts of demonic energy towards them. The four of them simply dodged or deflected the blasts coming towards them. While they were dodging, Surtsks asked, can't this be stopped between us? We can work together to achieve peace and avoid all the deaths which have been caused by these wars. The black-haired one snorted and said, peace, alliance and all these things are bullshit. Any race other than us devils should just perish. Tatsuya snorted and said, and that is why you will not be able to join our men of culture sect, things like race don't bother us at all. Azazel nodded and said, this venerable one agrees as well. Both the devils just got more and more irritated by Tatsuya's and Azazel's rambling and then started to fire their attacks without even thinking, which made it even more easier for the four to deal with them. But then Surtsks' and Seraphil's conscience started ringing bell in their head and both of them noticed some of their attacks going towards Rias and Sana. Both of them immediately teleported in front of their sister to shield them from the attacks, but Tatsuya appeared in front of the two and fired a beam, destroying all the demonic energy orbs. Tatsuya then said, I didn't know you all were so low to attack their sisters to gain advantage. Yet. How dare you attack my dear So/Ria Tan? Are you both tired of living? Azazel chuckled and said, now you two are goners, let this venerable one tell you who you are up against. The three in front of you are the elders of Siskon sect. You both are done for. Tatsuya looked at Azazel and said, we are done with Xiangxia, so you can stop. Azazel looked a bit disappointed and said, already, sigh whatever, oi devils from the old Satan faction, let me tell you this, the moment your attacks decided to touch their sisters, you were some four. You both have my condolences. Now then Siskon's attack. 207, Rob. Currently while Tatsuya and the others were fighting the two old mus, at another location in the underworld where the whole place was on the verge of breaking down, a black-haired teen was hiding behind some pieces of rubble while a blonde-haired girl was happily looking around, probably searching for him with a smile on her face. Asia, who had a cheerful smile on her face, looked around and said, hey, piece of shit. Be grateful I'm not using any sensing abilities to find you. But aren't you getting a bit ungrateful by hiding at a difficult place? Bad bastard. A cheerful smile then appeared on her face and she said, well, this is fine as well, the more time I will take to find you, the harder I will beat the shit out of you. The black-haired boy who was hiding was none other than Diodora Astaroth, who was also the one who kidnapped the girl. But currently, instead of having a smug look on his face, he was just shivering with fear while crouching down and holding his knees. His body was also covered with blood and bruises, which was making it harder to recognize him. Come out wherever you are. Didn't you say that you wanted to play with me? Are you having fun playing this game? She then vanished from her spot and appeared near some rubble where Diodora was, whispered in his ear, Diodora-san. The boy immediately flinched as fear spread through his body, but before he could do anything a fist connected to his face, sending him flying a few hundred meters away, crashing through multiple boulders and flying right through them. Diodora groaned in pain and opened his eyes only to see the blonde nun who he wanted to torture just right above him, flying with a bright smile on her face. But seeing her smile, instead of feeling safe, happy, or wanting to protect that smile, he felt scared, his whole body tensed up and he just wanted to run away from her as far as possible. The nun then cracked her knuckles and said, pummeling time. And punched the boy in the gut, making him immediately crash on the ground as he spit out a large amount of blood. The boy's eyes were becoming hazy as he thought that he was nearing death, his consciousness was slowly fading away, but instead of despair he was feeling happy and a bit excited as well, he could finally escape the hands of this blonde nun who was beating the hell out of him. Is this how I die? But I don't feel bad about it. Though I wanted to accomplish a lot more things, mostly breaking more nuns, but I don't think I would probably do it again. The experience I had with Asia is something I don't want to go through again. Sigh, if somehow I were to be reborn again, then I want to live a peaceful life, not involving any devil politics, thirst for power, and most importantly the thirst of women. I don't want any of that. I just want a calm life now. Suddenly a blinding light enveloped his consciousness, and soon when it started to die down, a humanoid figure made of the same white light appeared. Seeing him, Diodora was shocked and thought, hey, is this one of those ice guy things? Am I going to actually have a second chance at life? Yeah. Now let's think about my WIS. But suddenly the glowing man raised his hands and said, whoa, stop dude, stop. Diodora looked at the glowing entity and said, oh, introductions are in order, but you must already be knowing me, but still, I am Diodora Astaroth and you must be in Rob. Now on to the ice guy part. You see, the glowing entity raised his hand, making Diodora stop rambling, and then said, dude, just hear me out. Diodora then asked, what are you, not Rob? The glowing entity crossed his hands and said, of course I am a Rob, but you see. Diodora then said, then it must be my time to reincarnate in another world, right? The glowing entity immediately said, nah. Hey, what do you mean it is not? Oh, the blondie still has to beat the shit out of you, I just came to laugh at you. And immediately Diodora's surrounding changed and he opened his eyes only to see the blonde-haired nun firing a green energy wave at him. Oh, you are awake. Don't worry, I still want to play a bit more, so I healed you. Aren't I nice? I did just like how I saved you back then. Diodora, who heard her, shouted, no. Asia smirked and said, yes. Diodora looked at the blonde-haired girl in front of him and thought, I am going to die anyway, at least let me tell you readers what happened to me before we started to play hide and seek, you see. All Might, not so fast. Diodora, hey? All Might, you dare to break the fourth wall, I cannot let this crime go unseen, but Author Shannon, don't worry. You ask why? It's because I am here. Cliff, hanger, smosh. 208, Pain. After Tatsuya and the others were done with the two old Satans, they looked at each other and Tatsuya asked, you all should be able to deal with the rest of them, right? Surtsks and Azazel nodded and said, yeah, Odin should be coming in a moment or two as well. Tatsuya nodded and said, well, I am going to see how much destruction Asia caused. See you later. And then started walking towards the direction he felt Asia's presence from. The Gremory group and Satrai group also decided to follow him, as their older siblings have told them that they can take care of the situation. Isami though was resting on Tatsuya's back as she has overused her powers and was suffering from a serious body ache. You can heal me, right Tatsuya? Yeah I can. Then why not do it and let your girlfriend out of this pain? Because only if one experience true pain then only they can know what true peace is. Number Nagato. Hey. Just sit back and enjoy the piggyback ride. Isami continued to pester him for a while but seeing that wasn't going to heal her she stopped and just rested on his back. Tatsuya who noticed that said, if you would have fought more efficiently and looked after how much your body could withstand then you won't be in this condition. Let this be the punishment for you not understanding it. Hey, it was Drake who powered me up. Isn't it his fault? A red gauntlet then appeared on her hand and said, don't blame me, a sacred gear only answers to the user's wish. It is completely your fault, plus the fact that I don't want to face that crazy woman. See, isn't it his fault for shitting himself because of Tiamat? Whatever, you are not receiving any treatment. Just bear with pain because sometimes you must hurt in order to know, fall in order to grow, lose in order to gain because life's greatest lessons are learned through pain. Isami and the others remained silent for a while and then Isami said, where the hell are these quotes coming from? Tatsuya ignored her and just continued to walk towards Asia's direction. Once he was close to the location he stopped and gave Isami's body to Konako and said, just wait here for a while, I will go first and check how the situation there is. It might be a little too much for some of you. Rias then looked a bit hurt and said, it cannot be something that be. It's Asia who have been interrupted on her date and that too before we were going to the hotel. Hearing that all of them fell silent and tried to imagine what could have happened and just shuddered at the thought. Tatsuya then just waved his hand and walked towards the building which were now nothing more than ruins. Once Tatsuya entered the ruins he felt some noises and started following it and soon encountered Asia playing volleyball with Diodora, where Diodora was used as the ball while a clone was on the receiving end. I want to smash, alright, here. The clone then launched the ball, Diodora, up in the air as a loud scream came out of Diodora's mouth. Asia then jumped and covered her hand with ki and smashed her fist in his gut making him spit out some of the blood which was left in his body and then immediately he was blown away and crashed in the ground making a crater similar to the ones which were present all around the ground. Tatsuya then looked at Asia and saw her covered in blood and dust with a cheerful smile on her face. Asia looked at her clone and said, one more time. Looks like you are enjoying a lot. Asia who recognized the voice turned around and saw Tatsuya coming towards her. She just nodded her head and said with her usual bright smile, yeah, I beat the hell out of him, made his spill his guys out, healed him and then again repeated with beating the hell out of him. Tatsuya then looked at Diodora who was hardly recognizable and walked towards him and asked, yo. Had your fun playing around with my girlfriend? Diodora looked towards Tatsuya pitifully asking for help but Tatsuya just smiled and said, oh, I didn't come to help you, I just came to laugh at you. Hearing that Diodora's eyes widened and he thought, so it was you. Tatsuya then telepathically told him, you thought it was Rob, but it was I Tatsuya. Tatsuya then took out his gun and said, well, it was not nice to meet you, goodbye. Diodora looked at the gun in his hand and said, but I had Off-Ice's power. Tatsuya looked at him with a look which said really and told him, dude, I literally fuck Off-Ice. And pulled the trigger and immediately Diodora's body glowed disappeared leaving behind a white mist which dissipated soon as well. Tatsuya then looked at Asia and cleaned her clothes and body and said, let's get going then. But soon a portal appeared in front of him and out of it Volley, Baikao, Arthur and Off-Ice came out and were surprised to see Tatsuya there. Tatsuya raised his hand and said, yo, long time no see. Baikao raised his hand as well and said, yo. Yeah it's been a while but how come you are here as well? Tatsuya pointed at Asia and said, Diodora tried to kidnap her and the rest is history. Hearing that all of them widened their eyes except for Off-Ice who just walked near Asia and checked her body for any injuries. After a while Baikao broke out laughing while Volley and Arthur just face-palmed at the devil's foolishness. Tatsuya looked at Volley and asked, so why are you here? Volley looked at Tatsuya and said, oh, I just came to see how good Shilba is. So. Where is he? Dead, Surtsk took care of him and the Asmodeus. Volley just yawned and said, oh, then nothing much to do here, how is the Red Dragon by the way? Oh, she is progressing steadily. Might be possible that she can beat you considering that her Dragon Slayer powers have become more efficient to use. Hearing that Vala got excited and immediately wanted to challenge his rival but Tatsuya told him that right now she was completely exhausted from her battle and will have to rest for a while. Vala and the other two talked with Tatsuya for a while and then decided to go back to their base. Tatsuya then looked towards Asia and as that she was talking with Off-Ice and asked, do you not have to go back? To which Off-Ice just shook her head and said, nothing important to do right now, so I will be staying with you for a while. Tatsuya just shrugged his shoulders and said, let's get going then. And then walked out of the ruins and met up with the others. 209, Loki once again. While all three of them were walking towards the group of devils Tatsuya suppressed Off-Ice's aura to the point that it would only read to be that of a dragon instead of a dragon god. Off-Eyes, who noticed the change in her, looked towards Tatsuya, who patted her head and said, "You know what to say when someone asks you who you are, right?" Off-Eyes nodded her head, said, "I am Tiamat's friend and Ruya's cousin." Tatsuya nodded and then continued to walk. Once the devils noticed Tatsuya coming back with Asia and Off-Eyes, they felt relieved on seeing Asia and confused on seeing Off-Eyes, except for Konako and a certain dragon in the gauntlet. Though Drake could not feel her infinity aura, his instinct as a dragon immediately told him who the young girl was, and since he had felt a similar fear before, he came to know who the girl was. Drake was going to ask about what was happening, but Tatsuya immediately telepathically told him, "Open your mouth and the whole world will come to know about the dragon of domination wanting to dominate the dragon of supremacy." Drake closed his mouth and said, "I don't know what you might be talking about." Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Looks like you are quite understanding." He then introduced Off-Eyes to the others, saying that she came to see Asia and check if there was some problem or not. He then teleported back with the other two along with Isami tagging along with him, as she was not in a condition to move. Once they reached back to Kyoto, Tatsuya looked at Asia and said, "Let's continue the hotel plan sometime later." Asia, who heard that, pouted in disappointment but soon calmed down and agreed to his proposal. All four of them then entered Tatsuya's house with Isami resting over Tatsuya's back. Once they all were inside, the older residents of the Shiba house were surprised on noticing both of them. It was too early for their hotel date and too late for a non-hotel date. All of them came out to know what was the matter and were surprised seeing Off-Eyes and Isami along with them. Tatsuya asked Asia to fill them in on the matter while he will go and put Isami in a bed. Once he did so, he was about to leave the room, but a gauntlet manifested in Isami's hand and Drake asked, "Will you explain it to us later?" Tatsuya looked at the gauntlet and said, "Rest for now, Isami is already tired a lot. I will fill you in on the matter in the morning." And then left the room. Once he came down, he saw the girls laughing at what Diodora did and how she played with him. Ross Weiss was a bit conflicted whether to laugh or not about the matter, but just let it out off her mind. She then noticed the small girl sitting in Tatsuya's lap and eating a cake and asked, "Who is the kid?" Tatsuya patted Off-Eyes' head and said, "Oh, you are new here, she is Off-Eyes, Off-Eyes she is Ross Weiss, my secretary, be nice to her." Off-Eyes looked at the silver-haired girl with her emotionless expression and said, "Don't take my sweets if you are not tired of living," and continued eating her cake. Ross Weiss, who received a sudden threat, was surprised but didn't press on the matter for long, rather she was thinking that she had heard her name before, and started thinking where she had heard it. Soon her face paled and she pointed her shaking finger towards Off-Eyes and asked, "Bio Off-Eyes, you don't mean that Off-Eyes, right?" Tatsuya looked at her and only smiled in response, making Rossius's whole body stiff. Seeing her like that, Ruya said, "What are you acting so scared for? You spent the whole vacation with me and Tiamat." "Ah, and if you cannot tell, I am Great Red, nice to meet you." And once again Ross Weiss got shocked and slowly turned her head to look at the other two dragons in the room, which only increased her tension. Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Don't think too much. The only thing that you need to know is that if word of Off-Eyes and Great Red leaves your mouth and someone other than the ones whom I have told of about them comes to know, and I find that it was you, then... Oh Ross Weiss, why not have a drink?" And gave her a bottle. Ross Weiss looked at her boss and said in teary voice, "Hey! How can you change the topic all of a sudden? And what was that threat for?" "Ah! I need a drink." And took the bottle and glass from Tatsuya's hands. Tatsuya then said, "Pour some for me as well." "Here." Clank, cheers. Tatsuya and Ross Weiss kept on drinking for a while until suddenly Tatsuya's gaze fell on the three pups and he realized something. "Oh! Shit, I forgot about my catch." He then took out a master ball and brought Loki out. Loki, who came out off the ball, looked around his surroundings and was confused for a while, but then his gaze fell on Tatsuya and immediately a frown appeared on his face. He wanted to attack him, but for some reason he was not able to use his powers. Tatsuya then said, "If you are done mentally cursing me, then why not have a seat and let's talk about what you will do next along with a drink." Loki was immediately going to refuse him, but then the tree pups, whom he immediately recognized, told him that it was fine, and that Tatsuya wasn't an enemy. Tatsuya then stood up from his seat and sat beside Ross Weiss, who even though was wasted because of alcohol, laid in his lap along with the puppies who jumped in his lap as well. Loki was surprised seeing his son and grandsons acting so fondly towards the human, and also the silver-headed secretary of his father, who was infamous for being single, acting like that towards the human. Tatsuya then gave him a glass of wine and said, "Well, I don't think that I need to tell you what kind of situation you are in, right?" Loki checked whether there was something present in the drink or not by asking Fenrir, who after sniffing it told him that the drink was completely fine. Loki then took a sip and was a bit surprised, noticing that it was better than what he used to drink back in Asgard. He then looked at Tatsuya and said, "You mean by the fact that currently a god like myself is under you as a slave?" "Yeah, I already know about it." Tatsuya smirked and said, "Hurts your pride quite a bit, right?" Hearing that, Loki frowned but still nodded his head. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Well, I am not going to bullshit like some devil peerage kings about how this is not slavery or something else. I will just say that your situation currently is like a prisoner of war, though the prisoner is sent to another place to being looked after. And whatever you may say, you still have to agree to the fact that if you were to go back to Asgard or Hades to either of three factions you would either be killed or sealed. Loki stared at Tatsuya for a while trying to assess how this human was and nodded his head. Tatsuya then took out a paper and said, "Well, since you are currently my responsibility, I will have to take care of you, but you still have to earn your keep. So here and passed the paper on to the god." Loki took the paper and Tatsuya said, "Choose whatever job you want to do and make sure to choose something that you are able to do at least." Loki looked at paper and saw various job offers listed on it with the conditions and salary. He got infuriated seeing that the human was asking a god like him to do these lowly things and slammed his fists on the table. Tatsuya, who was still calm, patted the troubled Rossweiss who was squirming in his lap as she got surprised by the noise. "How dare you ask a god like me to do something like this? Do you really think that I am going to do these things? Well, if you don't want to starve, wear the same clothes without even taking a bath for weeks, then yes, you will do those things because your abilities are sealed so you won't be able to cause any troubles, and just a fact even these pups are earning their keep by working." To which the pups sat up and puffed their chests with pride, seeing which Tatsuya patted them while Loki's lips were twitching. Loki then continued to argue with Tatsuya for a while, still not willing to abide by his rules and being prideful. Tatsuya also didn't press him too much, he knew that he is still a god and has the pride and power of one as well. It will take some time till he will calm himself down and come to think about things realistically. He looked at Loki and said, "Well, then I will call you again tomorrow, so if you have a change of heart then you can tell me later. Oh, and here." And threw a bottle of water and bread towards him. Loki caught them and was then once again called back to his cell, Master Ball. Seeing him vanish away, the pups felt a bit sad. He was still their father/grandfather who have raised him, and seeing his situation while they can't do anything about it made the sad. Tatsuya then comforted the pups and said that Loki would understand soon and will be back with them. The pups just nodded their head hoping that what their new master told him was true. Meanwhile inside the pokeball, Loki, who was lying on the something like a clod whose ends were nowhere to be, sighed and said, "That alcohol was really good. Not to mention what he told about me being killed or sealed was true as well, but what I cannot understand is," he then took out the paper with job offers and said, "How come there is a job of working in a cross-dressing bar as a pole dancer at that with the highest pay among all of these jobs?" He then once again went through all the jobs written on the paper and then kept it back and went to sleep. 210. Going to Kyoto. A few weeks passed and Loki's pride finally went down a notch and he decided to start working as well. He decided to work under Tatsuya as a sous chef of one of the chains of his restaurant in the same town. Tatsuya didn't have any idea that Loki was good at cooking and was surprised when Loki was able to keep up with him in the kitchen. Seeing that, Tatsuya decided to teach him some of his own skills and then make him an instructor for the new people who will work under him later. He also sent 2 of the pups with him for protection as the current Loki was not able to use his powers and at best could take on peak big class level beings. Odin, Thor, Hela and Freya even came to see Loki working once Tatsuya told them about it, upon seeing which all of them teased Loki a lot, much as his annoyance. "Boss, it is the end of the month. Oh, here your paycheck, right?" "Yup." Currently Tatsuya and the other residents of the Shiba house, which now includes Loki and the pups as well, were playing cards and currently Fenrir was the one who was winning. "Hey, then what about mine? How can you forget about this god?" "Hati, I saw that. Don't cheat. You have just started working and you want a paycheck. At least have some dignity, you are still a god, though a powerless one. But you do have some talent in cooking, Loki-san. To be able to keep up with Ani-sama is no small feat." Nothing is impossible for a god like me, much less keeping up with a human." "Whatever, oh Loki-san, skull is peaking. You little shit of a grandson, stop cheating." "Arf arf. What do you mean by I am in no position to say something like that?" "Arf arf. Hey, I was the god of trickery, so what? Trickery and cheating are different. And Hati, stop cheating." "Arf arf. By no means what you are doing is trickery, that's pure cheating." "Arf arf. How dare you swear at your grandfather?" "Ah, Fenrir-chan won again." "Arf arf arf. Well, I will win the next one. Himari is going to lose again." "Hey, what do you mean by that, ice bitch? Are you so incompetent that you cannot understand it, you idiot?" Both of them then started releasing their aura and the room started to get hotter and colder at the same time. Tatsuya then gave a hand chop on their heads and said, "No fighting inside the house." "Ugh. That hurts, Ani-sama." And Miyuki received another hand chop and Tatsuya said, "And what's with that tone?" Miyuki then groaned, but Tatsuya ignored her and said, "Oh, school trip for the second years is approaching as well." Hearing that, both the second and the first years perked up and looked at Tatsuya. The second years with excitement and the first years with annoyance. Tatsuya then said, "Rossweiss, pack your stuff, we will be leaving for Kyoto in a day or two." Hearing that, all the girls were surprised and Himari asked, "Wait a minute, there is still a week before the trip, right?" Tatsuya nodded and said, yet, but Sirafal said, that she was going to Kyoto to make an alliance with the Yukai and Shinto faction and asked me to come along with her so that she can enjoy a bit. But since I am going there, I was thinking of taking Ross Weiss with me so that she can help Shuri and teach her some of her tricks. So I will meet you all directly at Kyoto station. Hearing that, the second years were a bit sad but still felt happy that he would still be there on the trip. Ross Weiss, who was just told that she would be going as well, got surprised and immediately got sober and asked, "But is it fine for me to go with you?" Tatsuya nodded and smiled and said, "Yeah, it would be fine, I have no problems with it, plus you are my secretary so you will have look after the work, and also I cannot think of anyone better you for the job, and Shuri's work efficiency is decreasing as well, she can get help from pros as well." Hearing that, Ross Weiss got serious and nodded her head. Her boss was trusting her with this opportunity, so she cannot let his expectations down, plus she could enjoy the trip there as well. A few days later, in front of the Shiba residence, Asirafal, who was not wearing her magical girl costume but instead casual clothes, was standing along with Tatsuya and Ross Weiss. Tatsuya looked at Sirafal and said, "We can just teleport there." Sirafal pouted and said, "But that would not be fun, let's go buy a car instead, besides the sooner we go the sooner I would have to start working." Tatsuya sighed and looked at Kurumi and was about to say something, but she raised her hand and said, "I am going as well, so choose some else as in charge," and went inside Tatsuya's body. Tatsuya blinked in surprise for a while and looked towards Shizuka and said, "You are the in charge, make sure they don't go overboard and destroy the country while playing. Also call me immediately, if something goes wrong." All of them nodded and hugged Tatsuya, and then Tatsuya summoned a car and turned back to his adult form and said, "Let's get going, you two. And Sira, you will be in the middle seat." "Hey! You cannot do that." "Of course I can, I will be the one who is driving, and since I am on a vacation then that means no power usage, just simple human things, unless it become necessary, which somehow will occur, and I don't want to kill someone who decides to have an accident with us. And I can definitely say that you will not stay calm and will disturb my driving." Sirafal pouted and then tried to use puppy eyes, but Tatsuya just pinched her cheeks and pulled her and made her sit in the middle seat. He then sat on the driver's seat, and finally Ross Weiss sat in the front seat, and then Tatsuya left for Kyoto. On the way, just as Tatsuya predicted, Sirafal went all bubbly and excited, looking here and there and talking with the other two with your giving them much space for the argument, and soon got tired from both the excitement and the more work that she had been doing for the past few weeks and went to sleep. Originally there was still a week, till Sirafal had to go to Kyoto. But in order to set up a trip with Tatsuya, she worked herself to the bone to complete her work, which made all the people, even the miss in her family, completely shocked. They had never seen Sirafal working this diligently, and it was a total surprise for them to see the bubbly mole like that. Ross Weiss just looked at the mole, who was sleeping peaceful with drool coming out of her mouth. She just gave a wry smile and then looked away. Seeing someone who can level countries with ease with an expression like that was just something unexpected for her. "Now that I think about strong." She then looked at Tatsuya, who was driving with a small smile on his face, and soon a blush appeared on her cheeks. She then thought, "Isn't it just like we are on a drive date?" and she immediately averted her eyes from him but still looked at him from time to time. For someone who have been longing to get in a relationship, it was one of her dreams to go on a driving date with a guy, and since Tatsuya was currently in his adult form and was looking more mature, and both of them being in the front together within the silence in the car just made the atmosphere feel like that of a date to her. She then covered her cheeks with her hands and shook her thoughts away. "Calm down, Ross Weiss, he is your boss, don't think about such things." "But wait a minute, what is the problem with us being boss and secretary? There are no prohibitions in a relationship like that, and it is not like a forbidden relationship as well, plus even though he is still a high schooler, age-wise we are still around the same age. So, just what the hell are you thinking? Get your mind off the gutter." Tatsuya, who noticed Ross Weiss squirming in her seat, looked at her and asked, "Is something wrong with you, Ross?" And immediately Ross Weiss looked at Tatsuya and said, "No problem at all." Tatsuya looked at her for a while and then gave her a bottle of water and said, "Anyway, this might help you calm down a bit. And don't hold back, if something is wrong just tell me about it, you are the part of the family now, Ross." Ross Weiss took the bottle from his hands and nodded her head, but then she realized something and thought, did he just called me by a nickname, and immediately gulped down the whole bottle of water. Tatsuya, who was not using any of his powers right now as he didn't want to use them on the trip, didn't know that currently Rossius's imagination was going wild and just focused on driving. 211, Shuri's gift. After Tatsuya and the others reached Kyoto, he dropped Sirafal at the hotel which was under her family so that she can do some work before meeting the Yukai. She wanted Tatsuya to stay with her as well but was denied as Tatsuya had to check on his subordinates and branches in Kyoto as well. Tatsuya and Ross Weiss soon reached their destination and got off the car. Ross Weiss was finally able to calm herself down and was now back to her secretary mode. Both of them then entered a building, and as soon as the receptionist saw them, her eyes widened and she immediately bowed her head. "Greetings, sir, it is a pleasure for us to have you here. Do you want us to inform the manager?" Tatsuya shook his hands and said, "No need for that, a surprise would be better than her being informed about us." Hearing that, the receptionist's lips twitched and she thought, Shuri-san is done for. The receptionist then personally led them to the manager's office, and once they were in front of the room, Tatsuya asked her to go back. Once she was gone, Tatsuya looked at Ross Weiss and said, "Don't make a noise." Ross Weiss nodded and said, "IUND," but Tatsuya immediately covered her mouth with his hands while placed his own finger on his lips, gesturing her to remain silent. Ross Weiss, whose mouth was being held by Tatsuya, was not able to think properly and just stayed quiet while her imagination once again started running wild. What is he going to do to me? He first led me to a room, then sent the other person away, asked me to keep quiet, and is now covering my mouth so that no voice leaks from my mouth. It's definitely one of those tropes I once saw in an ADLT video. Tatsuya then pulled her body closer, making her blush getting deeper, and then silently phased through the door. Along with Ross Weiss. Once both of them were inside, Tatsuya left Ross Weiss and crept closer to the person who was sitting on the chair facing the other way. So a new item came. Hey. A whip modified to give electric shocks as well. Definitely gonna buy it. A new gag as well. Oh. So many new toys to play with. Tatsuya then said, "You seem to be enjoying yourself." "Yeah, today came the new catalog," and suddenly she stopped and turned around and saw Tatsuya looking at her with a smile on her face. "Looks like you are working nicely, seeing that you have the time to look at the new toys catalog at work." Shuri started sweating when she saw her boss's smile and didn't know what to do. "So how is the work coming along?" Shuri immediately stood up and took out some files from a bundle and gave it to Tatsuya. "Here, sir." Tatsuya took a file and gave it to Ross Weiss, who immediately took it and started going through them. Tatsuya then took his and started going through it as well. Shuri, who saw Tatsuya and the silver-haired woman who she didn't knew going through the files, immediately hid her catalog and asked someone to bring tea and snacks quickly. A few moments later, once both Tatsuya and Ross Weiss went through the files, Tatsuya looked at Ross Weiss, who shook her head. Tatsuya looked at Shuri, who flinched at his gaze. Tatsuya then said, "Lucky, she had all the files done this time around. I was totally in the mood of seeing my mother-in-law making excuses to not fire her." And then clicked his tongue. Hearing that, Shuri sighed while Ross Weiss chuckled. Shuri then looked at Tatsuya with a smile on her face and said, "Sorry to disappoint you, boss, I have been working diligently for a while, but you know." Before she could continue, Tatsuya said, "You are not getting a raise." Hearing that, Shuri flinched and then said, as perceptive as ever, "Just raise it a bit, I have to buy some toys." That man of torture is earning as well, he is more than sufficient to buy the stuff that he likes. Shuri then clicked her tongue and then took her seat as well and asked, "So why are you here? Don't tell me that you came here to just meet your beautiful mother-in-law." Hearing that, Ross Weiss looked at Tatsuya and asked, "Akeno-san?" Tatsuya nodded and said, "Yeah, she is Akeno's mother, Shuri. Shuri, this is Ross Weiss, my secretary." Ross Weiss bowed her head and said, "Nice to meet you, I am Ross Weiss, a former Valkyrie from Valhalla." Shuri bowed her head as well and said, "Shuri Heimjima, former member of the Heimjima clan, by the way, are you AS or AM?" Rossius's lips twitched and Tatsuya said, "Ignore her antics, by the way, how has the things going on the supernatural side of Kyoto?" Shuri looked at Tatsuya and said, "Nothing much is happening here, not much of open problems, though the ones in secret are not in my knowledge." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Well, whatever, we came here along with Sira. She has some peace talk to do Yukai and Shinto faction. I am on a vacation for the week. After which I would have my school trip." Shuri widened her eyes and asked, "Peace talk, are they making an alliance? Which side are we on?" Tatsuya laid back comfortably and said, "None, we are staying neutral, it's better to stay out of the ways of those old and prideful factions." "Oh, but your daughter and husband are a part of the alliance." Shuri nodded and then asked Ross Weiss, "So are you the secretary? Hey, how much is he paying you and making you work?" Ross Weiss and Shuri then started talking with each other as both of them felt a connection between them. Their boss makes used to work them to the bone, Tatsuya for Shuri and Odin for Ross Weiss. Tatsuya then left them on their own and said, "I will be in my room, ask someone to give me the keys of my suite." Shuri then took out a card from her pocket and said, "Already did, here." And threw it towards Tatsuya, who caught the key and went to the suite which only belonged to him. Later that evening, Tatsuya talked to Sirafal and both of them decided to visit the Yukai faction the next day as Sirafal wanted to rest a bit longer. Tatsuya then decided to take a bath and went in the bathroom. Once he was done, he came out only wearing shorts and lied down on the bed to sleep. Ross Weiss, who got her key from Shuri, decided to rest as well. She really liked talking to Shuri and exchanged contacts with her to talk to her once she went back with Tatsuya. It was very rare for her to find someone who is able to understand her situation, and since talking to her was enjoyable, she decided that they could be good friends. She entered the room and switched on the lights and went inside, but once she got in she was completely shocked. In front of Ross Weiss, Tatsuya was lying on the bed wearing nothing but shorts. Seeing that, a blush immediately appeared on her face and she didn't know what to do in such a situation. Suddenly she received a message on her phone and immediately took it out so as to distract her mind. Messages. Shuriheim Jima. So how is my gift Ross-chan? Great right, no need to thank me. Just think of it as a gift for our friendship and enjoy to your heart's content. P.S. The room is completely soundproof, you can scream as loud as you want. Ross Weiss immediately put her phone back and covered her cheeks and thought, what the hell do you mean by enjoy to your heart's content? My heart is going to come out of my chest in this kind of situation. She then looked at the sleeping Tatsuya and stared at his face for a while. Handsome, right? Out of nowhere she heard a voice and jumped back in surprise. She then looked at Tatsuya and then noticed a body started to manifest near him and soon Kurumi came in her sight. Seeing her, Ross Weiss sighed and said, don't scare me like that Kurumi-san. Kurumi chuckled and said, oh, don't mind me, it's just a bad habit of mine. By the way, why are you here, planning to attack him while he is asleep? You are sly one, eh? Well, I will join you to keep you company. Hearing that, Ross Weiss immediately shook her head and started explaining what happened. After hearing that, she immediately placed a sound barrier around Tatsuya and started laughing loudly, making Ross Weiss more embarrassed. Once she was done, she looked at Ross Weiss and said, so what will you do now? You can attack if you want to. But Ross Weiss immediately rejected. Hearing that, Kurumi smirked and said, well, aren't you good-natured? If any of the other girls from back home were to see him like this, they would at the very least take the opportunity to snuggle up to him. Kurumi sighed and said, well, I guess he would be happy about this as well, his fatigue has really taken a toll on his body. So letting him rest is a good idea. Hearing that, Ross Weiss asked, what does he do aside from going to school that he is tired? Hearing that, Kurumi gave a wry smile and said, well, from the point of view of all of you, you may not know, but for someone like me who is a part of him and occasionally go and reside inside him, know how much he is working, though not physically, there are more than 1,000 clones that are working for him, and each day after they disperse the amount of info from all of them, let's just say it is not comparable to anything I have seen. And he is doing that every day, so it is natural that he is tired. Hearing that, Rossia's eyes widened and she asked, seriously, how much mental resistance does he have? Kurumi snickered and said, comparable to Ruya, and it is only because of it that he can withstand all this. Not even all the members of the group combined can take in and process that much information on a whole day, much less an instant like he does. Compared to us, his work is way too much. There are many clones who are maintaining the balance between various races so that conflict do not arise between them. Ross Weiss was totally surprised hearing about the things that her boss is doing. She cannot believe what Kurumi was saying was the truth, but still the tone of her voice and the look in her eyes made her feel that the woman in front of her was indeed telling the truth. Suddenly she realized something and asked, wait a minute, you are saying that he is maintaining peace between various factions around the globe? Hearing that, Kurumi smirked and said, I don't have the exact details, as even I don't have the complete authority to look over his memories, but I can still tell that he have gained enough favors and acquaintances that he can make at least an average-sized faction if ever needs. Ross Weiss, who had her fair share of reactions today, just accepted the fact that her boss was awesome and didn't question him. She then looked at Tatsuya and then asked, by the way, where would I be sleeping? Kurumi snorted and said, just get on the bed, I can guarantee that he wouldn't do anything. I hardly believe that you are willing to sleep on the floor when this comfortable thing is right here. And then pushed the mattress a bit, which immediately engulfed her hand, showing how soft it was. Ross Weiss then thought for a while and then lied in the bed as well, though she made a wall of pillows between the two of them. Kurumi also lied beside Tatsuya and then asked, don't tell the others about what we just talked about, he don't want them to worry about him. Ross Weiss just nodded and then slowly drifted off to sleep. 212, is he a pedophile? The next morning when Tatsuya woke up, he turned around to get some more sleep but immediately crashed into something soft. He then moved his hands to check what it was, and after giving it a squish or two he thought, Kurumi, hey. He then turned the other side and once again the same thing happened, but this time he was confused. Who else had the guts to come into his room and sleep beside him? He opened his eyes and saw his silver-haired secretary sleeping peacefully next to him. He then looked at both the girls who were sandwiching him and muttered, so that's why I felt a bit stuffy while sleeping. Tatsuya then scratched his head and said, well, whatever, let's wake these two up, it's already getting late. We have to meet Yasaka as well. He then shook their bodies lightly, making the two girls squirm a bit as he smiled, seeing them frowning in annoyance. But suddenly he felt something and immediately turned towards Kurumi and started shaking her more violently. Kurumi, Kurumi, wake up. Hurry up. You need to tell me, how did it happen? Kurumi finally gave in and woke up while yawning and rubbing her eyes. Good morning, Tatsuya. What's the fuss about? Tatsuya pinched her cheeks and asked, how and when the hell did you get a real body? Kurumi, whose cheeks were getting pinched by Tatsuya, had some tears at the corner of her eyes, but as soon as Tatsuya asked the question her eyes lit up and she said with a smile on her face, but unfortunately no one understood what she said as she could not speak properly while her cheeks were getting pinched. Tatsuya then stopped pinching her cheeks, making Kurumi immediately rub her now red and swollen cheeks. You are a big meanie, why did you do that to me? Leaving that aside, now repeat again. I was not able to understand what you said at that time. Kurumi's brows twitched, but she still calmed herself down and said, I say Ruya to make me a body, and she did just that. Now I have a normal body as well, not just one of those formed by chakra. And when the hell were you going to tell me that? It's your own fault for not realizing it sooner. I was thinking of surprising you as well. Tatsuya then bonked her head lightly and said, it's not my fault in any way, congratulations on getting a body. Kurumi then puffed up head chest proudly and said, phew phew phew. Tatsuya then sighed and then looked at his secretary who was still sleeping and asked, and why is she here? Kurumi chuckled and then started explaining about what happened for Ross Weiss to come here. After listening to everything, Tatsuya sighed and said, looks like she really wants me to cut off her salary a bit. He then patted Rossius's head and said, wake up Ross, we have work to do. Ross Weiss, who was smiling on being petted, took some time but soon woke up as well and immediately got embarrassed once she noticed her boss was the one who was petting her. She immediately jumped off the bed and dashed towards the bathroom, not allowing any of the two to say anything. Both Tatsuya and Kurumi looked at each other for a while, and Kurumi with a shrug of her shoulders said, she must have built up quite a pressure if she had to rush to the toilet that fast. Tatsuya just smiled wryly and lied back on the bed, seeing which Kurumi soon snuggled beside him. Later that day, after the trio were done with Ross Weiss' continuous apologies for getting in his room and hearing Shuri's pleas to not cut her salary, all three of them along with Sirafal were heading towards the Yukai faction. Surprisingly, Sirafal was wearing a kimono, seeing which Kurumi decided to wear one as well while also making Ross Weiss wear one. All of them soon came in front of the temple and then started climbing up. Soon they came in front of the entrance of the Yukai faction, and the guards who noticed them appeared with their spears pointing towards them, but once they saw Tatsuya they bowed and said, Tatsuya-sama, we apologize for pointing out weapons towards you. Tatsuya just waved his hands and said, no need to worry about that, you guys were doing your duty, right? Anyway, are Yasaka and Kuno here? Hearing that, one of the Tengu guard raised his head and said, yes, they are here, shall I inform them about your visit? Tatsuya shook his head and said, nah, leave it. We will just meet her, besides I hardly believe she will not come to know about us visiting her. The guards then stepped aside to let them step inside, and just as the four of them passed through the gate the surroundings started to change. In front of them a wild settlement filled with Japanese-styled buildings and architecture appeared, and various yokai from different races were visible to them as well. The yokai who felt the presence of Tatsuya and the other three immediately looked at them with fear, but as soon as they noticed Tatsuya and Kurumi, all of them sighed and started greeting the two of them. Ross Weiss, who saw what happened, was overwhelmed seeing the popularity of her current boss, and immediately the words that Kurumi told last night came to her mind. Soon a lot of children started surrounding Tatsuya and started asking questions to him, and some of them started to drag him to play with them as well. Tatsuya was in dilemma about what to do and was about to reject the children as he had still some work to do. The children who felt that Tatsuya was going to reject the offer lowered their ears and looked at him with puppy eyes, which made it very difficult for him to reject them. They even offered to let him touch their ears and tail, which was something that most of them knew was his weakness, but he, being the diligent man he was, he looked away towards his companions and said, you guys go ahead, I will meet you later. And was immediately dragged away by the children who were shouting with joy on their victory. Seeing him getting easily swayed by the children, Ross Weiss had some complicated thoughts in her mind and thought, is he a pedophile? 213, Meeting the Heroes. A few days have passed since Tatsuya and the others came to the Yukai faction. Sirafal has been negotiating with both Yukai and the Shinto faction for all these days, still working to come to an agreement. Tatsuya on the other hand was just enjoying his vacation, relaxing in the territory, talking with Susanoo and Tsukiyomi, and going on dates with either the foxes, the magical girl, or the goddess Amaterasu. He has been peacefully living there as Ross Weiss has been taking care of the documents in his stead. He was really grateful for her help and even promised to do any one thing she wants. Currently Tatsuya, who was waiting for Yasaka and Kuno to come back from the meeting with the leaders of the 5 clans while reading a book. Suddenly the door of the room opened and Kuno came in totally worried. Tatsuya looked at her worried expression and widened his eyes in surprise. He immediately hugged her and started to console the crying girl. He immediately activated his powers, which he has not been using for the past few days, so that he could relax, and in that instant he activated them. A huge surge of energy enveloped the entire world, but in an instant it died down, not causing any major problems except for the strong people from the major factions getting surprised by the power. He then checked Kuno's memories as she was too panicked to talk and come to know that the hero faction was trying to kidnap Yasaka, who was currently fighting and trying to protect Kuno from being kidnapped. He immediately called Kurumi and told her to take care of Kuno and teleport towards Yasaka's position. The leader of the hero faction, Cao, who was wielder of the true Longinus, along with his team was fighting against Yasaka in a dimension made by Dimension Lost, which made escaping for Yasaka very difficult. What happened, leader of Yukai? Having trouble dealing with us? Yasaka didn't say anything and just narrowed her eyes and said, who are you and why have you come to our territory? But before they could answer, Tatsuya appeared in front of Yasaka and said, they are hero wannabes who don't even have the knowledge to say I am here. Seeing him suddenly appear in front of them, Tatsuya raised his hand and said, Yo! Seeing him, the whole hero faction was surprised, not because he was able to enter the dimension, but because all of them could feel that he was a human just like them. Cao narrowed his eyes and said, Shiba Tatsuya, I presume, looks like the word about a strong human associating with the three biblical factions was true. Tatsuya smirked and said, Oh! Aren't I a famous one? And you must be Cao the wielder of the true Longinus, I guess. Cao smirked as well and said, So you know of me as well, pleasure to meet you, or so I would like to say, but why are you here? And pointed his spear at Tatsuya. Tatsuya just raised his hands gesturing him to stop violence and said, Calm down, I am here for a vacation and was searching for my girlfriend. I will just take her and go back, no need to get violent here, man, I don't wish to fight during my vacation as much as possible. Hearing that Cao snorted and said, Stop taking us as a joke and tell us what is your purpose of coming here. Do you wish to join us fellow humans and show the world that we are the greatest? Tatsuya chuckled and said, No, I am not taking you for a joke, I really came to take her back, and regarding joining you, nah, not interested. So he then turned towards the one wearing glasses and said, It would be better if you could stop using your sacred gear and destroy this dimension of yours. I don't have problem destroying it, but it will only hurt you back, as I can see that you are already pushing the limit of your gear to the maximum you could, so destroying it might injure you. Suddenly a sword slash came towards Tatsuya's way by the six-handed swordsman of the hero group. Tatsuya looked towards the sized armed swordsman and said in annoyance, Man, are all you swordsmen retarded, why the hell do you all attack someone whom you don't know of so straightforwardly? He then took out his favorite spoon and casually parried of the swords and said, Full counter. And immediately various slash marks appeared on the swordsman's body and was thrown away. Seeing such a thing happen right in front of them, the hero faction members were totally speechless, and George immediately started healing Siegfried. Tatsuya looked at Yasaka and asked, You okay, feeling pain anywhere? But Yasaka shook her head in denial. Tatsuya nodded and looked back at the hero faction, who were now all aiming their weapons at him. Cao, who was angered by the actions of Tatsuya, started putty his aura in the spear, making it glow, and said, Looks like I need to show you the power of the spear that killed thee. Tatsuya immediately teleported in front of Cao, not giving him any time to register what happened. He then took his spear from his, snapped it in half and have the two halves back to him, and then teleport back to his original position. God! Cao then looked at his broken spear and then at Tatsuya, then at spear and then back at Tatsuya. He did it for a while until he digested what happened in his brain. His eyes widened in shock and he said, What the hell did you do to my spear? Tatsuya's gaze lowered a bit and with a smirk on his face he said, Dude, you are not big enough to call that a spear. Hearing that, all of them blinked for a while, but soon George realized what Tatsuya meant and looked towards Cao's crotch and muttered, Yes, he certainly is not that well endowed in that department. Cao looked at George and then followed his gaze, and immediately his brows twitched and he said, That has nothing to do with it. Jean and the others understood as well but didn't know what to say. Cao immediately unsummoned his spear and then called it back, and it appeared completely fixed. Seeing that, Tatsuya sighed and said, That's why I don't like my opponent to have soul-liked weapons. So are you really set on fighting? All of them pointed their weapons and magic circle towards Tatsuya, making him sigh in annoyance, and I thought I can have a nice vacation. 214, Garage Sale. Tatsuya then took out his Neo Cerverista. If you have forgotten about it, check out CH37, and activated it, and a purple energy blade manifested over the handle he was holding. He then brought the sword forward and said, You should go back, Yasaka, I will come back later. And then force teleport her out of George's dimension. Seeing her getting teleport, Cao frowned and thought, You really are acting like a nuisance in our plan. Tatsuya shrugged and said, What, I am just protecting my family, you two will do the same for yours as well, right? Cao smirked and then immediately dashed towards Tatsuya and tried to stab him, but Tatsuya intercepted his attack. Yeah, but only for my family, but unfortunately our mission takes precedence over it. Tatsuya then pushed him back and tried to slash him, but Jean made a wall of swords to block Tatsuya's attack, but Tatsuya immediately destroyed it with his sword. Cao, who was now back to his group, said, And it doesn't seem like you will let us do as we please. Tatsuya then said, Oh, believe me, I am the most neutral guy you can find. If someone who is not related to me is your target, then I can assure you that I won't do anything about it, unless I myself have something to do with it. Cao smiled and said, Oh. Is that so? Then we will be very grateful for that, but unfortunately this time our target is someone related to you. Tatsuya's sword then changed to green and he said, Sorry, I cannot allow that. And then he slashed the air, and immediately 6 long green energy blades moved towards all the individuals of the hero faction, making them either dodge or block the slash. That was just a warning, next time won't be that easy. All of them except for Leonard clicked their tongues, and George then fired a large amount of spells towards him. Tatsuya's eyes then turned red with a pattern inside the eye and immediately a huge grey skeleton appeared around him and blocked all the attacks. Yes, his Susanoo is grey-colored. Seeing the giant skeleton, all of them were surprised and George asked, "Is that a spell or a sacred gear?" Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who knows?" Hearing that, George narrowed his eyes and then looked towards Leonardo and nodded his head. Leonard then raised his hands and soon his shadow started to expand and various humanoid beings started to emerge out of it. Tatsuya looked at the creations for a while and then turned towards Leonardo and asked, "Does Annihilation Maker allow you to make as many monsters you are capable of making without any side effects, like mental strain or something? Or does it have a mental strain transfer as well?" Hearing his question, Leonardo's eyes widened and he looked towards George to ask what to do, seeing which George smirked and shifted his glasses and said, "Who knows?" Tatsuya gave him the same answer. All of them except for George sweat dropped at his answer and even his leader looked at him with a look which was saying, "Really?" Tatsuya then said, "Does it really felt good copying me? If yes, then I am flattered." Tatsuya then looked at Cao and asked, "So why are you after Yasaka?" Cao kept his spear to the side and said, "There is no harm in telling that. We want her power to affect the ley lines surrounding Kyoto and summon the Great Red so that we can have a battle of legends between the heroes and dragons." Tatsuya then said, "But there hasn't been any distortion in the dimension to open a path to the dimension gap to our world. So how will you open the path?" Cao smirked and said, A few months ago someone opened the dimensional gap, we don't know who, but since then there has been a slight distortion in the space-time bridges between the two, so by using the power of ley lines and the power of dimension lost we will summon the dragon." Tatsuya, who heard the whole answer, sighed and thought, "That idiot must be me and Ruya, looks like our battle caused some ripples in there, I will tell her to fix it later." He then gave a tired sigh and said, "Anyway, if you are still going to continue then please go all out. I don't have time for all this." Cao and his team got serious and narrowed their eyes. He then said, "Don't look down on us, Shiba Tatsuya, we are the hero faction, even if you are strong we will not back down. Show him you all. He should know what we are capable of." All of them then started to charge their power for a big attack, sensing which Tatsuya said, "That spear is really something. To be able to release that much aura even when the balance breaker is not activated is amazing." Cao smiled and said, "Want to retreat?" Tatsuya put his sword back in his storage and said, "You know what, I guess I will fight you all a bit seriously. After all, you really are thinking rock much of yourself if you are not even using your balance breaker or your trump card against me." He then moved his hand to his side and soon a glow started to come out of his hand, making all of them close their eyes because of too much brightness. Soon the glow died down and a huge spear with a broad blade and a glowing energy blade in the middle of it appeared, number Vasavai Shakti. Tatsuya smirked and said, "So how do you like my spear? It can kill gods as well." He then started pouring energy inside it, making the spear release its already powerful aura, which made the hero faction widen their eyes in surprise. Tatsuya then started to levitate in the air while charging the spear and said, "Willing to use your balance breaker yet?" Cao gulped his saliva and asked, "Why is that spear's energy similar to his?" And just as he said that, a man appeared in front of the hero faction wearing an aloha shirt and a pair of sunglasses. "Because it was made by me. But the real question is, how do you possess it?" Tatsuya looked towards the newcomer and said, "So, the backer is here as well, hey? Oh. And this spear? I bought it in a garage sale a few years ago at a cheap cost, a hell of a deal if you ask me, so are you going to take your guys back or you are joining as well?" 215, Getting serious. Tatsuya and Indra were staring at each other for a while, both not speaking a word, making the tension in the surrounding rise by a lot. Tatsuya, who was getting slightly impatient, asked, "So, you going back or should I kick your ass before you want to go back?" Frankly saying, I am not really in the mood for something like this, as currently I am on a vacation, so. Indra started to fly as well and came to the same height as Tatsuya and asked, "Why are you able to use something that should only be usable by someone whom I have given the authority over it? Are you Karna's incarnation?" Tatsuya shook his head and said, "No, I am not anyone's incarnation, I am just me." Indra narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you think that it is some kind of joke? Forget it, just give me back my damn spear." "Nope." Hearing that, Indra's brows twitched in anger and he then said, "Boy, don't drag this for long, that spear is rightfully mine." Tatsuya shook his head and said, "How can I believe that? Are you feeling any sort of connection to this spear? If so, why isn't it reacting to you?" Indra then started to release his divinity but was not able to feel the connection he expected he would get from the spear, making him surprise. Tatsuya smirked and said, "Not able to feel it, right?" Indra glared at Tatsuya and said, "What game are you playing? Why can't I call my spear?" Tatsuya then said, I don't know, maybe it's not yours, that's why." Indra then summoned a spear and pointed it towards Tatsuya and said, "Give it back, you are not worthy enough to wield it. I don't know what thing are you using to block my connection with it, but I will not allow you to use it." If I am planning to wage war on Shiva, then I might need all resources I can gather, and yet I am not able to get access to something that belongs to me. Tatsuya just stared blankly at him and said, "First of all, this spear is not yours, it's something that I created, copied. Second, you are in a territory that is technically mine, while Yasaka and Amy are technically with me. Third, killing you will only cause more problems for me in the future, so I would rather not do that." Indra then said, "Firstly, I don't care. Secondly, we are currently in George's dimension. Thirdly, how can killing me cause you more problems if I am not around anymore?" Tatsuya then said, "It's simple. Currently you are still not blacklisted from the Hindu faction, and killing you will agitate many gods and people of your faction, which will in turn come to me seeking for revenge. I destroy the faction, then the allies of your faction will come seeking for revenge. I destroy all the allies, then the remaining factions will try to group together and deal with me as I am a supposed threat for their faction. I destroy them, no factions left, I will have to take responsibility to take care of the areas left behind by those factions. It's nothing but trouble." Hearing that, all of them got silent and looked at Tatsuya with a deadpan expression on their faces and thought at the same time, "Isn't he thinking way too deeply? Stop speaking nonsense, you are talking as if you can defeat all the factions on your own." Tatsuya didn't say anything and just looked at him with a neutral expression on his face, seeing which Indra's lips twitched and he thought, "Is he really thinking that way?" Cao looked at Tatsuya and thought, "So he is as confident as us, knowing that we humans can best them all." He then smirked and thought, "His thinking is just like us." Tatsuya, who heard him, thought, "Not even a bit, I have no wish of flaunting my status to the whole supernatural world. I already have enough on my plate to take care of." Suddenly Tatsuya moved the spear, blocking an attack coming towards him. "So you can react to such an attack? Hey, looks like you will not be that boring." Tatsuya looked at Indra, who had a smirk on his face, and sighed. He then stared directly in Indra's eyes and said, "Don't say that I didn't warn you before, and you are the one who is picking fight with me." He then pushed Indra back and immediately thrusted his spear towards Indra's chest, but Indra moved immediately as well and blocked the attack with his own spear, but was pushed back a few meters away. "You pack quite a punch as well." He then narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's start getting serious." And started releasing his aura, because of which the dimension started to shake and threatened to collapse at any moment. Seeing his dimension shaking, George started to panic, but Tatsuya immediately maintained the dimension and looked towards the hero faction and said, "I don't think you all will be able to get out for a while, just stay back and put a barrier or something around you." The hero faction jumped back and took a reasonable distance from the two, and George immediately formed a barrier around them. Cao looked at his spear and felt that it was trying to tell him something. It must be the god-slaying ability of the spear, it must be sensing his divinity. He then turned around to focus on the two fighters, but immediately his eyes widened in shock. He looked around at the fellow members of his team and saw that they were completely shocked by the sight in front of them as well. Indra, who was done powering up, summoned another spear and threw it towards Tatsuya, who just destroyed it with a slash from his own, but then immediately tilted his head when he noticed the god trying to stab him with his spear. He then thrusted his spear towards Indra, who just deflected it with his magic. Both of them took a distance from each other and stared at one another for a while, when all of a sudden both of them vanished from their spots. Boom! 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 A series of large explosions could be heard by the others, but the onlookers were not able to make out what was happening. Siegfried and Cao, who had fastest reaction times in the group, had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads, and both of them gulped their saliva. And Cao, "What is this kind of speed?" Siegfried nodded his head and said, "Yeah, I could only see their after images at best." Hearing what the two members of their team said, the others were looked at the two for a while and then back at the sky. Is this happening just from the two of them clashing with one another? In the sky, Indra and Tatsuya were constantly attacking and blocking each other's attacks, and Indra, who had an excited expression on his face, felt that they were almost at an equal level. But suddenly he noticed something, and immediately his expression changed and he now had a frown on his face. He gritted his teeth in anger and used a bit more strength in his next attack, which Tatsuya blocked once again while having a neutral expression on his face. I glared at Tatsuya and said, You are not even half serious about this, right?" Tatsuya didn't say anything and just stared at him with his usual cold expression, which only made the god more pissed at the human in front of him. Cao and the others were confused by what Indra was saying and asked, "What's the matter?" Indra continued to glare at Tatsuya while trying to push him away and said, "This boy is mocking me by not even using half of his strength in the battle." Hearing which, all of them got even more surprised. Tatsuya, who was blocking the god's attack, thought, "Well, he is correct in a sense. I am not even using half of my physical capabilities, and regarding magic or anything else, well, that would be overkill." Suddenly Indra used his whole body got covered with lightning, seeing which Tatsuya pushed him back, wanting to know what the god was trying to do. But just as he pushed him back, a flash passed by him, making Tatsuya a bit surprised, and he then moved his spear and blocked the spear which was going to pierce him. Again a flash passed by him, and once again he blocked the spear. "So you can keep up with this as well, hey?" Indra then took some distance from him and summoned a large number of lightning around him and fired them all towards Tatsuya, who just teleported behind Indra and tried to stab him, but Indra noticed that immediately flickered behind Tatsuya and once again fired the spears at Tatsuya. Tatsuya immediately used a barrier to block the attack, seeing which Indra smirked and said, "So you finally decided to use your magic, hey?" And then immediately rushed towards Tatsuya with a huge spear in his hand, trying to stab through the barrier and attack Tatsuya, but all of a sudden a huge pressure enveloped the dimension, making it start shaking once again. Everyone in the dimension started looking around to see what was happening, but then noticed Tatsuya, whose eyes were glowing while a small amount of his aura was leaking unconsciously. Tatsuya looked at Indra and immediately Indra stopped moving, making the god look at his body in surprise. He then looked at Tatsuya, who was staring directly in Indra's eyes, making the god feel a chill run down his spine, which made him shocked. He felt fear from the human in front of him. Indra, noticing this, internally cursed himself and glared at Tatsuya. Tatsuya removed the barrier around him and then stabilized the dimension so that it wouldn't collapse and said, "So shall we get serious, now?" And for the first time since the beginning of the battle smiled at Indra. 216, let's get more serious. Indra, who looked at Tatsuya's smile, gulped his saliva and tried to move away and attack him, but some mysterious force was preventing him from moving. He glared at Tatsuya and asked, "Is this your doing?" Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, "What, I am trying to be a bit serious here, so of course I will hold back a little less. Now on to the main topic." Tatsuya then looked directly in Indra's eyes and asked, "So how do you want to get your ass kicked, the boring way or the cool way?" "Oh, and of course I would be the one who will look cool here." Indra glared at Tatsuya and said, "Do whatever you want, but keep this in mind, I will not back down." Tatsuya looked at him with a deadpan look and said, "So let's go with cool mode, if I use the boring way you will break instantly." Tatsuya looked towards the hero faction, or more particularly at Cao. Seeing his gaze, all of them got stiff and gulped their saliva, hoping that the monster in human skin don't come their way for the attack. Tatsuya just focused on the true Longinus and traced it, and then looked back at Indra and said, "You want a spear, right?" And then smirked and said, "Then let's start with the cool/Chiyuni process. Rap style, I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet, those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. Jutsu." Suddenly the dimension started to get bright and soon all of them shut their eyes from the brightness. Soon the light started to die down and Indra and the hero faction opened their eyes only to find themselves in a different location, one where the ground was stabbed with countless weapons. Indra and hero faction looked around with a confused expression on their faces and Indra asked, "Where are we?" Suddenly Tatsuya appeared out of nowhere and said, "Well, you are currently in my dimension. I thought that the previous dimension could collapse any moment if started to get a bit serious, so now we are here." He then smiled and said, "Now, time for your spears." And raised his hand, and countless number of true Longinus, Vasavai Shakti and a lot of different kind of spear came out of the ground and floated behind him. Seeing the scene in front of them, the hero faction was completely speechless, especially Cao, as he noticed countless number of true Longinus behind Tatsuya, while Indra though was a bit surprised by the scene, he was mostly pissed as he could clearly feel that there were countless number of the spears he had made, yet he could not control any of them. Tatsuya then pointed his finger towards Indra and immediately all the spears rushed towards him in a frightening speed. The hero faction immediately jumped back, not wanting to get in their way, while Indra once again covered his body with lightning and started dodging and firing spears of lightning towards the incoming wave of spears. Tatsuya, who saw Indra using all he had to dodge the spears, chuckled and said, "Looks like you can still keep up, then how about this?" Suddenly the whole ground glowed and various spears appeared on it and pointed towards the sky, making Indra pale, not because of the number of spears but because he could feel that each and every one of the spears below him was a god slayer. Tatsuya chuckled and said, "Looks like this is still not enough for you." And then his eyes turned into Sharingan and a huge grey Tengu came in sight of Indra and the hero faction, making them completely speechless. The Tengu then moved his arm and a huge spear appeared in its hand, like Shisui's Susanoo. Indra looked at Tatsuya with his eyes and mouth wide open in shock, not able to think what to say about the situation he was currently in. There was no way that he could dodge or protect himself from any of this, not to mention, "Why the hell are you making me not move at all? At least give me that much freedom." But Tatsuya, who still had a smile on his face, looked at Indra and said, "Oh, is this still nothing compared to you? Then let me get even more serious." And then made 24 more clones of himself clad in a Susanoo, making a total of 25. Seeing 24 more giants appear in front of them, both the hero faction and Indra wanted to cough blood at this sight. What no match for Indra, it was straight up bullying now. Indra wanted to argue and opened his mouth, but Tatsuya immediately interjected him and said, "No need to say anything, I understand what you want to say, this is still nothing compared to your godly caliber, right? Then let's get even more serious here. And various more clones this time without a Susanoo appeared on top of the Susanoo's head with different swords and weapons in their hands, though all of them could feel that the weapons were strong as hell, especially a sword-like weapon with a golden hilt and 3 black spiraling parts over it which were releasing a huge amount of energy, not to mention half of them were wielding the same sword-like spiraling weapon. Indra and the hero faction were not sure anymore what to say about the current situation. This cannot be called even bullying anymore. Tatsuya was clearly playing with him now. Tatsuya, who was hearing their thoughts for a while, smiled and said, "You all must be thinking that I am just massacring him, but don't worry, I am not cruel. I give you all my word that Indra will not die, even if he wanted to." Tatsuya then looked at Indra and said, "In fact you will not even feel any of these attacks hit you, at least till you wake up." Indra, who heard that, wanted to ask what he was talking about, but then Tatsuya appeared in front of him with his Sharingan activated and said, "Now look into my eyes and drift off to dreamland, of hell." Suddenly the scene in front of Indra's eyes changed and he found himself in a completely dark space with his hands and legs bound by some sort of chains. He tried to break free from them, but all his efforts were in vain. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why is this happening to me? I just wanted that spear." "Ah, you wanted a spear?" Out of nowhere Indra heard a voice and turned his head only to find a bulky man wearing a magical girl costume. The man/woman then took a magic wand and said, "Don't worry magical girl, Miltan will fulfill your wish." And shook he wand as some glitters came out of it. Indra looked at the man/woman with an annoyed expression and thought, "What the hell is this comedian doing here? A/N, what else he/she is going to do some tragedy comedy? Comedy, do some comedy, yeah that's all." Suddenly when the glitter coming out of the wand fell on the ground, a few more men/women appeared near the previous one. The original looked at the newcomers and said, "Magical girls, our friend here is in need of our help, darling, want some spears?" The group nodded enthusiastically and then walked towards the chained god and then surrounded him. Indra looked at all of them and asked, "What the hell are you all weirdos doing? Release me this instant." One of the bulky man/woman said, "Oh, we will help you in your release." Indra nodded and waited for them to release the shackles, but them felt something on his butt and his whole body shivered. He wanted to turn around and look who was it, but then he felt another pair of hands holding his head in place and saw the man/woman's face just an inch away from his own, making him flinch on instinct. "Now then let us show you our spear wielding," and immediately someone tore off his clothes. Indra's eyes widened in shock and it was at that moment he knew he fucked up. Got fucked? 217, sparing the heroes. After months of closed-door cultivation, Indra, who was on the verge of having a mental breakdown, got out of the darkness and was once again in the dimension from where it all started, but not iced that his whole body was pierced by a lot of spears and his whole body was covered in blood. He could feel pain even while breathing and was barely able to open his eyes. Tatsuya, who noticed that the god was now back to his senses, unsummoned all his clones and weapon including the ones impaled in his body and went towards the god. Once he was in front of him, Tatsuya lifted his hand and Indra was now back to his original state. Indra looked at his body and tried to move it but didn't said anything. He was afraid that if he were to say anything the human in front of him would get even more serious and that was not good for him. He don't want to feel any more spear wielding. Tatsuya, who heard his thoughts, smirked and asked, "Was that enough or should I get even more Indra immediately raised his hands up and said, "No need, I surrender, I surrender. Don't get any more serious, I have seen enough. Please I beg you don't get serious anymore." And then immediately got on his fours while floating in the air. The hero faction, who looked at their backer prostrating in front of the human, were surprised but not that much. Though, they might not be aware of all the things that happened to him, what all they had seen was enough for them to think that Indra was dome for. They had seen many spear piercing him over and over again and how his body kept on healing as well, which was continued by even more attacks by the giants and spiraling sword thing, Susanoo and Ea. Tatsuya looked at the god who was begging him for mercy and with an innocent smile on his face asked, "Didn't you want this spear?" And moved the spear which was in his hand towards the god, who immediately backed away a few meters from him and said, "I am not going to touch any spears from now on. And by any I mean any, you understand that? I am not touching it." And crossed his arms in a cross-like manner, number Wakanda salute. Tatsuya just stared at Indra for a sh while, who was looking back at him with a reluctant look on his face. Tatsuya then smirked and moved the spear forward and Indra immediately moved away from him. "Don't bring that thing near me. But it's yours, right? I don't want it. No, I don't even want to look at it. Oh, don't be like that. Come here, take it." And then once again moved forward and Indra started running away and Tatsuya started chasing him. For some reason he found chasing after the god, who was scared as hell just on seeing the spear, felt amusing to Tatsuya, and he did it for a few minutes before he felt bored and stopped. Indra then landed beside the hero faction and Tatsuya in front of them. Both the parties stared at each other for a while, with the hero faction getting a bit wary and uncomfortable being in presence of Tatsuya. All of them remained silent for a while when suddenly Indra said, "Cao, can you keep that spear away from me?" Cao who heard him looked at him strangely for a while but soon complied with it. Tatsuya looked at Indra and said, I am surprised that you can still be rational after all that. Indra felt a shiver run down his spine just remembering about what happened to him in that back world and looked at Tatsuya and said, that was way too cruel of you and you dare use that against a god like me. If I haven't sealed my conscience in meditative state I would have broken down long ago. Tatsuya who heard him widened his eyes and nodded his head and said, I see, so there is a way to counter this technique by the normal people as well. I thought only people like Barakil can overcome this but it seems that I was wrong. Well, I get to learn something new anyways. Indra looked at Tatsuya and asked, so what will you do now? I have tried but I cannot leave this dimension so what will you do to us? Hearing that the hero faction tensed up as well and got prepared to fight even though it would just be a useless struggle on their part. Tatsuya looked at them and said, keep your weapons back and go back to the attire with which you all go in public I will get us out of here now. All of their eyes widened and they looked at Tatsuya as if he had grown a second head. Cao came forwards and said, wait, you will let us go just like that? We literally attacked you. And we even tried to capture the yokai leader. Tatsuya just shrugged his shoulders and said, your attacks meant nothing to me and regarding the attack on Yasaka, there was not even a scratch on her and you would not have been able to beat her anyway. And if by some method you would have captured her or made a fatal attack on her, a barrier would have activated which would have notified me about that and you all would have been dead the moment I came into the field. Besides I already beat you all more than enough earlier, so all is fine. He then looked at Indra and said, and regarding you there was no reason for us to fight in the first place, you just started attacking me for the spear and I fought back in self-defense. It's not like you all were here to kill anyway and I am on a vacation as well so I don't want to deal with the annoyance of capturing or killing a god who is still not blacklisted in his own faction and a faction from the Cows Brigade which would make them try to neutralize potential threat which will lead to further killing and then more brave idiots will come which will make me do more killing and then more and more finally no faction would be left and I would have to maintain the whole world. No thanks I already have enough to deal with. Hearing that all of them once again felt a rike on their brows hearing that Tatsuya was still thinking that he could take on entire factions on their own. But this time they thought that it was somewhat possible after seeing his strength. Tatsuya then snapped his fingers and all of them came back to Kyoto. Indra looked around and after confirming that he was back in his world he sighed and apologized to Tatsuya for the inconvenience and then left. Cao and the others were about to hoe back but Tatsuya stopped them and said, you all are not thinking of doing something funny here again, are you? All of them stopped on their tracks and looked at Tatsuya and didn't say anything. Tatsuya stared back at them and sighed. He looked at Cao and asked, what is your goal? Cao was surprised for an instant but then said, to show the whole world that humans are on top. Tatsuya nodded and said, yeah, and do you really think that the method that you are using will help you reach that goal? Cao who heard Tatsuya looked at him with a confused expression on his face and wanted him to continue what he wants to say. Tatsuya said, I mean just think about it a faction that appeared out of nowhere summoned the strongest being of the world which let us assume that you all somehow managed to defeat not that you all will last even a second against her, but let's leave it at that, how many do you think going to believe that? Hearing that all the hero faction members thought about it for a while and soon thoughts about what Tatsuya was saying was true came in their minds. Tatsuya then said, and if you all get killed while fighting Great Red then forget about making a name for yourselves no one will even know that you all ever existed. And let us assume that you were somehow able to defeat the dragon and some people believed that as well, then the many factions around the world will come for your head and let us assume this as well that you were able to defeat all the factions as well, then too your mission will fail. Cao raised his brows and asked, how? Tatsuya nonchalantly said, just think about it, if there is no supernatural or factions around the world who will tell about your supposed legends to the others and soon your names will be forgotten as well. And if you are killed by someone else your aim to show the world that the humans are on top will automatically fail. Not to mention your names will go down as criminals in the history as well. All of them got shocked by Tatsuya's explanation and didn't want to believe him but were not able to retort him. George then asked, so what do you think that we should do? Tatsuya looked at George and smirked seeing that they took his bait and said, why not start making your name by fighting beings at your level not in the way of killing them, rather challenge them to a duel, this will both serve as your goal and training. Not to mention you would be able to form connections with other supernatural as well, and even if you don't work with them you all still would not be on their wrong side. Hopefully. But still that will help you all slowly make your name in the supernatural world without getting bad rumors about you all. George and the others thought about what Tatsuya said and began pondering about the topic. Seeing Tatsuya decided to give the final blow and said, you know even Valia and his team fights with gods and other supernatural often and don't have that many bad rumors about them as they usually ask for a formal duel or training from their opponents. They have many connections as well. You know Valia? Yeah, he usually comes to get his butt kicked from time to time, not to mention Kurika is my maid too. All of them were surprised by the sudden information but Tatsuya then said, there is one more thing that I want to talk about but I will tell you that when you all decide to change the path you all are walking on. Here take this calling circle, I don't think I need to tell you how this works. George then took the paper with the magic circle inscribed on it and then scanned it and nodded his head. Tatsuya nodded and said, well, tell me when you change your mind and a warning, no a promise to you all, I don't care whether you change your ways or not, but if you dare threaten someone related to me whether knowingly or unknowingly, I will not show you mercy like this again. Today, I let you all go just because you all didn't came with the intention of killing or hurt Yasaka by mistake, but I know this as well, that mistakes don't happen all the time. So be careful who you choose to target. He then waited for them to digest all the information and saw them teleport away. He then made sure that no other suspicious person was in vicinity and said, well they did had valuable info in their brain that Vala didn't have. Looks like he isn't liked much in the Cows Brigade. Well, if they change I might take them under me as well and make them work undercover for me. If that does not happen, then me letting them live was a bad gamble. Not something that I can't take care of. Vala's Gramps is working fast as well. He then gave a tired sigh and said, which means that more problems to take care of will arise and I just happen to govern the center of most problematic events. He sighed once again and then went back to the base of the Yukai faction. 218, Animal Features. Tatsuya returned back to the Yukai faction and was immediately tackled by Kuno who kept crying and thanking him for saving her mother. Tatsuya comforted her for a while and then put her in bed as she cried herself to sleep. Tatsuya then decided to report the incident to Yasaka without mentioning the involvement of the Hindu god as the matter with the god was his own conflict not theirs. All of them discussed about the matter and finally the Shinto and Yukai faction decided to join the alliance as the security issues were getting a bit problematic since the members of Cows Brigade were able to enter their territory without any problem. Sirafal sighed seeing that she was finally able to convince the factions to join the alliance but still felt a bit bitter as it was because of the Cows Brigade's invasion and not her negotiating skill because of which they decided to join the alliance. Tatsuya who noticed this consoled his magical girl for the whole day but was not able to make much of a progress. He sighed and said, well, looks like I don't have any other way. And carried her in his arms much to the Mu's surprise and said, tonight I will have a battle with magical girl Siratan, in the bed that is. And took her to his bedroom. Sirafal who was feeling depressed for the whole day was surprised by the sudden events and was not able to register what was happening. After she was able to digest what was going on in her brain she found herself to be in a dimly lit room with Tatsuya sitting in front of her on a futon. Wait Tatsuya but Tatsuya stopped her from saying anything by sealing her mouth with his own. Sirafal who was kissed out of nowhere by Tatsuya blinked her eyes in surprise but soon went along with it and started kissing back. Tatsuya noticed that and inwardly smirked thinking that he was finally able to distract her. He then slowly pushed her back on the bed and then started to open the kimono that she has been wearing from the time she came to Kyoto. He also undid her hair bun making her long hair to be seen in full glory which was very rare for him as he had never seen her hair without being tied. He then stopped kissing her and moved a bit back to let the devil take in some breath and said, so were you saying something? Sirafal looked at Tatsuya still gasping for air and said, I was saying that let me prepare my heart for it, but it's fine now. She then looked at her almost open yukata and untied hair and said, no point in stopping here anyway. So how do I look with my hair like this? Tatsuya caressed her hair and said, lovely. Sirafal chuckled and said, now then, let this magical girl show you some of her tricks. And then pushed Tatsuya back and got on top of his and started kissing him once again while taking off his shirt. Tatsuya also noticed someone sneaking inside the room but knowing who the person was he let it be and then placed a barrier around the room for no sound to escape front the room. Sirafal who felt the barrier around the room smile mischievously but then she realized someone else was in the room as well and tensed up but soon calmed down feeling who the person was. Yasaka-san it is not good to enter someone else's room. Era, Sirafal-san, I thought that something fun was going in here so I decided to join. I hope you don't mind. Sirafal turned around and saw Yasaka wearing her usual yellow kimono with her ears and tails out. Seeing that Sirafal narrowed her eyes and said, seeing that you have your ears and tails out, you decided to play serious, right? So me saying that I mind doesn't matter at all. Yasaka just chuckled and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Phew. Sirafal sighed and said, fine, I am a generous magical girl, so I will let you in. Oh, then you won't mind me either, right? And then Kurumi who was inside Tatsuya materialized beside him and kept Tatsuya's head on her lap. But once Tatsuya and the others saw her all of them were surprised. Tatsuya moved his hand forward and caressed something and asked, Kurumi, since when did you have fox ears and tail in your human form? Phew, well when my body was made by Ruya, I asked for some customizations. You like it right? Tatsuya caressed her ears and tails and immediately her started rubbing his face with her tails and said, yeah, they really are soft. And had a small smile on his face. Yasaka looked at Kurumi and said, so you also got your own tails and ears, hey. Well looks like a new teammate to the fox ear group. Kurumi who was feeling ecstatic by her tails and ears being caressed by Tatsuya only gave a nod to her before she was subdued by Tatsuya's caressing, she now understood why those Nico Xiao, Kunu, and Yasaka always pester him to caress their ears and tails. It really felt like a bliss to them. Sirafal, who being left behind by the other, was a bit upset, but then she realized something and said with a smile on her face, "Oh, don't underestimate the magical girl," and took out a rig out of nowhere and wore it, and immediately a pair of bunny ears and tail appeared on her body. This magical girl have her own ways, peon. Tatsuya and the others were surprised seeing Sirafal having a pair of rabbit ears and tail, but had to admit that she looked cute. Sirafal chuckled and said, "You like it, right? You should have. There is no way that all that time I gave up on pestering Ajoka-chan to make me this would be wasted." Suddenly her ears changed to cat ears along with her tail, and she slowly walked towards Tatsuya on her fours and licked his cheek and said, "Or, you like this instead, nay?" Tatsuya caressed her ears and found that they were indeed real and not an illusion, as he noticed Sirafal yelp when he caressed her ears. Tatsuya pulled Sirafal close to him and laid her on his lap and asked while caressing her, "So you made Ajoka make a device which will give you the features of different animals?" Sirafal, who had a silly grin on her face, nodded her head. Maki-ji, the others except for Tatsuya a bit surprised, and Kurumi and Yasaka said at the same time, "So that means you can take any animal features and you are using it for something like this?" Sirafal looked at the two foxes and said, "Like you are one to talk, aren't you both doing the same with yours as well? It's not like you need to be in your yukai form when you are planning to do something like this." Tatsuya then hugged her from behind and said, Now, no need to fight, rather, shall we start from where we left off?" And without even saying anything, Sirafal pushed his back and once again got on top of him. "Sure, but Siratan will be first." 219, The Train Trip to Kyoto. A few days have passed since Tatsuya's confrontation with the hero faction and Indra, and currently he was in his Kyoto branch office going through some documents. Knock knock. Enter. The door of the room opened and Ross Weiss came inside and said, "It's time. I just got the call from Miyuki telling that the train have left the station." Tatsuya stood up from his chair, stretched his body and said, "Then I should get going and join them on the trip." He then walked towards the door and was about to get out of the room, but then Ross Weiss said, "You cannot ho there in your adult form." Tatsuya stopped on his tracks and then looked at his body and then towards Ross Weiss, "Thanks for telling," and patted her shoulder, making the silver-haired lady smile in response. Tatsuya then changed back to his teenager form and also changed to his school uniform and said, "Well, see you in a few hours. I have already booked a room for you and Shuri in the hotel we will be staying at under my name, so tell her that she can take a day off." Ross Weiss nodded with a smile on her face and then thanked Tatsuya. She was happy to be able to work under such working conditions where both the pay and treatment were good, and had pledged to herself that she will never let go of this job. Tatsuya then teleported to the train's washroom and then casually came out of it and noticed Isami near the basin with Asia healing her. He went towards the two of them, making both of them surprised, noticing that someone else was there as well, but both of them sighed seeing that it was Tatsuya and not some random human whose memories they had to remove because of seeing something supernatural. Tatsuya gave both of them a peck on their cheeks and asked, "So what happened for you to be treated during the train trip?" Asia looked at Tatsuya and said, "She was asked for a duel by Sarai-org-san and well, in simple words, she lost pretty badly." Tatsuya looked at Isami, who immediately averted her eyes and said, "What? Don't look at me like that, I didn't go all out. I didn't use my Dragon Slayer powers." Tatsuya shook his head and said, "Nah, you would still have lost even if you had used your Dragon Slayer powers. He can beat you pretty easily. And why did you not use your Dragon Slayer powers?" Isami looked at Tatsuya with pout and then said, "Well, he was a devil and not a dragon, so it would not have been effective much anyway, and it was just a casual duel, so showing up all my cards in the first place without knowing his true intentions is totally foolish." Tatsuya smiled and said, "And did you know something about his intentions after the duel?" Isami sighed and said, "He is just a battle maniac, who only wants to fight someone strong, especially those who are power types, and go out in an all-out brawl." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Good deduction." He then placed his hand on her shoulders and asked, "But that still doesn't explain how you are still injured." Isami then looked towards Asia, who with a smile on her face said, "Well, the fact that she lost to Sarai-org is still truth, so some extra punishment as a training must accompany the loss." Isami narrowed her eyes and said, "That doesn't mean you and Shizuka-san ganging upon me in a not-so-mock battle." Tatsuya looked at Asia, who was smiling, and said, "Don't any violent to others. Especially your friends." Asia then said, "I did that only for her own good, so that she can beat Sarai-org in the next battle, which is the rating game, which will happen soon and doesn't tarnish your name." Tatsuya nodded and said, "But still don't hurt her this much, that she needs to get treated on the train trip. And Isami, get ready for the next training session, it will be with Tiamat." Hearing which, immediately both the Sacred Gear and his host panicked, but were not able to refute when they saw Tatsuya's smiling face. Tatsuya then used his magic to heal Isami faster and then left the washroom. All of them then got to their seats and Tatsuya found himself sitting in between Himari and Zenobia. Tatsuya looked at the two girls, one lying on his lap and the other on his shoulder, and asked the other girls, "So what group am I in?" Kagura smiled and said, "You will be in our group with me, Himari, Asia, Isami, Zenobia and Irina. Tatsuya was surprised and asked, seriously such a convenient group was able to be formed. I thought the others will protest, especially the boys for me being the lone boy in the group of girls. Asia smiled and said, don't worry, the things went smoothly, our classmates are surprisingly supportive. Isami looked at her and thought, you were the one threatened the homeroom teacher to form that group. And WHI was the one who threatened the whole class to shut up or you will shut them up for eternity. Tatsuya, who heard her, blinked his eyes in surprise and looked towards Asia and said, you should not threaten the classmates and teachers. Asia, whose lie was caught by Tatsuya, just looked away and started talking to random girls of the class, seeing which Tatsuya just sighed and said, whatever I will do with her and Himari, I know you are already awake. Himari, who was pretending to sleep in his lap, slowly opened her eyes and saw Tatsuya looking at her and said, don't mind me, this place is just comfortable, plus I can fill up my Tatsuya reserves for the days that you were gone. Don't act spoiled, see how Kagura is behaving. Learn from her example. Oh, her turn to refill her gauges during night, we made the Nico Shao agreement. The day is mine and the night is hers. And then snuggled in his lap. Tatsuya looked at Kagura, who just smiled at him. More importantly, tell the other one who is sleeping using your shoulder as a pillow. Tatsuya looked at the blue-haired girl who was dozing off before he even got there and said, well, she looks genuinely tired as she has black circles under her eyes, seems like she was finishing up her assignments before going to the trip. So let her sleep. 220, arriving at Kyoto. Tatsuya and his classmates soon reached Kyoto, and Tatsuya then decided to wake up the blue-haired girl who was using his shoulder as a pillow. Tatsuya shook her a bit, making Zenobia squirm a bit and saying, you just a bit more. And snuggled up to Tatsuya even more, grabbing his arm with both her hands. Seeing that she was not going to wake up easily, Tatsuya did the most logical thing, he directed his killing intent on the blue-haired girl, making the holy sword wielder and the former church exorcist immediately open her eyes and take distance from Tatsuya while preparing for a fight. Zenobia looked around only to find her classmates picking up their things and getting seated as they were about to reach their destination. Tatsuya looked at the confused Zenobia and asked, we are about to reach the station, so I took it upon myself to bring you back from the world of dreams. Zenobia looked at Tatsuya for a while till she finally realized what was happening and widened her eyes in surprise. She then sighed and said, I was very tired, you should have just let me sleep. Like I said, we are about to reach Kyoto. So it was important to wake you up. You could have just let me sleep till we reached there. Anyways, you still were able to perceive my killing intent even when you were asleep. Looks like your senses have not dulled even after living in comfort for a while. Don't try to change the subject. And yet, there is no way that I will be totally defenseless while sleeping. Tatsuya grinned and said, says the one who was sleeping like a baby while leaning on my shoulder just a moment ago. Looks pretty cute and defenseless to me. And patted her head. Zenobia, who heard what she just did, blushed in embarrassment at her mistake for being defenseless, but then she realized something and thought, hey, did he call me cute? She was about to ask him, but Tatsuya suddenly stood up and said, well, we are here. Let's get going. And then got in line to get off the train. All the other girls stood up as well except for the confused Zenobia, who soon followed the others and got in the line as well. Himari, who was standing beside Zenobia, whispered in her ear, yeah, he called you cute, so stop being dazed or you will bump into someone. Zenobia looked at Himari and then asked, is that true, will he make babies with me if he thinks that I am cute? Which immediately got the attention of all the other girls from the group. Irina immediately said, now, there is no way that will happen, right? And looked at the other girls. All the other girls nodded and said, well, he is not someone to do that with anyone he finds cute. Asia then said, the chances are higher though. Fai-chan, off-eyes, took the least time to get laid after understanding her feelings for him. And he finds her the cutest. All of them got silent, but then Isami said, well, doesn't that depend on the opportunity and him being in relationship with the said person? Himari nodded as well, correct, it doesn't just depend whether he calls someone cute or not, even Sana, whom he constantly teases because of her being cute, is still virgin. Hi, student council. Sitting on her desk, Sana, who was going through some documents, suddenly sneezed, making her queen to turn around and focus on her queen. Sana rubbed her nose and said, who is talking behind my back? Tsubaki went back to her work and then nonchalantly said, must be someone popularizing your virginity. Making Sana immediately glare at her queen. Tsubaki just ignored her gaze, but then suddenly realized something and said, I totally forgot. She took out her phone and walked towards Sana and said, Sirafal-sama sent a message. And showed her phone to her king, making Sana widen her eyes in surprise. In the phone's screen, Sirafal was lying on bare-chested sleeping Tatsuya while kissing his cheek with their bodies covered with a sheet. There was also a message written on the bottom of the picture. Onee-chan wins. Tsubaki then took the phone back and looked at Sana, who was still surprised, and said, want to form an alliance for the greater good. And moved her hand forward. Sana immediately came out of her stupor and grabbed Tsubaki's hand and said, for the greater good then. And both of them shook their hand while both of them thought at the same time, I will be going before you, though. Zenobia, who was confused about her situation, asked, so will he or will he not? Kagura placed her hand on Zenovia's shoulder and said, if your only intention is to have his babies, then he will definitely not. If you don't have any affection towards him, then it is just impossible. Zenobia stared at Kagura for a while and then started thinking about it, but was soon brought out of her thoughts when Tatsuya said, well, looks like you all are enjoying the talk, bye, please keep your surroundings in check. I had to make a barrier around you all to keep your talk to yourselves, and just so you all know, we are already at the hotel. All the girls immediately snapped back to reality and looked towards the hotel building and said at the same time, when no, how did we come here? Tatsuya threw their bags back to them and said, by the hell of yours truly, now take your bags and check in your rooms. Text me if you have some plans about going around or resting. We are free till evening anyway. And then went to his assigned room. All the girls looked at Tatsuya's back and Asia suddenly said, ah. He didn't tell us which is his room. Suddenly all of them heard a voice, fear not because I am here. Number all. Might face. All the girls turned around and saw a black-haired lady with a small ponytail and wearing a kimono with a hand on her cheek. Shuri-san, long time no see, are you again slacking off on your work? Tatsuya will get angry at you. Shuri chuckled and said, Ara Himari-chan, don't worry, I have boss's permission to take a day off. In fact, he was the one who gave me this day off. Isn't that right, Ross Weiss? And turned her head to the side. A silver-haired lady who was sitting on the bench wearing kimono looked towards the person who called her name and said, yeah, Tatsuya indeed gave her a day off. Hearing that, all the girl from Shiba residence were surprised and said, you are joking, right? Did you actually started working seriously? Shuri's brows twitched and she said, wow, I can see how much do you all believe in me. Asia then cheerfully said, just be happy knowing that we have a better image of you compared to your husband. Which made all of them silent, remembering the Burakil's deeds. 221, Peeping. After the girls went to their assigned rooms and kept their luggage in, they decided to tour around Kyoto, and even though the girls from Tatsuya's team had already visited Kyoto a lot of times while meeting the Yokai and Shinto faction, they too were a bit excited to go around and guide Isamai, Zenobia, and Irina around the place. Tatsuya, who got this information, called in Kunu to join them, which she happily did. She too was happy since her friends were visiting her after a long time, informed her mother and her guards about Tatsuya's invitation. Yasaka agreed to it but told her to be careful as it has only been a few days since the hero faction attacked her, and ordered her guards to follow them in secret without disturbing them. Tatsuya and the others who were waiting outside the hotel for Kunu were talking to each other as the girls who had not came to Kyoto before were asking about the places that they could visit from the experienced bunch. Tatsuya, who was sitting on a bench, suddenly noticed a blonde-haired girl wearing a shrine maiden outfit running towards them. Tatsuya and Kunu, who saw the group, immediately started running faster and was about to jump on Tatsuya, but Himari caught her and said, whoa, not so fast, Kunu-chan. Don't forget about us. Kunu, who was caught in Himari's arms, tried to struggle her way out but was unable to. Finally giving in, she sighed and hugged Himari and said, long time no see, Himari-ne. I missed you. Himari smiled at her response and hugged her back and said, I missed you too, Kunu-chan. Let's have fun together. Soon the other girls started to gather around Kunu and Himari and started introducing themselves to the new girl. All of them were excited to meet Kunu, especially Zenobia and Irina, who had not ever seen a shrine maiden. They happily introduced themselves along with Isamai, who was curious as she could feel that the girl was a yokai but couldn't point out which one, as currently Kunu was in her human form. Tatsuya then interrupted their introduction and said, well, it's nice and all to introduce yourselves, but let's get going and look around before it gets too late. You can talk while we are walking. All of them nodded and then discussed which place to visit first. Tatsuya left the decision to them as he didn't had any problems anywhere. They decided to go and let them do as they pleased. Tatsuya and the others who were walking around Kyoto, led by Kunu, who decided to take the role of the guide, were happy as the atmosphere around them was peaceful compared to what they had been experiencing for a while. No fights against the Cows Brigade, no training, no school. They were totally happy that nothing of such sort was happening, and Tatsuya felt happy as well since there was no danger from the Cows Brigade now, as he had taken care of the hero faction not too long ago. Can you really eat all that? Tatsuya turned around and saw Zenobia looking at him curiously. He then looked at his hands, which were full of different food items that he was planning to eat, and said, yeah, without a doubt, but if there is anything that you want, then feel free to take some. Zenobia looked at the food items and then said, then don't mind if I do. And took a bit of every time, as she was a bit interested in the food as well. The others who looked at the two gluttons just sighed and let them do what they pleased. They came here to enjoy, and if the two were enjoying eating, then they didn't have any problems with it. Kunu looked at the two and said, if you two eat too much, then you will get fat. Tatsuya just looked at her and said, don't worry, I will burn the fat later at night. And smiled, making the girls blush immediately, and Kunu immediately looking away in embarrassment. Zenobia looked towards Tatsuya with a neutral expression on her face and said, you will be working out at night? Then I guess I will join you during your workout. Tatsuya looked at her with a deadpan look on his face while the other girls looked at her with pity. Irina as well prayed to God to give her friend some common sense. Tatsuya just took something from the bunch of food from his hands and moved it towards Zenovia's mouth, who just took a bite without hesitation. Seriously, just how much lack of common sense do you have? And patted her head, making the already confused girl tilt her head. Tatsuya and the others just sighed and decided to drop the topic and continue their tour. On the way, Tatsuya and the others met Kaiba and his group and talked to each other for a while. Tatsuya invited him and his group to have lunch with them, but they all refused as they still had some places that they had to visit. All of them just continued their tour and later dropped Kunu back at the Yukai faction and greeted Yasaka and Sirafal. Yasaka asked to let the others stay the night at the Yukai faction, but Tatsuya and his group rejected as they had to report back to their teachers and they didn't want to be under the surveillance of the others during the trip. Later in the evening, Tatsuya and the others came back to the hotel and met with Ross Weiss, and Shuri Sho just came back as well. Both of them greeted the others and Shuri immediately dragged the others to the bath, as she had come to know that currently the bath was totally free and they could have it for themselves, unless someone came in late as well. Tatsuya too decided to take his bath since it was free as well. He didn't like to be in with his other male classmates, since they would always pester him to set them up with some girls or tell his own experiences with others. Once they were gone and were in their respective bathing areas, Isami suddenly said, "All right, time to peek on him," and stood up with a serious expression on her face. All the other girls looked at Isami in surprise for a while but soon sighed seeing their antics. Kagura then said, "Why are you getting so excited? Haven't you already seen him naked before?" Isami smirked and said, "That is that and this is this. Just imagine Tatsuya in a bath with completely wet body and hair, isn't it stimulating in a different way?" she said with a bit of blood coming out of her nose. All the others looked at her for a while and then started to think what she just said, and Asia immediately said, "I will be taking my leave first. Don't mind me." But just as she tried to walk away, Himura caught her leg and said, Now Asia, don't be like that, I will accompany you. Or better, you can stay here and I take my leave first, you should bathe for a bit longer." Ross Weiss, who saw what was happening, said, "Everyone don't act shamefully like this. You have to maintain your image." Shuri patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be like that, Ross Weiss, it is their time to enjoy such things. Let them do what they want. You two must have done same things with your crush when you were at their age, right?" Ross Weiss immediately blushed and said, "WW, what are you talking about? I have never done something so shameless." Seeing her reaction, all of them were speechless, and Shuri immediately grabbed both her shoulders and said, "Looks like this one needs the peeping treatment the most. Okay Isami-chan, I guess you have already found a peeping spot for the men's area." Isami just grinned and said, "That's the first thing I did when I came to the hotel in the morning." All of them got speechless and thought at the same time, she really has a passion for her things. Shuri have a fake cough and said, "Okay, Ross Weiss, wear your clothes, we are going to start your treatment." Ross Weiss, who still had a blush on her cheeks, said, "Like I said, I am not going to do something." Shuri leaned closer to her and said, "Are you sure? You are getting the opportunity to see your boss's fully chiseled naked body. Do you really want to give up this chance? Just imagine about what all you can see." Ross Weiss shuddered hearing the whispers near her ears and tried to imagine what she just heard, and her cheeks started to get redder and redder with the more she thought. Seeing that her words were working, Shuri smirked and then whispered once again, "What? Started imagining already? But it looks like you can't imagine what he is like in the bottom, right?" And Ross Weiss immediately gulped her saliva. Shuri, who noticed her reaction, knew that she was spot on and said, "Then why don't you go with them and widen the horizons of your knowledge? I. If you really plan on doing something like that, first learn to discuss about it quietly." All of them got surprised when they heard the familiar voice and started looking around. Up here. All of them immediately turned their heads and saw Tatsuya looking at all of them from the top of the wooden wall which was in between the male and female sections. "I was just behind this wall and you all were making a fuss from that side, at least control your volume when you are discussing something like this." All of them blinked in surprise on being lectured about something, but suddenly Ross Weiss realized something and crouched down, hiding her body with her hands. "I have been defiled now. I cannot marry anymore." 222. Alcohol is injurious to health. After the incident, all of them decided to get out of the bath. There was an awkward atmosphere around Ross Weiss and she was keeping a distance from Tatsuya. The others who saw that didn't think much about it except for Shuri, who occasionally pushed Ross Weiss towards Tatsuya's direction. Tatsuya, who noticed that, looked at Shuri and asked, "You know, I am thinking that the salaries of some of my employees is quite high." And Shuri immediately took some distance from Ross Weiss. She kept on smiling without looking towards Tatsuya's direction. Ross Weiss sighed and then looked towards Tatsuya to thank him, but once her gaze fell on her boss she immediately averted her eyes with a blush on her face. Tatsuya just ignored that and said, "Well, let's go and have our dinner." All of them simply nodded their heads without thinking much about it and went to the restaurant side of the hotel. After they were done eating, the girls decided to rest up for tonight as they still had a lot of places to cover tomorrow and went to their rooms. Tatsuya, Ross Weiss, and Shuri, who were left behind, were drinking along with Azazel, who joined them after he was done with some of his paperwork. Azazel and Shuri were discussing about how unlucky Barakiel was, while Tatsuya and Ross Weiss just silently listened to them while drinking. They just give their opinions either on Barakiel or Odin in between their talks and then silently listen to the conversation while drinking. Once Shuri and Azazel were wasted after having a drinking contest. Tatsuya just sent them to their room and sat down comfortably on the chair. He was not in the mood for sleeping as he has been doing so for the past few days at Yasaka's house. He looked at her silver-haired secretary who was just on the verge of being wasted and asked, "Ross, want to go out right now to get in some fresh air?" Ross Weiss looked at Tatsuya and blinked her eyes in confusion for a while. Tatsuya, who noticed that, used his magic to get some of the alcohol out of her system, making her a bit sober. Ross Weiss, who was now about sober, was able to process what Tatsuya said a bit clearly and just nodded with a blush on her face. Tatsuya nodded and took Rossius's hand and teleported away from the bar after placing the money on the table. Immediately both of them appeared on top of the Kyoto Tower and Tatsuya made a cushion for both of them sit on and looked towards Ross Weiss and said, "Shall I remove all the alcohol out of you and make you sober? You are wobbling a bit." But Ross Weiss ignored him and took the bottle that she brought with herself and started gulping down. Tatsuya immediately caught her hand once he saw her wobbling too much and slowly made her sit down on the cushion and himself lie down on his after placing a magic on Ross Weiss so as to not make he fall of the tower. Tatsuya just silently stared at the sky with Ross Weiss silently drinking her alcohol, but all of a sudden Tatsuya said, "I know that it is water, so you can drop the act now, or you will have to rush to the bathroom." And Ross Weiss immediately flinched and looked at Tatsuya with a surprised expression on her face. Tatsuya looked back at her with a smile on his face and said, "Before you ask, I already knew it from the beginning." Ross Weiss, whose mouth was slightly open in order to ask something, immediately closed and she looked away. Tatsuya just sighed and said, "You don't have to worry, I am not going to take advantage of you." Ross Weiss looked at Tatsuya with a surprised expression on her face, seeing that Tatsuya realized about what she was thinking. "No, I am not thinking about that." Tatsuya looked at Ross Weiss and just stared at her, making her uncomfortable. Finally, you able to bear his gaze, she looked away and said, "Maybe I thought a little about it." "A little? Fine. Yeah, I has been thinking about that for a while now." "Good, you should be honest with yourself and sorry for making you feel uncomfortable." Ross Weiss nodded and said, "You should be." Tatsuya looked at her with a deadpan look on his face and said, "Seriously, you should be shaking your hands and saying no, it's alright, no need to be sorry with anguish on your face at this part. Looks like the rumors about you being uptight, being unable to find a boyfriend because of it were true." And immediately the aura around Ross Weiss darkened and she said, "It's not my fault for being like that. I am just a virgin ex-Valkyrie. Even I want to do pervy things with my boyfriend. And you don't have to say anything, because of you my body is now defiled and I will never be able to marry anybody." Tatsuya, who immediately caught her arms which were ready to fire spells at him, tried to calm down the raging silver-haired lady but was not making any progress. "Then how about I take responsibility for you for your defiled body?" And immediately Ross Weiss stopped and the black aura around her started to die down. "And how are you going to take responsibility for that? Just the same way that you are thinking right now." Hearing that, Ross Weiss immediately flinched and said, "Are you able to read my mind?" Tatsuya smirked and then telepathically said, "Even better that you can read your own mind." Which made Ross Weiss even more shocked. Wait a minute, do you mean that he have been reading my thoughts for quite some time now?" She then immediately hid her face behind her palms and started sobbing and said, "I have been mentally defiled as well." Seeing his secretary crying, Tatsuya sighed and started patting her back to console her and gave her a bottle of high-quality alcohol to make her mental health stop degrading any further. Ross Weiss snatched the bottle off Tatsuya's hand and immediately started gulping down the content in it. "Hey, dilute it first. It's very strong." But she ignored him and gulped down the whole bottle in one go. She then threw the bottle away and turned around to look at Tatsuya with a flushed face. "She is totally drunk now, let's take her back to her room." But before he could do anything, Ross Weiss pushed him back, got on top of him and grabbed his collar and said, "Are you really going to take responsibility?" And looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Let's agree to her demands for now to let the matter settle down soon." "Yeah. Really? Yeah, really? You are not planning on going back on your words, are you?" "Have I ever gone back on my words?" Ross Weiss stared at Tatsuya's face for a while and then made a magic circle while summoned a sheet of paper. She then lifted Tatsuya's hand and used her magic to form a small cut on Tatsuya's thumb and then pressed his thumb against the paper. She then smiled with a foolish grin on her face and hugged the sheet tightly. He, now you cannot go back on your words, finally, I too have a boyfriend now." And then sent the paper back to and hugged Tatsuya tightly and said, "You cannot leave me now." Tatsuya looked at the silver-haired lady lying on top of him and said, "Actually it is the opposite, it is you who cannot go back and move a bit away, you are way too drunk." Ross Weiss used her hands to support her body and look at Tatsuya with a neutral expression on her face, but soon a grin formed on her face and she hugged him once again and said, "He, I got a boyfriend." Tatsuya looked at his secretary and said, "I should have given her a weaker alcohol, she has lost her reasoning." Tatsuya just sighed and let the drunk woman do what she wanted and closed his eyes and thought, she would be making quite a lot of ruckus in the morning anyway, let's just lie here till then. 223, Contract. The next morning Tatsuya felt some movement on his chest, put the console that was in his hand back to his storage and waited for his secretary to clear her mind. My head hurts like hell. Ross Weiss sat up while grabbing her head with her eyes shut, complaining about her hangover. I told you to dilute it a bit. Sorry my bye. Suddenly she opened her eyes widely and looked at Tatsuya and soon her cheeks started to get redder. Before you start to complain about sexual harassment or anything else, let me tell you, you were the one who pushed me down and got on top of me after you were drunk. So I am the victim here. Ross Weiss, who got the sudden information, was totally shocked and said, what are you talking about? There is no way I would have done something like that. Tatsuya looked at her with a frown and said, so now you are going to act like that, hey? Even though you did all that in the name of taking responsibility for that incident, and now after doing all this you are refusing to take responsibility. How can you be such a horrible person? You even made me forcibly sign some paper that you summoned with your magic circle. You are really cruel. Ross Weiss immediately got off from Tatsuya and said, there is no way that I would do something like that. And what document are you talking about? She paused midway and her expression immediately changed, as if she realized something. She then formed a magic circle and summoned a paper once again and stared at it intensely. After staring at it for a while her body felt weak and she fell on her knees and the paper fell from her hand. Tatsuya, who already knew what the paper was, still took the paper to fit in the roll more correctly and read it. You actually had a marriage certificate completely filled except for my signature. How much desperate were you for a boyfriend? Tatsuya thought to himself. He then looked at Ross Weiss, who had an expression of disbelief in her eyes. Her gaze met with Tatsuya's and both of them stared at each other for a while. Tatsuya, who thought that he had messed with her enough, was about to tell her about what actually happened, but out of nowhere Ross Weiss bowed in front of Tatsuya and said, I am sorry for defiling you with this body of mine. I know that I cannot ask for forgiveness about such a situation, but I promise that I am going to take full responsibility for my actions. Tatsuya sighed, seeing how serious his secretary was. He was about to say something, but once again Ross Weiss interrupted her and said, you may have already seen that certificate now, and yes, it is a legitimate marriage certificate given to me by my grandmother, and since I have forcibly made you sign it I am going to go through it to the end. Once again I ask for forgiveness for my actions while I was drunk. Tatsuya just stared at Ross Weiss, who was staring back at him, but soon a blush appeared on her cheeks and she looked away and said, don't stare at me like that. Seeing her acting like that, Tatsuya really wanted to tease her more but didn't give in to his temptations and asked, are you really sure with this? I mean, if you want we can just tear apart this contract and then. Ross Weiss looked at Tatsuya and said, I am totally fine with this. I have no intentions of going back on my word, besides you don't have to feel guilty that I am doing this without my will. I will be totally honest here, except for you having a harem part, you are totally my type. A handsome young man with a bright future who takes care of his partner, I am totally satisfied with this and I am even ready to share you with the other girls since this is my fault. Tatsuya just signed and said, just hear me out. And started telling her about what actually happened. After Tatsuya was done telling her about what actually happened, Ross Weiss was backing her head with the roof of the Kyoto Tower while having a blush on her face. Tatsuya, who saw this, just let her do what she wanted till she was able to calm herself. After waiting for a while, Tatsuya stooped her, started healing her swollen and bleeding forehead. Just calm down now, it was partly my fault for giving you alcohol at that time. Ross Weiss, who tears in her eyes, was looking at Tatsuya with a slight blush and a bloodied forehead. Seeing her expression, Tatsuya sighed and wiped the blood off her face and said, there, back to your beautiful self. Ross Weiss, who was totally embarrassed by the current situation, was not able to look at Tatsuya properly but still managed to look in his eyes. She gulped his saliva and said, thank you. Tatsuya just smiled and said, no problem, I was at fault as well. So shall we go back? Ross Weiss just meekly nodded her head and stood up and patted the dust off her clothes. Tatsuya stood up as well and said, so shall we destroy this paw? But Ross Weiss immediately snatched the paper from Tatsuya's hands and said, no, don't. And both of them continued to stare at each other. Ross Weiss gave a fake cough and said, this is not a simple marriage contract. Tatsuya, who heard that, scanned the contract and immediately his eyes widened in surprise and said, why the hell are you carrying such a cursed item for marriage hunting? Ross Weiss started shaking her head and said, no, I am not at fault here. Well, I am a bit at fault here, but still that's not the problem. This thing here is made by my grandmother, who made this when I was fussing too much about having a boyfriend to the point she got annoyed and made this contract. Your grandmother made a contract for death if this is ever destroyed or the rules are not followed for your marriage. I really want to meet such a loving grandma. So I don't think that it would be wise to destroy this. Tatsuya thought for a while and said, Seems the best choice to me. This is even more well-made than the one I was Black Makoff requested to make by the other girls, and it looks like nullifying this will have the same result. Seriously, your grandma is hella scary. I don't want to get on her bad side. Ross Weiss blushed in embarrassment and then said, then does that mean we are a couple from now on? What else would you be after you made him sign something like that? Suddenly a voice was heard by the two which made Ross Weiss surprised and Tatsuya sigh in annoyance. So you finally decided to join us, Kurumi? And in an instant Kurumi materialized beside Tatsuya. Welcome to the inner circle, Secretary-san. No, now you are a sister, hey. So Ross Weiss. Ross Weiss pointed her finger at Kurumi and asked, since when you were here? Kurumi tilted her head to the side and said, I was with you all since last night's dinner. You really can go wild while being drunk. I. Kurumi placed a hand on her shoulder and with a smile on her face said, you are going to take responsibility for what you did, right? Hearing the word responsibility, Ross Weiss immediately became serious and said, yes, I am ready to take responsibility, and as I said earlier, I am very happy to be in a relationship with him, hey. Kurumi patted her back and said, good, now then let's tell the news to the others. Tatsuya got a new wifey. And teleport the way. Ross Weiss blinked in surprise and said, what just happened? Tatsuya looked at Ross Weiss and patted her head and said, you just got a ticket to spend your first wedding night with me, future wife Ross-chan. Ross Weiss blushed on hearing that and immediately tried to separate herself from Tatsuya but stumbled on the roof. Tatsuya immediately caught her hand and said, now don't be that nervous, you said that I was your type, right, and we have known each other for quite a while now, so don't get flustered so easily. And pulled her back and made her stand properly. Tatsuya then bowed his head a bit and then said, well, I am a bit late but still let's do this. Ross Weiss, will you hoe out with me? Although you literally have no choice in this case. I promise that I won't cause you any trouble, well except for the training part. Ross Weiss also bowed her head although a bit in a hurry and said, yes, I am happy, let's get along in future. Wait a minute, what are you doing? Tatsuya looked at her and said, giving you a proper confession, although it is meaningless as you made me sign that contract, but still I thought that you would be happy if you got a proper confession. Ross Weiss stared at Tatsuya for a while and then sighed and said, the first confession I ever got was one where I had no choice about it. I really am unlucky in these kind of things. Tatsuya chuckled seeing Rossi's expression and patted her head and said, don't worry, even if you were not so lucky in this situation, I promise you that you won't regret it in future. She looked at Tatsuya who was patting her head and asked, why are you patting my head? Well, it is calming. She just stared at him for a while and then let him pat her head as it was indeed a bit calming. 224, Meeting the new council. The incident about the cursed contract was over and all the girls congratulated Ross Weiss for finally being in a relationship, and although she felt that it was a bit wrong as it was because of the contract, the other girls cheered her and told her to just go with the flow and not think too much about it. All of them soon returned back to Kyoto as their trip was finally over, and now the devils were preparing for their next event after their relaxing trip, the youth rating games. Isamai, who had been defeated by Sarayorg once, was now thoroughly torture trained by the others along with Saji, who was also training under Tatsuya as he requested him to train him once again. Ross Weiss as well was now being trained more severely so as to not being overshadowed by the rest of Tatsuya's group. There was a new determination in her as the torture training was actually doing wonders for her, making her enthusiastic as she had something new to focus on. Tatsuya himself was now quite busy as he had taken a week-long vacation and was now back to his hectic life with his clones back to work. The other noteworthy things that happened were Ravel joining the Kyoto Academy, much to Konako's annoyance, though she was now a bit happy as her classmate Nico Xiao gave her some tricks for her growth, which made Tatsuya slightly sad. A few days passed by and currently Tatsuya and his group were preparing to VO to the underworld for the raiding game between Rias and Sarayorg. Tatsuya looked at the girls and said, okay, we will be going now, but make sure to not cause any trouble, and you two, while pointing at Ruya and Off-Eyes, don't let anyone know your identity by releasing your aura. I have already suppressed it, but don't go overboard because of that. And you Kurika, just ignore anyone who try to mess with you. I have already asked Surtsks to clear your name so there won't be any problem. And last but not the least, Asia, don't pick a fight with someone who try to accuse you for Diodora. All four of them just nodded their heads in approval. Tatsuya nodded as well and looked at Ross Weiss, who made a magic circle to Underworld. A few moments later all of them appeared in front of a building which they presumed to be the stadium where the raiding game was going to take place. They were about to walk in, but suddenly all of them heard a voice, hey, so you guys finally came, hey. They turned around and saw Azazel coming towards them along with Surtsks, Grafia, and Sirafal. All of them greeted each other and said, yup, so anything interesting going on? Azazel shrugged his shoulder and said, nothing much, just meeting with some gods for peace and all, nothing of your interest. So who are you betting on for today's game? Sarayorg, but if Rias has some cards up her sleeves then the matter is different. Hearing that, all three of them were surprised and Azazel asked, immediate answer, you really don't believe in your friends much, right? Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, I have overseen the training of 2 of Rias's teammates and I have been in contact with the others of his group as well and given pointer to all of them, so I am more than aware of their powers, though Gasper can change the whole situation of the game if he used the move which I taught him at the right moment. This time even Tatsuya's group got curious hearing what he said and Surtsk's asked, what move? Tatsuya smiled and said, where is the fun in telling you now, wait for the surprise. Surtsk just sighed and nodded his head but soon he turned back to his cheerful self and said, don't worry Ria-tan will surprise you all. He then looked at Tatsuya with a smirk and said, you are not the only one who have been giving pointers, even Ria-tan is serious this time and has asked for help from her Unai-chan. Though someone doesn't let me enjoy those moments. And glanced towards the silver-haired maid standing behind him. Grafia glared at him and said, you were fooling around the whole time on the first day she came to ask for your guidance. As a Mu it is totally unsightly seeing you acting like that and it is also my job to make sure that you do your work on time. Surtsk wanted to refute but just as he saw the ice-cold glare from Grafia's eyes he immediately turned around and said, well let's get going, the match could start any moment now. And started walking towards the stadium. The rest of them didn't thought much about it and just followed behind him but soon all of them stopped when they saw a group of people coming towards them. Surtsk looked at the group with a smile and said, good evening to you Lord Bale, are you here to watch your son's match? The new Devil Council just stopped and looked towards Surtsk and the group behind him. Lord Bale then looked back at Surtsk and said, no, we just came to check whether the preparations were well made or not after all a lot of people from other factions will be coming to see our raiding games from now on. Tatsuya looked at the new council and saw some familiar faces in the group though seeing someone there immediately made him feel like punching the person's face and the fake smile on the person's face while looking at him just made the feeling even stronger. The said person just came forward and said, it's been a while right, Shiba-kun. Tatsuya smiled back and said, it certainly has been quite a while Lord Gremory, looks like you are a council man now. Congratulations. Ha ha ha, thanks a lot for that, they just wanted some experienced personnel after someone killed most of the council men during the youth meet. And miraculously even I was selected. You mean by bribe right? Tatsuya thought. Tatsuya who was still smiling said, well, whatever might the reason be you still became a council man is a thing to celebrate. I just hope the thing that happened to the previous council men don't happen to you. And immediately Zedekis's smile got a bit stiff but he still said, yeah, I hope so as well. Right, we still had a lot of work to do, so shall we get going gentlemen? The rest of the council looked towards Lord Bale who just nodded and started walking away. Once they were a knot in their sight the whole Tatsuya's group thought at the same time, I really wanted to punch his face. Tatsuya looked at his group and said, Shizuka you can now release Asia. Shizuka released Asia's hand which was being held by her and said, why the hell were you crushing my hand? Asia just smiled and said, I just wanted to express my feeling to him with my fists. Sorry, got a bit out of control there. Shizuka raised her hand which was completely swollen and said, are you calling this just a bit? Asia just playfully stuck out her tongue and then started healing Shizuka. 225, meeting the participants. After Asia was done healing Shizuka all of them once again started walking towards the waiting rooms. After entering the Gremory group's waiting room all of them saw each of them either warming up or trying to calm themselves. Rias and the others who glanced towards the door to see the visitors were happy seeing them but before anyone could say anything Surtsk walked towards Rias and stared at her with a serious expression on his face. Rias stared back at her brother for a while with a serious expression as well and said, we will win. Surtsk smiled and patted her head and said, do your best. Rias pouted and moved Surtsk's hand away from her head and said, don't do that, Unai-sama. Ria-tan who is pouting is cute as well. But suddenly he felt someone grab his ear and it didn't even took a second for him to understand who the person was. Grafia looked at the others and said, well then ladies and gentlemen Surtsk-sama has a lot of guests to entertain, so we will be leaving first. Best of luck to you all, and Tatsuya-sama and the others, please call me when all of you are done with your talks. I will guide you all to your seats. Wait a minute, Ria-tan needs her Unai-chan here to motivate her. It's my responsibility as her Unai-chan to take care of this. She must be waiting for her Unai-chan to give her a loving hug. Grafia looked at Surtsk with a glare making him stop struggling and said, do I need to remind you that you are a Mu Surtsk-sama? And then started dragging him away. Sirafal soon followed them as she too had to greet the guests. Azazel left them as well as he had some matters to take care of. Now that only the Gremory and Shiba group were present Tatsuya looked at all of them and said, as a friend here's an advice from me. Don't get overconfident in the game, especially you Rias. Rias looked at Tatsuya with a surprised expression on her face and asked, why me specifically? Tatsuya looked at her with a deadpan look on his face and asked, do I even need to tell you how you won your first game? Rias who was now reminded of her victory against Riser just averted her eyes and with a pot on her face said, you don't need to talk like that. I won't do something stupid this time around. I have been even training how you instructed me to. Hearing that all of them were surprised making Rias twitch her brows and ask, Does the fact that I was training for the game that surprising? All of them didn't say anything and just stared at her, making her pissed at her friends. Fine, then I will show you all how serious I am and how hard I have worked for this. She then pointed towards Tatsuya and said, so make sure to watch me. Tatsuya, who saw the serious look on her face, was a bit surprised, as this time he genuinely felt that she was determined. He chuckled, making Rias glare at her, thinking that he was making din of her. Tatsuya then looked at her and said, then how about this, if you were able to show me that you were determined and worked hard for the game through your actions, then I will fulfill one of your request, though just a simple one, not anything supernaturally, just simple thing that normal people can do. Once again all the people in the room were surprised by Tatsuya's declaration, but Rias smirked and said, don't go back on your words. I can ask you anything that a normal person can do, right? Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, yup. Tatsuya then started walking towards the door and said, I am now going to check on Sarayorg and his group. Best of luck to you all. Oh. An Isamai of your performance was poor, be prepared to experience hell. Isamai, who heard him, flinched and said, hey. Why am I the only one who is threatened? Tatsuya just ignored her and left the room to meet the other group. Soon he came to Sarayorg's waiting room and knocked on the door. Soon the door was opened by Koisha, who was surprised to see Tatsuya, but immediately a smile came on her face and she hugged him. Tatsuya hugged her back and said, I missed you. Koisha, who was hugging him, pinched him and said, like I can believe that from someone who is surrounded by girls 24/7. Tatsuya chuckled and said, I am telling the truth though. Koisha stopped pinching him and said, fine fine, whatever. So who are you here? Tatsuya broke the hug and said, just came to visit you before the match to make sure that you are not nervous. Koisha smiled and said, then your visit is wasted, sorry but I am not nervous. Not nervous, hey, then we can say that I came here just to meet you. If you are just here to flirt, then just go back. Don't ruin the mood before the match. Tatsuya looked at the voice who said that and saw Koreana looking at the two of them. Koisha just smiled and said, now, don't be jealous, just because you recently had a breakup. And immediately Koreana had some tick marks on her forehead. Tatsuya, who saw that a fight was about to start between the two girls, looked towards the other males and said, yo, ready for the game. All of them looked at him with enthusiasm and nodded their heads, and Sarayorg said, we will show them how hard we have worked for this by winning. More importantly, when are you going to fight me? Tatsuya sighed at the battle maniac's question and said, I will think about it. So let's talk about it later. Sarayorg nodded and said, fine, but don't forget about our spar. Tatsuya nodded and said, well then I will not disturb you all, so do your best. All of them just nodded and thanked Tatsuya, who was walking towards the exit, but his hand was grabbed by someone. He then turned around and saw Koisha looking at him. Tatsuya smiled and made a soundproof and invisibility barrier around him and kissed Koisha, who started to kiss him back. After a while Tatsuya separated himself from her and said, once this game is over, let's go out on a date. Koisha smiled and nodded her head and gave him another peck on the lips and said, cheer for me. Tatsuya smiled and caressed her cheek and said, I will, but I am not going to be partial. And immediately she pinched his waist and with a smile on her face said, I know. She then got out of his embrace and said, now get going, the match is about to start. Tatsuya smirked and bit her earlobe and said, then see you later. And teleported away from the room, leaving behind a slightly blushing Koisha, who was now visible to everyone as the barrier was now gone. Koreana looked at her fellow female teammate and said, you really like to rub it off, don't you? Koisha looked at her and said, what? It's not like you saw what we did. Koreana snorted and said, oh, please, I can easily see what is going on your mind, right now, and I don't even require any kind of power for that. You lewd blondie. That's what you are called, though. Koreana clicked her tongue and just looked away from Koisha, not wanting to continue the argument. 226, Rias v/S Sarayorg 1. Tatsuya and the others were done meeting with the teams and were now sitting in a room along with Misla and Venelana, who came to watch the match between their children. All of them were talking to each other when the announcement of the two peerages entering the stage was heard. After the rules about the dice figure game were made clear to the public and the commentators were introduced to all, the two kings were asked to come up on the platform and roll the dice. Rias and Sarayorg both got on top of the platforms and took the dice in their hands and threw it in the bowl. Participant Sarayorg rolled a 1 and participant Rias rolled a 2, making a total of 3. That means both teams can either send out a knight or a bishop. There will be 5 minutes for both teams to discuss. And then the area where both the teams were sitting was enclosed by an opaque barrier. After the time was up, Kaiba from Rias's peerage and Beluga from Sarayorg's peerage came forward. So a match between knights, hey. Who do you think is going to win? Asked Misla, looking at the others. Tatsuya's group didn't even took a second and all answered at the same time, Kaiba. Seeing them answer in unison, both the mothers were surprised but soon chuckled, and Misla said, looks like this match is in Rias's favor. Miyuki looked at Misla and said, don't worry, the tide of the battle will turn around once Sarayorg or Regulus enters the game. They all are still no match for those two, except for Isami, I guess. After all, Isama trained her himself after she got her AAS handed to her by Sareorg last time. Seeing the girl trying to lighten her worries, Miss La smiled and said, "Thank you." Miyuki waved her hand and said, "No need for that, I only told what I thought was true." All of them looked back only to see Kaiba and Beluga being teleported to the raiding game field. Kaiba and Beluga were facing each other with Beluga wearing his armor and sitting on his horse while Kaiba holding his holy devil sword. "So you are Kaiba Yuto from Rias Gremari's peerage. Tatsuya-san has told me that you are a great swordsman." Kaiba smiled and said, "Well, it is good to hear that, so now shall we begin?" Beluga smiled and covered the lid of his helmet and said, "I really want to see who the better knight amongst the two of us is." Kaiba gripped his sword tightly and Beluga gave the order to his horse to move forward. Both the knights immediately disappeared from their spots and in an instant appeared at a different part of the field with their weapons clashing. "Seems like what Tatsuya-san told about you being fast ain't no joke." Kaiba smiled and said, "Thanks for the compliment, you are pretty fast as well." A tick mark appeared on Beluga's forehead and he said, "Pretty fast, hey? Then how about something like this?" And once again both the knights disappeared from their spots and started clashing against each other. They continued to strike at each other and then disappear from their spots only to clash once again. "You can keep up with this, hey?" Beluga told Kaiba, who just smiled in response. Beluga smiled and said, "Then how about this?" He used his other hand to strike at Kaiba, who just made another sword and blocked the attack. Seeing that, instead of getting worried, Beluga smirked, though Kaiba couldn't see that as Beluga's face was hidden by his helmet. Suddenly out of nowhere the horse used his front legs to attack Kaiba, who out of surprise was not able to either defend or dodge the attack and was pushed back a few meters away. But soon Kaiba stood straight without any difficulty and said, "That was a heavy hit, looks like the horse get proper treatment." Seeing him standing as if nothing happened, both the horse and his master were surprised. How is that possible? My horse's kicks are as powerful as normal rooks." Kaiba smiled and asked, "Have you ever trained being a meat shield for Asia-san?" What? I did that once, those are the most painful times I can ever remember. I had to receive hits all over my body, without rest, without injuries, the only thing that I received was pain, I was not even allowed to pass out, the moment I started to blank out, I was healed once again to start from the beginning. The whole day I was hit, even walking felt painful all those times. Have you ever trained like that?" Hearing that, the whole audience was silent, looking at the blonde-haired boy with shocked expression on their faces, though in the room where Tatsuya and the others were sitting all of them were looking at Asia, who was the one who trained Asia during the training camp before the match with Riser. Himura looked at Asia and asked, "Do you really had to break him that much?" Asia looked at Tatsuya and said, "Weren't you the one who told me to train him like that?" Tatsuya looked back at her and said, "I never told you to break him. What would you have done if something got awakened in him at that time and he became like Barakil? Just imagining Kaiba acting like that will give you shivers." All of them who had met Barakil earlier and were familiar with his nature tried to imagine Kaiba acting like that. In the next instant all of them shook their heads to get that image out of their minds. Back to the raiding game. Kaiba then closed his eyes and said, "But still, because of those punches, I have developed enough resistance to shake off attack like those without any problems, now it's my turn." And then got into his stance. Beluga immediately got into his stance as well and formed multiple clones of himself. Seeing the clones, Kaiba said, "I can deal with them with my new trick, but..." He crouched down a little and said, "Let me show you the speed which Tatsuya must have told you about." And vanished from his spot once again, seeing which the clones vanished as well, but this time instead of them seeing clashing against each other, it was Kaiba pointing his sword towards the fallen Beluga, who had his armor filled with dents and his helmet cracked. His horse was lying down somewhere else totally unconscious. Beluga looked at Kaiba with blood coming out of his mouth and nose and said with difficulty, "Your speed is really something else." Kaiba smiled and said, "I had dodged some of those punches as well, you know." Beluga chuckled and said, "Looks like I have to ask Sareorg-sama to hit me as his punching bag from now on." And then got dissipated in light particles. Seeing the body disappear, Kaiba sighed and unsummoned his swords. The winner of the first round is Kibayuto from Rias Gremari's peerage. 227, Rias v/S Sareorg 2. After Kaiba got back to the team, the others congratulated him for his victory. The announcer made some comments, after which both the kings were called once again to roll the dices. Rias and Sareorg once again came forward and stood on their respective platforms. They took the dice in their hands and then rolled it in the bowl. Both the participants rolled a 5, making it a total of 10. There are a lot of combinations that could be made here. Once again both teams are given 5 minutes to discuss the strategy. Both of them got back to their peerages and once again a barrier surrounded them. After the 5 minutes were up, Konako along with Zenobia came forward from Rias's peerage, while Liban and Gadoma came forward from Sareorg's peerage. All 4 participants were then sent to the raiding game field and once again a huge screen appeared. Once all 4 of them were in the field, they looked at each other and the knight from Sareorg's team decided to introduce themselves. I am a knight from Saray Orgsama's peerage Liban Krosel and the big guy beside me is Gondoma, a rook. Konako Tajau, a rook. Zenobia Quarta, a knight. Liban nodded and said, well then, shall we begin? And got into his stance which was soon followed by Gadoma. Seeing those two both Konako and Zenobia became serious. Zenobia immediately took out X Durandal while Konako turned into her Nico Xiao form, but just as she started transforming a power enveloped her body making her a bit surprised but then she heard a voice in her head. Konako-chan, mind your surroundings. You were going to flash your panties to the audience. Hearing that Konako blushed and thought, senpai. And once again she heard the voice, yeah, it's me Tatsuya, but anyway focus on the game. Best of luck. Konako after hearing that looked at her opponents with a serious look on her face though she had a slight blush on her face. Senpai saw that. I mean I don't mind if it's senpai B but. And immediately her mind started to make various fantasies. But she soon snapped out when she felt something coming towards her and jumped up. Just as she jumped a huge fist went through right under her. One should never be distracted during a battle. Konako landed a bit away from him and glared at the rocky humanoid giant. Seeing the glare the giant flinched a bit but soon got into his stance and thought, what the hell happened to her all of a sudden? Konako who was glaring at the giant thought, you piece of rock dare to interfere when senpai, the one she was imagining, was patting me. You will be crushed, and immediately ran towards the rock giant. Gondoma who saw the Nico Xiao coming towards her punched forward but Konako easily dodged the punch and jumped on top of his hand and started running on it and once she got close to the giant she covered her fists with demonic power, Toki and Senjutsu and punched the giant's face. Not even a second after the punch Gondoma was thrown away and crashed into the wall. Konako looked at the huge giant implanted in the wall and said in a low voice, never disturb me again during my patting sessions. While this was going on the other two participants had also started their fight. Liban was striking Zenobia at a very high speed making her go totally on defense. Kaiba smirked seeing Zenobia struggle and asked, what happened, am I too fast for you? Zenobia looked at the smirking Liban and then smirked as well. Seeing the smirk Liban was confused but then suddenly his face turned into a frown. Zenobia used her X Durandal to summon her Excalibur Destruction and slashed towards Liban with full force. Seeing the sudden appearance of the sword Liban was surprised but still dodged the slash and said, looks like you missed. But Zenobia still had a smirk on her face and said, oh, really? And continued her attack and the Excalibur hit the ground making many cracks appear on it and soon an explosion occurred making the ground blown apart throwing away Liban in the process. Zenobia kept Excalibur back to the X Durandal and looked at the fallen Liban and said, looks like your mind is not as fast as you. Liban gritted his teeth and was about to use his sacred gear on Zenobia but Zenobia then said, now let's see if you can catch up with me or not. And used the Excalibur Rapidly's ability to increase her speed which was already boosted by her night piece. In an instant she appeared in front of Liban and used her sword's blunt side to attack Liban's gut with full power. Just think of this as how Asta, Black Clover, beat Sek, the BA Hawkeye, during the night's election. Liban's mouth opened wide and blood came out of his mouth. He looked at Zenobia who still had no intention of stopping her attack and then smashed the guy along with her sword in the ground making Liban Ho unconscious with her eyes turned white. Zenobia looked at the now unconscious Liban with a confused expression on her face and thought, that was easy. I thought that these opponents were considered one of the best. Suddenly she heard a crashing sound and turned her head and got in her stance but only saw Konako looking at the wall. She then looked at the wall as well and saw the huge rock guy implanted in the wall. She stared at the rock guy for a while and then turned towards Konako. Suddenly realization hit her and she widened her eyes in surprise. It is not that these opponents are weak. It is the fact that the people I am being around are way too strong. They have messed with my common sense of power levels. Though it was because of these overly strong people that I became stronger naturally. Konako then looked towards Zenobia and then at the unconscious knight and then back at Zenobia, done. Zenobia snapped out of her thoughts and looked towards Liban and nodded her head, yeah. And as if to justify her claim the announcement was heard. Saray Orgsama's rook and knight are unable to battle. The winner of this round is Konako Tajau and Zenobia Quarta of Rias Gremory's peerage. All four of them were then transported back and Zenobia and Konako got back to their teammates. Rias looked at them and said, good job you two. Congratulations. Ismail nodded and said, yeah, you two just one-shot both of them. That was really cool. Akeno nodded and said, yeah, you two were great but still don't you think that you two did too much? Even Yeto-kun took some time even if he could win easily. Konako just blushed and looked away, now that she could think clearly the reason for her to act like she did in the game was not something she could tell them easily. Even thinking about the situation that she fantasized about made her embarrassed. Zenobia on the other hand plainly said, oh, I was just trying to make an impact. Hearing her all of them got curious while Konako just sighed in relief seeing that Zenobia brought the spotlight on herself. Rias looked at Zenobia and asked, impact? Zenobia nodded and said, a few days ago, I got some knowledge that in a pack of wolves the one who is the strongest is able to attract the opposite sex quite easily. Hey! Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Zenobia tilted her head and said, impressing someone. Isamai shook her head and said, no, I am not talking about that. Who the hell told you this? Zenobia looked at Isamai with a confused look on her face and said, what? Is something wrong with my theory? Isamai nodded and said, first of all, why the hell are you taking wolves as an example? Aren't men called hungry wolves? Ika-san told me that. Hearing that, all of them sighed and looked at the innocently corrupted girl with pity. Isamai placed her hand on Zenovia's shoulder and said, stop asking these types of things from her. She is beyond common sense of normal people. Heck, I even believe that she has a sacred gear which allows her to measure someone's dick size. Just ask me if anything like this comes to your mind. Zenovia just nodded, thinking that her information was wrong, and decided to take Isamai's help. Rias looked at her knight and asked, by the way, who were you trying to impress? Zenovia looked at Rias and said, oh, that's... It was me, Dio. Take 2. Zenovia looked at Rias and said, oh, that's... But before she was able to finish, the announcer got their attention and called Rias and Sarayorg for the next match. 228, Rias v/S Sarayorg 3. Rias and Sarayorg got on top of the platforms, took the dice in their hands and rolled it inside the bowl. Participant Sarayorg Sama rolled a 3 and participant Rias Sama rolled a 5, making it a total of 8. Both teams have 5 minutes to discuss. After both the kings got back to their places, the peerages got enclosed by a barrier. Inside the Gremory peerage area, before anyone could say something, Isamai announced, I will go. All of them looked at Isamai for a while, but Rias just nodded her head and said, don't exhaust yourself too much. Isamai smirked and said, don't worry, my stamina is very high thanks to my regular training with Tatsuya. Hearing that, all of them just sighed except for Gasper and Zenovia. Zenovia just thought that Tatsuya trained her in a way to increase her stamina, A/N, well, she is correct in a sense, I guess. Even if you are correct doesn't mean that you are right. While Gasper, who had an intense blush on his face, just hid his face with his hands while mumbling something like, Tatsuya-senpai is being too manly. Inside the barrier of Sarayorg's peerage. Sarayorg and his peerage were discussing about who to send out, and Koisha said, since the value is 8, the only people who can come out are the knight who fought before, the bishop, the Red Dragon Empress, which I think is most likely, and the King Rias Gremory herself, which I don't think will happen. All of them nodded, and Sarayorg thought for a while and said, I don't think they will send the knight, as his match was over not too long ago, and sending a bishop alone when the value is this high is not very likely, especially for a Gremory who care for their servants a lot. So the most probable answer should be the Red Dragon Empress. He then looked at his peerage and asked, but who will go against her? All of them remained silent for a while, when suddenly a very skinny man raised his hand and said, I wish to experience the power of the Red Dragon Empress, if you allow. Sarayorg-sama. Sarayorg looked at the man and with a smirk on his face said, want to check who the better dragon is, eh? Fine, but don't underestimate her, she is very strong. Not to mention she is under Tatsuya's tutelage. Hearing that, the old man named Ladora nodded his head with a serious expression on his face. Sarayorg then looked at his peerage once again and asked, so we still have a margin of 3, hey? He then looked at his bishops and asked, any of you want to accompany him? Hearing that, the robed boy raised his hand and said, I will go, if something goes wrong for Ladora I will seal her sacred gear for a while. After all, we cannot let the match go any more out of hand. As he said that, the 3 people who just lost became a bit dejected, seeing which the robed boy named Mistita immediately apologized to them. After the 5 minutes were over, Isamai from Rias's side and Ladora and Mistita from Sarayorg's side came forward. In the room where Tatsuya and the others were sitting, the whole Tatsuya group just sighed, seeing the contestants of this round. Seeing them, Simisla and Venelana looked at them and asked, what happened? Is something wrong? Kurumi chuckled and said, nothing much, it's just that the match this time is totally in Isamai's favor. The team which Sarayorg picked is the worst possible team that he could have thought of to face against Isamai. Hearing that, Misla looked at them with a confused expression on her face and asked, why? You all should already know what those 2 are capable of, and I think that against the Red Dragon Empress a dragon would be the best choice, not to mention Mistita's ABI. Before she could finish, Tatsuya looked at her with a smile on his face and said, you will see. And then looked back ahead, making the entire room silent. Miyuki looked at Misla and said, don't think too much, he is just excited since he trained Isamai himself this time around. Misla just nodded and focused on the game once again, with curiosity filling her to know what Tatsuya is so confident about. All 3 participants came in front and were instantly teleported to the rating game field. Once all of them were there, Mistita gave a bow and said, it's a pleasure to meet you, Red Dragon Empress. I am Mistita, one of Sarayorg-sama's bishop, and this man beside me is Ladora, a rook. Ladora gave a bow as well and said, a pleasure to meet you. Isamai hurriedly bowed as well and said, ah, a pleasure to meet you as well. I am Isamai Hyudu, a pawn. Both the boys nodded and Ladora said, since the introductions are over, let us begin. Mistita, please stand back. Mistita nodded and then took some distance from Ladora. Seeing that, Isamai narrowed her eyes and said, "Hey old man, are you looking down on me?" And started releasing a bit of her aura. Feeling the aura, Lodora felt a bit excited and said, "Not in the slightest, I just want to test myself against the legendary red dragon." And then transformed into his dragon form. Seeing him transform into a dragon, Isamai widened her eyes and said, "So that's why you were giving off a draconic smell." Isamai summoned her gauntlet and said, "Drake, let's do it." The gem on the gauntlet glowed and Drake said, "Let's do it, partner, it has been a while since I will be fighting against a dragon who I can defeat." Isamai chuckled and said, "Yeah, fighting against Tainan and Tiamat were not very happy memories." She then smirked and both her and Drake shouted at the same time, "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker!" And the red draconic armor surrounded Isamai. Seeing the two dragon ready to fight, Lodora got serious as well and was prepared to cancel her armor at any moment he felt that they were going to lose. Lodora smirked and took his stance, seeing which Isamai took flight and the gem on her gauntlet started blinking. Boost 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 boost. Isamai, who was now boosted up, rushed towards the dragon with her full speed while readying her fist. In an instant she came in front of the dragon and said, "So let's test how durable are you," and punched Lodora's face with all her might, sending Lodora flying a few meters away. Lodora, who was punched, was surprised on seeing the power that the young brown-haired girl possessed and smiled in excitement. He then prepared to maintain his balance, but before he was able to, "Don't think I am stopping just there." Isamai came in front of him and started throwing a barrage of punches at the dragon, who was barely able to block the serious blows, though he still took a great amount of damage. Lodora then swiped Isamai with his tail, which she was able to dodge without much problem, but then she felt a huge amount of energy coming towards her and immediately got away from her spot, which was soon covered by a very strong fire attack. Isamai looked at Lodora and said, "Typical dragon, hey," and started firing a lot of dragon shots towards Lodora, who fired his flames to counter the attacks. Isamai appeared behind Lodora and said, "So typical dragon weakness as well," and fired a very big dragon shot from behind the dragon. But before she was able to, Lodora used his tail to attack Isamai, which she was able to dodge once again, but unfortunately she missed her shot. Lodora flew up in the air and said, "Typical countermeasures as well." Seeing the dragon above them, Isamai mentally asked Drake, "Hey, shall I hold back a little lesser? The old man is getting cocky." Drake just nodded his head and said, "Let's do that, this is getting pointless. Not to mention, if the best thinks that what we are doing is not up to his mark, then we are sown for." Hearing that, a chill passed on Isamai's spine and she said, "For our survival. Drake, do your job." The gem on the gauntlet glowed and Drake said, "On it, boost 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 boost. Labra and Mistita, who felt the sudden surge in Isamai's aura, were shocked and were not able to process what was happening. Isamai, who didn't give a shit about them being shocked, immediately flew towards Labra, clamped her fists together and smacked Labra down, towards the ground. Isamai looked at Labra's falling figure and said, "Don't take this personally, old man," and raised her hand towards Labra's direction. A small blaster appeared over Isamai's armor and she fired a green-colored energy blast towards the dragon, sending him crashing to the ground a bit faster. Mistita, who saw that, immediately placed a defensive spell on Labra to reduce a bit of his damage and then looked at Isamai and thought, "She is dangerous. There is no way that we can deal with her. Sorry Labra, but I am doing this," and used his sacred gear to seal Isamai's sacred gear, making the armor wrapped around Isamai immediately disappear, only leaving behind the gauntlet. By having her armor vanish all of a sudden, Isamai was shocked and asked Drake mentally, "What happened? Drake, are you there?" "Yeah, I am here, don't panic. It looks like somebody sealed my abilities." Isamai widened her eyes in surprise and thought, "Who cow?" but suddenly she realized something and looked towards the bishop and shouted, "It is you, right?" Mistita, who was taking deep breaths since sealing a Longinus too a lot out of him, gave a pained smile and said, "Rather than that, don't you have to worry about something else?" Isamai then said, "About what?" But before she was able to finish, her whole body was engulfed in the flames fired at her by Labra. Seeing the girl engulfed in flames, Mistita sighed and said, "That was a close one. Whatever, this is over at least." But all of a sudden both of them heard, "Oh, but we are just getting started." And both the dragon and the mage got shocked and looked towards the fire, which was being eaten by Isamai. Labra, seeing that, closed his mouth and Isamai ate the remainder of the games and wiped her mouth. "Now, I have got a fire in my belly." And covered her fists in flames. 229, Rias v/S Saray Org 4. Isamai looked at the dragon and the mage duo and said, "I thought that I could do this the less painful way, but looks like you want to feel the pain. So be it then." The fire on her fists intensified and Isamai smirked and said, "Let me show you how real flames feel like." And fired a huge fireball towards the two. Labra, who felt dangerous intent coming from the fire, immediately got away, but Mistita, who was already exhausted because of sealing a Longinus, was not able to move and took the hit head on. It's burning! It's burning! Labra looked towards his partner in panic and shouted, Mistita! But was not able to help him as his instinct was telling him that the fire was dangerous for him. Isamai then turned towards Labra and asked with an amused expression on her face, you can feel it, right? You can feel that this fire is dangerous, right? She then started moving towards Labra and asked, hey, why don't we do the same what you did with me engulfing you in fire? Labra, who was feeling afraid of the approaching Isamai, started moving back, seeing which Isamai got more amused and asked, now, aren't you a dragon? Don't get cold feet now. Show some courage. If you want I can warm you up. And fired a wave of her fire towards the dragon. Labra, who saw the fire coming towards him, flew away but then noticed that the fire was following him. No getting away this time, Dragon Kun. And increased the intensity of her flames, making them hotter and whiter. Labra, who saw that there was no way that he was going to dodge the fire, turned around and opened his mouth to intercept it with his own fire. Isamai, who saw that, smirked and said, it's useless, and started putting more power in her flames, which immediately broke through Labra's flames and hit the dragon. Ack! Isamai then flew above Labra and covered her fists with flames. She then started descending towards the dragon and started emitting fire through the soles of her feet to increase her speed. Once she got close to the dragon, she hit him with her flaming fists repeatedly, making the already injured dragon wince in pain. She then grabbed his tail, the back one, and then ignited it on fire, making the dragon immediately widen his eyes in shock and rush around in panic. Seeing the huge dragon acting like that, the audience had a complex feeling as they were not able to decide whether to pity the dragon or laugh at the display. After Isamai was done enjoying the show of the dragon running around with his tail set ablaze on dragon slaying fire, she looked towards Mistita, who was pretending to be knocked out after the attack, and said, want me to give you a wake-up call, Bishop Kun? And pointed her hand towards Mistita, gathering a fireball in it. Mistita, who saw the fireball, immediately flinched and fired a lot of spells towards Isamai, who took it head on. She smirked and said, seems like you forgot about something. Mistita looked at her with a confused expression on her face, which soon turned to that of worry when he saw Isamai raise her gauntlet. Balance breaker. And once again her red armor was back on her. Isamai looked at the dragon and then at Mistita and said, let's finish this now. And rushed towards Mistita and grabbed him by the collar. Mistita, who was confused by Isamai's actions, was thrown towards Labra, and the dragon, who saw his partner coming towards him, shouted, Mistita, do something about this fire, I cannot touch this. Mistita raised his staff and cast a water spell on Labra's tail, extinguishing the fire and revealing a tail whose scales were destroyed where the fire affected it. Labra sighed in relief and caught Mistita, who was coming towards him, and asked, any idea what to do now? How about going back and rest? Both him and Labra got surprised by the voice and looked up only to see Isamai in her armor with 2 blasters over each arm. Isamai, who saw their surprised faces, smirked and said, bye-bye. And fired a very huge flamethrower through her arm blasters towards the duo. Saray Org Sama's bishop and rook retired. The winner of the is round is Isamai Hyudu of the Rias Sama's peerage. Isamai got out of her armor and stretched her body and said, that felt nice, ain't it, Drake? The gem on the gauntlet glowed, and Drake said, indeed, the feeling of dominating the battlefield is the best after all. Hearing that, Isamai had an amused expression on her face and she said, even better than dominating Albion on the bed. Drake immediately got pissed and shouted, that's the worst thing ever that could happen. I am not be dominating him on the bed. Isamai clapped her hands excitedly and said, oh, so you finally accepted to let Albion be on the top and dominate you? Not happening either. I will kill myself if I ever get into such a situation. Isamai started laughing at Drake refusion and was then sent back to the underworld. 230, Rias v/S Saray Org 5. After Isamai got back, the others congratulated her, while on the other hand Saray Org sent his rook Labra and Mistita were dejected at their loss, though Saray Org was a bit excited as he now knew that Isamai had some new tricks up her sleeve and was itching to fight her. A few minutes later, Rias and Saray Org were once again called back. Roll the dice. Both the participants rolled a 2, making it a total of 4. Both teams have 5 minutes to discuss their strategy. And once again both the kings came back to their peerage and were enclosed in the barrier. Rias looked at her peerage and said, since it is a 4, they can now only send out the last remaining bishop of theirs, and as for us, we can only send in either the knights or Gasper. So who is up for it? The 2 knights looked at each other to see whether the other one was willing to go, but out of nowhere Gasper raised his hand and said, I would like to go. The whole peerage was shocked by Gasper's answer, and Rias immediately asked, are you all right, Gasper? Is something wrong with you? With a worried expression on her face. Gasper immediately shook his head and said, I am totally fine. Akeno then asked, then why are you volunteering to go? You wouldn't do that sort of thing normally, Gasper Kun. Konako nodded and said, Gaspy is not like that. If you are not feeling well, I can give you some of my sweets. And gave a chocolate bar to Gasper. Gasper looked at the chocolate in his hand and then back at Rias with a pleading expression on his face and said, I am totally fine. All of them were once again surprised by his sudden yell, and Isamai tried to calm him down by making him take deep breaths. Once Gasper was back to normal, he looked at the others and said, I just want to show the others that I am a man as well. I want to show that I am not a coward. I want to prove that I can be strong as well and can change. So don't trat.e like that. He then looked at the others who were surprised by his answer and then said, plus Tatsuya-senpai taught me a few moves and told me to show the underworld what I am capable of. I want to stand up to his expectations. Please let me do this, President. Rias stared at Gasper for a while and then gave a tired sigh and said, just promise me that you will not be reckless and take care of yourself. Gasper looked at Rias with a smile on his face and nodded his head and said, I promise that I will win this. After the 5 minutes were up, Gasper and Coriana came forward, making some specific people in the crowd making an uproar on seeing Gasper was up for fighting. Both the bishops were then sent to the raiding game field. Coriana looked at Gasper and with a smile on her face said, I am Coriana, one of Saray Orgsama's bishop, and you must be the famous cross-dresser Bishop Gasper, right? Gasper nodded and then bowed and said, and nice to meet you. Coriana chuckled and said, oh my, don't be so nervous, boy, you will make me want to attack you, if you know what I mean. Immediately Gasper's whole face turned red and he said, WW, what are you talking about? That is very indecent. Coriana bent a little but making her breasts jiggle, making Gasper focus on them. Seeing that, a mischievous smile appeared on her lips and she said, aren't you looking so intently on something indecent right now? Gasper immediately looked away and said, and no, it's not like that. Coriana then stood straight and crossed her hands, lifting up her breasts a bit while placing her hand on her cheek and said, it's fine, you know. How about you give up the match and then I can teach you some indecent stuff later. I can assure you that you will not dislike it. And then walked towards Gasper and lifted his chin with her finger and asked, so, what do you say? Want to have some fun with Oni-san after the game? Gasper looked at Coriana with some tears at the corner of his eyes and said, I will not give up. I will win this match. And then transformed into multiple bats and started tackling her. Coriana, who saw Gasper transform into bats, was a bit surprised but immediately went into a defensive stance and said, so you are a damfer, hey. Bats tried to hit her but Coriana easily blocked and dodged the bats and put some distance between the two of them. Gasper, who saw Coriana away from her, started to fly towards her but Coriana immediately made a magic circle and started firing a lot of icicles towards the bats. The bats who were caught off guard by Coriana were hit by the icicles but still a few of them managed to dodge them. Gasper then turned back to his human form and made a shield magic circle to block the incoming icicles. Coriana, seeing him go on the defensive, smiled and said, don't think that the shield will last long. You need know what happens when you don't follow the Oni-san's order. And increased the speed of icicles. Gasper's shield started to crack down, making him furrow his brows. He bit his lips and said, no other choice. His eyes then changed and turned totally red with a tiny of gold in them, and just as it changed, the time stopped for Coriana and the icicles. Gasper then moved away from his spot and got behind Coriana and let the time flow normally once again. Coriana, who saw Gasper disappear in front of her eyes, widened her eyes in surprise but soon jumped up in the air and fired the icicles behind her when she felt something was there. Gasper, who was surprised by Coriana's actions, was hit by the icicles but soon he stopped time once again and got away from her and let the time flow once again. Coriana once again saw the damfer disappear in front of her eyes and then looked towards the direction where Gasper was. You seem to have some unusual power there, damfer-kun. Instantaneous movement? No. I guess it is something related to teleportation or time control, since you don't make any movement while disappearing. Gasper, who was bleeding from multiple spots, looked at Coriana and activated his sacred gear to stop time. Once the time was stopped, he fired some blasts of demonic energy towards her, but just as the blasts were about to hit, a barrier surrounded her. Being surprised by the sudden appearance of the barrier, Gasper's concentration got broken and the time once again started moving for Coriana, who immediately started firing her blasts towards Gasper. Gasper, who took the blasts head-on, got engulfed in the explosion but was able to form a protective shield around him time to prevent any serious damage. Coriana looked at the struggling damfer and said, what you will do now, damfer-kun? Your time stopping won't work since I have already placed a barrier around me which will block your attacks even if I am stopped. The result will be the same, so why not give up and go back? Gasper looked at Coriana and said, I am not going to put Tatsuya-senpai's name to shame. I will prove you that I am a man, that I can be strong, I will show you that I can win. Hearing his declaration, Coriana looked at him with an amused smile on her face and said, then how about this, if you are able to beat me, I will go on a date with you. Attractive enough for an unmanly boy like you, right? But just as she said that, Gasper's aura changed and he shouted, I am a man. He then took out a small piece of paper and said, Tatsuya-senpai, I am going to use this, I guess. And then stared at the paper and said, self-hypnotism art, activate. And passed some of his demonic energy through the paper, which started to glow and release a blinding yellow light. Once the blinding light was released, the audience were confused, thinking what was going to happen. Tatsuya, who saw the glow, started to laugh loudly and said, Coriana is done for. Seeing him laughing, the others in the room looked at him with a weird expression on their faces, and Miyuki asked, "What is that, Unii-sama? Do you know what is happening?" Tatsuya looked at Miyuki and said, "You know what Gaspar's greatest weakness is?" Miyuki thought for a while and then said, "His being a pussy-like mentality." Tatsuya gave a wry smile and said, "Being afraid of many things. And if that attitude is taken off from him, then he is very powerful, so I tried to help him with that, but Gaspar is Gaspar, so there was no progress in it." Tatsuya then smirked and said, "But that doesn't mean that we cannot forcefully change his personality, right?" Kurumi widened her eyes and said, "Hypnotism to seal off his attitude." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Yup, but don't worry. It is temporary and don't have any bad side effects." Back in the raiding game field, the blinding light started to die down, and a Gaspar whose hair was standing up and being covered in golden aura was now visible to everyone. Coriana looked at Gaspar and said, "Wow, you look a bit more manly now." And then formed a magic circle and said, "But that won't help you win." And fired her icicles once again. But in the next instant Gaspar appeared behind her and kicked her with great force, though the barrier blocked it, but she was still thrown a few meters away. Coriana looked at Gaspar with a shocked expression on her face, to which Gaspar responded with a smile and said, "Mutade." 231, Rias v/S Saray Org 6. Coriana narrowed her eyes and once again started shooting out her icicles, seeing which Gaspar just activated his sacred gear and dodged them easily. He smirked and then slowly started to fly towards Coriana, who kept on firing icicles and energy blasts at Gaspar. Gaspar kept his sacred gear activated and easily dodged the attacks and said, "What happened? Can't seem to hit me now, I guess? Why don't we just stop and you retire before I hurt you?" And stood in front of Coriana. Coriana, who now knew that her magic attacks were of no use, tried to punch him, but Gaspar just moved his hand and blocked her fist with his palm and said, "You don't have the power to hurt me, you know? Want to see how a real punch feels like?" And use his other hand to coat it with reinforcement magic, which was taught to him by Tatsuya, and punched Coriana in the gut while shattering the barrier in the process. Coriana, who was punched in the gut, widened his eyes in shock while some saliva spilled out of her mouth and was blown away. But before her body could crash to the ground, Gaspar used his sacred gear to stop her fall and pointed his hand in her direction and said, "It's over now." And charged a very strong and huge orb of demonic energy in his hand and fired at her and let the time flow normally once again. Coriana, who saw the huge orb coming towards her, was shocked but couldn't do anything. Her body was still a bit numb from the punch earlier, and the orb was too close for her to fire any attack at it. She just sighed and thought, "Looks like it's over for me. Forgive me, Saray Org-sama." She looked at Gaspar for one last time before the huge orb collided with her and her body dissipated in light particles. Saray Org-sama's bishop retired. The winner of this round is Gas-chhh. Back in the raiding game field, the golden aura around Gaspar's body began to fade away till none was left. Once the aura was gone, his hair came back to the original position and Gaspar fainted and fell on the ground. Participant Gaspar fainted. That means this round ends in a tie. In the room where Tatsuya and the others were sitting, Kurumi looked at Tatsuya and asked, "No side effects, hey?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "You didn't hear me properly, I guess. I told you that there were no bad side effects from this technique. Using this technique takes a lot of mental toll on the body, so once the effect vanishes the body is very exhausted. This combined with all the damage that he took before transforming resulted in him fainting just after the technique was released. Also, he cannot use it for a long time. Right now, 15 minutes is his limit." Hearing that, all of them looked at him with a deadpan expression on their faces, seeing which Tatsuya said, "What? It is a great technique for someone like Gaspar. It takes out his innate abilities. He can even stop normal mid-ultimate class beings in this form." All of them thought for a while and then nodded their heads, thinking that it was indeed a good technique, but only those who have a shy personality along with great innate abilities could use it for their benefit. Back to the game. Rias and Kaiba rushed to where Gaspar appeared and checked whether he was fine or not. Once they were sure that nothing was wrong with him, they sighed and Kaiba took Gaspar back to their seats while Rias walked forward to roll the dice. Both Sarayorg and Rias got on the platforms and took the dice in their hands and rolled them back in the bowl. Participant Sarayorg-sama rolled a 6 and participant Rias-sama rolled a 3, making it a total of 9. Both teams are given 5 minutes to discuss the strategy. Both Rias and Sarayorg then got back to their peerages and then were enclosed inside the barrier. Rias looked at the sleeping Gaspar for a while and then said, "Since it is a 9, they will most probably send their queen. What do you think we should do? We have all of us left except for our bishop, after all." Akeno raised her hand and said, "I should be going then. A battle between the queens should be exciting, don't you think?" Isamai looked at Akeno and said, "Don't take this so lightly, senpai. Koisha-san is strong." Hearing that, all of them raised their brows and looked at Isamai. Akeno then asked, "How can you say that? Have you seen her fight before?" Isamai shook her head and said, "I have never seen her fight, but Tatsuya's very words about her were, Koisha is probably under the top 5 strongest youth devils I have met. And just for instance, Saray is at rank 1 of his list while the current me is rank 2. All of them remained silent for a while till suddenly Rias looked at Akeno and asked, "So what do you want to do?" Akeno looked at Rias for a while and then with a smile on her face said, "I want to see how one of the strongest in Tatsuya's list is. I will go for the next round." Rias nodded and said, "Fine then. Go, the time's up." And immediately the barrier around them disappeared and both the queens came forward and were teleported to the game field. Once both of them were in the field, Akeno bowed a bit and said, "Akeno Himejima, Rias's queen." Koisha bowed as well and said, "Koisha Abaddon, Saray Sama's queen." Akeno smiled and said, "Heard that Tatsuya think very highly of you." Koisha smiled and said, "Well, who knows, wanna find it out firsthand." Akeno took out her wings and said, "With pleasure. I really am in a mood to hear some screams, right now." And took flight. Koisha took out her wings as well and got in the air and said, "So you are sadomasochist that Tatsuya told me about. Seems you are capable of giving some shocks." Akeno chuckled and said, Ara, I really like to see the shocked look on others' faces." And soon holy lighting was cladded in her hand. Seeing the lightning and feeling the holy element in it, Koisha smirked and thought, "This will be over in an instant." In the room where Tatsuya and the others were sitting, the whole of Tatsuya's team except for Ross Weiss sighed and said at the same time, "Akeno is going to lose." Hearing which both the mothers were surprised and looked at Tatsuya's group. Seeing them looking in their direction, Tatsuya said, "You both know what Koisha's ability is, right?" To which both the mothers nodded. Seeing them nodding, Vilt said, "And Akeno is able to use holy lightning just as her father. So just think what will happen when the said holy lightning will hit Akeno herself. Even though she is a part fallen, she is a half-devil as well. And holy and devil don't go hand in hand." Asia nodded and said, "And going by her sadistic tendencies she would be falling down in." Karin looked towards the screen and with a sigh said, "Right about this instant." And saw Akeno dissipating in light particles. Participant Rias's queen retired. The winner of this match is Koisha Abaddon of Saray Sama's peerage. 232, Rias v/S Saray 7. After the match was over, Koisha came back to her peerage and was complimented by her teammates. On the other hand, the Gremory group were worried for Akeno and immediately asked someone to send her to the medical ward. Rias and Saray once again were back on the platform to roll the dice and just like before rolled it in the bowl. Once the dice stopped rolling, both the participants rolled a 6, that means a total of 12. A chance for Saray Sama to come for the fight himself. Both the teams have 5 minutes to discuss. Both the kings got back to their peerages and were then enclosed in the barrier. The whole peerage was silent until suddenly Isamai raised her hand and said, "I will go, there is a better chance for me to handle him." Kaiba looked at her and said, "No, Isamai, you stay back, let us take care of him. You told it yourself just now, Saray San is stronger than you. Not to mention Tatsuya is guaranteeing about it. Let us go and exhaust him a bit." Hearing which Konako and Zenovia nodded their heads. Konako took out her gloves and wore them and said, "You wait, senpai, we will try to weaken him a bit, and if we got lucky we'll try to form a weakness for you to take advantage of." Isamai looked at Konako, who was now in her Nico Shao mode, and sighed, "Don't force yourself. If Tatsuya says that he is strong, then that means that he was holding back during my earlier fight with him." All three of them nodded and then cams forward once the 5 minutes were up and were teleported to the raiding game field along with Saray. Saray looked at his opponents and said, "2 knights and 1 rook, so the Red Dragon Empress didn't came out, hey." Kaiba formed his holy devil sword and said, "Don't worry about her, she will have her moment later, for now you have to deal with us." Saray looked at Kaiba and soon a smirk appeared on his face and said, "That's true as well, let's save the dessert for the last." He then raised his fists and then 2 glowing marks appeared on them. "These are the weight seals that Tatsuya gave me for training, much more potent than anything in the underworld. I shall remove them now." And then 2 of the glowing marks vanished from his arms and a strong gist was released from his body, making the surrounding surface crack up a bit. Saray smiled seeing the extent of his restrictions and then said, "Now let us begin. I give you all the first move." Hearing that, the 3 of them felt a bit insulted, but knowing that the guy in front of them was on a whole another level, immediately took action and got serious. Kaiba gripped his sword tightly and said, "Zenovia, start charging. Konako, intercept him with me." Both the girls nodded their heads and Zenovia immediately raised her sword and started charging the energy in it, while Konako clenched her fist tightly and followed after Kaiba, who was already way ahead of her. Kaiba started slashing towards Saray, who simply dodged the slashes without much difficulty and said, "You certainly are fast compared to a normal knight," and then clenched his fist and said, "But not as fast as me." And punched Kaiba, sending him flying, and said, "And not even that durable." And saw Kaiba's body dissipating in white light. He then moved his hand and blocked an incoming fist towards him and said, "You certainly pack quite a punch, young Nico Shao." Konako looked at Saray with narrowed eyes and said, "You as well, you were even able to defeat senpai in 1 hit, even though he is quite durable now." Saray smiled and said, "I have known Tatsuya for quite a long time, meaning I have quite a lot of experience fighting with him and his group, you can't slack off if you want to catch up to those monsters. He then punched Konako as well, who intercepted it with her own punch. Seeing that Sarayorg was a bit surprised, to which Konako said, that punch was nothing compared to Shizuka-san's punch. Sarayorg snorted and said, like hell I can be at that level yet, but your punches feel heavy as well. Let's see who can punch better. And both Sarayorg and Konako started punching at each other, blocking each blow coming at them, A/N, yet, both of them are doing the aura muda scene. Konako and Sarayorg kept on punching each other, but slowly Konako's fist began to get numb under the force of Sarayorg's punches. Seeing the frown on her face, Zenobia, who was still charging the sword, began to get worried, but suddenly out of nowhere Kaiba appeared and said, keep focusing, I will handle him. And thanks for the sword. And rushed towards Sarayorg with his holy devil sword and an Excalibur fragment, which helped him in faking his defeat. Sarayorg, who noticed Kaiba coming towards him, stopped holding back against Konako and punched her a bit harder, but Konako took advantage of him focusing on Kaiba for a bit and transformed into a white cat and got below him, only to transform back and give him a punch in the face, sending him flying up in the air. She looked at Kaiba and said, now senpai. Kaiba smirked as well and formed as many of his glory dragon troopers as he was capable of, with each holding a holy devil sword, and said, thanks Konako. And all the troopers charged energy to the swords and fired a beam towards Sarayorg, while Kaiba charged energy in both the Excalibur fragment and his own holy devil sword and fired a beam at him. There is no point in fighting him in close quarters. We have try the ranged attacks. Konako as well fired a beam made up of senjutsu at Sarayorg, which combined with the rest of the attacks, forming a huge beam. Kaiba then looked at Zenobia and shouted, now Zenobia. Zenobia clenched her teeth and sword, and a huge beam formed over the sword. She then looked towards Sarayorg and the beam approaching him and said, take this X-Durandal. And fired the stored up energy towards the beam heading towards Sarayorg, amplifying the power of the attack. Sarayorg, who saw the multicolored beam heading towards him, took his wings out and got even higher at a very fast speed and said, let me show you what a true attack looks like. A move which Tatsuya taught to a failure like me. He then took a stance and brought both his hands close to each other, and a blue glow appeared in his hands. Ka, me, ha, me. Sarayorg then smirked and shouted, ha. And fired the blue energy wave towards the incoming attack, breaking through it almost instantly and now heading towards the three devils. The three devils from the Gremory Peerage, who saw the huge blue wave coming towards them, panicked, and Konako and Kaiba asked immediately formed a barrier around them. Sarayorg looked at the barriers and said, that would not help. And the beam crashed to the barriers and shattered them immediately on contact and hit the three devils, retiring them as a result, while also destroying a major part of the land. The winner of this round is Sarayorg-sama. 233, Rias v/S Sarayorg 8. After Sarayorg returned back from the field, he looked towards Rias's peerage, and after making sure that his opponents were not fatally injured, he got back to his peerage. Rias and Isami, who were now the only ones left from their group, carried the other three injured members back and asked someone to take them to the medical wards. Rias and Isami looked at Sarayorg with a serious look in their eyes, and then Rias said, time to roll the dice once again. And just as she said that, both the kings were called by the announcer. Rias and Sarayorg got on top of the platform and rolled the dice in the bowl once again. Participant Sarayorg-sama rolled a 6 and participant Rias-sama rolled a 3, making it a total of 9. Both the teams have got 5 minutes to discuss. Both Rias and Sarayorg got back and were once again enclosed in the barrier. Isami looked at Rias and asked, so what do you plan to do? Rias looked at Isami with a serious look in her eyes and said, I will go. I am quite pissed right now and want to blow off some steam. Isami widened her eyes in surprise and asked, are you sure? If you are defeated, then we will lose. Rias smirked and said, that is to say, if I will be defeated, right? Sarayorg himself won't be coming, which leaves us with either the pawn or the queen. And since he has not yet sent out his pawn in any of the games till now, then that means he is his trump card of sorts. And I have confidence that I can deal with the queen. Isami stared at Rias for a while and then said, are you really confident? Rias stared back at Isami and said, I am. Both continued to stare at each other for a while, which finally ended with Isami sighing and saying, do whatever you want. You are the king of the peerage anyway. Rias smiled and said, then I should be going, my cute and adorable pawn. And got off from her seat, and immediately the barrier around them disappeared. Rias and Koisha then came forward with the audience, surprised seeing Rias coming herself instead of Isami. Looks like Rias-sama will be participating in this match herself. Then without further ado, let us begin. And both of them were teleported to the rating game field. Koisha looked at Rias and with a bow said, greeting to you, Lady Rias. Rias nodded as well and said, greetings to you as well, Koisha Abaddon. Let's not waste our time and let us begin. Oh, a warning just before we begin. If you are willing to retire, just do it now. I am not feeling very well and am in a mood to blow off some steam, so I might not be able to hold back. Koisha smirked and said, we will see who is going to retire. And got ready to prepare a hole and redirect the attack on her. Koishal looked at Rias and thought, she has not got much control over her demonic power and fires beams at her opponents, it would be easy to take on with Hall WH. What the hell is this? All of a sudden the ground started to crack up and the pressure around Rias began to rise. Her hair started to flow violently with her usual reddish-black aura surrounding her. She looked at Koishal with a smirk and said, I gave you time, don't complain, later. Suddenly a huge magic circle appeared on the ground with the symbol of Gremory inscribed on it, and a huge wave of power of destructing was fired up in the sky like a tower which engulfed most of the raiding game field and Koisha in it. A few moments later the tower of power of destruction disappeared along with the magic circle, and only a huge crater of the size of the magic circle from before was left behind. Seeing the crater in the ground, Rias chuckled and said, looks like I let loose a bit too much. Teehee. The whole audience as well as the announcer was silent, even the room where Tatsuya and the others were sitting was totally quiet. The whole group just stared blankly at the screen except for Venelana, who had a proud smirk on her face and looked at the speechless expression on the faces of others with amusement. Tatsuya remained silent seeing the display of Rias's power and thought, Surtsks really did a bit too much, but who am I saying that? I do the same thing as well. Soon a sigh escaped from Tatsuya's mouth and he muttered, looks like I owe her a favor, now. The stadium remained silent for a while when suddenly out of nowhere someone shouted, yeah. That's my Ria-tan. Show them the power you have gained from the training and love of Onii-chan. The whole stadium snapped out of trance because of that someone's shout, and the announcer shouted, the winner of this round is Rias-sama. Rias, who was still in what was left of the field, had an intense blush on her face and thought, oh Onii-sama, I hate you. Just why did you had to shout like that? Fine then, I will tell Grafia to be stricter with him, and was then teleported back to the underworld. Once she was back she could hear the audience cheering for her, making her happy, and thought, it is my first step to be recognized as Rias and not a Gremory. She then looked towards Isamai, who had a huge smile on her face and showing her a thumbs up. Rias smiled at Isamai's action and gave a thumbs up in return as well. Suddenly she heard a voice in her head, good job, I was certainly impressed by you. Just don't lose focus and try to win. Ah, and don't get overconfident and mess the whole thing. Rias widened her eyes in surprise and thought, wait, Tatsuya. Yeah, it's me. Bye. Good luck with the final match. Before Rias could say something, Tatsuya cut the connection with her, making the redhead sigh in disappointment. She walked back to his seat and Isamai asked, what happened? Rias looked at Isamai and asked, when this May is over tell me about Tatsuya's like and dislikes. Isamai didn't understand what actually happened with her king and just nodded her head. 234, Rias v/S Saray Org 9. After a few minutes of rest the announcer once again appeared and said, now let's head towards the next match. Participants, PLE. But before he could finish, Saray Org stood up and said, may I request for a match with the remaining members of the peerage? It wouldn't be any fun now since only the high-value players are left. And he then looked at Rias and Isamai and said, I really want to see how much power these two have. The announcer then relayed the information to the judges, who after discussing among themselves told their answer to the announcer. The judges have no problem with Saray Org-sama's proposal. Does Rias-sama agree to this? Rias looked at Isamai, who looked back at her and said, we don't know how strong his pawn is. Rias then replied, but the fact that we cannot beat him one-on-one is true as well. We might have a better chance if we work together, and we also don't know anything about his pawn, so it is better to cover each other's back. Isamai just sighed and said, there are way too many assumptions and variables in this match. It is really pissing me off. Drake, what do you think we should do? The gauntlet appeared on her arm and Drake said, just agree with it. Even if there are variables in this fight, it is still better than to fight him head-on one-on-one, as the result of that match is fixed, which is your total loss. Isamai just sighed and nodded her head, seeing which Rias looked at the announcer and nodded her head as well. The announcer nodded his head with an excited expression on his face and said, Gremory team has accepted FHEBAEL team's condition. This means it will be the last match of the game. Isamai took a deep breath and said, Drake, President, let's do this. Rias nodded her head and said, yeah, let's give our best. Both the teams were then transported to the raiding game field and Saray Org stared at Isamai, who stared back at him. President, take care of the pawn, I have some unsettled score with him. Rias looked at Isamai and asked, and what about our plan to deal with him together? Isamai looked at her and asked, do you really think that he is in the mood for that? He clearly wants to know how much was I holding back in our spar earlier. Isamai looked at Saray Org and saw the excited expression on his face while looking at Isamai. She sighed and said, fine, I will try to take down the pawn as soon as I can so that I can assist you in the battle. Isamai nodded and said, that will help. Let's do this, Drake. The gem on the gauntlet glowed and Drake yelled, Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker. Saray Org came forward as well while cracking his knuckles and said, so shall we continue where we left out earlier, Red Dragon Empress? Isamai took her stance and said, and I hope that you are not going to hold back this time. Saray Org took his stance and said, that depends on whether you can make me D. Before he could finish, Isami rushed towards him and tried to punch him, but he intercepted it with his own punch. You should let someone finish when they are speaking to you. Isami snorted and covered her fists in flames and tried to make him back off by burning his hand, but Sareorg immediately covered his hand with Toki, preventing any burns that could happen. So this is the flame which Labra was talking about? They are very hot indeed, probably hotter than the flames of an average phoenix. He covered his other fist with Toki as well and said, but that isn't going to stop me. And punched at Isami, who immediately used her leg to strike Sareorg's leg and making him stumble a bit, which changed the trajectory of the punch, making it miss Isami. Isami wasn't any time and immediately elbowed him, which Sareorg blocked with his hands, but still there was a small crater formed on the ground. Sareorg then pushed Isami back and said, you really were holding back a lot the last time. Isami regained her balance and said, so were you. Your reflexes are on a whole another level now. Both of them once again got in their stances and Isami said, so shall we take this up a notch? And started releasing her aura. Sareorg smirked and started releasing his aura as well and said, why not? But suddenly both of them heard a loud roar and turned around to see what happened and noticed Sareorg's pawn turning into a giant golden lion. Isami looked at the lion and asked, what the hell is he? Sareorg looked at Isami and said, that's Regulus. And started to explain to her about Regulus's backstory. Once he was done, Isami looked at Rias and asked, President, want me to help? Rias just made some magic circles in her hand and said, no need to worry, I can handle him. You are not the only one who was training under someone especially strong. And fired waves made up of her power of destruction towards Regulus, who started dodging them. But seeing him dodge, Rias smirked and moved her hand, and at the same instant the P.O.D wave stared following the giant lion. Seeing that Regulus started to run and jump around in miscellaneous directions, but the waves still followed him. Rias took advantage of him being focused on the waves and started placing various medium-sized magic circles on the ground, which fired a pillar made up of P.O.D whenever Regulus gets near them. Both Sareorg and Isami looked at the cat who was running away for a while. Isami asked, just what the hell happened to President when we were not looking after her? In the room where Tatsuya and his team were sitting, the whole Tatsuya group looked at Venelana and asked, who the hell trained her to be this proficient in her demonic energy manipulation? I cannot imagine Surtsk's getting strict with her to this extent in training. Venelana chuckled and said, that is the result of mine and Graphia's training. After all, we cannot let Surtsk's in charge of her training all the time, he has a lot of duties. We made sure to make her to be at least as proficient as low ultimate class devils during the warring periods. No leniency showed. Graphia even spanked her whenever she whined or made a blunder. You should have seen her butt at that time. It was as red as her hair. Phew 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 phew. All of them except for Tatsuya just gulped their saliva and thought at the same time, at least Tatsuya/Tatsuya-san/Ani-Isama don't spank us during training. All of them looked back at the screen and saw something which made all of them immediately become serious. Her breathing is getting erratic, she is losing her stamina and demonic energy at a very high rate. Venelana, Ross Weiss and Misla looked at the children and asked, you all can tell that just from that screen? All of them just nodded and said, looks like her, she used too much fuel in that blast against Koisha. Back in the raiding game field. Rias had some sweat running down her forehead and thought, if this continues then I will lose. Let's get on the close quarters. And slammed her hands in the ground, and immediately all the magic circles that she had placed on the ground fired with P.O.D towards Regulus, who immediately braced himself for the attack as there was no way for him to dodge them. Regulus charged up his aura and waited for the blasts to get near him and fired an area energy burst around him which clashed against the P.O.D and negated it. He sighed in relief and thought, the young girl from the Gremory family have grown a lot. And I am not talking about her breasts. Suddenly he felt something approaching him from behind and jumped away. In the same instant he jumped away, loud noise was heard and a lot of cracks appeared on the floor. When the dust cleared, the figure was revealed to everyone with her hands covered in P.O.D and clenched into fists. She looked at Regulus and said, it is not nice of you to get away from a lady who is trying to approach you, Regulus-san. Seeing her like that, Regulus and Tatsuya's group thought at the same time, what the hell did that Siscon did with her? Meanwhile the said Siscon. Ria-Tan kick that lion's ass, show her the power of love between us. Onii-chan is cheering for you with all he have. 235, Rias v/S Sareorg 10. Tatsuya and his group who saw Rias's hands covered in P.O.D were surprised, and Tatsuya immediately contacted Surtsk through his mental link. Oi, Surtsk, what the hell did you train her with? That right there is something out of your super mode. Surtsk, who heard the sudden shouting in his head, was a bit shocked but soon calmed down once he recognized the voice. Tatsuya, hey. Nat, it's not like my super mode. In my super mode the P.O.D covers my body and is released without my control, but what Ria-Tan is doing is totally different. Her P.O.D is in her control, as she is only making a thin layer out of it over her arms so as to increase the power of her blows. Furthermore, she can only do it on her two limbs right now, so either both her arms or both her legs or an arm and a leg, and that too must be taking way too much concentration. But I can say that its concept is based on my super mode, after all it is Onii-chan who taught Ria-tan that move. Now when she win her match she will come to her Onii-chan and will confess her feeling. Before the THIGS escalated, Tatsuya cut the connection with Surtsk and looked back at the game and thought, that's a relief there. For a moment there I was shocked seeing her able to do something Surtsk do in his super mode. He focused on Rias who was fending off Regulus's attacks and thought, it is more of a strengthening technique using P.O.D rather than his super mode. In the raiding game field, Rias and Regulus were constantly attacking and blocking each other trying to overpower one another, and even though Regulus had the advantage in terms of power, Rias was able to overcome it by making diversions using her P.O.D, which was annoying Regulus a lot since it was also capable to follow him if he dodged it. Regulus as well was firing energy blasts at Rias who was easily able to destroy them using her P.O.D, and though he was able to land some successive blows on Rias, it was still not enough to defeat her. Seeing that Rias was able to hold herself pretty well, Izumi focused back on her fight and said, let's continue drag. Boost 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 boost. She then charged towards Sarayorg who got in a defensive stance and blocked her onslaught of punches and kicks while also counter-attacking her, which were blocked by her as well. That's it, Red Dragon. Show me what have you got. Oh. I will show you. Change Welsh Draconic Rook. Change Solid Impact. Isumi's armor turned to a heavy one and she punched towards Sarayorg sending him flying despite him blocking the blow. What happened, Sarayorg-san? Change Welsh Sonic Boost Knight. Izumi got in front of Sarayorg in just an instant and changed back to her rook form and punched him in the gut, making him cough out a bit of blood on crashing with the ground. Izumi, who still in the air, looked at Sarayorg and said, change Welsh Blaster Bishop. Change Fang Blaster. And a huge cannon appeared on her back. Izumi bent her body a bit, aiming the cannon at Sarayorg and said, not yet. And formed two more blasters on top of each of her hands and pointed them at Sarayorg. Boost 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 boost. And fired a strong greenish blast from her back cannon while firing concentrated flame blasts with her hand cannon. All three beams combined and rushed towards Sarayorg, seeing which Izumi smirked behind her helmet and said, not yet. Drake, do it. As you wish. Transfer. And added all the boosted power to her blast, making it cover more than half of the field. Seeing the blast coming down, both Rias and Regulus panicked and Regulus immediately rushed towards Sarayorg. Sarayorg-sama. Rias looked at the fleeing lion and got in the sky as well and said, didn't you went a bit overboard? Izumi looked at Rias and said, got a bit excited there. But all of a sudden a huge eruption of golden energy occurred, making both the audience and the two devils in the sky curious about it. But their curiousness was soon fulfilled when Sarayorg emerged out of the blast wearing a golden armor while looking at Izumi with an excited smirk on his face. That was a good attack, Red Dragon. I can still feel my body being burnt in that intense heat AD power. Izumi and Rias looked at Sarayorg with a shocked expression on their faces and said at the same time, how much are you still holding back, you bastard? Hearing the two girls yell at him surprised Sarayorg, but soon he started laughing and said, sorry, I wasn't going to use this, but that blast made me excited. So now he became serious and said, behold the power of the Lion King Nemia's Balance Breaker, Regulus Ray Leather Rex. But contrary to his expectations of the girls being shocked, he felt a lot of killing intent aimed at him and he immediately started sweating. He looked at Izumi, who was releasing immense amount of aura and killing intent, and gulped his saliva and started sweating. Izumi looked at Sarayorg and said, oi, you mean to say that you were not going to fight me at full power? You wanted to mock me? You are pitying me, hey? Sarayorg immediately raised his hands in denial and said, no, my intentions were not to look down on you, and I was not pitying you as well. It's Jew. Before he could finish, Izumi pointed her finger at him and said, that doesn't matter here, you bastard. What would have you done if you got caught up in that attack earlier before that lion could have come to save your ass? If I defeated you when you were not at your strongest, Tatsuya and the others, especially that bitch Tiamat, I would not have been satisfied and I would have been trained to death. Do you even know what you were going to do? And started taking deep breaths while she slumped her shoulders. Rias then started to caress her back and tried to calm her down. Sarayorg blinked in surprise, but because of all the killing intent that was aimed at him, he bowed his head and said, I don't what I did wrong, but I still apologize for not fighting you at my strongest. He then stood straight and said, now then let's show you my strongest. And soon a huge amount of aura started to build up around him, making his armor glow even brighter. Seeing that, Izumi glared at him and said, I will make sure that you pay for not going all out earlier. And a huge amount of aura started to build up around her as well, making her armor glow as well. The gem on her gauntlet kept blinking as continuous shouts of Drake yelling boost were heard by everyone. Seeing the two of them powering up, Rias looked at the both of them with a dumbfounded look on her face and thought, these two are total monsters. There is no way that I could compete with them even if I had my demonic energy filled to the brim right now. Just what the hell are they planning to do? Rias got away from the two of them and immediately made a layer of barriers around herself to not get caught in the fight of these two monsters. She could not believe that the lion who was struggling against her earlier stored this amount of power in its balance breaker. Once the two of them were powered up to the maximum, they looked at each other for a while. The whole arena was silent as the audience were curious about what was going to happen between the two Longinus wielders and were looking intently at the scene. Rias as well got in a defensive stance and covered herself with her P.O.D reinforcement in the hands. Both of them looked at each other for a bit longer until suddenly both vanished from their spots and in the next instant were clashing against each other with Ismai being in her rook mode. Sarayorg had an excited smile on his face and said, "Your power is really on a different level now. Good, show me what else are you capable of, Red Dragon." Ismai, who was still exchanging kicks and punches with Sarayorg, covered her fists and legs with flames and increased the speed of her moves by using her flames as thrusters, which made occasional punches and kicks hit the golden armored devil. "Don't worry, I really want to put you to sleep right now. Worry whether you will be able to keep up or not, Drake." The gem glowed and said, "What, you are already at maximum?" Ismai smirked and said, "Overload me. Are you insane? Are you going to do it or I go juggernaut?" Drake fell silent at her response and sighed, "You crazy brat, don't regret it later." Boost. And immediately blood spilled out of her mouth, but still a huge grin was on her face. And now for the grand finale. Let's fire up. And her whole body was now covered in flames. She then used those flames to reinforce her body, making her able to handle her boost, though her body started to heat up very quickly. The speed of her attacks started increasing along with the power behind the punches, which were now very hot as well. Sarayorg now was on total defensive as he could not predict where Ismai will hit next. Her speed and power were now at a totally different level as well. He glared at Ismai and thought, how the hell is this happening? Her punches right now are feeling as heavy as Asia-san's normal punches. What the hell did she do to gain this strength? Ha 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 ha, can you feel it, bastard? This is the frustration of a high school girl who is being tossed around by a dragon king at a daily basis. Stomped under the feet of a dragon. Bath in the flames of a dragon. And holding on from being chewed by a dragon as a training for increasing strength. Can you feel it? Not to mention Asia's fist of love sessions. Can you feel the frustration? Can you feel it? Tell me, bastard. And punched him with all her might, making him immediately crash to the ground with his armor mostly melted from the heat of Ismai's punches. Ismai raised her fists in the air and shouted, "Give me a break from that fucky training regime for a while, you dragon hag." Tatsuya and the others who were looked at Ismai and the whole group said at the same time, "She finally lost it." Tatsuya looked at Ismai for a while and said, "Fine then, I will look over her for a while for her to become rational again. An Asian no fist of love sessions from now on." Asia looked at Tatsuya and said, "Aiv." And gave a pout. Back in the raiding game field. Rias approached Ismai, whose armor was now giving off a lot of steam, and said, "Ismai. You all rights?" All of a sudden her armor disappeared and an Ismai completely drenched in sweat appeared and said, "I am fine. Just a bit hot." The gauntlet appeared on her hand and Drake shouted at her, "You idiot, what the hell were you thinking? Your body was going to explode. Fucking explode." Ismai smiled wryly and looked at her gauntlet, but then they heard an announcement. Sarayorg Samaspan retires. All of them looked down and saw the golden lion dissipating in white light. Sarayorg, whose body was now filled with bruises and burns, looked at Regulus and said, "Thank you for saving me there." Regulus smiled and said, "Don't mention it, my lord." And then disappeared. Sarayorg sighed and looked back at Ismai and used his Phoenix tears to heal back his injuries and said, "Let's get this over with." Ismai got ready as well and said, "Oh yeah," but suddenly her whole body felt a huge amount of pain and she said, "Shit, not now." Rias looked at Ismai with a worried look on her face and said, "Here Ismai, use the Phoenix tears." Ismai shook her head with difficulty and said, "No use, President, I don't have that many injuries. It is the side effect of overheating my body, Phoenix tears are of no use. Hold him for a while, I will be back up soon." Rias nodded as she saw the falling body of her pawn and then turned to look back at her cousin and said, "Let's have our first fight in a while, Sarayorg." 236, Rias v/S Sarayorg 11. Sarayorg looked at Rias and said, "Rias, hey. I am really surprised by the growth that you showed in this match. Your power is certainly great." He then turned serious as a layer of toki appeared around his body and he said, "But that still is not enough to defeat me, and don't think that I am going to pull back my punches since you are my cousin." Rias turned serious as well as she covered her arms with her P.O.D and took said, "Looks like it is going to get a bit rough." Sarayorg then took out his wings and started moving towards Rias with great speed, seeing which Rias immediately made a magic circle and fired multiple orbs of P.O.D towards Sarayorg. Seeing the orbs heading towards him, Sarayorg crossed his arms in a defensive manner and started deflecting the orbs coming at him. "Don't waste your energy, Rias, these types of attacks are of no use against me, not to mention your aim is not that good." But Rias didn't say anything and kept on firing the orbs at him while also flying away from him and dodging the blows whenever he got near him. Saray stopped following her and said, "Seems like you are in for a cat and mouse chase. Let's get this game over within an instant." He then took a stance and brought his hands together. Ka! A blue glow then appeared in his hands as he brought the hands near his waist. Me! Seeing what he was going to do, Rias stopped and stood still in the air and formed a magic circle in front of her and said, "You know Saray, my aim is not that bad." And all of a sudden the orbs which were deflected or missed by Saray turned into magic circles and all of them fired a ray made up of P.O.D towards Saray. Saray seeing the rays coming at him stopped charging his attack and was about to move away from there, but all of a sudden all the beams changed their course and started to revolve around Saray in the shape of a sphere, trapping him inside the sphere. Rias looked at Saray and said, "You cannot escape this, Saray, not without suffering with enough injuries." And smirked. Seeing her smirk, Saray smirked as well and said, "You really are in a mood to surprise everyone, aren't you?" Rias narrowed her eyes and sent the magic circle that she formed earlier towards Saray's direction. The circle divided into two smaller circles and one of them got above the sphere and the other below the sphere. Bolts made of P.O.D started to come out of the sphere and soon a strong beam made up of P.O.D fired at Saray. Saray who saw the beam tightened his muscles and a thick layer made of both demonic energy and Toki surrounded him. Once he was able to the strongest layer he possibly could at that moment, he rushed towards the wall of the sphere and in the next instant a huge explosion occurred. Rias widened her eyes in shock and shouted, "Are you mad? Do you want to die or what?" Soon the smoke cleared and Saray with one of his arm totally bruised and covered in blood appeared. There were bruises all over his body as well, but none were as serious as his arm. He looked at Rias and said, "I am not mad, I just have confidence in my strength. Your whole arm is totally damaged." Saray looked at his damaged arm and said, "Don't worry, I still have my other one to win the fight." Rias narrowed her eyes and said, "You are saying as if you are going to win." Saray smirked and said, "It's because." He then disappeared from his spot and appeared behind Rias with his body covered in Toki and said, "I am going to win." And used his non-injured arm to punch Rias, who blocked it with her POD-covered arms in the last instant and was blown away by the force of the punch. Saray once again rushed at her, seeing which Rias fired a powerful blast of her P.O.D at Saray trying to slow him down as well as increasing her own speed with the recoil. But to her surprise Saray just came out of the attack using his arm and said, "This body is tough enough to not be affected by that power." And rushed towards her. Rias immediately balanced her body and dodged the punch heading her way and tried to attack him with her own punch. But Saray used his leg to block her attack and used the other one to kick her in the gut, sending her crashing in the ground. Blood spilled out of her mouth as Saray's kick made a contact with her. But Rias didn't black out and used her demonic power to form a barrier to protect and slow down her fall. Saray looked at his cousin and said, "This ends here, Rias." And used his demonic energy to form an orb in his hand and fired it at Rias. But before the orb could make contact, a red blade slashed through the orb, destroying it in the process. Isamai, who had her Ascalon out, looked at Saray and asked, "Missed me, Saray-san?" Saray looked at Isamai and said, "Red Dragon Empress, so you were still in the game, hey? But what happened to your armor?" Isamai scratched her cheek in embarrassment and said, "Looks like overloading and overheating myself at the same time was not a good idea. My body can't take the strain of the balance breaker right now." She then turned serious and asked, "But that doesn't mean that I am out of the game yet." She looked back at Rias and asked, "You still alive, President?" Rias looked at Isamai with a pained look on her face and said, "Shut up, don't kill me just yet." And got up as Isamai offered her hand for her to stand up. Rias looked at Saray and asked, "So any plans, Isamai?" Isamai shook her head and said, "None, just going with old hacking and slashing. My body is not in a good condition right now." Rias sighed and said, "Watch my back and I will watch yours. You ladies should know that a battlefield is not a place for idle chatter." Both of them looked at Saray and Isamai said, "Give me cover." And took her wings out and flew towards Saray. Rias also started firing small attacks at Saray in order to distract him. Saray who saw Isamai coming towards him also rushed towards her and punched her, to which Isamai responded with blocking the punch with her gauntlet. After blocking it, she took the sword out of her sacred gear and used it with her other arm to slash at Saray. Saray being Saray took the attack head on, but immediately in the next instant a deep frown appeared on his face and he looked at the sword. Seeing his expression, Isamai smirked and said, "What happened? Got so excited for the battle that you failed to notice that it is a holy sword." She then pushed him back with her gauntlet and fired a dragon shot at him, which sent him a few meters away. Isamai didn't waste any time as she saw Saray's movements slowing down because of the fatigue and the wound from the holy sword. She used her sacred gear and stacked up all the 10-second boosts that she could before she got on defense from Saray's onslaught of punches. "President, a little help here." Rias immediately used the Phoenix tears to heal the few broken bones caused by Saray's earlier attacks and rushed to aid Isamai. "My demonic power is just about to get depleted, we have to finish it quickly." She looked at Isamai blocking Sarayorg's attacks while also grazing him with her sword, which caused Sarayorg to flinch a bit in pain. Her eyes widened in realization and she thought, that's it. She covered her one arm in twice the amount of P.O.D she used earlier and punched towards Sarayorg. Sarayorg, seeing the approaching punch, blocked her with his injured arm, which only deepened the frown on his face. Ria's who attack was stopped, smirked and transferred her P.O.D in her other arm and snatched the sword from Isamai's arm, making Isamai surprised by her action. The moment she held the sword, her arm was engulfed in a huge amount of pain, which was accompanied with a burning sensation. She gritted her teeth and covered the blade of the sword with the remaining of her P.O.D and slashed Sarayorg's chest with it. Blood splattered out of Sarayorg's chest as he also spilled a lot of blood from his mouth. He looked at the two girls and saw Isamai having a shocked expression on her face, while Rias, who had a pained expression on her face, dropped the sword. A huge grin appeared on his face and he thought, this is fun. You both did good. Both the girls heard Sarayorg's low voice as they saw his body falling down. But this is my win. And in the next instant both of them saw a glowing blue orb in Sarayorg's hand as he fired the beam towards the two devils. Rias-sama and her pawn retired. The winner of the game is Sarayorg-sama. Sarayorg, who had a satisfied expression on his face, fell down on the ground and soon turned unconscious. 237. Talk after the game. After the game was over, Tatsuya and his group immediately went to the medical wards and found the members of both the peerages lying on the beds with bandages wrapped around them. Tatsuya looked at all of them and said, that really was rough for all of you, hey. Asia, if you don't mind. Asia nodded and said, okay, everyone wait patiently for me to heal you all. Tatsuya then looked at the winner of the game, who was still unconscious, and his hand was grabbed by Sikvera. He walked towards them and said, don't worry Aira-chan, he will be fine. And then removed the blanket from top of him and revealed his bandaged chest, which had a deep cut on it. Tatsuya placed his hand over the cut and then extracted the holy energy from it and then started healing him. Once the deeper wound was closed, he covered his body with the blanket once again and said, there, all done. Don't worry. And then fired a ball made of cold water at his face, which instantly woke him up. Sarayorg woke up with a panicked expression on his face and then started looking around, but sighed when he realized where he was. He looked at Tatsuya and said, was that really necessary to wake me up like that? Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, not really, but someone was worried about you. And looked towards Sikvera, who was sitting beside Sarayorg. Sarayorg looked at Sikvera and then saw her holding his hand. He sighed and said, don't worry, I am not someone to go down that easily. And gripped her hand lightly. Sikvera blushed when she felt him gripping her hand and just pulled her hand back and said, good for you that you are all right. Hearing that, the rest of the girls chuckled, making the green-haired girl even more embarrassed. After everyone else was healed up and all of them were talking to each other, Sarayorg asked Tatsuya, by the way Tatsuya, who do you think improved the most in this game? Hearing that, all of the ones who participated in the game looked at Tatsuya with an expectant look in their eyes. Tatsuya looked back at them as if they were idiots and said, is that even a question to ask? And then got up from his seat and started walking towards Rias. Seeing him walking towards her, all of them, especially Rias, was surprised by that. She looked at Tatsuya and said, no. I mean, I didn't do DHA. Obviously it's my favorite Damfur Gasper. And patted his head, making the Damfur blush at his compliment. The whole room turned silent at his answer and looked at Gasper, who immediately his behind Tatsuya when he felt the gazes upon him. Now don't scare him. He showed the best determination progress out of all of you. Not to mention he is not a person either used to fighting or hurting others, so him taking down an opponent as talented as Coriana is a great feat for him. Also a fun fact, he is the only one among all of you who didn't retire during this game and only turned unconscious because of overusing an ability he is not used to, plus he is the only one who don't have any deep injuries on his body. All of them looked at Gasper more intently and Sarayorg said after a while, Gasper-kun, is it? Fine then, let's have a battle at a later date. Make sure to master that power of yours. Hi Tatsuya-senpai, he is scary. Tatsuya looked at Gasper and said, man up Gasper, don't you want others to look at you as a man? What better way would be there other than to defeat the strongest youth devil in a fight? He then turned towards Sarayorg and said, and you stop making that expression, you are scaring him. Sarayorg, who had an excited smile on his face, laughed out loud and then apologized to Gasper for scaring him. Tatsuya then looked at Rias, whose bed was besides Gasper's, and said, the next best improvement is definitely Rias's. You really did shocked all of us by that performance of yours. That was really impressive battle you showed us. Rias smiled and puffed her chest proudly and said, of course, what else do you expect? I really put my heart and soul to improve myself for the fight. Tatsuya nodded and then looked at Isamai and said, and you Isamai? Isamai, who heard her name, immediately tensed up and started praying inside her head, please no hellish training. 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 Tatsuya smiled and said, don't worry, you will not be training under Tiamat from now on. Plus a week's break. Hearing that, a huge smile appeared on her face and she shouted, hell yeah, No old hag from now on. But her happiness soon faded away when he heard Tatsuya's next words, from now on you will be training under me and I will make sure that you train you thoroughly. She looked at Tatsuya with eyes which had lost all their brightness and remained silent. She then turned towards the rest of the members of Tatsuya's group and asked, "Hey, this guy is joking, right? Asia, it looks like I am dreaming a bit, will you punch me to wake me up from this nightmare?" Tatsuya walked towards her and placed his hands on her shoulders and said, "Don't worry Isami, this is not a dream. Let's work hard in the future." Isami looked at Tatsuya for a while and then summoned her gauntlet and asked Drake, "Drake, you really like training under Tiamat, right? Let's just continue that." The gem on the gauntlet glowed and Drake said, "Why yeah, let's just train with her till we reach her level and then we will think about training under Tatsuya." Tatsuya just smiled and said, "I hope that you are excited for the training." And then walked away making Isami slump her shoulders and said, "My luck must be totally fucked up for me to get into worse situation each time." Tatsuya looked at Sarayorg and then said, "By the way Sarayorg, don't think that you are the strongest youth devil. Isami could have defeated you easily if she had used everything she had got in her arsenal." Hearing that, all of them got shocked and looked at Isami with questioning gazes, seeing which Isami got overwhelmed by them and said, "WW, what are you saying Tatsuya? I used everything I had in my battle." Tatsuya looked at her with a neutral look on his face and asked, "What all did you use in your game? Care to tell me about that?" Isami thought for a while and then started listing the things that she used in the battle. "I used my balance breaker, my Triania, my Dragon Slayer magic, my holy sword." Tatsuya nodded and then said, "And what about your pawn promotion? You could have promoted to queen and then used Triania to defeat him easily. Not to mention, using your holy sword along with just you regular Triania would have done the job, and enhancing that with Dragon Slayer magic would have been overkill for the match. Or you could have aimed for the face which was exposed to defeat him easily, and since I can heal him, you should not have the worried about that method either." The whole room turned silent once again and looked at Tatsuya while blinking their eyes. 238, Big Trouble. After that they all discussed about the match for a bit longer when suddenly Azazel and Surtsks came inside the room. Surtsks immediately went towards Rias and hugged her, much to Rias's shock. He patted her back and then said, "Ria-tan. You did great. No matter what anyone says for Uni-chan, you were the winner of today's match, so don't be sad." Rias struggled in his embrace and said, "Oh Uni-sama, don't do that in front of everyone. You are embarrassing me." Azazel looked at the siblings and gave a fake cough and said, "Surtsks, why don't we do what we came here for, and you can do that kind of stuff when you are back at home with your sister." Surtsks unwillingly stopped hugging Rias and then looked at the others and immediately turned to his dream hour back to the one of Amua and said, "You all did great in today's game. Even the higher-ups are satisfied with today's match, not to mention even the guests from the other factions were impressed by the show you put up in the game." He looked at Sarayorg and said, "Congratulations on your win Sarayorg. You showed great spirit and power in the game." But then suddenly he pointed his finger at him and said, "But just remember this, Ria-tan will beat you the next time. I will make sure to train her well and make her extremely strong." And just after that he received a smack on the head from both Azazel and Tatsuya, who looked at him and said, "Don't go to Siscon mode at important matters." The rest of them just looked at them with a wry smile, and after a while Sarayorg said, "Throw whatever you want at me, you want Lucifer sa no. Surtsks Nii-san, but I will be ready to face all of them." Surtsks was a bit surprised when he heard Sarayorg call him Nii-san after such a long time, but soon a smile appeared on his face and he said, "I am sure you will, so make sure to never give up." Surtsks then looked at the others and said, "And now to the more important matters. We have decided that Yedo Kaiba, Konako Tajao, Akeno Heimjima, Isami Hyudu of the Rias's peerage and Koisha Abadan of Sarayorg's peerage to be promoted to mid-class devils." The said members of the team were surprised by the news and were silent, while Surtsks looked at Gasper and said, "Gasper-kun, sorry, but even though you have done a lot of contracts, but since you were placed under a seal for a long time, we cannot give you a promotion right away. So don't get disheartened by that. Zenobia-kun, you on the other hand have not done any contracts, so it gets difficult for you as well. And Regulus-kun, you being a sacred gear is what making us stopping from promoting you. I hope you understand." Both of them nodded their heads without showing any conflicted expression on their faces. For Regulus it didn't matter if he were to be promoted or not, and for Gasper it was better, as he did not want to face against any strangers. All of a sudden Koisha raised her hand and asked, "Excuse me, can I ask why am I being promoted? If this was just because of my power, then I think that my peerage members are close to my power as well. So why not them?" Surtsks looked at her and said, "Yes, all of them are indeed powerful, but they don't have enough contract record, so we cannot help that. You on the other hand have a good contract record." Hearing that, the whole Sarayorg peerage looked at Koisha with surprise, making the blonde girl widen her eyes in shock as well and say, Wait a minute, when did I do a lot of contracts?" But this time instead of Surtsks it was Tatsuya who answered her, "It seems like all those time I called you with that summoning leaflet for dates or get-togethers with us got counted as well. Am I right, Surtsks?" Surtsk nodded and with a wry smile on his face said, I really was surprised when I saw that your client for the contract was Tatsuya-kun, but now it seems like your summoning leaflet was used as an invitation and the rates got counted as compensation. Ha ha ha, truly a unique way for gathering contracts. The whole group was dumbfounded by this and all of them thought at the same time, this really was way too lucky of her. After all of them talked for a bit longer they decided to go back to their homes as it was already very late and all of them were really tired. A few days later in Kyoa High School the recess bell just rung and the students were preparing to go out and have lunch with their friends. In the hallway a student was running with a worried look on his face and was muttering, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? He then came in front of Tatsuya's class and rushed opened the door surprising all the students inside the class. But he didn't care about any of that and just looked towards Tatsuya and shouted, Senpai, it is really a big trouble. Please help me. Tatsuya looked at the boy who called him and said, be calm Gasper and tell me what happened? It cannot be that bad. Gasper came closer to Tatsuya ignoring everyone else in the room and said, it is a big trouble. A very big one. Tatsuya held his hands up and said, relax don't freak out, it must not be as big of a problem as yo. I am invited for a date by Koreana-san. What should I do? Hearing that the whole class turned silent and stared at the trap with a shocked expression. Before anyone could snap out of trance the perverted duo started freaking out and both of them yelled out loud, that freaking trap got himself a date. At that everyone else snapped out of trance and the girls started to make a commotion about him getting called out on a date. Gasper then realized that there were other people in the room as well and immediately hid behind Tatsuya when he saw the perverted duo heading towards him as if they wanted to kill him. Tatsuya immediately stood up from his seat, grabbed Gasper's hand and said, let go and call Kaiba, we have to prepare you for everything. Don't worry, both of us are good at handling girls. Let's go. And left the class along with Gasper. The rest of the class just kept on discussing about what all could happen with him on his date or how even his date looked like. Tatsuya and Gasper then fetched Kaiba out of his class and once he heard what was the problem he too became shocked for a bit but soon complied to help his fellow male peerage member. And thus the boys of the orc gathered in their clubroom along with Azazel who was already hiding there to have a drink and also decided to help the boy for his date with his vast experience. 239. Support. After that the males of the orc grouped together to give Gasper a lesson so that he doesn't mess on his date, and even though he was freaking out a bit, he still decided to go on with it as Tatsuya and Azazel told him that it was his chance to gain more experience to become a man. A few days later on the day of the school festival Tatsuya and the rest of the orc were working in their maid cafe with Tatsuya being the chef while Kaiba was helping Gasper getting prepared for his date which would being soon. Gasper decided to have his date during the school festival as it was possible for him to get help from the others easily compared to places somewhere else. Koreana who heard of his plan agreed with it much to Gasper's relief. Tatsuya who was working in the kitchen felt something and immediately informed Gasper, Gasper, they are here in the school, get prepared soon and don't be nervous. He then looked at the others and said, alright prevention squad get working, don't let anyone interrupt his date. We cannot let him get intimidated from being interrupted by the others. Azazel, Kaiba, and Saji who were standing in front of him nodded and then went to the area where they were assigned to prevent the people from disturbing Gasper. Tatsuya looked at Gasper and after checking his outfit was not girly and was looking appropriate for him, he nodded and gave him a ring and said, take this Gasper, I have placed a nervousness reducing enchantment on the ring. It will help you. Gasper took the ring from Tatsuya and then placed it on his index finger after which the ring immediately got to his size. He stared at the ring for a while and then at Tatsuya with a determined expression on his face and said, I will do my best. Tatsuya smiled and patted his head and said, good luck, now go they are here. And pushed him a little. Gasper nodded and then went out of the kitchen and waited for her to arrive. A few minutes later the door of the clubroom was opened and 7 people consisting of Sarayorg, Regulus, Seekvera, Koreana, Koisha, and Surtsks who was followed by Grafia came inside. The girls who saw the group of boys enter the room were totally speechless and soon started making an uproar much to the surprise of Sarayorg's group as they were not accustomed to this kind of reaction in Underworld. Surtsks being a person who frequently visits the human world was accustomed to it and didn't show any displeasure. All of them were greeted by Rias and Akino who decided to show them a table which would be far away from the girls while also arranging a table for Gasper and Koreana separately. Koreana approached Gasper and asked with a smile on her face, Gasper-kun, ready for our date? The people who were near her looked at her for a while when suddenly all of them heard a voice from outside. That trap got such a beautiful and mature girl as his date. Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from and saw the perverted duo peeking inside the room from the back door. Before anyone could do something, Tatsuya came out of the kitchen and walked towards the back door and went outside. A few moments later, screams of help and pain were heard by the people who were inside making all of them sweat drop on hearing it. Tatsuya came inside and looked at the people and said, sorry about that, please don't mind such commotion and enjoy yourselves. He looked at Gasper and gave a small nod to him seeing which Gasper snapped out of trance and looked at Koreana and said, I looks forward to today's date Koreana-san. Koreana looked at the small boy, looked at her with a resolute expression in his face and smiled with amusement. She then took his hand and led him outside and said, "We will come back later, firstly I would like to look around." Akeno, who was going to attend them at their table, chuckled and said, Ara, don't mess with him too much, Koreana-san." Koreana nodded and then left the club room. After a while, when there were relatively less people in the room, Tatsuya came out and say with the rest of Sareorg's group and Surtsks and asked, "Didn't you have time to come here, Surtsks?" And immediately Grafia looked at him with an icy cold glare and said, "Some people really like to pile up their work and fool around." Surtsks looked at her and said, "Hey, if not for you constantly making me go through those papers like a robot, then I won't be that bored of my work, let me have some rest." Tatsuya then looked at Sareorg and asked, "And you? I thought that you would be busy with those devils who are only good at bootlicking to get some favors out of you and surrounded by flattery in exchange." Hearing that, Sareorg sighed and said, "Those backers stopped supporting me, so I am relatively free now. Seems like only getting a close win against a team whose king was considered 4 points less by the council is not worthy of the strongest youth devil, or so they said." The whole table fell silent as none were able to say anything. They knew that what the devil said was unreasonable, but nothing can be changed now. Serzi, who wanted to help his cousin, was also unable to do anything, as him being a mole made it very difficult for him to favor anybody. While they were contemplating, Tatsuya broke the silence and said, "Then how about I support you?" And immediately all of them looked at Tatsuya as if he grew a second head, and Surtsks, who was drinking his coffee, spilled it out. Tatsuya used his magic to clean of the coffee and said, "I mean, I may not have as much money as the devil families who have been doing business for such a long time, but I still have enough that I would be able to support one peerage. And regarding connections, I have a lot of them in both human and supernatural world, and most of them are quite useful." Suddenly all of them heard someone laughing and turned around and saw Azazel coming towards them. He patted Tatsuya's shoulder and said, "You never cease to amaze me. A support from you, hey. I hardly believe that there would be someone who know of you and your strength would be willing to get on your bad side. And I believe that both the devil and fallen angel factions know of you, and higher ups of the angel faction as well." Surtsks then looked at Azazel and Tatsuya and said, Wait, we can't do that. First of all, there would be many who would be opposing you, as you are not the part of the alliance between the 3 biblical factions. Secondly, I don't want to see a massacre of devils only because they tried to oppose you. Thirdly, it would make the power balance of the devil society totally unbalanced with you supporting him, which will further give me more troubles. I oppose of this support." Tatsuya looked at Surtsks and asked, "Then what are you going to do to help my friend? Are you going to support him yourself?" Sand, without thinking, Surtsks said, "Yeah, let's do that. It would be much better than involving you and causing a massacre. I can say that it is just me helping my cousin, and even though there will still be problems, it would not be as much as when you will support him." Azazel chuckled hearing him and said, "Even Surtsks relented to this pressure, hey. Looks like you got yourself one of the best backers you could get, Sareorg." Sareorg chuckled and said, "Yeah, it is much better than those bastard bootlickers." He then looked at Surtsks and said, "Don't worry, Lucifer-sama, I won't let you down." Surtsks looked at Sareorg with a serious look on his face and said, "You better not, because if your perform lacked anywhere, the council will start pressuring me. Stop being biased, and I don't want that headache." 240, Date 1. After they were done discussing some more matters and the ingredients of the cafe were finished, the whole orc decided to close down the cafe and then go on to their own year during the festival. The girls were excited to go along with Tatsuya, but much to their annoyance, Koisha already took him away with her before anyone was able to notice. Sighing at their displeasure, the girls decided to look around together while Surtsks, Azazel, Sareorg and Regulus were left on their own, much to Surtsks' happiness, as Grafia was gone together with the rest of the girls. Tatsuya, who was walking around with Koisha while holding her hands, was being glared by all the male students of the school, while Koisha was experiencing something similar from the female students. Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Just ignore their gazes if you want to walk around happily. They will never stop that." Koisha looked at him and chuckled. "Honestly, this is just too much, that it way more uncomfortable than normal, especially the boys, they won't checking me out." Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, "Not their fault, you are just that beautiful that you are attracting their attention, and it also not the case that I can just attack them for looking at my girl." Koisha smiled and said, "I didn't know that you were able to control yourself this well." But before she could finish, Tatsuya said, "But don't worry, just even one of them tries to peek at your panties or get near you, then that is game over for them. I will make sure that a naked body is found hanging on the trees of the Kyoah Central Park." You were saying something?" And looked at Koisha with a smile on his face. Koisha looked at him with a deadpan look and said with a sigh, "Nothing, just realized that some things never change." Tatsuya held her hand a bit tighter and said, "What can I do? I am a bit overprotective of those who are mine." Koisha stared at him for a while and then said, "Well, that's certainly a good quality of yours. I will be relying on you if something bad befalls on me." Tatsuya chuckled and said, "I will do my best to protect you then." Both of them talked for a bit longer while eating some food from different stalls and playing games without using their supernatural abilities so as to have fun. Tatsuya put a seal on his and Koisha's body so as to limit their powers to normal human levels so that they can enjoy the festival like others. Suddenly both of them spotted Coriana and Gasper walking hand in hand with Gasper blushing like a tomato. Both Tatsuya and Koisha looked at each other and then said at the same time, "Let's follow them." Coriana and Gasper, who were unaware of their pursuers, continued their date without any problem, with Coriana who asked, "Maid, Gasper walk while holding their hands." Coriana would buy foods from different stalls and whenever she liked something she would feed it to Gasper as well. And even though he felt extremely embarrassed during such acts, he was taught by his teachers, Tatsuya, Kaiba and Azazel, to just follow along with such things if you are offered to. She would also ask for his opinions as well, and Gasper would tell her his preferences and other things so as to keep the talk going. He had practiced for a whole week with his teachers so as to not make his date boring. Tatsuya and the others made sure to teach him all the things they could so that Gasper could have his first successful date. On one of the stall while walking, Coriana looked at Gasper and asked, "Wanna do this with me? They say that they are holding a challenge of some sorts." Gasper looked at the stall and saw what the game was and said, "You want to participate with me? It's a couple's game, it says here." Korean flicked his forehead and said, "And right now we are a couple as well, so why not enjoy ourselves?" Gasper rubbed his forehead for a while and nodded his head. Both of them then paid the money for the entry fees and were then showed a pamphlet on which the list of the events which would be happening were written. Seeing the events, Coriana looked at it with a deadpan expression and said, "Isn't this game totally in our favor?" Both of them looked at each other and then chuckled. The boy who was in charge of the booth and was checking out Coriana said, "Then the first round is cross-dressing. The ladies would have to dress up in a man's costume which will be decided by the lottery. While the gents would have to dress up in female clothes which will also be decided by a lottery." Both Korean and Gasper were then pulled by a girl and boy respectively to their lottery box, from which they would have to choose a chit which had their costume written on it. Coriana went first and took out a chit which said, "High school uniform." "Very easy, what did you got, Gaspy?" Gasper looked at her with an embarrassed expression on his face and showed her the chit. Coriana, who read what was written on the chit, broke out laughing with the rest of the girls who saw it as well. "Whoa! Gaspy-kun wearing a bikini? Even by your standards it is too much." One of the boys then rang a bell and said, "Alright, go inside and change, you will go to the next round if you both are able to make the judges let you pass." Both of them looked at each other and asked the same time, "And what is the criteria for the judges to let us pass?" "It will depend on how convincing you look as that of an opposite gender in front of the judges." 241, Day 2. After both of them changed, both of them came out of the changing rooms with Coriana wearing Kua high school boy's uniform while Gasper wearing a cloak. Coriana looked at Gasper and asked, "Where's the bikini?" Gasper, who had a slight blush on his face, looked at her and said, "It's inside this cloak. It is very embarrassing wearing something like this." Coriana, who heard that, immediately pulled his cloak, seeing which Gasper immediately tried to hide his bottom and said, "Don't do this, Coriana-san." And once again wore his cloak. Coriana chuckled in response and then said, "Whatever, let's get going." And pulled him by holding his hand, taking him to the place where they were instructed to. When they reached there, they saw 3 people, 1 boy and 2 girls sitting there. Coriana looked at Gasper and then said, "Alright, Gaspy-kun, time for you to do your magic." Gasper looked at Coriana and was about to ask what she was talking about, but suddenly Coriana took his cloak off and threw it away, making Gasper hide his bottom once again and crouch down. Gasper looked at Coriana with tears in his eyes and said, Don't be bully me like that, Coriana-san. It's embarrassing to be looked by others like this." And used one of his hands to hide his chest. Coriana looked at the judges and saw all of them having a blush on their faces seeing Gasper acting like that. She smirked and crouched down to Gasper's level and placed the coat she was wearing over his body and said, "Sorry about that, Gaspy-kun. You just look too cute acting totally embarrassed like that." And patted his head, making Gasper's blush to intensify. All the 3 judges held a green flag and said in unison, "Passed." Both Coriana and Gasper looked at the judges and then back at each other and smiled. Hearing the announcement, the boy who helped them picking out the chits earlier came inside and said, "Congratulations both of you, but now for the next round. The couple have to hold each other's hand for the whole time while going through a trial route that we have made. The moment you lose your hands, you lose. You both have 15 minutes to finish this round." Both Gasper and Coriana looked at the boy and then Coriana held Gasper's left hand and said, "Remember to not let go of me for these 15 minutes, okay Gasper-kun?" Gasper blushed a bit but still nodded with a serious look on his face and said, "Don't worry, I won't let go of you no matter what." Hearing him, the nearby students started to make an uproar and cheer for him, seeing which Gasper realized what he had said and blushed in embarrassment. Coriana chuckled at his response and said, "I would look forward to that." And pulled him to the start of the course. After going through an obstacle course-like path which was made to be able to separate anyone, both Gasper and Coriana came to the finish line without releasing their hands. Though the course was very well made, for supernatural people of their level it was not that difficult to overcome it without their powers. Seeing them come out, the people managing the stall clapped in appreciation for them and then gave them a huge ticket which said that they got a voucher for 2 people for an 80% off in a good nearby restaurant, which surprisingly belonged to Tatsuya. Gasper and Koreana, who saw the prize, were the least bit motivated about it. Tatsuya would always treat them on his own or would give them considerable discount on food every time they visited him. But still they were a bit happy as it was really fun activity and thanked the students for the fun time that they provided them. Tatsuya and Koisha, who were watching them from afar, chuckled on seeing their disappointed looks on seeing the prize that they got and then decided to leave them alone. Later that day, when most of the stalls were already closed and the festival was about to end up, all the supernatural of the Orc and Student Council gathered together to see off the Serai Orc and his group. All of them talked for a while and then Serai Orc and his peerage along with Surtsks and Grafia gathered together to go back to their respective territories. But before going back, Gasper came forward and gave Koreana a present and said, Thank you for spending time with me." Koreana smiled and took the box from Gasper and said, "Don't be like that, I enjoyed it as well. Let's go out some other time as well, Gaspi-kun." She then bent a bit and gave a peck on Gasper's cheek, much to his surprise, making him go immediately red. The rest of them laughed at his reaction and then the group went back to Underworld, leaving behind the Kua group. Azazel patted Gasper's shoulder and said, "Good job, Gasper, looks like your effort was worth it." Kaiba nodded and said, "Yes, she certainly looked happy and you two were able to go out through the day without much problem at all. Good control at your shyness as well." Gasper then shook his head and said, "No, it only went well because you all helped me preparing for it and because Tatsuya-senpai gave me a ring which helped in reducing my nervousness." All of them then looked at the ring and then at Tatsuya, seeing which Tatsuya said, "Oh, that ring. That's just a normal ring made of iron, nothing more about it." Hearing which, Gasper widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Wah, then that means that I was able to not get nervous around her on my own?" Tatsuya nodded with a smile on his face and said, "Yup, that ring was just there to make you make a bit more confident in your own ability." So he then used his magic to summon the ring back to him and put it in his storage and said, "You don't need anything like this from now on." Gasper looked at Tatsuya with a wide smile and nodded his head happily. He then went out to help clear up the club room as he was not able to help during the day because of his date. Azazel, who stayed behind once everyone was gone, looked at Tatsuya and said, "Your way of helping him was just classic, you know, I mean using a normal ring, saying that it is a magic item which would help him redo." Before he was able to finish, Tatsuya looked at him and said, "Oh, that was indeed a real deal, that ring really helps reduce nervousness a lot, you know." Azazel stopped talking and stared at Tatsuya with a dumb expression on his face and said, Why you used the cliché without actually using the cliché?" Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, "I mean, it is Gasper we are talking about, he is not going to lose his embarrassment so quickly, we have to slowly erase it. And I think my idea was quite good." Azazel though for a while and then nodded his head and said, "Indeed, I think we can use this method for other people with shy personality as well, a very effective idea indeed." Both of them discussed about some more things with each other for a while until suddenly a small magic circle appeared near Tatsuya's ear. Tatsuya thought for a while if something was wrong and asked, "What happened, Ross Weiss?" Ross Weiss, who had called him, hesitated a bit and then said, Someone from the Shiba family is here and is willing to meet you." Tatsuya widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Wait there, I am coming. If they try something funny then handle them accordingly, you are allowed to let Ruya take charge as well, if you see fit." He then ended the call and looked at Azazel and said, "Talk to you later, tell the others that I had some business to attend back home right now." And then teleport back to his house. 242, I am your father. Tatsuya immediately appeared in front of his house and then was about to enter normally, but all of a sudden he felt something and thought, "Why the hell am I feeling multiple presences with magic inside them?" He then got in the house and heard the sound of someone coming towards him and saw Ross Weiss standing and greeting him. "Your family is he?" Tatsuya then raised his hand and said, "First of all, they are not my family. Second, why the hell are there multiple magical presences in the house? Are there magicians with them?" Ross Weiss was surprised by how Tatsuya denied of him being related to the people who came to visit him, but then suddenly she looked at him weirdly and said, "What are you talking about? Aren't Shibas a family of magicians in Japan, though they are not as popular as most of them families and are not too big as well, but still." This time Tatsuya looked at her weirdly and asked, "Shibas are magicians? First time I heard of that. I mean, as far as I can remember, my father wasn't." But suddenly he realized something inside. He then massaged his temples and said, "Right, my father was adopted in the family, so he was not a mage. This also explains why Miyuki had much more magic in her when I met her for the first time." He then took his shoes off and said, "Anyway, they didn't tried anything funny, right?" Ross Weiss shook her head and said, "Nope, even though they are a minor family with not much influence, they still have some reputation to uphold, plus me, Ruya-san and Taiamat-san didn't showed any signs of our powers, so they are not wary of us." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Fine then, let's go. Where are Ruya and Taiamat, by the way?" Ross Weiss nodded and then started leading him to M's living room while she said, "They both are keeping company to your fam guests." Tatsuya nodded and both of them then entered the living room and saw the people sitting there silently while staring at each other. All of them noticed when Tatsuya and Ross Weiss entered the room and looked at him, and immediately Ruya said, "Let's go Tia." Tiamat nodded and then left the room along with Ruya. Seeing them, Ross Weiss bowed her head and said, "Then I will leave, please call me if you need me for something." Tatsuya nodded and just took a seat on a sofa and stared at the people who were sitting in front of him. There were 4 people sitting on the room aside from Tatsuya, 2 males and 2 females, with all of them having a serious look on their faces, though one of the males, who was relatively younger than the other one, looked at Tatsuya with a mocking look on his face. Tatsuya decided to start the conversation and asked, "So what's your business for visiting the little ol me?" The younger man, hearing the question, looked at the other man and asked, "I want to know the same thing as well, Tatsuru-san? Why do we have to visit someone like this?" But the man called Tatsuru ignored him and looked at Tatsuya and said, "Do you know who are we?" Tatsuya didn't even took a second and said, "Nope, no idea at all, but since you called yourself Shiba, then I am assuming that you are someone related to my father somehow." Tatsuru closed his eyes and said, "As much as I don't want to say that I am related to that disgrace, but still you are true. You can say that he was my adopted brother." Tatsuya nodded and said, "So, what is the business that you have with me?" The younger man, who was a bit annoyed on being ignored by Tatsuru, looked at Tatsuya with a glare and said, "Be a bit respectful, bastard. Not only is he older than you, he is your uncle as well, not to mention that you are just a normal civilian." Tatsuya looked at the young man who shouted at him and calmly said, "I don't know who the fuck you are, but did your parents didn't teach you to never interfere when 2 adults are talking to each other?" The young man gnashed his teeth and was about to say something, but Tatsuya interrupted him and said, "Besides, neither he nor I have any interest in recognizing each other as family, it is very easily understandable by how we talk to each other. Is your brain not able to comprehend even that much?" And smiled at the young man. The young man was totally red in anger but was once again ignored by all the others, and once again Tatsuya and Tatsuru focused on each other. Tatsuru gave a nod and said, "I will be straight here, I have no business with you. As a matter of fact, I didn't even want to be near someone related to that disgrace, but I got information from someone that the one I am looking for is here in this town, and after checking the town we found out that you, though I don't know how nor I am interested in it, are still alive. So I think that you must be knowing where is she, right?" Tatsuya had already read their minds, but still with a smile on his face asked, "And who might you be speaking about?" Tatsuru stared at Tatsuya for a while and asked, "I want to meet my daughter Miyuki and take her back with me." Tatsuya then stared at him with a blank expression on his face, making the man unconsciously fear him a bit, and asked, "Oh, you want to know where Miyuki is and want to take her back, and that too after so long? I really would like to know how the hell did the love for your daughter emerged in you all of a sudden?" Tatsuru closed his eyes and said, "There is no reason for me to tell." But before he was able to finish, the other man crossed his arms and with a smirk on his face said, "Why else, she is going to be my fiancé, you know? After all, it is important for the benefit for both our families. There was a bit problem earlier, but we got information that one of the Shiba family daughter is still alive and is here in this town. So don't waste my time and tell us whether you know where that girl is. I don't want to waste my time on a worthless person like you." Tatsuru and the others looked at him for a while but soon looked away from him. Tatsuya looked at Tatsuru and said, "You know, you really are choosing an idiot for the daughter you suddenly had emerged love for out of nowhere." Tatsuru just narrowed his eyes and looked at Tatsuya while the other man stood up and shouted, "You really are pissing me off for a while now. Do you really want to die? You are just a normal human and are daring to insult a great magician like me." Tatsuya looked at the man with a bored expression on his face and asked, "Mr. Whoever you are, shut up. I am not interested in what you do. So you can go and take out pigeons from your hat somewhere else." The boy with dark blue hair glared at him and said, "I really want to kill you right now. Be thankful that the fact that you might have some information about my would-to-be fiancé is stopping me, Shinji Mata, from killing a worthless human like you just this instant." Tatsuya, who heard his name, mentally sighed and thought, "Good, even his name is based on one of the bastards that I know of." But while he was in his thoughts, the door of the room suddenly opened and this team who were left back at school came back along with Sana and Tsubaki. Miyuki looked at the people for a while and then at Tatsuya and asked, "Ross Weiss told us that someone from the Shiba family came here." Tatsuru looked at Miyuki and gave a nod and stood up from his seat and said, "No doubts, she indeed have resemblance to Mia." He then looked at Miyuki and with a smile on his face said, "Good to see you after such a long time, Miyuki." Miyuki tilted her head a bit and asked, "Who are you?" And then there was total silence in the room with only the sound of Tatsuya trying his best to hold back his laugh. One of the women who came with the Shibas had a few tick marks on her forehead seeing Tatsuya's expression while Tatsuru's face was twitching a bit. Tatsuru then gave a fake cough and said, "What are you talking about? I am your father." Miyuki and the others who just came back blinked in surprise, and then Miyuki suddenly said, "I have a father." And finally Tatsuya was unable to hold back and started laughing out loud. 243, Magic. Tatsuya continued to laugh for a while and finally stopped when he saw the girls looking at him for explanation. Miyuki looked at Tatsuya and asked, what are they talking about Unii-sama and what is it about my father? I never had one, right? Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, since you are alive then that means that you once had a father, it's just that it is the first time in 20 years that you are seeing him, so I think that is the reason. Before she could ask anything further, the blue-haired man asked, is she 20 years old? Tatsuya looked at him and said, nope, she is 16 and that's my point there, they have not even met since her birth, this so-called father of hers. It's social distancing on a whole another level. Tatsuya then looked at his team and Sana and Tsubaki and asked, anyway what are you all doing here coming so soon? And why are Sana and Tsubaki with you? Sana looked at Tatsuya and said, Azazel told us that you left saying that you had some work back at home, and it was then I realized that the Shiba family asked for my permission to enter the town and realized that it was something related to that. She then lowered her head and said, I am sorry for letting them in, I thought that they were your relatives and were willing to meet you, so I allowed them thinking that it would be like a surprise for you. I am really sorry. Tatsuya sighed and said, no harm done, so no problem Sana, but please ask me about important matters like this from the next time. Sana looked up and nodded her head and said, so I told them about all this and then they told me that you have no ties with the Shiba family and then all of us rushed here. Tatsuya nodded and said, fine then, no problems, you all can go and have some rest, I will come once all of this is sorted out. All of them nodded and then the girls started to leave the room, but Shinji stood up and said, wait. What the hell just happened here? I mean, wasn't that Sana Satrai the heiress of the Satrai clan? What is she doing here and apologizing to a bastard like him? And pointed his finger at Tatsuya. The rest of the girls looked at him as if he was an idiot and Sana was about to retort, but Tatsuya stopped her by raising his hand and said, oh, nothing much, she apologized to me because her parents taught her manners, unlike some people whom I met recently. Shinji immediately understood what Tatsuya meant and at that moment his confusion turned into anger towards Tatsuya. But the rest of them ignored him once again as Tatsuru looked at Miyuki and said, anyway, leaving all that, Miyuki, the fact that I am your father is true, so why don't we go back to our home? And gave a sweet smile. But Miyuki didn't even took a second and said, no need, I don't know who you are. You all can go back. Bye. And started walking out of the room with the rest of the girls as they lost interest in the conversation. The Shibas were totally surprised by the instant rejection by Miyuki and were not able to think what to do. But Tatsuru came out of the shock soon and said, wait, why don't you think about it first? I mean, wouldn't it be better for you to be with your parents rather than a person like him? Miyuki stopped and turned around and with a smile on her face said, family you say, what family are you talking about? The one who left me all alone when my mother died, or the one who left me alone in that orphanage all those years ago? Tatsuru and the others fell silent while Tatsuya just sat back comfortably on his seat and let them do the talking. Miyuki then said, and don't tell me the man who is calling himself my father didn't even know about mom's death and me being left in the orphanage. Cause I don't think that I ever saw you come near the orphanage to search for me or something, nor any search requests in newspapers or something else. Tatsuya, who was sitting comfortably, said, not his fault Miyuki, don't blame the poor old man. Hearing which all of them were shocked, especially the Shibas, as they didn't expected him to take their side. Seeing the expression on their faces, Tatsuya smiled and said, he was busy in preparation for her marriage with his lover that I think he forgot about his previous family. The old man was just excited for that. Hearing which Tatsuya's team looked at Tatsuru with a glare while the Shibas did the same but were glaring at Tatsuya. Tatsuru glared at Tatsuya and said, I don't remember ever telling about something like this to you. Tatsuya looked at him and said, yeah, you never told about this to me, but you just let it get published in a newspaper, and I, being a curious child that I was while searching for people with similar surname as mine, found that, I mean, there is just one Shiba family in Japan to begin with, so it was not all that hard. I even had all these things separated for as well. Tatsuya and Tatsuru stared at each other for a while with none of them intending to back off from it. But Shinji, who was getting annoyed by getting ignored by all of them, said, all of this is irritating me. I already told you to not waste my time, we already found the girl, take her and let's go. Miyuki looked at Shinji and said, shut it, seaweed. Unii-sama, what the hell are they here for to begin with? Tatsuya continued to stare at Tatsuru and said, apparently that person suddenly had his fatherly love for his daughter evoked into him and wanted to get you back with him, in order to marry that seaweed there. Hearing that, all the girls blinked their eyes in surprise for a while and then looked at Shinji, who had a confident smirk on his face. Miyuki pointed her finger towards Shinji and asked, this bitch. Like hell I am going to be with him. Isn't he just a piece of shit who can't get his shit together because he was born into a shit of a family who must have some shitty influence making him that a shit like him is better than others and hence making him more of a piece of shit that GE already is? All of them turned silent after Miyuki's outbreak and Shinji looked at Miyuki with a shocked expression on his face. Miyuki, who now had calmed down her breathing, said, not to mention he is not even 0.1% like Unii-sama, and even if he were, there is no way that I am going to marry someone other than Unii-sama. Seriously, you have some guts to come here and say that you are my father and want me to marry someone like him. What is even good about him? Shinji smacked the table, gaining everyone's attention, and said, "You all really know how to piss someone off. This is why I don't like being with plebs like them. They don't even know where they even stand." He then glared at Miyuki and said, "And you want to know what is good about me, right? Then tell me, is that bitch of your Oni-sama know how to use real magic?" And made a fireball of the size of a football appear in his hand. The whole Tatsuya team looked at each other while Sana just sighed, seeing the blue-haired bastard dig his own grave. Tatsuya and his group looked at Shinji and with a smile on their faces said, "Really? You know how to use magic? How awesome!" And all of them released a bit of their power, making the whole house tremble. Shinji fell on the ground along with the rest of the Shibas and then heard Miyuki saying, "Now what, don't you show what kind of magic you can do?" And looked at him, a mocking expression on her face. 244, don't be that lenient. Tatsuya and the others looked at the shocked and pale faces of their guests and smiled. Tatsuya looked at Shinji and asked, "What happened, great magician? Don't want to show us your magic?" And then looked at Tatsuru and asked, "And what about you? Why looking so pale in front of me?" Both of them, who were still speechless by the sudden inflation bin the magical energy near them, were not able to think clearly and didn't answer Tatsuya's questions. Seeing them not answering, Tatsuya was about to ask something again, but before he was able to, an icicle just flew by their faces, grazing their cheeks a bit, making them snap out of trance. Both Tatsuru and Shinji touched their cheeks and found fresh wound there which was bleeding. Both of them saw the blood on their hands and then looked at the person who fired at them and saw Miyuki looking at them with a smile. "You are being rude to Oni-sama by keeping quiet here, you know? If you continue to act like that, I would be forced to teach you some manners." Both Tatsuru and Shinji gulped their saliva and both of them thought at the same time, "She is dangerous. Like hell I can handle a daughter/wife like that." Tatsuya, who heard their thoughts, looked at them and said, "Like hell I would let that happen even if you could." Both of them got surprised by Tatsuya's words and looked at him with widened eyes. Tatsuya started at them for a while and then said, "What, I just read your mind? Don't think too much about it. Now let's start the main talk here. Who gave you info about Miyuki's location?" Tatsuru looked at Tatsuya with a hateful gaze and wanted to say that he have no reason to answer him. But before he was able to, Tatsuya said, "Just to let you know, it would be better if you answer while we are asking peacefully. Or we can arrange for you to have a one-on-one talk with Miyuki." Hearing that, Miyuki smiled and started releasing a cold aura and said, It has been a long time since I have got a vict person who I can torture talk to. Shall we do that, gentlemen?" Hearing which, both of them shivered in fear and looked at Tatsuya with a pleading gaze. Tatsuya shrugged and said, "Tell me what I want to know and the matter ends here." Tatsuru was still not willing to tell him, but Shinji got scared seeing Miyuki's aura and said, I will tell you. I will tell you." Tatsuru looked at Shinji with a glare and was about to stop him, but Tatsuya used his telekinesis to stop him and said, "That's enough, Tatsuru-san. Seaweed, go on, say it." Shinji nodded and said, "It was a devil from Chaos Brigade who told us that the daughter of Tatsuru Shiba was living in this place, and since both our families were undergoing some negotiations, it was decided by the elders of our family to go and bring back the daughter so that we can form a relationship between the two families. That is all I know, please tell her to stop glaring at me." Shinji looked at Miyuki with a fearful expression as with each word that he said, Miyuki's anger kept on growing. She really wanted to go to that devil and skewer him up all over his body. Tatsuya looked at Miyuki and said, "Calm down, Miyuki, it is not something worth your anger." Tatsuya then looked at Tatsuru and said, "Now then, please go home as there is nothing else to talk." And then stood up from his seat. Tatsuru looked at Tatsuya and said, "Yes, we don't have any business with you in the first place. Now then, Miyuki, let's go to our home, the whole Shiba family is waiting for you." Miyuki looked at Tatsuru and said, "Don't want to, just get going, I don't have any relation with you in the first place. And about the Shiba family, the only Shibas that I have a relation with are my mother and my Oni-sama." Tatsuru looked at Miyuki and Tatsuya, who looked back at him and said, "You do know that you are still legally underage and is not under guardianship of anyone, right? I can still get you to come under the family through legal supernatural channels. After all, it's not just me who wants you to come back, rather the whole Shiba and Matu family are willing to have you back in the family. So be a sane person and come back to the Shiba family." Miyuki, who heard that, started to release her aura and it kept on going higher and higher by each passing second. The whole room was instantly covered in ice and even Tatsuya's teammates started to feel the coldness of the aura coming out of Miyuki. Tatsuru and the rest of them, who now felt the aura which was much higher than the one which was released by her earlier, made him totally shocked, and he started releasing his aura in self-defense as well, which was followed by the other people who came along with him. Miyuki made a magic circle and was about to fire at them, but Tatsuya gave her a head chop and said, "Idiot, do you want to destroy the whole town? Control your anger a bit." Miyuki pouted at being reprimanded by Tatsuya, but still abided to his order and lowered the power of her attack and froze all of them while only letting their heads go unfrozen, as she still wanted to say something to him. Miyuki got closer to Tatsuru and said in a cold voice, "Don't you even dare to give us such kind of threats. You want to send the whole family to us, send it. I alone am enough to brain freeze all of you." And don't ever, and I mean ever, give me the crap about my family when you are not a part of it. I don't even give a crap whether you are my father or not, so don't think that I will hold back when I would kill you. And placed her hand on his head and started to freeze him, but Tatsuya stopped him and said, Now, don't be that lenient with him. It would be too less if he just died like that, not to mention his family will annoy us to death since they came here after taking the permission from one of the people who lead this town, so us killing him right now would be way too annoying. Miyuki looked at Tatsuya for a while and nodded her head. Seeing this, Tatsuru and the others sighed. But then Miyuki turned around and said, Asia, use your healing magic on them while I freeze their bodies and make sure that they die but remain on the verge of death. Miyuki then looked at Tatsuru, whose face was pale from both the coldness of the ice and fear on seeing Miyuki's cold expression. Asia then came forwards and said with a smile on her face, You are lucky that I am not getting a chance in this, Miyuki-chan is way too lenient compared to me. Miyuki then looked at Tatsuru and said, Let us have you experience how I felt when I was on the verge of death when I escaped from the orphanage. And once again started freezing him while the other three just looked at him on horror. Miyuki then looked at Himari and said, Melt the ice and burn his skin to crisp, but don't let him die. Asia, don't heal him too much and make sure that he is on verge of death. Himari shrugged her shoulders and did as Miyuki told her and started firing a blue flame towards the ice, melting it in the process, which was followed by Tatsuru's screams. Miyuki then froze his body once again and the process repeated for 2 more times, after which Tatsuru lost consciousness. Seeing that, the lady who was from the Shiba family looked at Tatsuya and the others and said, Why you monsters? Just you wait. Shiba family and Matu family will surely make you all suffer for this. How dare you attack the next family head like this? Hearing which, the lady from the Matu family and Shinji looked at her and said, Hey bitch, don't drag us in your mess. We are not related to all this. But Tatsuya stopped all of them using his telekinesis and said, You all must be tired, right? Let me call someone to get all of you. He then made multiple magic circles and small projections of people started to appear over them. The people in the projections were surprised seeing Tatsuya being the one calling them, and that to all of them together, and wanted to ask if something was wrong for which he needs some help. Tatsuya looked at the people and said, Hey guys, you see, we caught some people who are telling that they had some interactions with the Cows Brigade and they tried to kidnap Miyuki and were trying to threaten us, so you want to interrogate them for anything else that they know. We have already made them confess that they interacted with Cows Brigade. The people who Tatsuya had called were the leaders of various factions who have signed the peace treaty and were fighting against Cows Brigade. All of them, when they heard that someone tried to kidnap Miyuki and were even trying to threaten them, had a sweat drop and thought at the same time, which bastard had such an unlucky day to that against this group. Their idiotism must be over 9,000 if they thought of doing something like this. Tatsuya then looked at particular group of 3 people consisting of Suzano, Tsukiyomi, and Amaterasu. He looked at the frozen people for a while and then said, Another information, these people are from the Shiba and Matu family. Suzano Nii-san, make sure to pay them a visit. Who knows how much contact they have with the Cows Brigade, and don't worry about the Shiba family, neither I nor Miyuki have any ties with them. So who is coming to get them? All of them just gave a silent prayer for the Shiba and Matu family, as they knew that now both the families are on Tatsuya's bad side, which even these leaders didn't want to get onto. Surtsk and the other miss then decided to take care of them as it was related to devils from the Cows Brigade. Tatsuya then cut the call and looked at the frozen people who were now totally shocked by what just happened. He smiled at them and said, Don't worry, your ride must be coming shortly to fetch you guys. 245, Vala's visit. A few days passed away since the people who came to visit Tatsuya and the others were taken away by the devils. Both the Shiba and Matu family were held under custody for being suspects of being involved with the Cows Brigade and were being interrogated by various factions who were part of the alliance. And even though Tatsuya himself didn't pursue the matter any further, it was very clear to the supernatural world that both these families were now totally in ruin. It was a weekend and currently Tatsuya is accompanying Rias as she asked him to go out with her on a date as the promise that both of them made before the raiding game with Sarayorg. Rias was walking beside him with a smile on her face, seeing which Tatsuya said, You certainly are enjoying. Rias, who wore a simple white dress, looked at Tatsuya and said, Of course, I am. It had been so busy lately that I didn't even have time to get a proper sleep. So relaxing like this feels very good. She then moved her hand forward and said, Plus it is my first date as well, so I am kind of excited for it as well. Tatsuya, who understood what she meant, held her hand, making the redhead smile and said, Well then, make sure to enjoy to your fullest today. Rias gave a nod and then started dragging Tatsuya along with her to all the places that got her interest, though Tatsuya as well sometimes dragged her along with him whenever he saw something that got his interest or he thought would be interesting for the redhead. Rias happily went along with him as they were just looking around the town without any aim, and it was kind of fun for her to guess where Tatsuya will lead her next. Both of them went to different stores, had some food from any stall that grabbed their attention, and went to watch a movie which Rias insisted upon as it was an anime movie which she was quite fond of. Both of them then decided to go home, but on the way Tatsuya gave her a bracelet as a memento for her first date. Rias accepted the gift with a smile on her face and gave Tatsuya a peck on his cheek and then was dropped off to her home by Tatsuya, after which he went back to his house. But when he got back to his home he found some guests sitting in there. "Since when have you guys been here?" Hearing his voice, all of them turned around and immediately someone jumped on him. "Tatsuya Naya." Tatsuya caught the black-haired Nico Xiao and said, as energetic as ever, "Hakurika." Kurika chuckled and then let go of him. Tatsuya then looked at the rest of the Vala team and said, "How come the battle junkie got the time to visit us? And good to see you, Arthur, Li Fei and Bai Kao." Arthur bowed his head and said, "It's nice to meet you again, Tatsuya-san, I hope that you are doing well." Li Fei, who had the 3 god-killer pups in her lap, smiled and nodded her head as well, while Bai Kao, who was eating some sweets, just gave a tired wave of his hand and then got back to his rest. Vala looked at Tatsuya and said, "Nothing really, just got some time off on my schedule and decided to see how some gods were doing," and looked at Loki, who was sitting on a chair while drinking tea. Loki glared at Vala and said, "Shut up, bastard. If not for my powers being sealed right now, I would have killed you this instant. It is only because of you not telling me about him," pointing at Tatsuya, "being there at the party that I was trapped by him." Vala looked at Loki and said, "It is your own fault for gathering enough information about your mission. You got caught because of your own foolishness. You really piss me off, you know that, White Dragon Emperor." Hearing what Loki said, Bai Kao answered, "Oh, being a jerk is one of his innate abilities, don't think too much about it." Which earned laughs from everyone in the room and a glare from Vala, who wanted to kick Bai Kao's butt. Tatsuya soon stopped laughing and asked, "So Butt Dragon, what is the real reason for you to be here?" Vala looked at Tatsuya with an annoyed look on his face and said, "Don't use that title, you jerk, sigh whatever. The thing is, since the time Office has started living here permanently with you all and have not been acting as the leader of the brigade, there are various problems that have arisen in the organization." Tatsuya nodded and said, "I mean, it has been a few months since Office gave up on the Cows Brigade. I would have been more surprised if there were still no problems in the brigade after such a long time. So, you are here to ask Office to lead you all once again, or what?" Vala just shrugged his shoulders and said, "Nah, it doesn't bother me whether she leads us or not, since my group neither took her snakes nor are we working on someone else's plans. As long as I have a front to do my stuff without any problems, I don't mind these small stuff." Also, he then looked at Tatsuya with a deadpan look on his face and said, "I am not an idiot to go against you to force her back to be the leader." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Good choice, anyway continue." Vala nodded and said, "I am just here to check that there are no problems here for Office. Many of the groups in the brigade are getting rather annoying since she has left the organization and want her to come back, or more correctly want her power." Tatsuya snorted and said, "Like hell anyone can do something on my turf. Is there someone back there who is planning something like that, or what?" Vala nodded and said, "Now getting on to the second thing that I came here for, there are some people who would like to meet you. Li Fei." And looked towards the blonde magician. Li Fei nodded and let the pups get off her and stood up. She then made a magic circle on the floor, and after a few moments a few people appeared out of it. Tatsuya looked the people who had multiple injuries on their bodies. Seeing them he sighed and said, "The hero faction, hey, what happened to them for them to be in such a beaten state, and it seems like all the core members are not here as well." He then looked at Vala and asked, "You are not planning to turn your back on me and attack us, are you, Butt Dragon?" Vala had a tick mark on his forehead and he said, "Don't use that title, you bastard. And like I said earlier, I am not that foolish to do something like that. I know I can get a fight against you pretty easily compared to that way. They just told us that they had some business with you, and being in such condition, I don't think they would be much of a threat anyway to you, so I thought, why not? It looked pretty interesting to me as well, so here we are." Tatsuya looked at him with a deadpan bloom on his face, seeing which Vala said, "What, I even brought my whole team for your protection." Tatsuya snorted and said, "Protection my ass. Like hell I need protection." He then sighed and looked at Asia and said, "Anyway Asia, heal them first, they are just about to pass out any insta." Thud. 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 Tatsuya then looked at the unconscious bodies in the ground and said, "Anyway, you got what I mean, right? Heal their bodies, seal their powers and keep all of them in the guest room for now. We have no choice but to wait for them to recover first." Asia nodded and then she dragged the bodies to heal them and keep them in the guest room. Once she was gone, Tatsuya sighed and then cleaned the trail of blood that was left behind by the bodies which were being dragged by Tatsuya. He then looked at Vala, who had an amused expression on his face, seeing which he asked, "Just curious. I just wanted to know why the hero faction didn't attack Kyoto, looks like you were behind it. So how did the battle went? How did you beat their asses?" After which the rest of them also looked at him with an anticipatory gaze, as they too wanted to hear about the story, as only Kurumi and Ross Weiss knew about that incident. Tatsuya nodded and then started to tell them about the incident. 246, New Fanfic. Hey there guys, just this lowly author here tasking you to check out the new fanfic I wrote. Title, My Hero Academia, The Customizer. 247, Silver-haired duo. After Tatsuya told them about the incident with the hero faction and Indra, all of them had an amused look on their faces. Vala was even laughing his ass off when he heard how easily Cao was beaten. Since he has been challenging Tatsuya and the rest of his team for fights for years now, he was quite a bit better than Cao and easily defeat him with his full power. Vala looked at Tatsuya and asked, "Oh, by the way, can you ask the Red Dragon Empress if she is willing to have a fight with me? Her fight in the raiding game against the Bale Peerage made me very excited for a battle against her." Tatsuya thought for a while and said, "I will tell her, but none of you are allowed to use the Juggernaut Drive, understood? Just weapons and balance breaker." Vala, who heard him, gave him an annoyed look but still accepted the condition. The chance for a fight was much more valuable for him compared to arguing about prohibitions. Tatsuya and the others then had their dinner together with the Vala team, after which Tatsuya showed them their rooms for them to spend the night. The next morning Tatsuya woke up early as he felt the hero faction being conscious and decided to welcome them at his home. Tatsuya got off from the pile of bodies lying all around him after their night exercise and then changed his clothes before going out of the room. He then went to the room where the members of the hero faction were and entered after giving a knock to the door. In the room he saw the member of hero faction lying in their beds and looking at each other with a confused look on their faces, trying to analyze the situation. Once all of them saw Tatsuya, a subconscious fear crept into their mind and all of them immediately became tensed. Tatsuya just waved his hand and said, "Good morning," and then fetched himself a chair and sat down on it. He then gave a yawn and said, "You all are at my place right now. Now what is your story for coming here totally injured?" Cao looked at his teammates who were just as surprised as him and asked, "Did Vala team brought us here?" Tatsuya, who now had a cup of coffee in his hand, nodded his head and drank from his cup. He then looked back at the members of the hero faction and said, "Well, I don't mind talking like this, but I think it would be better if you all change your clothes first, especially you," and looked towards Jean, who had most of her clothes ripped, which showed a lot of her cleavage. Jean and the others looked at their clothes and Jean immediately covered herself with the bed sheet that was on top of her and asked, "Do you have a change of clothes?" Tatsuya nodded and snapped his finger and a partition was formed around all their beds and a set of clothes appeared in front of them. Seeing the clothes and the wall surrounding her, Jean released a sigh of relief and started changing her clothes. Once they were done changing, the walls surrounding them disappeared and all of them looked towards Tatsuya's direction, only to find that he was not there. Cao moved towards where Tatsuya was sitting and found a piece of paper there with something written on top of it. "Discuss among yourselves if you want to, and once you are done walk straight out of the room. Tell me what you want once all of us are gathered there. P.S. Your powers are currently sealed, so don't waste time in thinking about making some trouble." Once he read what was written on the paper, he showed it to the rest of the team and all of them silently looked at each other when Siegfried suddenly asked, "Are you really sure it is really fine to tell them?" Cao looked at Siegfried and said, "We have no other choice. Indra is currently out of reach since he have some things to deal with. Also, he is related to this matter in a way, so it should be better to take sides right now, than regretting it later." The others looked a bit dissatisfied by the answer, seeing which Cao added, "Plus he is a human as well, so no harm done to our motto." All of them looked at their leader with a deadpan look on their faces and gave a tired sigh. After they discussed with each other for a bit longer, all of them left the room and walked straight and soon found Tatsuya. But all of them got surprised when they found all the people that were sitting there and talking to each other. Vala, who was now awake as well, looked at Cao and the others who were now wearing some casual clothes and said, "Whoa, didn't think that I would ever find you wearing something other than your battle gear." Cao looked at Vala and said, "Shut it, White Dragon. What are you doing here anyway?" Vala rested his head on top of his hand and said, "Be more respectful to me, after all it was me who brought you all here when you all were beaten so badly. Aren't I a very kind devil?" Cao and the others snorted and Cao said, "Kind my ass. Anyway, we still have soap." But before he was able to continue, a small girl passed by, hit and walked towards Tatsuya and sat in his lap. Cao and the rest of his team were surprised seeing the little girl and said in unison, "Oh Off-Eyes." Off-Eyes looked at the people who called her out and gave them a nod and said, "The group of heroes, I think." To which the rest of them just dumbly nodded their heads. Off-Eyes nodded once again and then started playing with the god killer pups who came towards her. Tatsuya looked at them and said, "Why don't you all sit down for now, there are still some people who have yet to come." All of the hero faction members snapped out of trance on hearing Tatsuya and nodded their heads and took a seat around the table with Cao sitting beside Vala. Once all of them were gathered around the table except for Baikao, who was still asleep, Tatsuya's clones started to bring out the breakfast that they had prepared for them and started putting it on the table. Soon Baikao came out as well when he smelled the aroma of the food and immediately take his seat on the table. Tatsuya then looked at the heroes and said, "Eat something first, we will discuss what you want to talk about after this." All of them nodded and were about to begin, but all of them suddenly felt some disturbance in their surrounding and immediately got serious. "Oh, I didn't think that kids of your generation wake up this early in the morning. All of them looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw two men having silver hair standing there. Seeing the two men, Vala's aura subconsciously started to leak out a bit as he started to get angry and immediately rushed towards the older man and tried to punch him, only to phase through his body. Oh, I didn't expect my grandson to be this excited to meet his grandfather, but sorry, grandpa is just a projection right now. Vala glared at the man who called him his grandpa and asked, "What are you doing here, Rizevim, Euclid?" The older person who called himself Vala's grandfather smiled and said, "Now, why am I here? I wonder about that." But before Vala, who was about to argue with him, could say something, Tatsuya interrupted them and said, "So what business do you have, Vala's gramps and my brother-in-law, for you to come unannounced?" Immediately, the whole room turned silent as they were confused as to why he called the other one his brother-in-law, though Ruya was laughing her ass off as she knew what all was going through Euclid's mind. Euclid looked at Tatsuya with a shocked expression on his face and asked, "Wait, what do you mean?" But before he was able to finish what he was saying, Tatsuya severed their connection, making the projection disappear immediately. He then looked at the rest of the people in the room and said, "Just finish it up for now, we will talk to them once we are done." All of them looked at Tatsuya with a deadpan look on their faces, and Vala wanted to argue about it as well but stopped himself from lashing out to not cause any problem and followed Tatsuya's command. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the old Satan faction, a certain silver-haired Siscon was getting too much impatient and frustrated as he was unable to connect back to Tatsuya's house. 248, Talk with Rizevim. After Tatsuya and the others were done with their breakfast, Tatsuya stopped bothering the link which was trying to connect to his house for a while. Just as he did that, the two silver-haired men appeared once again with Rizevim sitting on a chair while having his own breakfast, and Euclid with a frustrated expression on his face as he has been trying to connect to his house for all this while. "Ha! It got connected," said Euclid with a maniacal expression on his face. But soon he calmed down and went back to his cool expression and said, "It's connected once again." Hearing which, Rizevim stopped eating and got up from his spot and walked towards Euclid and stood beside him. He gave a fake cough to clear his throat and said, "Once again good morning to all of you, and it was not very nice of you, Tatsuya Shiba. Do you know how sad Euclid-kun felt when we were not able to form a connection?" Tatsuya looked towards Euclid and said, "Sorry for all that, brother-in-law, we were having breakfast and didn't want to get disturbed, brother-in-law, and hence I had to cut off the connection, brother-in-law. I hope you understand, brother-in-law." Each time he said those words, a new tick mark appeared on Euclid's forehead. He could understand why the black-haired brat in front of him was calling him like that, but there was no way that he was going to accept that fact unless he is totally sure of it. He still had some hope left. But Tatsuya, being Tatsuya, showed a friendly smile and said, "Don't worry, brother-in-law, I will take good care of Grafia. You can be rest assured." As if someone spilled some salt of his wounds, Euclid's whole body trembled a bit. Rizevim looked at Tatsuya and said, "Oh, so that's why you have been calling him brother-in-law. Congratulations, Euclid-kun, your sister, you all right? Why are you shaking like that?" But just as he heard that, he stopped trembling and looked up with a calm expression on his face and said, "It's nothing. Please continue your conversation. I have some things to take care of. If you will excuse me." And then his projection vanished. Rizevim looked at Euclid, who was now going out of his room, and soon shrugged his shoulders and said, "Well, he must be happy for his sister. Anyway, let's begin where we left off earlier." He then looked at Tatsuya and said, "Tatsuya Shiba, give off eyes to us." Dead silence. All of them got silent and looked at the old silver-haired man as if he was an idiot, while the man in question had a smile on his face. Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't know what are you talking about, I don't know the dragon god's whereabouts. And I am not helping you find her as well." That statement made all of them silent once again as they looked at the black-haired loli who was eating cake with a blissful expression on her face. Then who the hell is that loli sitting over there, was the thought that came to all of them. Rizevim pointed his finger at the said loli and asked, "Then who is she?" Tatsuya pretended to follow where he pointed and said, "Oh, that's my cousin, who came here to live with us." Rizevim's smile now vanished and he now had an expression which said, "You think I am an idiot or what?" But soon a smirk appeared on his face and said, "That's strange, you taking care of your cousin? Last time I checked you used your connections to take care of your whole family, when they just came to find their missing daughter. Aren't you too ruthless with your family?" Tatsuya snorted and said, "Shouldn't it be me who should ask that question to you? And by the way you are talking about that incident, it looks like you may know who was the one who was behind the scenes informing them of our whereabouts." Rizevim had an amused smile on his face and he said, "Well, you could say it was one of our new recruits who took pity on the family who was searching for their daughter and tried to help them. See, how kind we are." Tatsuya narrowed his eyes a bit and asked, "And who might be this new recruit of yours?" But Rizevim immediately raised his hand and shook his finger to and fro and said, Now, let's not get into those deeper details. There are a few things which we should not tell to others." Tatsuya was about to ask something else, but Cao and the rest of the hero faction came forward and Cao asked in an angry tone, "Rizevim, where the hell are George and Leonardo? Your people were the ones who took them, right?" Seeing CAO's angry expression, Rizevim immediately got excited and asked, "Oh, the heroes, hey, actually you were the ones who I was trying to contact. But seeing Tatsuya Shiba, I forgot about you all. Sorry. CAO and his team gritted their teeth and wanted to attack them, but the fact that the person in front of them was just a projection stopped them. Seeing the frustrated expression on their faces, Rizevim smirked and said, "You all must be feeling frustrated, right? Like how when a person is forcefully stopped from ejaculating when he is just on the verge of coming. That dreadful feeling is immense for a person's mind." And gave a satisfied nod. Hearing the example he just gave, Valia and the rest of the hero faction frowned a bit, while Tatsuya and Baikao thought at the same time, sounds like something that masochist fallen would do. Meanwhile in Kyoto, a certain fallen angel was tied and hanged on the rope while a fair-skinned dominatrix outfit woman was pushing her pointed heels on the man's body. "You feeling good, little pig?" Absolutely, Mr. Chu. "Who the hell is thinking about me? Is this the SM Club lady that I visited last time?" But all of a suddenly a large amount of electric current passed through his body, making him screech in pleasure. Now little pig, I don't think that you would be thinking of some other lady while I am stepping on you, right?" The lady asked with a smile on her face. Seeing the smile on her face, the fallen angel shuddered a bit and thought, "Oh boy, she is going to make me go through hell now, looks like I will be squeezed dry today." Back to Shiba residence. Rizevim once again have a cough to get back their attention and said, "Don't worry about your teammates, me and the others are treating them very well. But you know I was very sad when you all rejected to cooperate with us. Luckily I found you all and invited the two of them to know about our offer. Oh, and don't worry, the other members of the hero faction are ready to help us as well." After all, two of their main members asked them to cooperate. But at that moment Siegfried was unable to hold back and tried to attack Rizevim, only to pass through him once again. He glared at the silver-haired projection and said, "You dare take advantage of their loyalty in our name? I will fucking kill you, devil." Rizevim looked back at Siegfried and said, "Looks like the someone got a bit too angry. Well, whatever, I just wanted to convey a message anyway." He then looked at Tatsuya and CAO with a serious expression on his face and said, "Listen here, hero faction, I will just AAJ once again, are you all going to work with the Cows Brigade or not?" CAO who heard his question glared back at him and said, "Like hell we are going to work with someone like you. And return George and Leonardo back to us." But Rizevim ignored that and said, "So you are against us like my grandson as well, hey? Now then Tatsuya Shiba, are you going to hand over the Infinite Dragon Go?" "Nah, not gonna help you, and like I said I don't have the whereabouts of the Dragon God." Rizevim narrowed his eyes and said, "So be it, just make sure to not regret your decision later, brat, and let me tell you our new recruits are really pissed off with you. So make sure to take every step carefully." And then the projection vanished, but a note dropped on the ground attracting everybody's attention. Tatsuya picked up the note and saw something written on it. "Onee-sama does not belong to you. So be in your limits, human." 249, Undercover. After Tatsuya read that note he burned it and said, "Anyway, looks like all the things we had to discuss earlier are done by that devil geezer. So what's your next step of action, knowing that, pointing at CAO, he has your comrades and your Weil faction under him right now? And that he is planning something big?" Hearing that, both Valia and CAO clicked their tongues as they didn't know what to do about this situation. Kurika looked at Jean and her team and asked, "Can't you contact anyone from your faction and tell them about this?" Jean looked at Kurika and said, "We tried it earlier when we wanted to call for backup when we were attacked, but it looks like they have already taken all of them to a location where it is impossible for us to contact them," she said in a dejected manner, and once again tried to contact the members of her faction only to sigh at her failure. Vala was gritting his teeth knowing that his grandfather was up to something, and yet he was unable to even know where he is currently hiding. That damn old bastard, just as coward as ever. Tatsuya clapped his hands to gather their attention and make them snap out of their negative thinking and said, Now, don't get affected by the negative emotions, otherwise it might be possible that you would take some wrong steps and would end up in failure or even die because of that. You still have to save your teammates and settle score with someone, right?" All of them looked at Tatsuya with their eyes a bit narrowed and asked, "Then what do you think we should do, hey?" He pointed towards the hero faction and said, "First of all, rest up that fatigued bodies of yours and then start improving your strengths before searching for your teammates. Even if they are kept somewhere, you cannot contact to doesn't mean that they all have been gathered at one place. Some of the members might be on a mission or something and would not have been captured yet. So gather them first and start searching for their hideout." He then looked at Valia and said, "And you, get a bit stronger if you want to take on that geezer, he at the very least is high Satan level, if not a super class like Surtsks. Plus you still need to find out where he is hiding. You all have got a lot of work to do. And just to warning you, if that geezer comes in my way asking for his ass to get kicked, then I will do so, if you are not able to take him on at that time, so it would be better for you to get stronger as soon as possible." Hearing him, Vala got pissed as he now knew that currently his grandfather was at a level where he can do nothing about him. Plus knowing how Tatsuya is involved with the three factions and about him keeping off eyes at his place made it sure that Rizevim will cross Tatsuya's path and meet his end by his hand. He looked at Tatsuya with a serious expression on his face and said, "This is the second time that you have made me pissed this much." Tatsuya just smiled in reply to his statement and said, "My pleasure." Tatsuya then looked at his team and said, "Anyway, regarding the warning that he gave me, it might be possible that he would be trying to kidnap any of you to gain my weakness. If that does happen, there is only one thing you have to do, that is to make them regret forever being born in this world. You are free to go all out against them." "Well then I have some things to care of now, so I would be excusing myself. Asia, heal their remaining injuries, and Loki, you are getting late for your shift." Loki immediately looked at the clock and got shocked. "Fuck. I am late. My pay will get cut. Hey boss, can you please give me back my magic for a while so that I can teleport?" But Tatsuya just smiled in response and said, "Move your ass now, or I might even cut something from your bonus." Loki clicked his tongue and grabbed his bike keys, which was given to him by Tatsuya, and immediately rushed outside. Once he was gone, Tatsuya once again looked at the others only to see Asia knocking down two hero faction members by punching them in the gut and then dragging them back to their room for treatment. Jean, who was the last one left, immediately carried Siegfried's body over her shoulders and said, "I will help moving them there." Asia just gave a beautiful smile which was not a bit convincing as she was dragging the motionless bodies of Cao and Heracles and said, "Oh my, you are a very cooperating person, unlike these pieces of shit who should be buried 6 feet under the ground." "Well then let's go, Jean-san." Jean was totally speechless hearing the words that came out of the angel like Asia and asked her, "You were a former nun, right Asia-san?" Asia nodded her head and asked with an innocent expression on her face, "Yes, is there some problem with that?" "The corpses that you are dragging right now are the problem," was the thought that came to Jean's mind, but she just gave a wry smile and said, "And nothing, it's just that I was a former exorcist as well, so I was just a bit curious about it." Asia just nodded with a smile on her face and said, "Then we have very much in common." The rest of them looked at the blondes talking to each other and sighed. Tatsuya just smiled seeing them and said, "Well, looks like she made a new friend. Good for her. Well then I will be going out for now. Ross Weiss, you can take a day off, today." And then walked out of the room. The rest of the people who were left behind looked at each other and Vala said, "It's troublesome, here after all that. Hey, is there a training room here?" Ingvild looked at Vala and nodded her head and then led him and the other 2 boys of the Vala team to the training room, the non-time chamber 1. The girls who were left behind looked at each other and Kurika suddenly said, "So, shall we go out as well, just us girls? I will call Chiron as well." All the girls looked at each other and then Miyuki said, "Then we might as well call the girls from the Gremory and Satrai peerage as well and have a party today. Who knows when Ani-sama will make us go for training once again." The others nodded their heads, but Ruya raised her hand said, "Sorry, but I am going to Dimensional Gap today. There might be some problems that could have arisen because of my absence." Off-Ice got up from her seat as well and said, "I will go with Bakaret as well. I want to see what happened to my home since she is here now." And then both of the dragon gods teleport to away. Miyuki looked at the rest of the girls and asked, "So anyone else who have to take care of something?" Hearing which both Kurumi and Tiamat raised their hands and Kurumi said, "Yasaka wanted to have a sparring session today, so as to not get rusty, so I will be going there." Tiamat looked at them and said, "I have to take care of the baby dragons at the familiar forest and clean my treasures, so I will be busy as well." And then both of them teleported as well. Once both of them were gone, Ingvild returned back and asked, "So what are we doing today?" All of them looked at each other and then said, "We are having a girls-only outing with the girls from Satrai and Gremory peerage, wanna go with us?" To which Ingvild nodded her head and agreed to their plans. Meanwhile, in a coffee shop where hardly any customer was there, 2 people were sitting at a table while drinking their coffee. One of them was Tatsuya, now in his adult form, who was looking at a man in front of him with a serious expression on his face and asked, "So even you don't know which of the new recruits leaked away the information?" The man shook his head and said, "Sorry, but as far as the new recruits are concerned, I have not seen anyone being specially close to Rizevim and Euclid, so I cannot pinpoint who's doing is this." Tatsuya just sighed and asked, "Anyway, what the hell are those 2 planning right now?" The man shook his head and said, "I don't have that much information. They are still a bit wary of me to tell me what they are planning right now, but one thing is clear, what they are doing is going to be big and destructive, since the movement of the members of the old Satan faction is speeding at a high rate." The man then took a sip from his cup and said, "Sorry for not being that useful in this case." But Tatsuya just shook his head and said, "No need to apologize, you are doing very well being undercover under them. Just make sure to not get caught by them and closely watch their every step and report it back to me." The man just sighed and said, "It's very troublesome, but still I am indebted to you." He then showed a small smile and said, "Very well, then I will try to dig a bit deeper in the organization once I get back there." He then finished his cup and got up from his chair and said, "Anyway, thanks for the coffee, and once again thanks for saving my cousin back then." Tatsuya got up from his seat as well and shook the man's hand and said, mention not and just stop with the thanks and all about you cousin, you have already told that to me a million times Daihauser. Daihauser laughed a bit and said, I am just showing my gratefulness to you, so don't mind it that much. And then teleport back to Underworld. He then laid back a bit on his seat and said, don't you know it's bad to eavesdrop on someone? The person who was sitting behind him laughed a bit and said, well, I got curious when you entered here and took a break from the bar for a bit. Don't mind me that much Tatsuya-kun. Tatsuya looked back at the person who was sitting behind him and said, so you gonna tell Azazel about this Tobio? Tobio Akyus, the member of Dog team which was under Azazel, looked at Tatsuya with a smile on his face and asked, if you didn't want me to tell him, you wouldn't have allowed me to hear your conversation in the first place, isn't that right? Tobio who was now in his bartender outfit looked at Tatsuya with an amused expression on his face. Tatsuya chuckled at this and said, perceptive as always, hey, but just inform him to keep all this to himself, there is a reason for why this is called undercover. Tobio nodded his head and said, so trying to gain a witness for this undercover operation, hey. Not bad Tatsuya-kun, not bad at all. Tatsuya nodded and was about to get up but Tobio stopped him and said, why not stay here for a bit, the others should be arriving here in a while. Tatsuya thought for a bit and after he made sure that there was nothing else important to do today, he sat back on his seat and chatted with Tobio until the other members of the Dog team arrived. 250, Sickness. A few days have passed since Tatsuya was contacted by Rizevim and Euclid, and still nothing strange has occurred. Seeing that Tatsuya and the others just put all the tension at the back of their minds and focused more on preparing themselves for anything that could happen. Valya and the others were specially preparing themselves so as to not let the opportunity to kill his grandfather pass on to Tatsuya. Cao and the others on the other hand were now back to their proper health and were busy finding the people from their faction who were still not caught but were only able to find 1 or 2 people yet. Currently Tatsuya and the others were sitting in the Orc Club room with the others discussing about the promotion the devils were supposed to go through in a few days. The group who was supposed to take the test was busy studying except for Konako who for some reason had a feverish look on her face and was clinging onto Tatsuya while lying in his lap. Tatsuya on the other hand was a bit worried about her as he knew what was happening with her right now. This must be the call for her mating season. Wait a minute, doesn't that mean that Himari and the others would be going through this soon as well? No, more importantly it is Konako's first mating season but with a body like this, I don't think that she would be able to handle me. I can actually suppress her urges but it might mentally affect her as well, making her think that she is lacking somewhere making me refuse her. Not to mention the others who will go through the session will make her feel left out as well. Should I accelerate her body growth? Tatsuya caressed Konako's hair making her purr in delight, and while this was happening Ravel was looking at her with a slight blush on her face and slight bit of anger. Konako who noticed that someone was looking at her opened her eyes and saw Ravel. Both of them stared at each other for a while, but soon Konako gave a snort and showed a victorious smirk on her face, making Ravel grit her teeth in anger. Just as she did that Tatsuya smacked her head lightly and said, no picking fights Konako-chan. Don't think that just because you are undergoing that will let you do as you please. Konako looked at Tatsuya stick out her tongue and then looked away with a slight blush on her cheeks. Tatsuya looked at Ravel and said, don't get angry at her Ravel-chan, she is just a bit sick right now. Ravel looked at Tatsuya and immediately shook her hands and said, no, I am not angry at all Tatsuya-sama, it's just that I was a bit displeased seeing the thieving cat acting disrespectfully towards you, that's all. Konako didn't open her eyes and said, shut up bird brain, Tatsuya-senpai, don't think of me as acting disrespectful. Just admit it that you are jealous. Ravel immediately glared back at Konako and said, this thieving cat. And once again Konako received a light smack on her head by Tatsuya making her pout. Acting cute won't save you from all this you know. And ruffled her hair. Gasper who was looking at them from the side looked at Asia and asked in a low voice, Asia-san Asia-san. Asia looked at the cross-dressing Damfer with a confused look on her face and asked, what happened Gasper-kun? You want to ask something? Gasper nodded her head and asked, what is wrong with Konako-chan? Tatsuya-senpai just said that she is sick. Hearing his question all the people who were sitting there looked at him and were wondering how Asia will answer the question. Asia being Asia looked at him with a smile on her face and said, oh, don't worry about it Gasper-kun, she is fine, it's just that she is just craving for a thick, long dick but before she could finish Kagura shut her mouth with her hand and said, Gasper-kun, it would be better if you ask Kaiba-san about this, being a boy he should be able to make you understand it in easier terms since you are a boy as well. Gasper nodded and then went towards Kaiba to ask him his question and immediately better that Kaiba took Gasper outside with him as he was a bit embarrassed talking about such things in front of so many girls. Once the two were gone all of them looked towards Asia with an expression which said, don't you know how to sugarcoat words? But Kagura who was keeping her hand over Asia's mouth had a few tick marks on her forehead and suddenly yelled, stop licking my hand you idiot! And pushed her away. Asia who was now free to speak looked at Kagura and said, then don't block my mouth in the first place. Tatsuya, who was at the side listening to all of this, didn't think much about it and was silently eating sweets that Ravel made for him along with her and Konako. Later that day, Tatsuya returned home a bit earlier since the others were busy doing their homework, while also assisting the devils who skipped the classes so as to prepare for their promotion exam. Though he brought Konako back with him since he thought that Kurika might make a better decision compared to him since they were sisters and Konako could relate better with her. Tatsuya then entered the house with Konako following him silently with a feverish expression on her face. As soon as Tatsuya entered, he saw the male members of Valia and Hero faction beaten black-blue with Lei Fei bandaging them up. Kurika was just laughing her ass off seeing them while Jean was sighing while massaging her temples. Loki, who saw Tatsuya coming inside, stood up from the sofa and said, "Boss, give me my power back for some time. I really want to beat the shit out of these punks. They broke all the alcohol bottles." Tatsuya looked at Loki for a while and then snapped his finger and said, "Show them hell." Loki, who felt the surge of power within his body, now had wide grin on his face and said, "He White Dragon and the God Killer Spear, I will show you what hell really is. How dare you destroy all my alcohol bottles, you punks!" And then used his powers to teleport the two leaders and himself to a separate place. Tatsuya then looked at Kurika and said, "Kurika, Konako would like to have some advice from you, since you know it is that time of the year." Kurika, who heard what Tatsuya said, immediately perked up as soon as she knew that he knows which time it is, but then she looked at her sister, who had a feverish look on her face, and immediately calmed herself down. She gave a nod and took Konako's hand and said, "Let's go to a different room, Chiron, Oni-san will help you." And then took her away. Tatsuya then looked at the other boys who were lying on the ground and asked, "So, what happened?" Baikao and Heracles immediately pointed at each other and said, "They started it, hey, we started it. Like hell we did. It was you, stop copying me, you bastard." Tatsuya sighed seeing them acting like that and then looked at Lei Fei and Jean. Both of them who noticed Tatsuya looking at them with an expression which said, "Explain." Lei Fei nodded and said, "You see, Tatsuya Nii-san, Arthur Nii-san and Sieg-san were having mock battle, seeing which Baikao-san and Heracles-san got excited as well and decided to have a mock battle as well." Jean then continued the story and said, "But while having their battle by mistake, which was totally intentional, that monkey's staff hit Heracles. Suddenly Heracles looked at them and said, he slammed that Fu King staff of his, on my balls." Arthur, who was still hurt and was being treated by Lei Fei, immediately perked up and pointed his sword at Heracles and said, "I advise you to not use such vulgar words, there are children here." But then another sword clashed with Arthur's and Siegfried said, "And I told you, to not ignore me during a fight, you fucking idiot." Tatsuya, who saw that, snapped his finger making all them paralyzed and fall back on the ground and said, "So let me get this straight, Arthur and Siegfried were having a mock battle, seeing them Baikao and Heracles got excited and decided to have a battle of their own, but by an intentional mistake, Baikao hit his staff on Heracles, inappropriate place making him curse, which enraged Arthur since Lei Fei was there as well. And Siegfried, who was now ignored by everyone, got lonely and picked fight with Arthur but used some inappropriate words to taunt him, making Arthur go total serious to kick his and Heracles' butt, with Heracles determined to kill Baikao for hitting him there. Am I correct?" Hearing his deduction, all of them dumbly nodded their heads with Mifei having a huge smile on her face. Tatsuya nodded his head as well and asked, "But how the hell are Valia and Cao involved here?" To which all of them said in unison, "Oh, nothing serious. They were just trying to kill each other off, the usual thing, you know." Tatsuya just nodded his head and thought, "I really live around some of the weirdest people in existence," and just shrugged his shoulders. 251, Training the Boys. Later that day, the rest of the residents of the Shiba house came back along with Isamai, who immediately got shocked on seeing the members of Chaos Brigade in bandages and immediately got on alert. But before she could do anything, the rest of them immediately stopped her and explained the situation to her, making her stop. She just looked at the bandaged people with a suspicious look, after which all of them went inside to change into more comfortable clothing. Soon after that, Loki came back with a satisfied look on his face and covered in dirt and blood. There were two teenagers along with him whose faces were totally unrecognizable and their bodies covered in blood. I never thought that using magic could give me so much satisfaction." Loki then looked at the two beaten up teenagers and said, "Know your place, trash." Valia and Cao, who heard that, wanted to attack him, but their bodies didn't even move a bit. Tatsuya, who saw their state, looked at Loki and said, "You did quite a number on them, hey. Anyway, Asia, take care of these two." Asia got up from her seat and walked towards the two of them, grabbed their legs and started dragging them to their room, while a trail of blood was left behind by the corpses she was dragging. Valia and Cao groaned in pain as their injuries were hurting because of being dragged by Asia. Hearing their groan, Asia turned around with a small smile on her face. She tilted her head slightly and said in a sweet voice, "If you both don't want me to bury both of you 6 feet under the ground, then stop that groaning." And then raised her fist and showed it to them. Both Cao and Vala trembled a bit once they heard that, and immediately the male members of the Vala team and Hero faction came and carefully carried the two of them. "Don't worry, Asia-sama, we will take them to their room, you need not bother about this." Just please help us in healing them. Asia just nodded her head with a smile and led them to the room. Once they were gone, Tatsuya cleaned the blood on the floor with his magic and looked at Loki and said, "Go and get treated by her as well, and I am sealing your powers once again." Loki, whose powers were once again sealed by Tatsuya, sighed and said, "Fine." And then went to where Asia and the others were. Tatsuya then got up from his seat as well and decided to check whether Konako was fine or not. In another room in Tatsuya's house, Kurika was looking intently at her sister, who sitting cross-legged while her body was releasing a white aura which was fluctuating a lot. "Chiron, focus once again, your aura is getting unstable." Konako, who already had a frown on her forehead, furrowed her brows even more, trying to concentrate on stabilizing her aura, and soon the fluctuating aura oozing out from her calmed down a bit. Kurika, who saw her sister focusing so hard, smiled a bit and decided to help her. She then placed her hand on Konako's back and then helped her stabilize her aura. Once the aura was totally stabilized, Kurika nodded her head and said, "Now spread it evenly in your body, and do it slowly, no need to rush at all, Oni-chan is here to help you." Konako nodded her head and tried to do just as her sister instructed her. Her cat ears and tail soon came out as well once she started to distribute her aura. Tatsuya, who decided to check on Konako, went to her room and knocked on the door, but received no reply in return. He then entered the room without knocking again and was a bit surprised to see Konako, whose ears and tails were out, sleeping on the bed. The thing that surprised her was that she was now looking a bit older and more mature compared to how she looked earlier. Tatsuya looked at Kurika, who had a playful smile on her face, and asked, "So, do you like how Chiron is looking now?" Tatsuya stared at her with a deadpan look on his face and said, "Instead of calming her down, you decided to do this. Sai, she is underage, you know. And she still have to go to school as well." Kurika chuckled at that and jumped on Tatsuya's back and said, "Don't worry Tatsuya Nae, Chiron is not underage Nae. We spent a lot of time in the time chamber, so she is perfectly fine. Also this form is only temporary since she herself is not yet able to stabilize her senjutsu in her body, so it will wear off in a week Nae. Tatsuya silently caressed her ears and looked at Konako, who was sleeping peacefully with her now barely covering anything clothes. He then used his magic to adjust the clothes to her size and then tucked her in and let her rest. Kurika, who saw Tatsuya taking care of her sister, smiled and then hugged him. She then started thanking him for taking care of her relationship with her sister, to which Tatsuya just flicked her forehead and told her to not think much about it. Soon both of them left the room, leaving behind Konako, who was sleeping. Once they were back in the drawing room, both of them met Cao and Bali, who were standing along with their male teammates behind them. Kurika and Tatsuya stared at them, who were looking at Tatsuya intently. Tatsuya looked at Kurika, who nodded her head and got off him and went to the others after giving her a peck on the lips. Tatsuya looked at them, and before he was able to say anything, Valia and Cao said in unison, "Please train us," and bowed their heads, seeing which the other four bowed as well. Tatsuya, who already knew what they were going to ask, didn't look that surprised and said, "Follow me then," and started walking. The others immediately looked up and started following him. Tatsuya brought all of them in a separate space and asked, "What is the food that you guys like the most?" Hearing his question, all of them got confused and wanted to ask what did it have to do with their training, but still told him what they liked. Tatsuya nodded his head and then snapped his finger, and immediately 6 figures appeared in front of them. All of them were shocked once they saw who the 6 people were, but before they could ask, Tatsuya clapped his hands in order to gain their attention and said, "These are you clones, who are identical to you in each and every aspect. You need to defeat them in 3 hours or else no dinner for you tonight. Oh, before that, here, eat it." And gave each of them a small black pill. All of them looked at the pills suspiciously but still decided to do as he asked. But as soon as they gulped the pill down, their stomachs started grumbling and all of them immediately felt hungry. Tatsuya looked at them with a satisfied smile on his face and said, "Good, now let's begin, remember 3 hours or no dinner for any of you. And snapped his fingers once again, and immediately all of them appeared at different locations with their doppelganger standing in front of them. 252, Miserable. After 3 hours were up, Tatsuya went back to the dimension where he left the others and saw all of them lying on the ground with various injuries on their bodies and their counterparts sitting on top of them. Tatsuya snapped his fingers and once again all of them appeared in Tatsuya's home, and he healed all of them, though only to the point that they don't die, but still suffer pain. Tatsuya crouched down to and looked at them with an innocent experience on his face. "So, how was the training?" and tilted his head a bit. All of them looked at him with their half-opened eyes and thought at the same time, "I want to kill this fucker." Tatsuya, who heard their thoughts, gave a satisfied smile and said, "So you really enjoyed it, hey? Well then, dinner is prepared as well." And used his telekinesis to bring all of them to the table and made them take their seats. All of them thought that Tatsuya would not give them food since they were unable to defeat their opponent in the given time, but to their surprise not only there was a plate in front of them, but the dinner composed of all the dishes they mentioned earlier. All of them started to drool a bit, and their stomach were literally rotating for food. But before they could even thank him, they noticed that they couldn't move their bodies no matter how much they tried. All of them turned their eyes to look at Tatsuya, who still had an amused smile on his face while he was giving them a thumbs up. Tatsuya then called the others as well and all of them sat on a different table from the 6 immovable males. Kurika and Loki who saw their conditions laughed out loud and Loki to add more fuel to the fire went towards them and held their plates in front of their faces and said, "What happened, White Dragon? Don't you want to eat this? It looks very delicious to me." He then took a deep breath and said, such a tempting smell. You sure you don't want to eat it? Valier and took a spoonful of the food and moved it in front of its mouth and said, "Ah." Vala who saw that was totally red from anger. He never imagined that he would be embarrassed by anyone in his life like that. He tried to avert his eyes but the aroma coming from the food which Loki was purposely holding in front of his mouth made him unconsciously drool but since his stomach was totally empty. He wanted to glare at Loki but couldn't, the only thing he was capable of doing was to avert his eyes which was very difficult since the aroma was totally intoxicating for him. "I promise, once I am out of this paralysis, I will kill this shit of a god. Just you wait, Loki." Loki who was done with Vala now looked towards Cao who on seeing his gaze immediately started cursing him knowing what was going through Loki's mind. Loki brought a chair and sat beside Cao and asked, "What happened Cao, are you not going to rat this?" And did the same thing he did with Vala by bringing a spoonful of food near his mouth and said, "Ah." Cao knowing that this was going to happen was somehow able to control himself from getting red in anger, but the roars that were coming out of his stomach made him feel so embarrassed that he wanted to just run away. Seeing that Cao was not showing much of a reaction Loki clicked his tongue and looked at the plate for a while. Suddenly an evil smirk appeared on his face and he said, "Oh well if you are not going to eat it, maybe I will eat it myself, after all it would just be a waste if you don't." And immediately Cao's eyes widened and he tried to glare at Loki. Loki seeing that smirked and slowly brought the food to his mouth and ate it making Cao feel a bit enraged by that. Not being able to eat our favorite food when you are hungry and it is right in front of you, how does it feel Cao? Feeling miserable yet? Hey! And ate another bite making no effort in trying to hide it from Cao's gaze. Seeing what was happening the other 5 people looked at Cao with pity while being grateful that it was not them who are in his place. But then all of a sudden a small girl with black hair came towards them with 3 pups in her hands and looked at the boys. The boys who noticed the girl turned their eyes towards her while trying to gesture for help. "Afai-sama, please help us." Afai stared at them for a while and nodded her head making all of them feel happy. But then, the 3 pups that were in her hands got on top of the table and stared at the boys. The boys stared back at them thinking what were they doing. All of the pups then went towards each of them making them think that they had way to help them, but the pups just grabbed the dessert that they had in front of them and brought it to Afai's, who just placed a seat and started eating the sweets which the pups brought. The boys looked at Afai's with a shocked expression on their faces. They looked back in front of them and saw that their dessert was gone. All of them cursed Afai's in their minds who on the other hand was now back in Tatsuya's lap eating her sweets with a blissful expression on her face. All of them glared at her seeing which Tatsuya whispered something in her ears. Afai's nodded her head and looked at the paralyzed boys and said, "Thank you for the sweets." And once again started eating. All of them blinked in surprise but soon came back to reality and started thinking whatever nonsense possible in their heads. They glared at Tatsuya who was reason for their misery, who just smiled at them and pointed at something. All of them were confused by that and followed where he was pointing and just as they looked at that an unimaginable rage took over their body. What they saw was the 3 god-killer pups eating the food which was present on their table with a joyous expression on their faces. Once they noticed their gazes all of them looked back at them and stared in their bloodshot eyes that were glaring at them. But suddenly all 3 of them snorted with a smirk on their faces which sounded like, "Fuck off, losers." And once again started eating the food making the paralyzed group even more enraged at that. 253, there is no one here except us. A few days passed by and the boys of the hero faction and Vala group were getting better at dealing with their doppelgangers made by Tatsuya, though they still were unable to have dinner at all for all these days. Konako, whose conditions were now stabilized by Kurika's and the other Neko Xiao's help was now back to normal, in fact she was now feeling better as she was now able to turn to her more mature form for a couple of hours a day and even her natural growth which had stopped for quite a long time was now back and she was now growing at a fast pace, making her look a bit mature even in her normal form. Tatsuya who was back to his normal lifestyle was once again busy with his work was standing in front of his house with the members of the Gremory group, and his team. Miyuki looked at him and asked, "You really not coming with us Unii-sama?" Tatsuya looked at Miyuki and nodded his head, "Yeah, I already know that they can pass this promotion test without any problems, and there is also a lot of things that I have to deal with here, who knows what might happen here when all of us are gone, those Cows Brigade members are looking for someone you know." Miyuki's face turned grim as she realized what Tatsuya was talking about and asked, "Then we should stay here as well after a..." "No need for that Miyuki." Tatsuya interrupted her in the middle of what she was saying. "You all wanted to go to the stores Venelana-san told you about, so why not go with her when you all have the chance, and while you all are there, I would be able to deal with my backlog from my trip." Hearing him mention backlog, Rossweiss sighed and said, there is too much to take care of, it's piled up too much. All of them looked at the pair of boss and secretary with a pitiful gaze and nodded their heads. Tatsuya nodded his head as well and said, oh, make sure to not cause any trouble, unless someone is asking for it. Surtsk was complaining to me that some of his hair have started to turn grey since my last stunt against the council. Hearing that, Rias facepalmed and gave a tired sigh while the rest of Tatsuya's team nodded their heads. Tatsuya gave a nod and then gave a telepathic message, there is a chance that the old Satan faction might aim for the underworld. If you all get dragged in some shit then you all are allowed to go all out, alright. Hearing that, all of them turned serious and mentally nodded their heads. Tatsuya then looked towards the ones who would be taking the test and said, best of luck to you all as well, Isamai. If you fail then be prepared for some training. Isamai groaned in annoyance and said, yeah, I will make sure to get over with this shit quickly. Don't wanna train with you. And make sure to remember that I will get a week off from training if I pass the test. Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, fine by me. All of them then gathered in their respective groups and then a magic circle appeared below them. Well, they are gone now. And then looked towards Rossweiss and said, let us get going as well. Rossweiss nodded her head and then started following Tatsuya back. Once they entered the house they all were met with total silence, since even the Vala group and hero faction members were out for their work, leaving only the two of them here along with the two dragon gods. Tiamat still hasn't returned from the familiar forest and Kurumi was still in Kyoto hanging out with Yasaka and sparring with her. Somehow this silence is a bit weird. I have never seen my house this empty. Rossweiss looked towards Tatsuya and tilted her head and said, really? Well, I am a bit used to this type of silence, though my home back at Asgard was not this big and since I was alone, I am not that bothered by it. Ha ha ha. Rossweiss let out a dry laugh once she remembered her days of being alone and single back in Asgard. Tatsuya looked at her and thought, you look like you are really bothered by this. He then patted her back making the silver-haired woman look at him curiously and said, this also means that there is no one else except for us, and the dragon gods, here, you know. Rossweiss looked at him for a while and then as if she realized something, her eyes blinked for a while and soon a bright red blush appeared on her face. No, we can't, Tatsuya. We should not do those kind of things before we are married, you know. That's very indecent and wrong. We can't. Tatsuya looked at her with a confused look on his face and said, what are you talking about? Indecent? What is indecent about going through our work in silence with getting disturbed by the others? Rossweiss was once again surprised by this, blinked her eyes in shock. Seeing that, Tatsuya smirked and said, don't tell me, our pure and beautiful Rose is thinking of doing something indecent with me in the head of yours. And moved his face closer to her making the silver-haired lady blush in embarrassment. She then lifted her hands and placed it in front of her face to avoid looking directly at Tatsuya who had a smirk on his face. And no, I am not thinking about something indecent at all. You are mistaken, yet. Totally mistaken. Tatsuya then grabbed the hands that were blocking his view and moved them aside and asked, then what is it that is going through your mind? Won't you tell me, Rose? Rossweiss, who was now looking directly at Tatsuya, averted her eyes because of shame. Seeing that, Tatsuya smiled a little and said, don't worry, and then gave a kiss on her cheek and said, once we are done with our work, I will make sure to have a lot of skinship with you. He then stepped away from the frozen and blushing Rossweiss and said, on that note, let's hurry up and finish our work. The sooner the better. And started walking away. Rossweiss touched her cheek with a dumbfounded expression on her face and subconsciously decides to finish her work as soon as possible. 254, Euclid's preparations. After the little show of Tatsuya flirting with Rossweiss was over, both of them got into working mode, since seeing the pile of papers in the room was getting too much for their eyes. Offis and Ruya, who were still in the house, went to check on them, but seeing how serious both of them were, they left the room without bothering them. Offis even left a few of her sweets behind as refreshments and then left the pair of alone. Tatsuya and his clones were busy going through the papers, and Rossweiss as well was doing her job diligently, though there were some moments when her mind wandered somewhere making her blush intensely, but soon she returned back to her serious self. While all this was going on at some other place, a duo of silver-haired devils were looking at a huge crowd of people standing in front of them without making any movements and having lifeless eyes. Among the crowd, two people stood out, one being a teenager wearing a red cloak and glasses and other being a young boy with tan skin and white hair. The older-looking devil nodded his head with a smile on his face and said, this seems good so far. Are the other preparations complete, Euclid? What about that bag of godly bones? He is not planning on going back on his words, right? The younger devil lowered the bundle of papers in his hands and nodded his head and said, no problems noticed, Rizevim-sama. The hero faction members are currently under our control and the preparations to use their members to become a medium are done. Regarding Hades' Grim Reapers and that, it doesn't seem that he is planning to go back on his words. Rizevim nodded his head with a satisfied smile and then asked, and what about our target? Any signs of them knowing about this? Euclid shook his head and said, no signs. From my sources, I can confirm that most of the members of that Basta Tatsuya Shiba's house are currently with the peerage of the Gremory heiress accompanying them for the promotion test of their members. Only Tatsuya Shiba, a Valkyrie, our target, and one other woman of unknown origin is left there with the Basta Tatsuya Shiba and the Valkyrie working in a separate room going through some documents and our target relaxing in the unknown woman's lap while eating some sweets. Euclid said all that with a plain voice, but Rizevim, who heard all that, took a few steps back and looked at his with a weird expression on his face and asked, not wanting to be rude or anything, but, are you stalking them? Euclid, who heard that, widened his eyes in surprise and said, most definitely not. Why would I even want to stalk that fuck cough? I mean, this is just so that we can know where our target currently is. Yeah, it's not like I have anything else in my mind. I am just making sure that everything goes perfectly, not that I want to know what all he do with Big Sis there. Yeah, I am not doing it to look at them making out, I really want to kill that fucker. Rizevim looked at Euclid, who had veins popping out on his forehead and the papers in his hands were getting crushed between them. He gulped his saliva and thought, Euclid is scary. Euclid soon calmed himself a bit and said, anyway, leaving that aside, everything is in order. Now we just have to focus on how many of these are to be assigned at various places. Rizevim narrowed his eyes and was about to say something, but Euclid beat him to that and said, I am thinking of sending at least 90% of these and the Grim Reapers along with it to that fuck our target's place. It will give us the high chances of killing the Basta, I mean capturing the target. Though I would suggest that 99% of our forces could do a better job in dealing with him. And showed small smile on his face. Rizevim blinked in surprise and thought to himself, is it only me on Euclid-kun is getting dumber day by day? Rizevim gave a cough and said, that indeed sounds like a good plan, but don't forget that Underworld is our target as well, and we cannot risk any chances of him getting support from there, so we need to do things keeping that in mind as well. Euclid, who heard that, became a bit disappointed but still nodded his head and started discussing with Rizevim, waiting for Hades to send them the message. Back in Kuah town, Tatsuya, who was busy in his work, felt that someone was looking at him for a past few days, but was unable to find anything wrong with his surroundings since a certain silver-haired devil was using the best stocky, spying magic there is in the world. Not even entities like Great Red and other could find Theagic signature behind the technique. Tatsuya looked around the room since he felt a bit uneasy, but was still unable to figure anything out. He called Ruya through his telepathy and asked her if she could detect something since she was much better at it compared to him, but she too was not able to find anything wrong. Thinking that it was a bit weird, he called both of them to the same room they were before so that someone would not try anything funny with those two. He then stood up from his seat and dispelled all his clones and said, take a break for a while, Rose. Can't have you short-circuiting because of overwork. Ross Weiss dropped her pen on the table and stretched her body while sitting on the chair and looked around the room. Nearly half of them are still left? Hey. I will get us some coffee. And was about to stand up from her seat, but just as she said that, the door of the room opened with Ruya and Offais bringing in some snacks and drinks for them and said, no need for that. Just relax. And placed the things on the table. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, thanks Ruya and Offais, thank you for the sweets earlier. Ruya and Offais nodded their heads, with Ruya having a wide grin on her face and Offais with a small smile. Ross Weiss gave them her gratitude as well and decided to rest along with the others. All of them then sat down and started to chat with each other without knowing what was about to happen soon. 255, before the confrontation. Tatsuya and Ross Weiss once again started doing their work while Offais and Ruya just sat down in the room with Ruya reading some books she got from Tatsuya and Offais sleeping using with the God Killer pups, though she don't need to sleep. Tatsuya, who was going through some papers, suddenly saw a familiar red circle appear on his desk and stopped what he was doing looked at it along with the others, with Ross Weiss preparing for a possible attack. Soon a projection of a familiar red-headed Siscon appeared. Seeing which, Tatsuya raised his hand and said, Yo, Surtsks, how is it going? Did they pass the test? Surtsk stared silent at Tatsuya and asked, please tell me you are here, in Underworld. Tatsuya blinked for a while and said, no I am not, I still ha. Why the hell can you not be here for the one that you are required? Surtsk clutched his head and looked at him with a frustrated expression on his face. The whole room fell silent seeing the sudden outburst from the Mu. Even Offais woke up from his shout and was glaring at the projection with the intent to kill. The pups were growling at him as well. Seeing that Offais was preparing a magic circle in her hand, Ruya immediately stopped her while Ross Weiss calmed down the God Killer pups. Tatsuya nodded, seeing that the situation was fine now, and then looked back at Surtsk and asked, what happened that you want me to be there so badly? Surtsk sighed, and then a holographic screen appeared in front of Tatsuya showing many huge monsters nearly 100 meters tall with a human on top of each of them. There were several other monsters who were even 200 meters tall with a human on top of them as well. Tatsuya, who saw the scene, immediately called Cao and his team, and a small projection of the hero faction appeared in front of him. What happened, Tatsuya? We are busy, you know. Tatsuya ignored what Cao said and asked, are these the members of your team? And pointed towards the holographic screen. Cao and his team immediately turned around and were surprised seeing the monsters in the screen. They then spotted the people attached to the heads of the monsters and were totally speechless. After they were able to calm down a bit, Cao looked at Tatsuya and simply nodded his head. Tatsuya, who saw this, sighed and said, "Looks like your faction is being used to be the power source for the Annihilation Maker guy." He then turned to Surtsk and said, "Miyuki and the others would still be there with Venelana-san, try contacting them and hold on for a bit." "Ah, about that, they along with my peerage are already at it, but since those giants regenerate and divide at a very fast pace, all of them having a bit of trouble, well except for one person." He then showed another projection with his team fighting off against the giants, but were not very efficient, since by the time they killed one some more have been produced by the other giants. But amongst them, a certain blonde-hair green eyes girl flying on top of a blue dragon's back was firing black energy blasts which were easily able to destroy the giants. Asia is using her anti-healing technique to cut of their regenerations and destroying them completely. Wait a minute. He then formed a magic circle near his ear and called Asia. "Hello Asia." Tatsuya-san, hello, did you want something?" "No, but are you alright?" "Yes, we are totally fine, just some giant pests hindering us. Surtsk-san might have already told you about, right?" "Yes, he did. And I am calling you regarding this same too. You see the people on top of their heads are from Cao's faction, check whether they are still alive, or not, and please keep their bodies intact, even if they are dead." "Oh, so these people sticking out of their heads were from Hero faction, hey. Alright, Tatsuya-san, leave it to me, but there are too many of them to take care of. Regarding that, Surtsk, ask your people to force teleport those giants near Asia, and Asia ask Isamai to boost up and transfer the power to you. Blast them all in one shot. Oh, mind their bodies though." Surtsk and Asia, who heard his plan, nodded their heads in approval. Surtsk then looked at Tatsuya and asked, "Aren't you going to come here to deal with the situation?" "Oh, about that, I have some company here as well." "Alright, Ruya, let them in." Ruya, who had a mischievous smile on her face, gave a thumbs up, and just as she did, purple fog started surrounding them. Surtsk, who saw that, widened his eyes and said, "Qa is under attack as well." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Well, then try to survive on your end, ask some people to head there to help you guys. Cao, call Volley and tell him that he is attacking Underworld and there might be a chance for him to be there as well. And hurry up to take care of your faction members. See you guys on a bit." And before they could even answer him, their projections disappeared. Tatsuya looked at Rossweiss and said, "Secure all the paperwork, we don't want to do this all over again, right?" Rossweiss nodded and started placing barriers over the pile of documents to prevent them from getting destroyed. Tatsuya looked at Ruya and said, "Let them in, they must be quite frustrated by now." "Ah, but wouldn't that be funnier to let them wait a bit longer?" Alright then, Rossweiss, let's finish all these papers and then we will get down to welcoming our guests." Rossweiss blinked in surprise and asked, "Will that he alright?" Tatsuya and Ruya just showed a charming smile on their faces which made Rossweiss totally speechless. She sighed and just nodded in agreement and once again started going through the papers. 20 minutes later, Tatsuya and Rossweiss were finally able to finish their paperwork and Rossweiss got ready to battle. Tatsuya stood up from his seat as well and stretched his body and looked at Rossweiss and Ruya and asked, "You guys ready?" Rossweiss, who saw the giants on the screen earlier, was a bit nervous but was still eager to know how would she fare against them and nodded her head. Ruya just looked at him with a smile and gave a thumbs up. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Well then, I have prepared everyone's favorites today, make sure to eat to your fill." And some of his clones started coming in the room with various dishes in their hands and started arranging their table. Rossweiss comically fell down on the ground once Tatsuya said that while Ruya and Offis were shouting "Bonsai Bonsai" with their hands up in the air. Rossweiss got up from the ground and asked, wait a minute, isn't there something more important that we have to DEA?" But before she could finish, Ruya looked at her and said, "Then are you telling us to leave this appetizing food behind just to deal with some small fries, Valkyrie-chan?" Offis nodded her head as well and said, "You are stopping me from eating the sweets that Tatsuya prepared for me just to deal with some bugs." And stared directly in Rossia's eyes. Rossweiss, who soon remembered the identities of the two girls in front of her, gulped her saliva and immediately shook her head. Both Ruya and Offis sat down to eat their food, seeing which Rossweiss just sighed. She then felt a tap on her shoulder and saw Tatsuya smiling at her with a bottle of wine in his hands and asked, "Want to drink some with me, Rose?" Rossweiss started at him with a deadpan look on her face for a while but finally sighed and nodded her head with a helpless smile on her face. Tatsuya nodded his head and both of them sat down to have their meal as well. Meanwhile, somewhere else a silver-haired devil was gripping a monitor with all his strength and shouted, "Stop eating that delicious-looking fool, you fucker! How long are you going to let us stay here? Open the barrier already!" Seeing him like that, the older silver-haired devil who was peeking at him from the slightly opened door thought, Euclid-kun really became a stalker. What's more is that he is stalking his brother-in-law. 256, Offis v/S Cows Brigade. Once they were done eating their food, Tatsuya and the remaining residents of the Shiba residence stretched their bodies to get a bit warmed up. Off-Eyes looked at Tatsuya and asked, "Are they here to get me?" Tatsuya looked at her and nodded his head and said, "Well, they are idiots, thinking that they could tame you or try to take your power. But anyways, don't think much about it, not that big of a problem for us." Off-Eyes stared at him for a while and nodded her head and said, "I will help as well. They are here for me after all." Tatsuya patted her head with a smile on his face and said, "That would be very helpful then." He then removed the barrier that was preventing the Chaos Brigade members to enter his domain, and once again the violet fog started to surround them. This time Tatsuya didn't interfere with the process, and soon all of them were in a separate dimension, which was a totally plain space devoid of any structures whatsoever. In the space, countless devils, Grim Reapers and the giants made by the Annihilation Maker were present, and all of them immediately took their stance once they saw their targets preset inside the space. Tatsuya looked around for a while and then gave a whistle filled with admiration and said, "You certainly prepared a whole lot to meet me, ain't you? By the way, where is my brother-in-law, Euclid?" The leader of the devils, which was surprisingly Shilba, who was killed by Surtsk earlier, came forward and said, "You don't need to worry about that human, just give us Off-Eyes, and we promise to kill you without any suffering." Tatsuya looked at Off-Eyes and said, "That's what he said, Off-Eyes." Off-Eyes nodded her head and walked forward, much to the surprise of the Chaos Brigade members, who thought that there would be some resistance in the way. But seeing her accepting that so easily made the devils and the Grim Reapers smirk and think that their sheer number put a pressure on them, making the subject to them so easily. Shilba, who was about to laugh and mock Tatsuya for being a coward, immediately stopped once he felt a huge amount of black aura surrounding Off-Eyes, and immediately fell down on his knees. He then looked around and saw that everyone except for the giants were kneeling on the ground, and then looked at the dark aura with a terrified look on his face. Tatsuya formed a barrier around Ross-Weiss to prevent her from being in a similar condition as the Chaos Brigade members and said, "What happened, Shilba-san? You wanted Off-Eyes, right? Go ahead, take her." Shilba glared at Tatsuya and wanted to say something to him, but the pressure which was coming out of Off-Eyes' body, which was getting bigger and bigger, made it impossible for him to speak anything. Soon the aura around Off-Eyes faded away, and now a huge black dragon with razor-sharp teeth and golden eyes was standing in her place. Off-Eyes looked at her body and said, "It's been a long time since I changed to my dragon form. Don't worry about destruction, I will make sure that the space don't get destroyed," said Tatsuya, assuring Off-Eyes to not hold back against the enemies. The giants made by the Annihilation Maker started moving towards the huge dragon once they sensed that the space was stable and were ready to attack. Seeing them walking their way, Off-Eyes as well charged magic in her mouth and was ready to fire at them. Tatsuya, seeing that, suddenly realized something and looked towards Ruya and said, "Bring the humans on top of their heads just before her attack destroys them, I am busy maintaining the spatial field." Ruya shrugged her shoulders and just focused on Off-Eyes' attack so as to not miss the moment her attack connects to the giants. Meanwhile Off-Eyes, who had finally done charging her attack, flew up so as to get above the giants, and a huge magic circle appeared in front of her mouth. The devils and the Grim Reapers, who felt the energy inside the magic circle, started sweating and immediately deployed a barrier in hopes of not getting caught in the attack. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tatsuya smirked and said, "Hey Rose." The silver-haired Valkyrie, who was awestruck seeing the dragon god's magic circle, looked towards Tatsuya with a curious look on her face. Tatsuya pointed his finger towards the devils and Grim Reapers and said, "Nullify their barrier. You were practicing barriers lately, right?" Hearing which, Ross-Weiss nodded her head without thinking, but soon she got back to reality and her eyes widened in shock. "What? You want me to nullify all of these?" Tatsuya nodded his head with an expression which said, "Obviously." Seeing which, Rossius's lips twitched in annoyance. "Ah, don't worry, I will provide the magic power to you, you just need to nullify them, that's all." "That slows all my ass. And why the hell are you speaking as if this is something normal to do?" She then looked at her teammates, which consisted of the two dragon gods who are supposedly the strongest beings in the world and a human who is actually the strongest being of the world, and massaged her temples. "Sigh, I will have a drink after all this is over to relieve some of my stress." And various magic circles appeared around Ross-Weiss, whose patter continuously kept on changing. A very loud roar was heard by all the people who were present inside the spatial field, which was followed by a huge pillar of magic energy fired by Off-Eyes, who was looking started charging another attack in her mouth. Most of the giants which were present on the field immediately got destroyed by the blast without even getting a chance to regenerate, and those which were not destroyed completely suffered major damage and were in the process to regenerate. Most of the Grim Reapers and Devils also got caught in their attack, but because of the barriers that they deployed earlier, they were able to prevent any serious injuries. "Nah, this author bastard is lying. All those who got caught in the attack are hardly breathing. Heck, some of them don't even have their bodies left," said Tatsuya, staring in space as if looking at someone. "What? Ah, nothing. Don't mind me. Cough cough." Anyways, the Devils and the Grim Reapers, who saw the huge dragon charging another blast, started panicking, and Shilba looked at the Grim Reapers and said, "There's no time. Bring that thing out. That's our only chance." The leader of the Grim Reapers who heard that nodded his head and raised his scythe in the sky and then slammed it on the ground, and immediately a huge magic circle appeared. As soon as the magic circle was formed, both Ruya and Offeye stopped for a bit and widened their eyes in surprise. They certainly did prepare well to catch Offeyes. Gotta admit that they at least are good enough to think that far. Tatsuya nodded and said, well, Big Bro Euclid is really smart, you know. Without him the old Satan faction would have collapsed much earlier. Ross Weiss, who was busy in nullifying the barriers, didn't ask anything but was still curious as to know what that magic circle was. Soon enough her question was answered as something started to rise up from the magic circle. A bizarre creature with the features consisting of both a dragon and a fallen angel came into view, with its whole body driven into a cross by nails and blood coming out from all over its body. Ross Weiss was totally speechless seeing the creature and had her mouth opened wide. The devils and Grim Reapers who saw the dragon god stop for a bit smirked, and Shilba said, speechless, Offeyes? Well, why won't you be? After all, this is your natural enemy, the Dragon Slayer Samael. Your doom is near you, emotionless Dragon Bissi. But before he was able to finish, Samael's whole body glowed red and started compressing before it turned into a red beam of light and got absorbed in a blue and white ball with AM written over it. The ball then started flying towards Tatsuya at a very fast speed and was caught by him, who looked at the ball and said, a dragon type, hey. Well, a good catch. He then looked at Shilba and said, you were saying something earlier, please continue. 257, Save the Underworld. After a few minutes of mindless carnage caused by a dragon loli, a pile of human bodies was floating behind Ruya, who was successfully able to save most of the humans on top of the giants' heads, but still a few were dead with their bodies totally destroyed, making it impossible for her to recover them. Tatsuya also had a few elite Grim Reapers and devils from the Cow's Brigade in half-dead state restrained by magic and decided to give them to Surtsk so that he can talk with the skeleton god. Offeyes, who was done with her job, was sitting on her throne made of god-killer pups who grew their sizes a bit with a lot of sweets in her hand. Last but not the least, Ross Weiss was busy studying the dimensional barrier they were in, since Tatsuya told her that it was impossible for even Satan-class beings to get out of here easily, which immediately picked up her interest. The rest of the corpses, there weren't any, since Offeyes' attack obliterated everyone on the field in a matter of few blasts. If not for Tatsuya saving the elites in their half-dead state, they too would have vaporized without any traces left behind as well. Once both Tatsuya and Ruya were done with their jobs, Tatsuya teleported at a distance away from there but soon returned back with two boys, one teenager and other a child, whose bodies were shrunken so much that their skeletons could be outlined by a naked eye. Let's go back then, everything is done here. Rose, you can study the space barrier later. This guy is the one who made it, ask him to help you later. Tatsuya called Ross Weiss and gestured towards the unconscious George over his shoulder and then destroyed the barrier. Soon all of them were back to their previous location, and Tatsuya and Ruya immediately started putting the bodies that they brought in the underground training field, while Ross Weiss brought the two almost dead hero faction members to the medical ward, where Tatsuya soon arrived once he was done dealing with the bodies and used healing magic on the two so as to heal their injuries. Now they just had to wait till they gain their consciousness back and have a meal to regain their strength. Once all that was done, Tatsuya and the others gathered once again in the room they were previously in. Offeyes, who was staring at Tatsuya without saying anything, gathered attention from all of them, and even Tatsuya and Ruya were unable to know why she was doing that since she had no thoughts about it. Tatsuya, who was used to her antics a bit, patted her head, receiving which Offeyes' lips showed a small unnoticeable smile on her face. He then smiled as well and said, good job, Offeyes. I will make sure to make your favorite sweets tonight. Hearing which she nodded her head with a slight glimmer in her eyes. Tatsuya then looked at Ruya and Ross Weiss and said, I will go and check the situation in Underworld, look after the people whom we have brought here, and teleport away without waiting for any response from them. Let's go, Ratsu. Keep firing. Don't stop. Roar. Tatsuya, who teleported to Underworld at the location where he felt the presence of his teammates, was welcomed by the sight of a beautiful blonde-haired girl riding on top beautiful 10m long blue western dragon. It's just that the beautiful girl was totally covered in blood, and the dragon looked more like an evil dragon shooting lightning with a ferocious expression on his face while also being covered in blood. I could somewhat guess what is happening here, but mind telling me about it? All of them who heard Tatsuya's voice immediately turned around with a surprised look on his face. But soon that expression turned into relief as all of them immediately rushed towards him, and some of the devils were rushing at an astonishing speed towards him. Tatsuya, who saw them, was surprised and thought, what the hell happened here for them to look this relieved on seeing me, and waited for the incoming devils to explain the situation to him. But before any of them could even reach him, a magic circle appeared in front of Tatsuya and a long crimson-haired man appeared out of it and latched onto Tatsuya. Hey, Surtsk? Wah! Surtsk, who just now appeared in the area, grabbed Tatsuya's shoulders and started shaking him and said, Tatsuya-kun! Tatsuya-kun! Please save the Underworld! Tatsuya, who was being shaken by Surtsk with the full force of his Satan-class power, had some cracks formed below him and asked, what they? How much damage did those giants cause to make you like? No, save the Underworld from that golden-haired demon riding on that evil dragon! And pointed his finger towards the said figures. Tatsuya looked at where he was pointing and with a frown on his face said, "That's just Asia and her family." "Shut that crap bastard! I don't want to hear that. Do you think that I am lying? See these grey-haired strands? Do why you think that I am lying?" Tatsuya was taken aback by how Surtsk's reacted and was unable to think how to react to that. What the hell has been happening here? Why is he acting like this? Tatsuya looked at others who too were taken aback by Surtsk's, and just before Grafia could explain, a very strong earthquake occurred, making all of them fall down on their butts, and a huge pillar made up of black magic energy appeared where the giant whom Asia was attacking earlier was. This. See that punk? This happened. Boom. 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 A huge dome of the same magic energy which was misfired by Asia was seen a few kilometers away. And this too. Rumble. 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 Suddenly the whole area got covered by black thunderclouds spreading almost 10 kilometers in all directions. Multiple lightning bolts were fired at the ground, causing massive damage all over the place without any discrimination. If not for the evacuation that had already been done, then it would have been hard to tell who the terrorist amongst them really was. This as well, see this with your eyes widen open, you black-haired human OP bastard. Suddenly a very bright green light started to come out of Asia's body, which soon died down and revealed her to be clad in a bright golden armor. Asia looked all over her body and with an happy expression on her face shouted, "Yes! I finally unlocked my balance breaker. Now I can kick the shit of all these bastards in a much better way." Yai. On the other hand, Surtsk was clutching his head with both his hands and shouted, "No!" Asia, who heard a sudden shout which was not really clear, saw everyone and showed a refreshing smile on her face and gave a thumbs up. She then jumped from her familiar's back towards the last remaining 200M giant and punched her with her fist covered in black magic energy and sent it flying a few kilometers away. A few moments later a huge explosion was seen at the place where the giant was punched, seeing which a certain red-headed mo had his eyes and mouth opened wide. 258, Surtsk and Tatsuya. After Asia was done with her fight for the cause of saving the underworld, she and her familiar landed on the ground and she looked at the others with a smile. She then looked at Surtsk, whose mouth was still wide open because of shock, and with a radiant smile on her face said, "Don't worry Surtsk-san, those giant fuckera are now gone for good. I pummeled each of those giant walking assholes to ground and made sure that those shitheads don't regenerate again. The underworld is safe now." Surtsk, with his mouth still opened, looked around and saw black smoke rising in the sky and the ground looking like life has never existed on the land for as far as he could see. He then looked at Asia and thought, "Safe my ass, you adorable angelic demoness riding on an evil dragon." He then turned his head towards Tatsuya, who averted his eyes as soon as their gazes met. "Look at me, you OP bastard. Look me in the eyes and say that the underworld is safe." "Phew, that was really tiring. The new balance breaker took a lot since I am not used to it," said Asia as she deactivated her balance breaker and stretched her body. She then turned towards her familiar, which was a sprite dragon, who was now totally grown up because of training in the time chamber, and motioned him to lower his head, to which the dragon complied and lowered his head. "Good work there, Ratsu, you really did a good job, there. See, everyone is totally speechless by our performance today." And looked towards the others, who just showed the girl and dragon duo a wry smile on their faces. "How about it, Tatsuya-san, we did good, right?" And looked towards Tatsuya with a smile on her face and with a face which seemed to be saying, "Praise me. Praise me." Tatsuya, who heard this question, stiffened a bit, but instantly expression changed and he looked at her with a charming smile and didn't say anything. "This is the best choice, no need to say anything." Seeing his choice of response, almost all of them wanted to retort, but before they were able to say anything, Tatsuya looked at and showed a smile to them as well. Asia and her familiar, who saw Tatsuya's smile, were also smiling as they got praised by him, and Asia said, "See, Ratsu-kun, even Tatsuya-san agrees, let's do our best again when the underworld is in a crisis." "No." A certain redhead who heard Asia talking to the dragon immediately shouted without thinking anything, making all people to look at him with a slight surprise. I mean, Asia-kun, there is no need for you to do this much for underworld since you are not affiliated to our faction, right? It would not look good, if every time we were to rely on you if something like this happens, right?" Asia furrowed her brows a bit and thought about it for a while and said, "That certainly is true." Well, it can't be helped." But then a charming smile once again appeared on her face and she said, "But don't hesitate to ask my help if my friends were in danger, after all many of my friends live here. I will take care of the matter if something like that were to happen." Hearing those sweet words along with the charming smile and her beautiful voice, Asia looked like an angel at that moment. However, to a certain red-headed moo, those words were nothing but threat. Those words said by Asia in a setting where almost everything in the surrounding was destroyed, smoke rising from various places, no signs of life anywhere nearby, and an Asia totally covered in blood with an evil dragon behind her made a perfect scene of dread inside Surtsk's mind. To him the smile didn't look charming even one bit, it was like a viscous smirk to Surtsk's eyes, and seeing all that a shiver went down the moo's spine, making him shiver up a bit. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and looked towards the boss of the Demoness. Tatsuya, who saw Surtsk's looking at him, was about to use his telepathy to know what he was thinking, but before he was even able to, Surtsk grabbed Tatsuya's shoulder and threw him high up in the air, shocking everyone near him. He then took out his wings and immediately flew up in the air to catch up to Tatsuya and also transformed into his super form. Tatsuya, who was also a bit surprised by Surtsk's sudden action, used his telepathy on him and sighed. He then noticed the Mu covered in power of destruction rushing towards him and didn't do anything. Surtsk, seeing that, didn't even flinched a bit and punched Tatsuya's gut with his full power, to which Tatsuya just blocked it with his hand covered in magic so as to not get damaged by the power of destruction. The moment when Surtsk's fist connected to Tatsuya's hand, a very large shock wave got released from the collision and an extremely loud noise was heard for over 100 kilometers. Surtsk then freed his hand and turned back to his normal form and with a relieved sigh said, "Haa. Now I feel a bit better." He then looked at Tatsuya and with a said, "Thanks for being the punching bag." But in the next instant Tatsuya punched Surtsk as well, who too was able to block it without much difficulty. "Now then, take responsibility for Isa-kun's actions and turn everything back to normal. I have too many things to deal with right now. Tell me what happened in Kua later and everything you know about the incident." Bye. But just as he was about to teleport, a small magic circle appeared in front of him and a projection of ICAs appeared from it. "Father! Father!" One of the bigger giants suddenly came crashing down on council building. "Grandfather got caught in the explosion and is heavily injured. Hurry up and come here. Bring grandma and the others as well." Both Tatsuya and Surtsk fell silent at the sudden news, and Surtsk looked at the sky and said, "Of all places she could have thrown the giant, why the hell did it have to be the council? Your father is injured as well, you know? And sorry about her throwing the giant at the council." He then thought, "Though it is my fault since I changed the trajectory a bit to make him land near Zati-Fux. Why the hell were you at council, you bastard? It's your fault for the destruction of the council building." Surtsk looked at him and said, "That is not that big of a problem, father, and the other older councilmen have got more serious wounds during the war times, so they are used to it. The problem here are the weaker councilmen. They are going to make a lot of complaints now, since they might think that it is a scheme from someone who don't want them to be on the council. I can imagine the amount of paperwork that would be coming to me. Not to mention that idiot magical girl will put most of her work in my pile too. Just kill me already. Stab my heart with a holy sword and just kill me." Tatsuya looked at the mole with pity and said, "Don't yet die on me, here, take this, it will at least ease your worries a bit." Surtsk looked at Tatsuya and saw him holding his hand out with a pair of spectacles in his hand and a beautiful red-colored pen in the other. Surtsk looked at the items with a curious gaze, seeing which Tatsuya said, "These glasses will let you read at a speed of 500 words per second." Hearing which, Surtsk's eyes widened in surprise as he carefully took the specs from Tatsuya's hands and looked at it as if he was holding the world's largest diamond in his hands. "Why, you are telling the truth, right? This treasure will really let me read at that speed?" To which Tatsuya just gave an assuring nod. Surtsk gulped his saliva and kept the glasses in the case which Tatsuya gave him and then stored them in his pocket. He then eyed the beautiful red pen and asked, "And what about the pen? Don't tell me, it will let me write at the speed of 100 words per second or something?" Tatsuya chuckled and said, "Nah, it's nothing that great." Hearing which, Surtsk slumped his shoulders, feeling a bit disappointed. "It's just let you make 5 more clones of yourself when you put your demonic energy into it. Though your power gets dived equally swll." During the later part of sentence, Surtsk was already hugging Tatsuya very tightly. Tight enough to shatter any mid-ultimate class being without any problem. "Thank you, Tatsuya-kun. You are the best. UWAA. I am so happy right now that I couldn't tell you. I am a very blessed person to have you as my friend." Tatsuya, who was being hugged by a crying Surtsk, just patted his back and let him be and thought, "Your dad might be dying right now, you know." 259, Meeting the Skeleton. A few days after Asia saved the underworld, Tatsuya was walking along with Surtsk and Azazel, who were being followed by Ross Weiss, Tobio, and Dulio, an exorcist who turned into an angel using Michael's Joker card. He was also the #1 exorcist possessing the Longinus Zenith Tempest. "Once again, Tatsuya-san, thank you for complying with my request," Dulio said, looking at Tatsuya with a smile on his face. Tatsuya looked back at him and said, "For the nth time, stop that, Dulio-san. I already said that it was not that big of a deal to begin with. Asia also enjoys interacting with the children at the orphanage, so it's fine. I know that, but still I am glad that you decided to cook for the children at different orphanages on my request. The food you made was really excellent." The others who saw the interaction between the blonde and the black-haired boys were a bit confused as to what they were talking about. It was just Ross Weiss amongst those 4 who gave a tired sigh and thought, "I know that it was a good thing to do for all those children, but the fan letters that have been coming in lately are too much of a hassle to deal with." She then looked at Dulio with narrowed eyes and thought, all because of that blonde angel bastard got too emotional to the point of shedding his tears when he tried his food. Azazel, who was not knowing what was happening between Tatsuya and Dulio, gave a cough and said, By the way, why are you coming along with us? Do you have some business to deal with at the place where we are going, Tatsuya? Tatsuya and Dolio looked at Azazel, and soon all the gazes were on Tatsuya, since none of them knew why he was tagging along with them, since he was not even a part of the alliance. Ah. I haven't given you the details about Kuaha's invasion yet. Well, getting directly to the point. He then formed a portal in the air from which a few people dropped on the ground. Seeing the people who just came out of the portal, both Surtsk and Azazel widened their eyes in shock and were left totally speechless. Even Dolio and Tobio were surprised by the people whom they just saw and narrowed their eyes. I want to ask him why a god who is part of a faction belonging to the alliance attacked me along with the Cows Brigade. Hey, haven't I killed Shilba before? How is he still alive? Tatsuya, who heard his question, was about to answer, but then he noticed Azazel thinking about something seriously and stopped. Sephiroth Graal. To think that the Holy Grail would be in the hands of the devils, ha, this is very troublesome. They could make foes which are defeated with great effort come back to life. Seems like the world is really in the mood of fucking all of us. Surtsk looked at Azazel seriously and then back at the unconscious Shilba and thought, it's really serious matter. If what all is known about that sacred gear is true, then all of us are in great trouble, well, except for him, of course. And looked at Tatsuya with an expressionless face. Tatsuya just put the bodies back and said, well then let's get going and see what the the Bone King has to say. All of them walked towards Hades's palace with a serious expression on their faces, ready to fight any people who might block their way. Did they seriously send all the Grim Reapers after Off-Ice? But the fact that the whole place was totally empty without any sort of noise. The only sound which they were able to hear was the sound of their footsteps. I don't think that it is necessary, but how many Grim Reapers came to Kuaha? Tatsuya looked at Azazel, who asked him this question, and then looked at Rossweiss, who took out a sheet of paper from her pocket and gave it to Azazel. Azazel looked at the paper for a while and nodded his head and said, yup, that explains it. No need to worry, you all ease up, this place right now is even safer than you can even imagine. And passed on the sheet to Surtsk, who after seeing it nodded and returned it back to Rossweiss. Rossweiss then gave the sheet to Tobio, who was looking at the paper with curiosity, who when read the number of people that were dealt by Tatsuya looked at him with a deadpan look and asked, why is there still even after numbers this big? Tatsuya looked at Tobio and said, oh that, a few of the bodies were destroyed without any traces left of them, so we're not able to add them to the list. Soon all of them came in front of a huge door and stopped in front of it. Azazel turned around and looked at Surtsk and the other members of the alliance and said, now then listen up here, even if we have our suspicions on him, don't act too recklessly there so as to not FBI open up. And the door was locked open by Tatsuya. RM the alliance, why do I even try when this guy is around? Ah well. Let's go with the flow. Hands on your back where I can see them. Get away from the little lady, you bastard. Azazel also went in the room whose door was just kicked open by Tatsuya and followed his lead. The others looked at the two idiots who just went inside and were unsure what to say about this. All of them just sighed and went in the room as well. Once all of them were inside, Surtsk and the other three who just came in saw Tatsuya and Azazel having a dissatisfied expression on their faces. What happened? Is something wrong? Tatsuya and Azazel looked at Surtsk and said, nothing, we just realized that the bone god does not have a bone. Sai, my earlier act is now ruined. Yeah, now I just realized this, that just like the angels he too has not experienced that since he came into existence. How pitiful. Surtsk just blinked his eyes in surprise hearing what the two idiots standing in front of him just said. He was about to say something to them, but before he was able to say it all of them heard a voice. Pluto, hide those magazines immediately. And when the hell did Underworld have a branch of them? Pluto. Pluto. Ah yeah, he is not here right now. And soon they saw a skeleton wearing robe carrying a huge pile of magazines in his hand came out from another room. The skeleton's eyes then met with those of the others who were looking at him with a surprised look on their faces. 260, complaint. This one as well. Yeah, this and this too. I can't believe he has such rare things here. There is one about gods as well. What kind of source does one need to get your hands on this epic shit? How the hell do you have these magazines? Forget about race. You have ones about gods from almost all pantheons as well. How the hell is this possible for someone who doesn't even have that to have all these treasures? They are of no use to you. So why? Shouted Azazel while looking at Hades. This stuff is too dangerous. If it falls into wrong hands, I will make sure to keep it safe with me. Muttered Tatsuya, who started to put the research books in his storage. Everyone present there looked at Tatsuya and thought, your hands are looking the most dangerous right now, you know. Azazel looked at Tatsuya, who was busy stuffing away the stuff, and said, I will help you as well, and immediately used his magic to summon all the remaining books towards himself. Tatsuya looked at the person who suddenly snatched away the treasure and didn't say anything. Azazel, who noticed him silently staring at him, didn't think much about that and stored the books before anyone could disturb him. Only the boy ex-boy ones were left there. Have fun looking at those muscles and DS, thought Tatsuya while smirking internally so as to not cause any suspicion to Azazel. While the two men of culture were doing their stuff, the rest of the people who came along with those two were looking at the tied-up skeleton who was looking down in shame and seemingly wanted to hide himself in a hole. If you two are done with your stuff, shall we deal with the real reason we came here for? Tatsuya and Azazel looked at Surtsks and tilted their heads with a confused look on their faces, seeing which Surtsks had a few veins popping up on his forehead. TCH was all that he said before pointing his finger towards the tied-up skeleton god. Ah! Both Azazel and Tatsuya smacked their fists on their palms and nodded their heads. Yeah, now then Hades, do you know why we are here? Asked Azazel while looking at the skeleton who was tied up in a golden chain. Tatsuya snapped his finger and 6 chairs appeared around Hades, seeing which all of them looked at Tatsuya, who motioned them to sit down. After all were seated on their chairs, they once again focused on the skeleton who looked at Tatsuya with an angry expression on his face. Skull. Tatsuya smiled at him and said, hello, and waved his hand, seeing which the god just turned angrier. Just what are you here for? Said Hades, who was immediately met with glares from Tatsuya, Azazel and Surtsks, which immediately silenced him. You really want to ask that, Hades? Said Surtsks with a serious look on his face. Dude, it's too late for feigning ignorance, you know. Absence of all your Grim Reapers is already saying it in itself. Said Azazel, who just sighed looking at the god. Hades narrowed his eyes and glanced at Tatsuya, who noticed it almost immediately. He then smiled and snapped his finger and several bodies started falling from a portal. Seeing the bodies, Hades was shocked, seeing his elite Grim Reapers in half-dead state. I will just be straight with you, we didn't come here to know why you did this. Those types of shit can be done on a later date with everyone. What we want to know is whether you are the only one who is involved in it or your whole faction. Asked Surtsks. Hades looked at Surtsks and said, does it really matter to you who all were involved in it? Oi Hades, you do know that we are in an alliance, right, and what is the purpose of that alliance? Asked Azazel. Shut it, fallen brat, I know, and I ask once again, what is it to you or anyone else in the alliance about what I do? Cause as far as I know, neither did the alliance that we signed breached the privacy of individual members of the alliance, nor did I do anything that was against what the alliance was for. Azazel looked at him with a bit of surprise and said, how can you say that when your subordinates were working with the cow? But Hades interrupted him and said, are you claiming that my subordinates were working with Cow's brigade? Looks like you even suspect the members of the alliance as well, hey. Then you might have some evidence that might prove your claim, right? Because as far as I know, my Grim Reapers just reached there at the same time the members of the brigade arrive. Hearing his answer, everyone except for Tatsuya got angry at him and started to release their auras to the extent that the whole castle started shaking the pressure that was being released by the 5 of them. But at that moment Tatsuya said, then does that mean you were not working with Cow's brigade? Hearing Tatsuya's question, all of them looked at him with a confused expression on their faces. Hades also turned towards Tatsuya, who was looking at him with a curious expression on his face, though he totally ignored the fact that instead of his usual blue eyes, Tatsuya had a pair of red ones with 3 tomos inside each of them. What is he planning, was the thought that came to each of their minds as they looked at Tatsuya curiously. And what will you do if I said yes, Tatsuya Shiba? I wonder about that. Azazel, give a call to MT Olympus. Hey, I mean really? You are not going to blow his whole body apart or anything that will give us more headache? Okay, just wait a minute. And stop with that look. Azazel looked at Tatsuya with a stupefied look on his face and started saying things that just made Tatsuya seem like he was an unreasonable person. In response, Tatsuya just stared silently at him without saying anything, which for some reason made him stop and did what Tatsuya asked him to do. Soon a small projection of a man wearing clothes which were barely covering his totally chiseled chest appeared in Azazel's hand. Ah! If it isn't the lonely governor of the fallen angels. So what made you remember of this famous god today? Hello Zeus, long time no see. Well you see, a friend of mine had something to discuss with you, so can you spare me some of your time? Why was there a pause before you said friend? Well, whatever, fine, I can spare some time for your friend. So who is it? Azazel looked towards Tatsuya, who was looking curiously at him, and asked, why was there a pause? I want to know that as well. Anyway, it's nice to meet you, Zeus-san. I am Tatsuya Shiba, a man of culture and Azazel's friend. You see, there was a complaint that I wanted to register about one of MT Olympus's employee. After he said that, he was met with total silence from not only Zeus but also the people who came along with him and were looking at him with a dumbfounded expression on their faces. 261, Girl Problems. Currently in a huge hall inside Hades's castle, a few people were sitting around a table having a cup of tea along with some snacks, though the atmosphere was not looking peaceful at all. Tatsuya, Surtsks and Azazel were the ones who were sitting around the table along with 3 other people who came from MT Olympus. Ross Weiss and the other 2 were standing behind Tatsuya, and the other 2 being totally vigilant so as to make a move whenever necessary. The other 3 people who came from MT Olympus, on hearing Tatsuya's complaint, were staring at him intently as if trying to perceive what he was. These people were some of the chief gods from their factions, namely Zeus, who was wearing clothes which were openly showing his chiseled body, Apollon who was wearing a chiton and Artemis who for some reasons was wearing an armor and was glaring a bit at Tatsuya. Though she is just annoyed being in a room which have huge male over female ratio. Also the fact that this pervy fallen is not the best to hide his intentions is annoying her were the thoughts that Tatsuya had. Cough cough. Suddenly Apollon gave a fake cough so as to get some attention and seeing that he was successful he looked at Tatsuya with a smile and asked, "So, you told us that you some complaints with one of our employee more specifically Hades, hey. Can you please elaborate us on that matter?" All of them then looked at the skeleton who was sitting a bit further away from them without saying anything. "You see that skeleton god of yours, I will put it bluntly so don't take it offensively all right." To which Apollon just nodded his head while Azazel and Zeus just sipped on their cup of tea. He sent a few of his subordinates to kidnap Aloli. Pfft. And immediately both Azazel and Zeus splurged out the tea that they just drank and started coughing violently which only got them a disgusting glare from Artemis. Though that didn't affect them much as they soon started to laugh out loud. Apollon had his hand in front of his mouth and was slightly trembling, most likely trying his best to not laugh out loud. Xerxes and Tobio were doing the same as him while Dulio was praying muttering something like he had heard something unholy. Ross Weiss was looking at Tatsuya and was thinking how could he say the truth in such a misleading way. And what role do you play in this kidnapping? Apollon was still trembling a bit and was doing his best to hold off his laughter and asked his question to Tatsuya. The place he invaded was my territory, the house he infiltrated was mine, the girl he was aiming to kidnap is currently my responsibility. So I can say that my role is pretty huge in this matter. Apollon who heard him was now back to his calm self and asked, "I apologize for this but could you tell us which territory you are talking about?" It is in Japan under Shinto faction. So you are affiliated with Shinto faction, hey? Yes and no, I do have some connections to Shinto faction but I mostly stay neutral with my own group. I just borrowed the territory where I was living so as to make it up to my standards. And what relation do you ha? Are you here to get my biodata or something? Just get on with the main subject here. Said Tatsuya with a calm tone, though none of them were able to calm themselves a bit once he said that as his eyes turned a bit dangerous at that instant. You are correct. Sorry about that. We have heard some rumors about him but who is he anyways? As I can remember Odin just said that not messing with him was the best option but what is his background? Who is backing him? No one, I told you, right? I like to stay neutral. Hey. Did you just read my mind? Asked Apollon with a surprised look on his face. Yup. Was all Tatsuya said before putting another cookie in his mouth. Isn't it a bit rude? No, it's totally wrong to read someone's thoughts. But what else could be expected of a man sigh? Artemis for the first time opened her mouth and started speaking her mind off openly without giving it a second thought. Leaving feminism aside, let's get to the main topic shall we? Though she got totally ignored by the one she tried to slander and just got more pissed at Tatsuya. Zeus and Azazel high-five each other under the table with their faces not showing even an ounce of change. Take that you feminist. Great job brat, were the thoughts that were in the minds of two of the leaders. Sure why not, so may I ask how big was the scale of kitten invasion? Tatsuya nodded and turned his head to look at Ross Weiss and nodded his head. Ross Weiss understanding what he wanted her to do took out a sheet of paper and gave it to Apollon and then came back to stand behind Tatsuya. Zeus and Artemis came a bit closer to see what was written on the sheet and had their expression turn to that of surprise which soon turned to that of shock as well. All three of them looked back at Tatsuya who had a smile on his face seeing which all three of them had the same thoughts, why is that smile looking scary to me? I do hope that I would get appropriate compensation for such a huge scale invasion in my territory, right? Oh of course, but Apollon was about to say something but Zeus interrupted him in the middle by raising his hand and asked, did you really had an invasion on such a huge scale? Because if something of such scale happened, the information would have spread out like wildfire. It's really hard to believe YKN. They even kidnapped the users of Annihilation Maker and Dimension Lost and I am pretty sure that you should know what those sacred gears are capable of. You must have also seen what they used the user of Annihilation Maker for during the recent attack on Underworld. And regarding you not believing my claim about the invasion in my territory. Tatsuya then opened BA portal and soon a heap bumper of people started dropping down from it and soon the huge hall was half filled with dead bodies of the Grim Reapers that came to kidnap Ophis earlier. Is this enough? These are all the Grim Reapers that he sent whose bodies were not totally destroyed. Seeing the huge pile of bodies both Zeus and Apollon were pretty surprised. Even though they were both pretty strong gods dealing with such a huge number of Grim Reapers who even had some high-ranking ones amongst them would be too difficult even for them. They looked back at Tatsuya and admired him a bit and thought that what Odin might have warned them about was actually correct. To have caused this much bloodshed. And seeing that you don't have any noticeable injuries as well means that your capabilities are pretty high as well, enough to deal with them without causing such a massacre. You are really violent and brutal even for a man but what else should I expect fr? All of them were dealt with by the girl whom they were trying to kidnap. Said Tatsuya while looking at Artemis with a smile on his face. Artemis immediately stopped with her mouth open and looking dumbfounded at the smiling Tatsuya, but soon she looked down with an angry and embarrassed expression on her face with her hands trembling a bit because of both anger and embarrassment. Oh off were the thoughts of both Zeus and Azazel even raised his fist up and gave both Zeus and Tatsuya a fist bump since he was sitting in between them. Apollon was once again back to prevent himself from laughing out loud and said, well it certainly seems like they invaded your territory. Yet, not to mention that I even had to take care of the things that were wreaking havoc here in the underworld. Yet, you really helped us out with that one, though the destruction caused by you. I heard about that too. The news that I received was that the situation was dealt so carelessly that the destruction caused by the one who was fending those giant monsters exceeded that of the giant itself. Well, it can't be helped, men are known for their carelessness and doing things without thinking through. Both Xerxes and Tatsuya stared at Artemis, who had a slight smirk on her face with her glaring a bit at Tatsuya. Tatsuya just smiled and looked at Xerxes and said, "Don't worry Xerxes, I will try my best to teach a little about holding back to violence to Asia so as to prevent her doing something like this again. Needless to say, she is a girl." "Ah, were you saying something, Artemis-san?" And showed a bright smile on her face, though it only irritated the already pissed off Artemis, who was itching to use her bow on the man smiling at her. Burn 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 burn, were the thoughts of the two pervs who were sitting beside each other, showing a thumbs up in Tatsuya's direction from under the table. 262, Compensation. Seeing that Artemis was not going to say anything, Tatsuya took a deep breath and said, "Anyways, since I have stated my facts and all the evidence that I had, do you have anything to say regarding this matter? Plus I would like to know whether your whole faction was behind this incident or it was just the work of that guy alone." Zeus folded his arms and said, "Our faction was not behind this assault. We can assure you of that, and since we are talking about it, Hades, is there anything you would like to say about your innocence regarding this matter? Although the loneliness in your castle is speaking for itself that you had sent all your Grim Reapers somewhere, but still." Hades looked at Zeus and then at Tatsuya and soon sighed and said, "I take full responsibility for this, and even though I despise Zeus for forging an alliance with these bats and crows, I am not insane enough to bring threat upon the entire faction just for my greediness to get my hands on her." Hearing him, all of them widened their eyes in surprise, and Azazel said, "Aren't you complying a bit too easily? Where is that 'I am not going to speak even if you kill me' thing?" Zeus nodded his head and said, "Yet. And what about greediness to get my hands on her stuff? Did you seriously become a Lilicon, and what is it about you having a spectacular stash of those magazines that I heard from Azazel? You don't even need it." Hades and the others looked at the two idiots with a deadpan look on their faces, and soon Hades said, "It's futile knowing what that human can do, and in a situation where I can't even use my powers it's best to not retaliate. As for your other questions, no, I am not interested in underage girls and about my collection. Every being is interested in things that they don't have, don't you agree?" The others who heard that now directed a similar deadpan look at him, while Zeus and Azazel nodded their heads, but then suddenly Tatsuya said, "You said you were not interested in underage girls, then does that mean you are into legal lolas?" "Hey! Nice observation, brat," said Azazel, widening his eyes a bit and then looking towards Hades, who was staring at Tatsuya without saying anything. Tatsuya looked back at him and also started staring, but soon Hades averted his eyes and looked towards Apollon and said, "Leaving those things aside, what my punishment is going to be?" "Hey, don't change the topic, you skeleton king. Yet. We want to know. We want to know." But everyone else ignored the two people who wanted the answers and once again started discussing. While they were discussing, Tatsuya formed a mental link with Hades and asked him telepathically, "Why are you keeping this quiet? And don't react, just think, and I will hear you." Once Hades heard a voice in his head, he was about to shout but stopped himself when he heard the latter part. Tatsuya Shibahei, "Well, even if I say something right now, the chances of them listening to me are close to none, and if I tell them the real identity of that girl that you are protecting, you will find a way to refuse that as well. There is no reason for me to dig my grave any deeper than it already is. Aren't you a really smart person? Why did you not use that brain of yours before even sending your Grim Reapers at my place? When you get to know that there is a thing that could get rid of the something that you despise, plus you have the means to get your hands on that thing as well, what do you think would you do?" A valid point, but still, why go so far to deal with the fallen and devil that you even joined hands with the Cows Brigade? "No reason, I just despise them because I despise them, and since that idiot of a leader of my pantheon signed a peace treaty with them, there was not way that could not feel agitated at that. Just think about it, who the hell is going to willingly work with someone they despise the most? And I will repeat again, I didn't join any hands with Cows Brigade, I was only using them to stall time and to stop you from doing anything unnecessary. I would have taken that girl away once their job was done. I was even going to return her back once all the devils and fallen would have vanished. But looks like my plan didn't go well at all. Well, anyway, after all this, when I don't have any subordinates and my powers are sealed, do you really think I am in a mood to do anything stupid? I already learned my lesson and I am not going for a revision anytime soon." Whatever, like you said, I would have found some way to deal with the situation if you would have told her identity or dealt it with some other way. Seems like you are smart enough to not try that. Ha ha ha, I know I may look like one but I am not an evil god, you know. I just don't like any other races from different factions, that's all. Anyway, what punishment you are going to ask for to give me? Aren't you quite sure that I would be the one who will give you the punishment? Stop acting like that, like a person as scummy as you would not know whose side the scale is tilting right now. Act respectfully, you bone shit. Don't forget that I still have the chance to give you the punishment. Doesn't matter to me what is going to happen after this, I was prepared to face death after this anyways. After all, the one I was trying to kidnap was one of the strongest beings of the world. Leaving that aside, I saw that you kept my treasure with you earlier. Hey. Oh. I almost forgot. Man, where the hell did you buy those from? Don't shout in my head, you bastard. Anyway, leaving that aside, what do you plan on doing now? Nothing at the moment. I don't have any subordinates right now, so making plans of wiping the existence of the crows and the bats is out of question. Cositus is sealed very tightly anyway, so no need to fear about that. Oh, what happened to Samael? I released 50% of it, for your information. It is in my care, no need to worry about that. Say, I have noticed that this place is relatively cold. Is it same throughout the year? I mean, yeah, there are a lot of undead like ghouls and zombies that live here, and you should be knowing that heat is not their best with, so it is always cold here. It's relaxing in a way, you know, once you get used to it, that is. Say, want to work for me? Hey, work for you? Forget it. I may take some steps that might not be in the favor of our faction, but by no means I am gonna betray them. No need to worry, it's not that kind of job. Anyway, it's not like I am giving you a choice to begin with. Tatsuya then cut off his mental link with Hades, much to his annoyance, as he still wanted to say a few things to Tatsuya. Tatsuya then raised his hand, seeing which the discussion that was going on between the others stopped as they looked at Tatsuya curiously. If you don't mind it, would you let me decide his punishment, and my compensation while we are at it? Hey, there is no way we can do that. Not only are you an outsider from our faction but a man as well, there's no way that can be accepted. Rig. Sure, go ahead. Really, that helps us a lot, man. Before Artemis could ask her fellow gods about it, they were already done with their answers, which made Artemis stop speaking and looked at the two other gods with a look which said, "You guys are idiots or what?" Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Then first about my compensation, I want Hades's territory." As soon as Tatsuya stated his demand, not only the four Olympian gods but the people who came along with him were looking at him with their eyes and mouth opened wide, not able to believe what the hell he was saying. Wait a minute, are you saying that you want the whole realm of the dead? Asked Apollon. Yes. Why? Are you planning to take his position of the god of death or something? Asked Zeus with an excited and expectant smile on his face. Hey, no, I already have my hands filled with other things. Hey, then you just want it as a trophy for show off or something like that? Seriously, why do all of you men like to show off? Said the man-hater present in the room. Hey, aren't you the only one amongst us who is showing off her expensive armor and bow? What's the use of those things in a meeting? It's for her sell. And don't say anything like self-defense or that kind of shit. Like hell could a god know how to summon his weapons from afar or store them in a separate dimension? Now that you mention it, isn't it the new armor that you ordered earlier and got it delivered just a few days ago? Said Zeus, checking out the armor, her chest. Really, it does seem brand new, hey. Said Azazel, also checking out the armor, her chest. Tatsuya, who clearly understood what the two idiots were doing, sighed and checked the armor as well before giving a nod and said, "And no, I have no reason to show it off or something. It's for my business, which have been quite a bit stable for a while and can include a new outlet for my funds. We don't have any problems with that, right?" Ross Weiss, who was standing behind him, nodded her head affirming him, but soon massaged her temples, thinking that her workload was about to increase very soon. 263, End of the meet with Olympians. After Tatsuya told his demand, there was some negotiation between him and Artemis, who was intent on not letting him have the whole realm of the dead, and in the end it settled with Tatsuya getting 2/3 of the land in the end, though with this too Artemis was not much satisfied, but once Zeus told that this was the final, she stepped down from the argument. Apollon then contacted someone in MT Olympus telling them to prepare the necessary documents for the following deal, and once he was done he looked at Tatsuya and said, "Well then, I hope that you are fine with this. We will contact you in a day or two, so where do you want to finalize the deal?" How about Kua just give me call before coming, I will set up the arrangements according to that. Fine, Kua it is then. Now heading to the second part. What about him? Said Apollon and looked towards Hades. Tatsuya looked at Hades as well and said, "Since he has no subordinates right now, all of us can say that his duties are currently not needed, all right, since Cositus is sealed tightly, and I too would make sure that it remains the same as well. So currently MT Olympus is not in need of his duties, right?" At this all of them looked towards Zeus, since it would be his word which will tell whether Hades was needed somewhere or not. Zeus then folded his arms and closed his eyes, thinking about something, and once he opened his eyes he looked back at Hades and said, "Nope, he is currently free from any work, and since training new Grim Reaper would take a while, I don't think that he would be having any duties for quite a while. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, as I thought, then would it be fine for him to work under me, till everything is back to normal? Since he has both the knowledge and experience of living here and the terrain of the region, he would be quite helpful to me. I even allow him to find some new recruits for the Grim Reapers and train them for the job. He will be quite helpful to me in my business here, and you lose nothing in it as well. Of course, since he is a god, I would not make him a slave since it would reflect badly on your pantheon's image, but his powers would be sealed and he would be working like a normal employee. Of course that means salary and living facilities as well. Hearing that, almost all of them looked at Tatsuya with a surprised look on their faces, but soon a few of them remembered that even Loki was working under him and has not been making trouble since then. The three gods then started discussing amongst themselves, and in the end even Hades was asked about this, or he wants some other punishment if he finds working under Tatsuya disgraceful. But to their surprise, Hades nodded his head accepting Tatsuya's offer and said, I am going to be punished anyway, so being in a place that I am already used to is better than being in some prison or getting sealed off somewhere unknown, and since my powers would be getting sealed in either case, it doesn't matter anyway. Hearing his answer, the Olympian gods sighed and approved of Hades working under Tatsuya with his powers being sealed off as his punishment. There were some other conditions added, like Hades having no relation with MT Olympus during the period he was working under Tatsuya so as to not let sensitive information get out and all. Once they were done, the Olympian gods stood up and said their byes to one another. Zeus even invited Azazel to go be him a tour in his region, but because of the work he had to decline the offer. Soon all of them left, and once they were gone, Tatsuya looked at Hades and removed the chains that were binding him, though a small golden chain was wrapped around one of his arms like a bracelet. Well then, Hades-kun, let me get you acquainted with your new boss. He then looked at Sertzx and Azazel, who too were now exhausted because of their own deals that they did to get their compensation for the attack in their territory, and said, looks like it went well for all of us, hey. Sertzx facepalmed and said, yeah, but we still don't have any links to Chaos Brigade, and since you mentioned that they have the Holy Grail, the people who were defeated would be coming back to life soon as well. Sigh, it's really frustrating. Azazel nodded and said, yeah, that it is, but it cannot be helped, all we can do is be prepared, let's hold a meet to call some new factions into the treaty. What do you say, Sertzx? Sertzx gave it a thought and then glanced at Tatsuya and made a displeased expression on his face. I think it would be good, don't want to have help of his teammates once again. Having more allies, no, having more safe allies would be better in a situation like what happened recently. If they can do it once, they can do it again as well. Azazel smirked and nodded his head and then said, well then it looks like we are about to get busy. So where should we hold the conference? You fine with us keeping it in Kuaha? And glanced towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya thought about it for a while and said, just tell me when and where, and I will look after the arrangements. Currently I don't know what would happen if there are some spies mixed in your subordinates. Make sure to check them on a regular basis as well. Oh, you agreed rather easily, hey. Well, better for us. And yet, it is quite problematic since a lot of devils who were in support bit old Satan faction and were hiding are slowly showing themselves now. Best of luck, Sertzx. And then teleport away. Seeing him teleport, Tobio did the same as well and was soon followed by Dulio, who bowed his head once again to thank Tatsuya and then went back to heaven. Sertzx gave a tired sigh after recalling Azazel saying best of luck to him and slumped his shoulders, imagining how much work it is going to be to check the entire devil territory. I will drag that hold-up green-haired genius out of his lap if he tries to ditch this work on me and then teleport as well. Tatsuya and Rossweiss, who were the only ones who were left behind along with their new employee, looked at each other, and then Tatsuya threw a master ball at Hades, who soon got covered in red light and was then absorbed by the ball. Rossweiss saw this scene with a deadpan look on his face and asked, was it really necessary? Nope, but Loki would have been upset if he found out that the one who is going to work under him is not captured by the ball. Oh, speaking of capturing, here catch, and threw another ball towards Rossweiss, who caught the ball with a surprised look on her face, thinking that she was about to be sealed in it as well, but nothing like that happened, much to her relief. She then glared at Tatsuya saying why did he scared her, to which Tatsuya just laughed and said, there is no way I am going to catch one of my lovers like that. Hearing which, Rossweiss immediately had a deep blush on her face. Anyways, since you didn't have a familiar, like the other, take care of that. Samael is in there after all. By Samael, do you mean the one which you captured a few days ago? Tatsuya just nodded his head in response, making Rossweiss a bit tense thinking about the being that was inside the small ball in her hand, but soon snapped out of it once she felt Tatsuya grabbing her hand and saying, anyway, since we are already done with this, how about we take a day off and go on a date? What do you say, Rose? Rossweiss, who heard the suggestion, was surprised and started to get embarrassed, but before she could say anything, Tatsuya pulled her hand and teleported away, leaving the whole Hades's castle empty. 264, on the way to heaven. A few days passed by since Tatsuya had his deal with the gods from MT Olympus, which was followed by Rossius' date. Needless to say that it ended with them staying the night at the hotel doing indecent stuff, and no, we are not talking about hand-holding. Ross Weiss, who had her first time during her first date, felt conflicted, since even though she felt happy about it, the fact that it happened on her first date was still a bit bothering to her. If not for the fact that both of them were enjoying so much and had drunk to the limit they could, which led them to that situation. Also the fact that she was being teased by the fellow members of the Shiba residence was not helping her out a bit. Tatsuya himself had no problems with it, but still felt that deactivating his alcohol resistance so that he could enjoy was a bad move on his part. He was confident that he had enough self-control, but it seemed like a drunk Ross Weiss who had taken off most of her clothes because of feeling hot was too much for his not-so-well sanity. Also taking the fact that she was the one who initiated the kiss, which led to all that drove his desires further, was also there. Tatsuya also got the necessary documents from MT Olympus about the deal that they made, which were delivered by Apollon and Artemis. Tatsuya also invited them for dinner that day, and he to admit seeing Artemis having a footgasm was the best feeling he felt since meeting her. He made sure to record that and send it to her at a later date. Currently Tatsuya was on his way to heaven along with Isamai and Zenobia. Since the day Ross Weiss got Samael as her familiar, Isamai was made to train against the Dragon Slayer, and during those times her Ascalon got severely damaged by the Dragon Slayer's poison. Zenobia too had her sword damaged very badly when she asked to spar with Himura, who cut the ex-Durandal in half using her flame sword, making her feel guilty about it and continuously apologizing to Zenobia. Tatsuya, who could easily repair the swords, thought that it had been a long time since met Gabriel and the others, decided to let them deal with this while he would tour around heaven. Since it was his first time going there. "Hey Zenobia, have you ever gone to heaven before?" asked a curious Isamai looking towards Zenobia. Zenobia, who heard that question, looked towards Isamai and said, "I had a few chances to go there along with my master when there were some serious missions that we needed to take, but the only places that I have seen there are the reporting rooms where I used to get the job, information and other things like that. So my experience is same as yours." "Ha, then let's look around once we reach there. I would like to get my ex-Durandal get repaired as soon as possible," said Zenobia. Hearing her answer, Isamai snorted and pouted. She then jumped towards Toddy and caught his arm and said, "Then what about you Tatsuya? Wanna look around with me? We haven't gone on a date together for quite a while as well." Tatsuya, who looked at the excited Isamai, smiled a bit and said, Fine, it's my first time there as well, so sure, let's look around together." Hearing his answer, Isamai's smile widened as she said, "Yeah. A date it is then." Zenobia, who looked at the couple forming plans about the date, remained silent for a while and said, "I will just drop my sword by and wait for them to repair it, since I don't think it would be that quick." She too then latched onto Tatsuya's other arm and said, "You guys don't mind me accompanying you too, right?" Hearing that, both of them looked towards her with a slightly surprised look on their faces. Soon Tatsuya thought about what she asked and didn't answer it immediately. He looked towards Isamai, who stared at Zenobia, more specifically the arm to which she was clinging to. Soon a sly smirk appeared on her face and said, "Oh. Don't tell me, you want to go on a date with Tatsuya as well?" Zenobia, hearing that, nodded her head and with a slight unnoticeable blush on her cheeks said, "Yeah, I want to go on a date." Hearing her answering without the reaction she was hoping for, Isamai clicked her tongue and said, "Act a bit shy, will you?" But soon her smile came back on her face and she said, "But sure, I don't mind at all. A double date it is then." Tatsuya, who saw both of them having fun, smiled and said, "Don't get overexcited here, or you might get tired there and not enjoy to the fullest." Isamai and Zenobia looked at him and Zenobia nodded her head in approval, but Isamai had a teasing smile on her face and said, "Oh, don't worry about me tiring out. You do know how much stamina I have, right?" Which immediately earned her a smack on her head from Tatsuya as he said, "Also, don't try to corrupt any angel there. I don't want to be the reason for the large increase in fallen angel population." "Understood." Isamai, who rubbed her head because of the pain, nodded her head in approval and didn't say anything. Tatsuya smiled and stopped walking once he noticed that he has arrived at the location that they decided to meet at, which was a huge church. Soon 3 people came there who most likely were their escorts on their way to heaven. Amongst the 3 of them, Tatsuya knew 2 of them as they were none other than Dulio and Gabriel. On the other hand, there was another beautiful woman who most likely was in her 20s, wearing a nun's outfit. She was someone that Tatsuya have not met earlier, but by direction of her eyes, which was looking towards Zenobia, who in turn was looking away with her face totally covered in sweat, made him aware of who might the new lady be. Once the 3 of them were close enough to Tatsuya and the other 2, Dulio immediately greeted the 3 of them, while Zenobia started to fidget around more on seeing the new woman's gaze. Tatsuya too saw something different as he noticed that there was slight nervousness on Gabriel's face. He was about to use telepathy to know what she was thinking, but she immediately said, "Don't read my mind, please Tatsuya." With a slight blush on her face. Seeing that the most powerful detection ability, the women's intuition, had already perceived his actions, Tatsuya didn't use his telepathy to respect what she asked for. It was not because of the fact that the blushing Gabriel was too adorable to look at which made him stop. Definitely not. Seeing that the atmosphere turned quite awkward between them, Dulio took charge and introduced himself to the 2 new people whom he met for the first time. "Nice to meet you all, and even though Tatsuya-san already know me, for the 2 ladies who are meeting me for the first time, let me introduce myself. I am Dulio Gesualdo, a reincarnated angel. Nice to meet you. Ah, where are my manners? Let me introduce myself as well. I am Griselda Curta, a reincarnated angel as well. Also you may have noticed it already, but I am Zenovia's guardian as well. She then looked at Zenovia and with a smile on her face said, let's have a talk later, alright? After all, it's been a long time since we met. Zenovia, who heard the sweet words coming out of Griselda's mouth, gulped her saliva and reluctantly nodded her head. 265, looking around. After all of them introduced themselves to each other, Gabriel opened a portal to heaven and soon all of them were in front of a golden gate. Seeing the majestic golden gate and scenery around it which looked like they were above the clouds, Isamai had her mouth open wide and said, it really feels like we are in heaven. It's truly beautiful. Hearing her say those words, Gabriel giggled, making Isamai a bit embarrassed. Gabriel then looked at her and said, thank you for the compliment. Soon Dulio, who had gone towards the gate, came back and said, I have made their arrival registered, so we are allowed to go now. Gabriel nodded and then walked towards the gate, which slowly opened, causing a dramatic effect. Tatsuya looked at the gate for a while and had to admit that the entrance of the heaven was truly something that he had imagined that heaven would be like. He then increased his pace a bit, seeing that the others were far ahead of him. Once he reached there, Griselda looked at him and said, I will guide these two to the place where they could get their swords repaired. Hearing that, both Isamai and Zenovia nodded their heads, though Zenovia had a frightened expression on her face. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, well then you two, let's look around after you are done with giving your swords for the repair, alright. The two of them nodded their heads with a smile on their faces and then started following Griselda. Tatsuya then looked at Gabriel and Dulio, but soon realized that Dulio had already gone and now it was only Gabriel and him left behind. Meanwhile, behind some building, Dulio, who was looking at Tatsuya and Gabriel from a distance, had a cup of coffee and some snacks to go along with it in front of him and thought, do forgive me for not accompanying you, Tatsuya, and that too after all that you did for the children of the orphanage. However, Michael-sama has asked me to do this for Gabriel-sama, and heaven, though that it is for the appearance's sake now that I think about it. He then formed a small magic circle near his ear and said, Michael-sama, all the preparations are done, those two are now alone. Good job, Dulio-kun, keep an eye on the surroundings and make sure no obstacle comes in their path. I have worked very hard to make my sister realize her feelings, without getting her fall. Don't worry, Michael-sama, I will do my best to prevent anything that could ruin this opportunity for Gabriel-sama. And then stopped putting the magic in Theagic circle, making it disappear. Tatsuya, who was left alone with Gabriel, looked at her and saw that she was acting a bit flustered. He wanted to know what was wrong with her, but knowing that she had asked him to not use telepathy on her, he stopped and asked, is everything fine with you, Gabriel? You are acting a bit flustered. Gabriel jolted a bit when she heard what Tatsuya said that and looked towards him, only to find him looking at her with a bit of worry on her face. Tatsuya, who noticed her blushing a bit, had a wild guess about what was happening, but he decided to wait a bit until he was absolutely sure about it. And no, don't worry about me, I am fine, said Gabriel, waving her hands in denial. Tatsuya, who saw her acting like that, was not the slightest bit convinced, but still decided to go with what she said since he didn't want to put her in a tight spot. He gave a sigh and with a small smile on his face said, all right, if you say so. Do you mind showing me around here just like how we did when we first met? Gabriel, who saw Tatsuya's small but reassuring smile, stopped acting flustered and started to calm down a bit. Soon a small smile appeared on her face as well, remembering the first time when she met Tatsuya back in Vatican. She chuckled, remembering those days, and with her usual innocent look on her face, moved her hand towards Tatsuya and said, then let's hurry up, this place is very big to explore, you know. And showed a wide smile. Tatsuya, seeing her smile, smiled as well and held her hand and said, let's go then. Gabriel nodded her head, feeling happy that Tatsuya was looking happy as well, though she didn't notice that there was a slight blush that appeared on her cheeks. She then pulled Tatsuya's hand lightly and started guiding him around the place with enthusiasm. Tatsuya, who was being dragged by the enthusiastic Seraph, gave a helpless smile, remembering time she did the same with him and Asia back in Vatican. He then stopped on his path and gave a slight tug to her arm, feeling which she stopped as well and looked at him with a curious look on her face. Tatsuya, who was slightly behind her, wails and stood beside her and then interlocked his fingers with her, making the Seraph a bit surprised by that action. He then squeezed her hand a bit, making her get out of her trance, and said, there is no need to hurry up, let's enjoy all this slowly, we can just do this again at a later date if we have not explored the whole thing, alright. Gabriel, who was a bit embarrassed by Tatsuya's sudden move, looked down and nodded her head shyly, seeing which Tatsuya forgot to breathe for a moment. He then took a deep breath to calm himself a bit and said, shall we continue then? To which Gabriel replied with a smile and a blush which seemed to have appeared once again on her face. She too then held Tatsuya's hands a bit tightly and started walking around, showing him around once again. Thought this time, instead of the enthusiastic atmosphere that was around them earlier, was replaced by a sweet one which no one among the people who were looking at them wanted to disturb, and only wanted to enjoy looking at the two of them. 266, Date with Gabriel 1. While the seraph and the human were walking hand in hand, they stopped at various shops that were set up in the heaven as well as at the other facilities built there. Tatsuya, who noticed that the places that they were visiting were usually empty, that it was Michael's scheme, but didn't told about it to Gabriel, who was actually enjoying such an atmosphere. If she doesn't have any problem with it, then what problems do I have? At a distance, Dulio, who had a burger in his hand, was looking at the two of them through a pair of binoculars while also informing some other people through a walkie-talkie. So, you guys are trying to set the two of them up. Suddenly Dulio heard a voice and flinched since he didn't notice the person approach him because of being focused on Tatsuya and Gabriel. He turned around and saw Isamai standing there with a burger in her hand as well, which she bought from a nearby shop. Dulio also noticed Griselda and Zenobia talking to each other, though it was only Griselda who was talking, scolding, while Zenobia was sitting in front of her and apologizing for turning into a devil and not contacting her. He looked at the two of them with a sweat drop before turning back to Isamai and said, "Miss Haidu, yes, what you said is indeed true. So can I ask you to please give them some alone time for now? We promise to arrange the best experience for you to sightsee once this is done." Isamai thought for a while and sat down on the seat in front of Dulio's and said, "I don't know, man, I need to ask this with the squad, first, wait a minute." She formed a communication magic circle near her ear and called someone. Hello Kurumi-san, Isamai here. Yet, you see, the people here in heaven are asking me to not interfere in their attempt to set Tatsuya and Gabriel-san up. So what's the decision?" Kurumi, who was currently bathing along with the others, nodded as she heard the info from Isamai. "Wait a minute." She then looked at the others and said, "Isamai told me that the people in heaven asked her to not interfere in their attempt to set Tatsuya and Gabriel-chan? Anyone have problems with it?" Hearing that, all of them just relaxed back in the bath and shake their heads in denial. Even Miyuki and Asia didn't say anything to oppose this, as Miyuki had a favorable impression of Gabriel, while to Asia she was her first female friend. Seeing that, Kurumi nodded her head and said, "No problems here. Do as you want." Fine, bye." The magic circle then disappeared and Isamai looked towards Dulio and said, "No problems on our side. I will be expecting VIP treatment, all right, Dulio-san." Dulio nodded with a smile on his face, feeling grateful for her understanding. Isamai smiled as well and then held something in her hand and pointed her finger at it and said, "Dulio-san, can I get an limited edition extra large deluxe chocolate parfait?" With a smile on her face. Immediately the smile on Dulio's face disappeared and he thought, "Why do I have a feeling that my this month's salary is in a big danger?" Dulio just nodded his head with a dumbfounded expression on his face, seeing which Isamai smiled and called the angel who was working as a waitress and ordered her parfait, plus some extras. Looking at Isamai with his lips twitching, Dulio thought, "I will settle this with Michael-sama later." Tatsuya and Gabriel were currently in the middle of a forest made up of various types magical, consisting both common and legendary trees. Tatsuya looked around and then used his magic to search the area nearby to know where their destination might be. He then looked at Gabriel and asked, "Are we going to the lake?" Gabriel looked at him with a smile on her face and nodded her head and said, "Yeah. I always wanted to go there with a friend of mine, or is it that you don't like lakes?" Gabriel, who was giving him with puppy eyes, made him totally speechless. He wasn't going to deny that in the first place, but her looking at him like that even made accepting it to take long. Instinctively he placed his hand on top of her head and said, "It's not like that, Gabriel, I would love to go to the lake with you. So please don't make that kind of face. It's bad for my heart." She can easily rival off-eyes when she is in the mood of being spoiled and cutesy, and believe me, that is enough to kill all the cultured people in the whole multiverse because of excessive loss of blood through nosebleeds, thought Tatsuya. Gabriel's face brightened up once again and she clung to Tatsuya's arm in excitement. "Thanks, Tatsuya. You are the best." And then once again started pulling him a bit, wanting to reach the lake faster. Soon both of them stood in front of the lake, whose water could be considered as the purest that Tatsuya has ever seen. Tatsuya walked towards the lake and crouched down near the edge and took a handful of water from it. He then stared the water in his hand and said, "This lake is enchanted with purification, right?" Gabriel, who heard Tatsuya answer, nodded her enthusiastically and said, "Yes. Father made that lake here, and just like you said, there is a purification enchantment placed on the lake itself, not to mention this water has great medicinal properties as well. It's really effective since it let us help in healing the injured when they are a lot of people who got Ikurade Duriji the battle, though that sort of situation have not happened since the Great War." Tatsuya nodded his head, listening to the info she was giving him. Gabriel then walked to the edge of the lake as well and sat down on the grass while immersing her legs in the lake. She then looked at Tatsuya and patted the ground beside her, gesturing him to sit beside her. Tatsuya folded up his pants a bit and then sat beside her. Once he sat down, his legs started to feel very comfortable as the lake started to show its magic and started to deal with the stress that has been accumulated from all the walking. Gabriel looked at his surprised face and said, "It's great, right?" Tatsuya looked at her, who had a smile on her face, and nodded his head without saying anything. Seeing her having a comfortable expression on her face along with the peaceful surroundings made him smile and think that Gabriel was looking absolutely beautiful at that moment. Seeing his expression, Gabriel blushed a bit, not knowing why, but still averted her eyes, and no matter how much she tried, she was not able to look directly in Tatsuya's eyes. Not understanding why that was happening, Gabriel decided to distract her mind a bit and asked, yet. Ano. Tatsuya, are you feeling hungry? Tatsuya, who got surprised by her suddenly yelling, was about to answer, but before he was able to, Gabriel took out a basket out of nowhere and said, then please have this. And shoved the basket in front of Tatsuya. Tatsuya stared at the basket for a while before taking it from her hands and said, thank you, Gabriel. Did you made this yourself? Gabriel vigorously nodded her head with an expectant look in her eyes and asked, will you eat it with me? Tatsuya nodded his head with a smile on his face and placed the basket on his lap and then opened the lid and asked, then recommend me something, since you are the one who took the effort in making it. Gabriel, who heard that, narrowed her eyes and placed her hand on her chin, thinking about what should she give it to Tatsuya first. After doing some very hard mental work, she finally placed her hand inside the basket, making Tatsuya sigh in relief, since he started to wonder how many things has she prepared. Soon she took out a plate which was much larger compared to the basket itself. Here, try these stuffed pockets then. And took one of the stuffed pockets from the pile that was on the plate and gave it to Tatsuya after wrapping it in a napkin. Tatsuya took it from her hands and saw her taking one for herself as well, but instead of eating it, she was looking intently at Tatsuya. Seeing her acting so passionate, Tatsuya chuckled, since this was the first time he has seen such a look on her face. He then took a bite, seeing which Gabriel gulped her saliva and waited for him to answer. Once Tatsuya was done eating, he looked at the pocket in front of it, checking out the stuffing inside it and said, Gabriel, you used sugar instead of salt. And looked at her with a helpless smile. 267, Meeting Michael. After Tatsuya pointed out her mistake, he was busy trying to cheer up the saddened Seraph, which was not working at all. He then patted her head and said, don't worry, Gabriel, it is just a basic mistake that anyone can do. I mean, if it weren't for the sugar, they would have turned to be very good. Gabriel looked at him with a curious look on her face and asked, really? You are not lying, right? Tatsuya shook his head and said, no, I am not lying at all, even I had done this mistake sometimes. Hearing that, Gabriel widened her eyes and asked, even you do mistakes, Tatsuya? Tatsuya nodded his head and removed his hand from top of her, making her look towards the hand with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Even if I not look like it, I still am a human, you know. Gabriel then widened her eyes as if realizing something and said, ah. Yeah, Tatsuya is a human as well, I just realized it. And looked at him with a smile on her face. But then suddenly Tatsuya grabbed her cheeks and pulled them while asking, what do you mean by that, Gabriel? Do you mean to say that I am not a human? Na aa don mi aa they. Triple aa aloi. Foiv se aoya. No. I don't mean that. I apologize. Forgive me, Tatsuya. Tatsuya then released Gabriel's cheeks, who immediately cupped them and started to massage them while looking at Tatsuya with some tears at the corner of her eyes and said, Tatsuya. You are very mean. It hurts, you know. Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, it's your fault for saying that I am not a human. So just think of it as your punishment. Gabriel looked away with a pout, noticing which Tatsuya chuckled, which made the Seraph look at him with an expression which said, what is so funny about it? Tatsuya then flicked her forehead, making her groan in pain once again. Hey, why did yo? But she stopped midway once she saw Tatsuya take something else out of the basket she gave him earlier. Soon Tatsuya took out a plate filled with sandwiches. He then took one of them and ate a bit from it and said, yup, they are good. Looks like you didn't mess up on this one. Gabriel puffed her chest and said, humph, after all I am Seraph, you know. I don't mess things up that much. Means that you mess things up on a regular basis, hey, thought Tatsuya, but decided to keep it to himself. He then felt Gabriel poking his cheek with her finger and looked towards her, who, when noticed that Tatsuya had turned around, pulled her hand back and opened her mouth. Ahem. Tatsuya looked at the beautiful Seraph, who was opening her mouth cutely for a while before he brought the sandwich that was in his hand towards her mouth and thought, she won't fall because of an indirect kiss, right? Gabriel then took a bit from the sandwich Tatsuya was holding, and Tatsuya made sure to look at her intently to stop her if she started to turn into a fallen. Yes, they are good, said Gabriel, having a bright smile on her face. She then snatched the sandwich from Tatsuya's hand and said, now my turn, open wide, Tatsuya. Ahem. Tatsuya without hesitating a bit took her up on the offer and opened his mouth. Gabriel then fed him the sandwich with a happy smile on her face. Once both of them were done with their lunch, which included with both of them feeding each other, except for the coffee jelly which solely belonged to Tatsuya, without baby discussion about the topic, both of them decided to see some other places. Tatsuya stretched his body and asked, so? Is there somewhere else you want to go? Since there was a place like this which you wanted to go with a friend, there must be other places like these as well, right? Gabriel pondered about what Tatsuya said for a while and then looked at Tatsuya and said, there are a lot of places that I want to go together with you, but not many of them are here in heaven, so, will you go together with me some other time? Tatsuya stared silently at the embarrassed Seraph and once again confirmed that she had Offai's level of cuteness. He nodded his head and then moved his hand towards her, who immediately held it with a happy smile on her face. From some distance Dulio, whose wallet had suffered a major blow, and Isami, who was now covered with lot of accessories made by the locals here in heaven, were looking towards the forest that both Tatsuya and Gabriel entered a while back with a curious expression on their face. Don't you think that they have taken a lot of time there? And why did someone put a barrier at the entrance to block us from going there? Isami remained silent for a while but then looked towards the forest with a serious look on her face and said, they must be having sex. Dulio, who heard that, looked towards the brown-haired girl with his eyes widened in shock, and then looked towards the forest with the same expression. He then formed a magic circle near his ear and called Michael. Hello Michael-sama, yeah, everything is fine on our end, though we might have a small problem, it looks like both of them are indulging in Indek. Forget that they are coming out now. He then saw both of them coming out with a smile on their faces and sighed in relief seeing that Gabriel had not fallen. That's exactly the smile one makes after having a wonderful fucking session. Hearing that, Dulio looked at her with a deadpan look on her face and said, you need some help in your mental department. But Isami didn't say anything and just showed him a middle finger without even liking towards him, making him twitch his lips. Both of them then looked around a bit more and then Gabriel suggested to go and meet Michael since he would be happy to meet Tatsuya as well. Tatsuya nodded and Gabriel formed a magic circle below them and soon both of them appeared in a huge building. Tatsuya then looked around and noticed that the building that they were in was big enough to house an entire army in there. This way Tatsuya, said Gabriel, who started pulling him. Tatsuya silently followed the excited Seraph and soon both of them came in front of a room. Gabriel gave a knock on the door and then entered inside without waiting for any response. Seeing that Tatsuya wanted for a couple of seconds before he too entered the room. In there he saw Gabriel happily talking to her brother, telling him about how both of them spent the time together. Seeing that Tatsuya has entered the room, both of them looked towards him and Michael bowed his head a bit, to which Tatsuya did the same. Long time no see, Michael. Yes, long time no see, sensei. I hope that you enjoyed your sightseeing here. Tatsuya smiled and said, yeah, my tour around here was very good and pleasant. I really liked it. Heading the praise, both the seraphs puffed their chests proudly. Michael then looked at Gabriel and asked, do you mind brewing us some tea? Gabriel shook her head with a smile on her face and said, not at all, brother Michael. Just wait, Tatsuya, I will make the tea very very delicious. With a determined look on her face. Tatsuya chuckled seeing that and said, yeah, best of luck. Hearing which, Gabriel snorted and walked out of the room while sticking her tongue out towards Tatsuya. Once both him and Michael were there in the room, Michael immediately got in doxa and started to apologize before following them. Needless to say, it was very tiring for Tatsuya to calm down his fan who was berating himself like that. 268, this time I know. Tatsuya was able to calm down Michael before Gabriel came back with tea and snacks. She then placed them on the table and served the two men who were sitting on the sofas. She too then took her seat beside Tatsuya and looked at him with an expectant gaze. Tatsuya, who noticed her, lifted his teacup and took a sip from it and nodded his head in satisfaction, seeing which Gabriel smiled happily and sipped on her tea as well. UWAA hot 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 hot! Shouted Gabriel, who sipped in the hot tea a bit too hastily because of her excitement. Tatsuya then took out some water from his storage and made her drink it to calm the seraph down. Geez, you really are too energetic for your own good, you know. Gabriel gulped down the water and said, I am full of energy, you know. So it can't be helped. Tatsuya looked at the cheerfully smiling seraph and clicked her forehead, causing her groan in pain. Meanwhile, Michael used his magic to clean up the tea that was spilled by his sister and was happy to see her acting cheerfully with Tatsuya. Tatsuya then realized something and asked, what about Isami and Zenobia? Are their swords repaired? Michael immediately placed his cup down and with a sincere expression on his face said, don't worry, sensei, their swords are still being repaired and currently both of them are in care of Griselda. You don't have to worry about anything. Tatsuya shook his hand and said, no, it is you who should be worried, and make sure to not let Isami on her own, or there might be a possibility of sudden rise in the population of fallen angels. The room turned totally silent as Michael stared at Tatsuya. Soon he formed a magic circle near his ear and said in a serious tone, Dulio, don't let the Red Dragon Empress out of your sight and make sure to not fall yourself. Gabriel then looked at Tatsuya and asked, Any Tatsuya, how will the Red Dragon Empress increase the number of fallen angels? Is it one of her abilities? Tatsuya looked towards the curious seraph and shook his head and said, it's not her ability. It's the principle of her life. Her principles are so strong that the moment she would be turned to an angel using your brave saint cards, she would fall. Gabriel nodded, still looking a bit curious, and asked, but what will she do to make angels fall? Tatsuya thought for a while to explain her in a way so as to not corrupt her, and after thinking of an answer he decided to speak but still used his magic to prevent her fall just in case. She will tell other about her fantasies and those are way too effective against you angels. Gabriel once again nodded her head but was still curious as Tatsuya didn't specify it. She just shrugged her shoulders, not thinking much about it, since the only thing that she need to know was that to keep the girl away from the angels when she is telling her fantasies. Tatsuya and the seraphs talked to each other for a while before the rest of the seraphs came in as well and started discussing matters regarding the Chaos Brigade and the alliance. Tatsuya also warned them to be careful as there might be a possibility for heaven to be attacked as well since Underworld was attacked not too long ago and such a thing might happen here as well. The other seraphs just nodded to his warning except for Michael who listened to him carefully since the chances of something to happen were higher if Tatsuya was the one warning them, though it was a bit of his inner fanboy which made him hear to Tatsuya's words seriously. Soon the other two seraphs went back to do their work while Michael and Gabriel were still there since they completed their work a bit earlier to not get interrupted when Tatsuya was there in heaven. Tatsuya looked at his watch and saw that a considerable amount of time has passed by and it was nearly night. Michelle then looked at his own clock which signifies the time there in heaven and said, "It's pretty late, I will ask someone to prepare a meal right away." He then stared at the couple sitting in front of him and with a smile on his face said, "Sensei, why don't you two go and inform your companions about it, might as well enjoy the night sky here in the heaven, which is a very beautiful sight if I say so myself." Gabriel nodded and stood up from her seat and stretched her body a bit, sitting there for a long time and discussing about various things that were currently happening made her a bit tired and she too was in the mood to get some fresh air. Meanwhile Tatsuya just informed Isamae with his telepathy but still stood up from his seat and nodded his head. Gabriel then led him out of the huge building that they were in and a sight even more majestic than the one he saw on the first heaven welcomed him. Tatsuya was once again amazed by how beautiful the heaven was made by the god of Bible and took some points from here in order to maintain his own dimension. WHCH was currently used by Samuel and the other familiars from time to time. Even Tiamat used that dimension to keep some of her treasure since her cave was already full. Gabriel who was beside him glanced towards Tatsuya and smiled a bit seeing him a bit excited on seeing the surroundings. She then started to think of the things that they did today and felt happy that Tatsuya spent some time with her since most of the people here in heaven were quite busy because of their low numbers and her big status among the angels kept many of the angels to stay a bit away from her. She then slowly looked down towards Tatsuya's hands. She then looked away trying to act distracted and slowly moved her own hand towards Tatsuya's and slowly held it. Tatsuya who felt his hand being grabbed by Gabriel looked at her and with a small smile on his face asked, "What happened?" Feeling happy. And gave her hands a light squeeze. Gabriel looked at him and nodded her head with a smile on her face and said, "Hey Tatsuya." She then inched closer to him and gave a peck on his lips and said, "Thank you for today." Tatsuya who received a sudden kiss from Gabriel smiled as well and said, "You did the same thing back when we first met, remember?" Gabriel nodded her head and said, I remember, but this time I know that why the girl kissed the boy." And a slight blush appeared on her cheeks, "If you forgot then it is in ch 69 near the end." Tatsuya who heard her words chuckled to himself and after looking at her blushing cheeks for a while thought, "Looks like I was correct to use preventive measures to ensure that she do not fall." Tatsuya then pulled her towards him and returned gave a peck on her lips as well. Gabriel who didn't expect that looked away since she was feeling embarrassed by what he did but still didn't let go of Tatsuya's hands and held it even tighter. Tatsuya looked at the seraph who was acting like that and patted her back and thought, "Really cute." 269, Treatment. Gabriel and Tatsuya stayed together with their hands being held by each other. Gabriel was feeling embarrassed and a blush on her cheeks and was finding it hard to start the conversation with Tatsuya. Tatsuya on the other hand was just smiling looking at the surroundings and waiting for Gabriel to calm herself a bit. He had already understood what Michael's goal was and was not that surprised by Gabriel's sudden confession and just accepted it. He turned his head towards Gabriel who was still embarrassed and asked, "If you don't want to, then we can just stay here instead of going to have dinner with everyone, you know." Gabriel remained silent for a while but soon gave a slight nod and said in a low voice, "You will stay with me, right?" And gripped his hand a bit tighter. Tatsuya just chuckled and pulled her in his embrace and said, "Of course." And then formed a barrier around himself to prevent others from coming near them. He then formed a bench and sta down on it along with Gabriel who was totally red from being suddenly hugged by Tatsuya. She then looked up at Tatsuya who was looking back at her with a small smile on his face and then once again buried her head in his chest and said in a muffled tone, "Tatsuya." Tatsuya just caressed her back in response to which Gabriel gave a slight nod. She then took a deep breath and said, I. But was not able to finish her sentence. "Don't worry Gabriel, just say it, I will wait for how much long you want to prepare yourself." Gabriel hugged Tatsuya even tighter on hearing his words and said, "Thank you." She then remained motionless for a few minutes with her face buried in Tatsuya's chest who was busy patting her back while also storing away the information about the design of the heaven they were in as he wanted to take some ideas from the place and modify his dimension accordingly. After a while Gabriel suddenly looked up at Tatsuya's face and grabbed his face with her hands and made him look at her and said, "T Tatsuya I lile oh." Gabriel who was finally able to speak but her tongue midway and had a pained and embarrassed look on her face and immediately hid her face with her hands. Tatsuya who was suddenly pulled by Gabriel chuckled seeing her acting like that hearing which the embarrassed seraph started headbutting his chest intensely, her headbutts were literally making shockwaves cracking the nearby floor. Tatsuya who was chuckling while undergoing the cute headbutting session hugged her tightly and said, "Don't be that embarrassed Gabriel, Let me say it if you are not able to. Gabriel then stopped headbutting Tatsuya and waited in anticipation while still hiding her face with her hands. Tatsuya then pushed her out of his embrace and grabbed her hands which were hiding her face and looked directly at the blushing Seraph and said, I love you Gabriel. Gabriel became motionless for a while but soon her eyes widened in surprise and she started blinking them. After which an embarrassed expression appeared on her face and with a nod she said, I love you too Tatsuya. And then looked at him with her slightly wet eyes. She then leaned in closer towards him seeing which Tatsuya let go of her hand and cupped her cheeks which were totally red from embarrassment. Tatsuya then started to close in as well seeing which Gabriel closed her eyes and soon felt something touching her lips. Gabriel who for the first time felt being kissed was a bit surprised and thought that it felt a bit different from the time when she was the one who initiated it. Tatsuya soon let go of her lips and said, You know Gabriel, you are not going to fall right now since I am making sure of it. She nodded her head with a slightly dazed expression not fully understanding what Tatsuya meant. A mischievous smirk then appeared on Tatsuya's face as he caressed her lips with his fingers while using his other hand to support her already powerless body. Gabriel who felt her lips being caressed by Tatsuya's fingers wasn't sure what he was doing but it somehow felt both nice and hot to her. Instinctively she opened her mouth a bit and licked Tatsuya's finger seeing which Tatsuya got slightly surprised since it somehow looked absolutely hot to him. The gap between their innocent and this state is just too much. He then once again placed his lips on top of hers and once again started kissing her but this time instead of small and simple kiss it was a passionate French kiss which took Gabriel by surprise making her eyes widen in shock only to melt into a pleasure a few moments later. She got so overwhelmed by the pleasure that at one point she was the one who started to take lead surprising Tatsuya who thought, the saying that those who are innocent on the outside are usually wilder in the bed was true I guess. Soon Gabriel stopped kissing Tatsuya and moved her head back clearly showing the bridge of saliva connecting their tongues and the passionate yet confused look on her face. A magic circle then appeared in her hand and immediately after that both of them got covered by a bright light and got teleported somewhere else. The next instant both of them appeared in some sort of room which from the looks of it was loudly saying to perform reproductive activities here. He looked at Gabriel with a questioning gaze which was totally ignored by the pleasure-struck Seraph who pushed Tatsuya on the nearby bed. I am feeling hot Tatsuya. I don't know what is happening to me. Brother Michael told me that if I felt something like this when you are near me then just teleport to this room and let Tatsuya treat me. Said Gabriel while getting on the bed as well and walking towards Tatsuya on both her hand and knees. Seeing her like that not even taking a moment little Tatsuya woke up in full glory threatening to rip off the pants that he was wearing while Tatsuya himself gulped his saliva and the only thought that came to his mind was, looks like it is time to corrupt her innocence. He then flipped her body and now was on top of her and decided to start treating her. 270, Erosant, 18. Gabriel who was suddenly flipped by Tatsuya was a bit surprised but as soon as she gazed back at Tatsuya's eyes which were looking back at her, made the feeling hotter than before. She then instinctively moved her hand behind Tatsuya's neck and pulled him towards herself and started kissing him again, as this was the only thing that she knew to appease her hotness. Tatsuya too started kissing her back but also started to massage her chest which were still covered by the soft cloth. Feeling the obstruction in his way Tatsuya destroyed the clothes she was wearing which was totally unnoticed by the Seraph who was busy fighting against Tatsuya's tongue. Tatsuya then once again started fondling her chest making Gabriel widen her eyes in surprise before she started moaning in pleasure. After the first moan came out she immediately put her hand on top of her mouth feeling embarrassed but Tatsuya grabbed her hands and said, Don't worry Gabriel, you can moan as much as you want there is no one here and no one except for me will hear you. Plus those moans are hella erotic. Thought Tatsuya. Gabriel then lowered her eyes a bit and said, BB but I will be embarrassed if you hear those kind of sounds. Tatsuya was faintly able to catch what she was saying as she was whispering in a very low tone. Tatsuya then caressed her cheek and said, But I want to be the only one who will see that side of you. But if you don't want to then that's fine as well, it's not like I am gonna force you. Gabriel who heard what Tatsuya said looked back at him and found him looking at her with the usual caring smile that he always had for her. She smiled as well and took the hands which were holding hers and placed them on top of her chest and said, Go on I am ready, but please be gentle. She said the last parts with a slightly scared and embarrassed tone which somehow made Tatsuya motionless for a moment. B nodded his head approving to what Gabriel asked him and thought, all right, slightly rough on her and sat up and placed Gabriel on his lap and started fondling her boobs while also giving her nipples a pinch from time to time. Ah Tatsuya not this rough moaned Gabriel but all Tatsuya focused on was the moan and totally ignored the words that came along with it. He then saw Gabriel moving her hips a bit while sitting on his lap, possible feeling a bit irritated down there. He then moved one of his hand towards her crotch which immediately shocked Gabriel who tried to struggle her way out of Tatsuya's grasp, but Tatsuya too was famous for not letting his prey get away from him. Tatsuya shh don't speak, just go with the flow. After all I am treating you so you have to do as I say. I have to do as you say. Tatsuya moved her head towards himself and placed his lips on top of hers and started sucking hers to which she responded by sticking her tongue out. You have to, or else I will have to be a bit mean and make you follow my lead. Hearing that Gabriel trembled a bit and nodded her head cutely like a good child. Tatsuya smiled and patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I won't do mean things to you." Probably. He then started to play with her crotch much to Gabriel's surprise, who once again wanted to move his hand away but stopped once she remembered that she have to follow Tatsuya's orders. She looked back at him with embarrassment and said, "Tatsuya. Don't touch me there ah." Tatsuya, who pinched her nipples in the middle of her saying something, earned a moan from her and asked, "Where should I not touch you, Gabriel-chan? Tell me, is it here, pinching her nipple, or here, pinching her clit?" At both the times Gabriel gave out a pleasure-filled moan and looked at Tatsuya with some tears at the corner of her eyes and said, "Down there, at my vagina, don't touch me there." And her whole face turned red out of embarrassment. Tatsuya, seeing her acting like that, started wanting to tease her a bit more. He then placed her back on the bed and got on top of her and started to use some vibrations to pleasure the seraph even more. Gabriel, who received the sudden increase in pleasure, couldn't help but moan and look towards Tatsuya with slight anger and lust to make her feel like that. Tatsuya, seeing that, smirked and asked, "Sorry Gabriel-chan, but your request has been denied," and once again started fiddling with her clit while also sucking on her breasts. Gabriel, who was now denied of her pussy being left alone, hugged Tatsuya's head tightly while asking him to not suck on her tits. Tatsuya, who felt that Gabriel was totally prepared, stopped fingering her and said, "Shall we start the main treatment, Gabriel?" "Oh, and this time you have choice." Gabriel, who was now totally flushed, looked at Tatsuya with her breathing slightly ragged and nodded her head. Tatsuya nodded his head as well and moved towards her legs and opened them widely to get a clear view of her pussy. Gabriel immediately tried to close her legs, but Tatsuya already stopped her from doing so using his telekinesis and said, Now, Gabriel, don't be that hasty and let me have a good look." And clicked her clitoris, making her moan a bit. Once he was done inspecting her body positioned in a totally embarrassed position, Tatsuya took out his member, which was already erect thanks to the erotically innocent, irocent seraph. Gabriel, who finally saw the huge thing between Tatsuya's legs, instinctively understood that it will enter inside her and felt a bit worried, thinking whether it will fit inside her or not. Tatsuya then positioned his dick in front of her pussy and rubbed it a bit, covering it in the juices that were coming out of her. He then looked towards Gabriel and asked, "Ready?" Who nodded her head back, although with some hesitation. Tatsuya just gave a nod and then pierced her in one go without much problem, since he knew that the seraph was strong enough to not feel the pain from that, though pleasure was a different thing as Gabriel's back arched upward in response, seeing which Tatsuya hugged her and made her sit in his lap and started moving without asking for her consent. Ah! Gabriel, who was moaning continuously, started to move her hips on her own. Tatsuya, who noticed that, stopped moving and let her do the work while he started to enjoy her boobs and ass, adding much to Gabriel's pleasure, making her moans louder and louder. After having some fun with her, Tatsuya once again laid her back on the bed and whispered in her ears, "Let's get serious now, shall we?" And started thrusting once again, much to Gabriel's shock, as this time Tatsuya was actually trying to thrust a bit harder, only using his strength to the point that she could take. Harder Tatsuya, harder. Do me harder," said the totally heated up Gabriel, busy giving both herself and Tatsuya some pleasure. Tatsuya was a bit surprised by her sudden change and thought, looks like she awakened, just like Asia. Tatsuya, who felt that he was close to blowing up, looked Gabriel and was about to ask something. Something is coming out, Tatsuya. What should I do?" Tatsuya gripped her waist a bit tighter and said, "Let it come out." And started thrusting even faster. The unexpected sudden barrage of attacks from Tatsuya left her speechless and eyes rolled back a bit. "It's coming, it's coming, it's coming," said Gabriel, who gave a moan and arched back a bit. "Me too." Said Tatsuya, who came inside her and laid back on the bed and embraced the seraph who was lying beside him. He then poked her cheek a bit, wanting to tell her to sleep, but all of a sudden his body was rolled over and it was now Gabriel on top of him with lust and love evident in her eyes. "Oh well, looks like it is going to be a long night," thought Tatsuya, ready to take on the seraph. 3 days later, the door of the room they have been in opened and a happy-looking Gabriel came out with Tatsuya with her hands wrapped around his. Tatsuya, who was looking up towards the sky, thought, "Innocent girls are way too wild." 271, Sword Fight. Tatsuya and Gabriel then decided to go and meet the other 2 girls who came with him, and was surprised to see Isamai and Zenobia being trained by Griselda, who had a smile on her face. He also noticed that both of their swords were repaired and improved and were sparring against each other, though there was a difference between the expressions of the 2 girls. While Zenobia had a troubled look on her face and was drenched in sweat, Isamai on the other hand was simply playing with her opponent with a relaxed smile on her face. "Drake, isn't this peaceful?" "I couldn't agree more to that statement, partner. No overpowered strict trainers. No old grudge-bearing hags. No training till dropping dead. This is the life. Yeah, this is the life." The Longinus and its holder were having a pleasant conversation with each other while having their fight against Zenobia. Griselda on the other hand had an appreciative look, seeing that both the girls were quite capable. Zenobia, who had her ex-Durandal in one hand and Excalibur Destruction in the other, was attacking Isamai without any break, and feeling frustrated since she was not able to land a solid hit on her, and if not for the barrier surrounding them, the shockwaves created by her attacks could have damaged a major part of the heaven they were in. Tatsuya and Gabriel wailed towards Griselda, who was looking at the fight, but once she noticed the two of them she bowed her head and greeted them. Gabriel just waved her hand and was now back to her usual self. Thought Tatsuya still decided to create some fail-safes just in case her switch gets flipped and she accidentally falls down. Being cooped by Azazel was the last thing Tatsuya wanted after all. So, what are the two of them doing for the past 3 days? Asked Tatsuya, looking towards the woman wearing the nun outfit. The two of them were waiting for you to return, but when the two of you didn't show any signs of coming, I decided to train them in the meantime since their swords were repaired as well, but I have to say the Red Dragon Empress does have a skill with the sword. Haha, well, it certainly took a lot of effort to teach her from scratch, but still the results were good. Said Tatsuya, remembering the days he torture trained Isamai, who had tears of sorrow. Happiness coming out on being trained by him. Hearing that, Griselda looked at Tatsuya, looked at his body intently, and once she was done checking him out she nodded her head and said, "You must be quite a good swordsman yourself, seeing that your form is very complex to deal with as well." Tatsuya then noticed that Zenobia started to prepare for a big attack and started charging her energy in her two swords, making the entire field inside the barrier tremble under the pressure of her power. Meanwhile, Isamai just had a serious look on her face as she focused on the swords in Zenobia's hands and started to charge up energy in her sword as well. "Want my help, partner?" "No need, Drake, I alone would be enough, I think so, since that amount of holy energy is indeed sending creeps in my spine." She then raised her sword as well, and her sword started to shine as well and started to get covered in flames. Outside the barrier, the three people who were looking at the fight were now wearing sunglasses while staring at them, and Tatsuya asked, "Who do you think will win this clash?" Even though the Red Dragon Empress is capable, the fact that both Durandal and Excalibur are better compared to her Ascalon puts her at a disadvantage in this, and seeing how this is going on, I think this is going to be a head-on competition between their powers. Zenobia. Then, I will bet on my student. Gabriel just stood silent and looked at the two girls and thought that it has been a while since she fought someone with her full capabilities. But just shrugged her shoulders, not thinking much about it. She didn't like fighting in the first place and will only fight when it is necessary. Durandal! Shouted Zenobia while slashing her Durandal M filled with energy towards Isamai, firing an devastating beam from her sword. "We are shouting names, then. Inhale Ascalon!" And fired the red energy beam along with her Dragon Slayer flames towards the incoming attack. Seeing the intensity of the attacks, Gabriel just raised her hand and formed a stronger barrier along the already existing one, since it would easily break by the attacks. Tatsuya and the other two could hear the shattering sound of the barrier, while the clash of the two attacks made huge shock waves and the area around them became intensely hot because of the flames. Boom! Soon a huge explosion occurred inside the barrier, destroying the entire area without any exception, but the barrier was still able to hold it in. Soon the smoke and dust started to die down and an Isam came into view with her hand which was holding the sword slightly trembling and bleeding. On the other hand, in place of Zenobia, a circular dome stood there which soon disappeared and transformed into a sword and was held by Zenobia, who immediately used her other charged sword and fired another attack towards Isamai. "Let's see how you take my Excalibur destruction head on." "Hold up, you used the mimic sword to form a protective dome around you. That's hella unfair," protested Isamai with annoyance. But Zenobia ignored her and threw her Durandal away and just took out another Excalibur fragment from it. The instant she took out the new sword, she vanished from her spot and appeared behind Isamai, who for the first time from the beginning used her gauntlet to block the slash coming towards her. Now the rapid version. "Zenobia, that's unfair." "Indeed it is, so what, take this." And slashed her destruction sword towards Isamai, who immediately transformed into her balance breaker and caught the sword. Boost 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 boost. Drake started boosting, trying to push back the attack from Excalibur destruction, but before they were able to finish the clash the barrier around them broke and Tatsuya said, "Alright, match over, Zenobia wins, the hell with it Isamai, it was a sword fight, not a brawl." "Tatsuya, don't stop me. She was the one who used unfair tactics," shouted Isamai, now transformed back to her usual form while pointing a finger towards Zenobia, who was already lying on the ground taking deep breaths. "Hey, just because you were not able to predict an outcome made it unfair, looks like you need more training, I will make some time in my schedule for you." Isamai immediately fell on her knees as tears started to come out of her eyes. She was about to say something before she saw Tatsuya smiling towards her and just hung her head down, knowing that there was no escape now. She then looked at her gauntlet and said, "Looks like happiness does not last forever." "Indeed, that's how life is, my condolences to you, partner," said the dragon inside the sacred gear. 272, Back from Heaven. "You mean to say that you and Gabriel-san went on and on for 3 days straight?" asked a surprised Isamai while looking towards Tatsuya. She then looked towards the girl in question and stared at her for a while and said, "Damn." Tatsuya looked at Isamai from the corner of his eyes and said, "Isamai, we are in a public place, in heaven at that, make sure to mind your tongue, alright? We don't want Azazel to have more fallen angels." Tatsuya, who had already made a barrier around them to prevent Isamai's Nald from reaching the angel's side, as he looked at the girl in question. Isamai in turn just nodded her head in approval and after a while started muttering, I will try to do a 4 day straight then, gotta build up my stamina for that, looks like it's time to focus in the Tiamat-san's class. I will ask Kurumi-san as well. Tatsuya and Griselda just looked at the Red Dragon Empress with a deadpan look on their faces, while Zenobia seemed to be noting something down in a notepad. Gabriel, who was elegantly drinking tea, encouraged Isamai to do her best. Both of them then sighed and Griselda looked towards Tatsuya and asked, are both of them always like that? And pointed towards Isamai and Zenobia. Tatsuya looked back at her and said, that's not even their final form, you know. Hearing that, Griselda widened her eyes in surprise and looked towards the two girls. Tatsuya, who was done with his tea, looked towards Isamai and Zenobia and said, let's get going then, your swords are repaired, and you don't want to face a pissed off Sana for skipping school like this, right? Hearing that, both the girls frowned a bit as they knew how strict Sana could be regarding these matters. Aren't you going to be in trouble as well? Not to mention that it is your fault that we are still here, said Isamai, pointing her finger towards Tatsuya. Nat, I am not in trouble since my grades are not bad at all, and even if Sana decides to approach me regarding skipping school, well, let's just say we will have a heated discussion to settle things in between us. Both Isamai and Zenobia twitched their lips at that but soon kept that at the back of their mind and prepared to leave. All of them notified about their departure to Michael, and then Tatsuya made a magic circle leading back to Kyoha and teleport the way along with the other two. But just as they teleport, Tatsuya felt that something was off and soon found the reason for that once he noticed that he teleported outside of Kyoha. Tatsuya and the girls looked at each other with surprised look on their faces as Tatsuya immediately searched what was happening. He then took a step forward and knocked his fist on something that seemed to be like a transparent wall. A barrier surrounding the whole town, hey. Looks like someone wants to get their ass kicked, very badly at that. Tatsuya then made a hole in the barrier and went inside along with the other two and said, hey Isamai, will you do an errand for me? But instead of replying, Isamai changed to her balance breaker and said, deal with the mob that are deploying the barrier, right? No problemo. Zenobia took out her sword as well and said, I will lend her a hand as well. Tatsuya nodded his head and then telepathically sent them the location where the people were, and the two immediately left to do their job. Once they were gone, Tatsuya looked in front and took out his guns and started flying towards the school while also killing any guest he found on his way. Once he reached the school, Tatsuya was met with a huge army of mages guarding the building, and immediately Tatsuya said, ah, this feels nostalgic. There was a similar situation during the peace summit of the three factions. Hearing his voice, all of the mages looked towards Tatsuya, but just as they turned their heads, Tatsuya used his telekinesis to crush their skull and said, I did the same back then as well. He then walked inside the school, saw a huge dome inside which many students were lying unconscious while the devils were busy doing something, most probably brainwashing the children. Tatsuya then got inside the barrier as well, and once all of them noticed his presence they sighed in relief, and Ross Weiss said, I will fill you up on the situation. Tatsuya, who had already read their minds, just shrugged his shoulders and let her do what she wanted. Sure, go ahead, but before that. Tatsuya looked towards the children whose bodies were floating in the air because of his telekinesis and changed their memories accordingly and sent them back to their classes, while still being unconscious. Tatsuya looked at the others who were still there and said, check the school grounds to search for more intruders, and some of you go and check the town as well. I cleared the people that came in my path, but there are still quite a few that are left. All of them nodded as the student council members started to check the school grounds while the Nico Shao from Tatsuya's team decided to check the town. So let's get this straight, a huge army of magicians suddenly appeared in the town out of nowhere, but were instantly destroyed by Miyuki, after which a few moments later, an army of dragons came and you all started to engage with them, while another group of magicians appeared after the dragons and got in the town because of the distraction. Various stuff happened, you all dealt with the dragons somehow, or some of them managed to escape, then you all dealt with magicians that were threatening the students, and during all this commotion, Konako, Ravel and Miyuki get kidnapped by them. Hearing his explanation, Ross Weiss, Sana, and the others who were still there nodded their heads. Tatsuya remained silent for a while and then sighed and said, well, I pity that person who kidnapped Konako, and Ravel kidnapped Miyuki by mistake as well, he must be dead by now. Well, knowing Miyuki, she would not do something dangerous, except for when asked by you or it is something related to you. But still, that person's blood must have been frozen by now. Tatsuya looked at his teammates who were talking to each other, but then Tatsuya noticed that the barrier started shattering and now knew that Isamai and Zenobia were done with their job. Just as he thought that Isamai and Zenobia came back with some prisoners in tow to interrogate them. But, why did you took so long to come back? You should have been back 2 days ago, right? Asked a curious Ross Weiss. But before Tatsuya could say anything, Isamai said, he was busy fucking a seraph, for 3 days straight. Not our fault, just so you know. Tatsuya, who was now the center of attention, decided to change the topic and said, well, let's get Miyuki and the other two back. And then opened a portal. Once he stepped inside the portal, he found himself in a very big space and started looking around. And just as he was looking around, his eyes fell on something that made them widen in surprise. Tell me, dragon. Who is a disgrace and a piece of shit and should just persist from the face of earth? It's me, mistress. Grendel is the one who is a disgrace and piece of shit, Mistress Kurumi. What Tatsuya saw was a huge nine-tailed fox stepping on top of a black-scaled dragon with his whole body covered in wounds and his face being crushed by the fox's foot. What the hell was happening here? Asked Tatsuya, but none was there to answer him. 273, Frozen. Tatsuya looked at the dragon who was being dominated by Kurumi and then towards the nine-tailed fox. He then turned his head to the side and asked, was it really necessary to let your clone do that and show this to everyone? On his side, Kurumi in her human form was standing and looked towards Tatsuya and said, I mean, I won't do something like that personally, you know, though it's a different thing if you want to do that. Even if I decided to do that, which I am pretty sure that I won't, I would be the dominant one anyway, and couldn't you have just put the dragon under a genjutsu? Kurumi blinked her eyes in surprise and then looked towards her fox-transformed clone who was looking towards them and nodded her head. The huge fox nodded its head as well as a purplish-black ball started to form in its mouth. Seeing that, Tatsuya immediately formed a barrier around the huge creatures and soon the whole barrier got covered in an explosion. Once the explosion died down, the fox disappeared in a cloud and the dragon was left motionless with a serious wound in his chest and was now put in an illusion by the fox that just disappeared. Tatsuya then bound the dragon up and then looked towards Kurumi and asked, so, what are you doing here? Oruya told me about the invasion and that some idiot was trying to kidnap some of us, so I just came here to deal with the situation. After all, it is my responsibility as their eldest sister to make sure that they are safe. Not to mention that you were exceeded your stay in heaven, so it basically became my job anyway. Kurumi shrugged her shoulders and asked, by the way, what made you extend your stay? Tatsuya looked at Kurumi and said, Gabriel confessed to me, things got heated up, Gabriel got even more heated up, went on with her for 3 days straight, that's the gist of it. Kurumi blinked in surprise for a while and then said, innocent ones are really dangerous, Asia was like that as well, but still nowhere close to our record 19 days 7 hours and 23 minutes to write. I am not going to ask how do you know the exact time, but still, yeah, one of the best uses for the time chamber. Said Tatsuya with a satisfied look on his face and nodded his head. He then looked around and asked, anyway, where are Miyuki and the others? Oh well, where there is cold there is Miyuki. And started to look for an area covered in ice. Soon enough he found the place and saw Miyuki and the other 2 girls who were kidnapped sitting around a table with a cup of tea in front of them and the whole area covered in ice. Both Konako and Ravel were looking awkwardly at the cup and then at each other, not knowing what the hell was happening here. Miyuki then felt the presences coming towards them and said, Ani-sama want to join us for some tea. With a beautiful smile on her face which was even complemented by the beautiful ice around them. I am here too, you know. Said Kurumi who was walking beside Tatsuya. Oh, Kurumi. Sorry you were not visible since you got outshined by Ani-sama's radiance. Anyway, do join us. And took out 2 cups of tea from her storage and placed them on the table for Tatsuya and Kurumi. Tatsuya and Kurumi took their cups and drank their tea quietly while sitting with the rest of them as well. Tatsuya then looked at Ravel and Konako and asked, you two are fine, right? Konako and Ravel nodded their heads, no longer feeling awkward as they decided to not think much about it. Tatsuya nodded and said, it's fine then, it seems like the one they were after was Ravel, since they wanted the phoenix tears from an original phoenix to improve their artificially created ones. Hearing that, all of them looked towards Ravel as she felt guilty, thinking that it was her fault for getting everyone in danger. Tatsuya, who heard her thoughts, teleport her in his lap much to her surprise as she immediately became embarrassed bad, her cheeks turned red. Tatsuya-sama. Is something the matter, Ravel? Asked Tatsuya with a smile on his face. WWWH. Oh, I just remembered, thanks for the cakes that you baked for me that time, they were really delicious. Hey, is that so? I am glad that you liked them. Said Ravel giving a relieved sigh. But soon her eyes widened and she said, wait, that's not the matter here. Said Ravel looking towards Tatsuya with a slightly angered expression. But Tatsuya ignored her words as he started patting the head of blonde girl sitting in his lap, making Ravel's face immediately turn beet red out of embarrassment, making her look down in shame. On the side, Konako, who saw all that, had already broken the table near her with just clutching the edge of the table between her hands. Calm down, Konako, Tatsuya-senpai is just doing that to calm down Ravel. Yeah, senpai has no ill intentions. Let the Phoenix enjoy right now, since she might be thinking that she dragged everyone in danger. Kurumi, who felt the emotions coming out of Konako, patted her back and to calm her down a bit. Konako looked towards Kurumi, who was patting her back, and just sighed and controlled herself a bit. Ravel on the other hand was totally embarrassed by Tatsuya's actions, who slowly started to whisper some things near her ear and tried to make her not blame herself for the incident. Tatsuya then looked towards Miyuki and asked, by the way? Where is the one that kidnapped you three? Miyuki placed her cup down and soon the ice beside her started to crack up as a big box made up of ice emerged from the ground. Inside the box was a frozen Euclid Lucifuge with a panicked look on his face and his hands covering his crotch. Miyuki looked at Tatsuya with a smile on her face and said, "This Fu King piece of shit said something along the lines that he wanted to let Oni-sama know how he felt by ravaging your sister aka me. Well, let's just say, I made sure to freeze him be on the borderline of life and death since, not only he is Grafia-san's brother but also there was a possibility that he might get revived by that sacred gear, right?" Tatsuya nodded and patted Miyuki's head and said, "Good job Miyuki. I am proud of you." Miyuki nodded with a bright smile on her face on being patted by Tatsuya. "By the way, isn't this letting him off the hook too easily?" asked Tatsuya with a friendly smile on his face. Miyuki nodded with an equally friendly smile on her face and said, "Ah, don't worry, I took all the precautions necessary, his muscles are totally frozen so he will not even be able to move, I was just waiting to confirm things with you since he is Grafia's brother." Tatsuya smiled and said, "No need to hold back Miyuki, we can just bring him back to life if he unfortunately dies. So do as you please." Miyuki just nodded her head with a radiant smile and a similar smile was present on Tatsuya's face as well, which made the two siblings even more attractive than they already were. Though the other people who were sitting with the siblings had a deadpan look on their faces as they with their mouths open wide not knowing how could they talk like that with such a smile on their faces. 274, Sibling Reunion. Later that day Tatsuya's team along with the other devil peerages were busy fixing the town and were helped by Azazel. Tatsuya on the other hand decided to deal with his dear brother-in-law and called Grafia to come to his house while also explaining the situation to the other Sisk devil kings. Though he kept the matter about Euclid up to himself as he wanted to let Grafia have a talk with him first. "Tatsuya-sama, it's good to see you again," said Grafia while bowing her head and wearing her usual maid attire. Tatsuya sighed and said, "Haven't I told you that you can be informal to me when we are alone? I feel comfortable this way, though if you really want then I will change it." "No need, I am fine as long as you are comfortable, and the maid play in the bed is the absolute best," said Tatsuya and nodded his head sagely. Hearing that Grafia blushed a bit but still smiled towards Tatsuya and asked, "By the way, what was the thing that you want to discuss with me?" Tatsuya didn't say anything and just gestured her to follow him. Both of them then went to the basement and then Tatsuya said, "Just a warning but be prepared for a surprise." Grafia nodded her head and said, "Knowing what kind of person you and the others are, I am always prepared for one whenever I meet you all." And looked back towards him with a resolute expression on her face. Was that a praise or an insult? "Anyway, let me show you whom we caught during this attack." He then opened the door of a room and Grafia saw that the whole room was covered in ice. Both of them then entered the room and Grafia saw a huge ice block standing in the middle of the room. Tatsuya, who saw that the contents inside the block were not clearly visible, used his magic to make the contents clear for him and Grafia. What Grafia saw made her widen her eyes in shock. In front of her a man stood trapped inside a block of ice having the same hair and eyes as her, and she easily recognized him as her brother who was thought to be dead during the civil war, though for some reason her brother had a panicked look on his face and his hands were covering his crotch. Tatsuya, with a shocked look on Grafia's face, patted her shoulder and said, "He is alive and kicking, in fact he was the one who led the attack, though he pissed Miyuki off and the result is in front of you. He is only alive because Miyuki knew that he was your brother and that you might want to clear some things between you two." Grafia, who was totally shocked by what she saw and heard, remained silent for a while and started to arrange her thoughts. Once she was done she took a deep breath and looked towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya, who saw her looking at him, nodded and said, "I will stay here as well. This fucker might try to play the emotional blackmail card on her." Tatsuya then melted the ice around the devil and made a barrier around him to prevent him from getting away and started to heat him up a bit so as to increase his body's temperature. Once his temperature returned to normal, Tatsuya forcefully woke him up using his psychic power and then motioned Grafia to continue. Tatsuya made chairs for both him and Grafia and both of them sat in front of the devil who was trapped inside a barrier. Euclid, who was forcefully woken up, clutched his head in pain and after a while was able to think normally. He then started looking around to check where he was but stopped once he found her sister sitting in front of her, along with the black-haired fucker of his brother-in-law who looked at him with a smile and waved his hand. "Hello, good to see you brother-in-law, how have you been?" Euclid glared at Tatsuya for a while but then looked towards his sister who was looking at him with some complex emotions containing feelings of anger, concern, anger, happiness, anger, relief, anger, and a lot more. Seeing the face of his sister who he only saw from the screen which he used to still cough keep watch of intruders, made him feel a bit happy though his face remained neutral like it originally was. Unfortunately for him, Tatsuya could see what the hell that brain of his was thinking and he made sure that he will put him in a three-way war genjutsu for a whole year, and will add a maid cosplay for him as special for him being his brother-in-law. "Nice to see you, Euclid," said Grafia in an indifferent tone. Well, I would like to say it is nice to see you Ne-sama. Though my situation is not allowing me to say so." Grafia just raised her finger as a magic circle appeared in front of it and a chair made up of ice appeared behind Euclid. Seeing the chair, Euclid smiled and said, "As expected of Ne-sama, she cannot see me suffering." And sat down, but just as he sat down his whole body was covered in ice restraints, seeing which Euclid got shocked and looked towards Grafia, who was apathetically looking at him. Now, then, do you want to start the story yourself, or you want some convincing? And you better not waste our time, Euclid, we have a lot to deal with because of your this stupid little act. Tatsuya, who saw the siblings looking back at each other, secretly placed a diarrhea curse on Euclid, who was currently restrained and was sitting in front of the person he liked. Now this is gonna be fun, thought Tatsuya Bass. He saw Euclid's complete emotionless face starting to show some slight and unnoticeable expressions. He then looked towards Grafia, who still haven't caught on to Euclid's situation and just took some distance from them, telling to let both of them have a bit of privacy, and took out some popcorn from his storage and started watching the show. 275, you stay here. The sight which was in front of Tatsuya was something he was never going to forget. Seeing Euclid trying so hard to not let the expressions come out on his face in front of Grafia was a sight to behold. The thoughts that could only be said a total mess were there in his head, and Tatsuya was quite amused by listening to his thoughts. Though the number of times the little brother thought about doing something with his sister, Tatsuya would improve the effects of the curse a bit, much to Euclid's dismay. Grafia, who was hardly able to get answers out of her brother's mouth, was starting to get pissed at him and thought it would be better to use other means to get the information out of him. Euclid, I am asking for the final time, will you tell us where your so-called master is and what is he planning? I told you already, even if you are my older sister, I am still not going to give any information to a traitor like you. Even though you are looking at me so passionately and I love you so much, shit. Why again is this happening? It's taking all my willpower to let me emotions not appear on my face, you know. Which asshole? No, let's not think about that. Concentrate, Euclid, you cannot let sister is in front of you. What would she think if she knew what is happening to me right now? Grafia, I think you should use some other means to get the info out of him. You can hit him as hard as you want, you know, don't worry about killing him, we have Asia, and if that is still not enough, I am here as well, right? Said Tatsuya as he stood beside Grafia and placed his hands on her shoulders. That stinking human piece of bug shit, how dare you get close to my Ne-sama? Get the hell away from here. Though Euclid, as he wanted to clutch his stomach but was not able to because of his hands being restrained in ice. Grafia looked towards Tatsuya, who was looking at her with a soft smile and was about to say something, but Tatsuya interrupted her and asked, or I can do it as well, or more like please let me do it. I cannot have you hit your brother, it will not sit well with you, right? Don't worry, I won't hit him as well. Grafia widened her eyes in surprise and was hesitating a bit. She knew that it was important to get the information out of Euclid's mouth but was still not able to bring herself to ruthlessly hurt her brother. She knew that if Tatsuya said that he will not hurt her brother, then there must be a way to do that, but still she felt like she would be asking too much from him. Tatsuya, who knew what she was thinking, pecked her cheek and said, don't worry Grafia, I am asking you to let me do it, not the other way around, right? And besides, it was my territory and sister that were kidnapped by him, so I have the right to interrogate him as well, you know. Grafia, who was kissed by Tatsuya, would usually not think much about it and just enjoy that, but right now being in front of her brother she felt a bit embarrassed and had a slight blush on her cheeks. Tatsuya-sama, don't do that here, Euclid is watching us. It's embarrassing. Hearing that, Tatsuya smirked and whispered in her ears, then you mean that you don't have a problem with me doing whatever I want with you when no one is watching us, right? And slightly bit her earlobe. The grey-haired maid felt a shiver run down her spine and felt both excited and embarrassed hearing that, and with a slight blush on her cheeks looked away and just gave a slight nod. Seeing her acting like that, Tatsuya chuckled and started teasing her once again, as he felt that his maid acting all shy and embarrassed was quite cute and wanted to see more of that. Meanwhile, the other person except for the couple that were currently flirting has his eyes wide open with anger evident in them, and one could also see that there was some blood dripping near his fists, which were clenched tightly. Euclid Lucifuge was looking at his sister flirting with the despicable piece of human shit and had bloodshot eyes and was seething with rage. He wanted to just separate those two and tear apart the human who was so close to his sister by was being restrained. Get the hell away from my Grafia Ne-sama, you fuker! And how dare you kiss her beautiful cheeks with that filthy mouth of yours? Let me tell you, Ne-sama used to kiss me as well, you know, when we were kids. She even used to bath along with me, when we were kids. Heck, she even promised me that she will become my bride, and that's the reason she still haven't married yet. This didn't happen at all. I will kill you. I will kill you. Tatsuya, who had currently stopped listening to his thoughts because he already expected that it would just be something useless, continued to flirt with Grafia for a while, who was so embarrassed and excited that she was willing to get pushed down then and there if her brother wasn't present. Tatsuya too was willing to abide by her thoughts and looked at his watch and thought, the others will still take some time to come back, okay. He then looked towards Euclid and said, you stay here and don't make a ruckus. And secretly increased the effectiveness of the curse for all the bullshit he may have thought when Tatsuya wasn't listening to his thoughts. He then carried Grafia in a princess carry and teleported from the room, leaving the silver-haired Lucifuge, whose thoughts were in a total chaos, alone there. 276, Naughty Maid, 18. Currently in his bedroom, Tatsuya was sitting on his bed and was being taken care of by Grafia, who was kneeling down near his feet still wearing her maid clothes and giving Tatsuya a blowjob. Vigorously yet elegantly moving her head up and down while also twirling her tongue around Tatsuya's member. Grafia was looking towards him passionately and asked, "Is it good, Tatsuya-sama?" With his cock still in her mouth. Tatsuya, who was currently being attacked by the servicing skill of the head of the maids of the Gremory family, was in a total bliss, nodded his head and said, "Yup, you are just great as always." Grafia nodded her head and immediately in the next instant her speed increased by a lot and she started to use another technique without wasting any time. Tatsuya, who was surprised by her sudden attack, twitched his body a bit and then looked towards the maid, who now had a smirk on her face. Seeing that the maid was enjoying seeing him fall into his little trick, Tatsuya smirked as well and started to throw his hips as well at insane speed at that, which surprised the maid as well, but that only happened for an instant as the maid became more passionate after that and started to adapt to Tatsuya's movements. Tatsuya, who was once again back in heaven by the maid's adaptability, felt that he was about to shoot it out and looked towards Grafia. Grafia, who saw his gaze, didn't need to be told anything as she understood what Tatsuya meant and said, "Please come lots, Tatsuya-sama, my mouth is always ready for you." After saying that, the maid's head was grabbed by Tatsuya, who started thrusting his dick deep in her throat, and after a few minutes he clenched her head tightly and came inside her mouth. Grafia, who felt a sudden gush of warm liquid flowing inside of her mouth, started gulping it down, and once she was finished while making slight erotic noises. Tatsuya, who just came inside her, pulled his dick out of her mouth and looked towards the maid, who was slightly panting and had slightly red cheeks. Seeing his naughty maid like that, Tatsuya said, "So shall we start the main course?" Grafia, who heard that, nodded her head and stood up and started to take off her clothes in an alluring manner, trying her best to show Tatsuya all she had. Once she took off her clothes, a silver-haired beauty wearing black bra and panties along with a garter belt was standing in front of Tatsuya in a sexy pose, trying to tempt the man. She looked at Tatsuya with a sultry look on her face and said, "So what now, Tatsuya-sama? Who will start, you or me, Kaie?" Tatsuya didn't say anything and pulled Grafia on the bed and got on top of her without wasting any time. He then started to fondle her breasts, making Grafia moan in pleasure and tremble a bit because of excitement. Noticing that the woman was getting excited, Tatsuya kissed Grafia and immediately both of them started to make out and started to fight out with their tongues as Grafia held Tatsuya's head with her hands. Tatsuya, who was still fondling her breasts, used his magic to get the bra out of his way and started to massage them once again, though this time they were not held captive by the bra. Getting her bare tits massaged by the man she liked, Grafia was currently attacked by pleasure from all over and was barely able to hold back her voice from leaking out as they were currently kissing. Though Tatsuya didn't let that be for long as he started to tease and pinch her nipples, making the maid hit by another wave of pleasure and loud moans started to come out of her mouth. Tatsuya, seeing that, stopped kissing her and instead started to suck on her tits while occasionally giving them a bite or two from time to time. "No. If you do dha." Grafia, who was aware that her voices would not get out of the room, was letting her voice come out without any restraint and the room was filled with her moans filled with pleasure. She looked at Tatsuya, who was looking at her with a slight smile, and then pushed him back to lie down on the bed. "Let me service you," said Grafia in an erotic tone as she stuffed Tatsuya's brother in between her boobs and started giving him a tityob, which made Tatsuya's expression immediately relaxed as he felt the heavenly pillows around his member. Grafia then started to stroke his cock with her tits while also licking the tip with her tongue, not wasting any time to land a critical hit, and just like what she was thought, her attacks were effective as, soon Tatsuya grabbed her breasts and started to move them on his own, making Grafia smile victoriously. Though her expression soon turned to an erotic one as Tatsuya started to pleasure her tits as well while also increasing her sensitivity a bit. Ah! Seeing the maid like that, Tatsuya too felt slightly proud and excited and increased his pace, and after a while his dick started twitching a bit and moments later he came with full force covering Grafia's body with his sperm. He then let Grafia go as her body fell down on the bed and she started to take in deep breaths because of all the excitement she was experiencing just a second ago. She too came uncountable times but was nowhere near tired. Tatsuya too was same as he looked down on maid's ass, lustfully licked his lips. Ah! Grafia, who felt her ass being suddenly grabbed by someone, gave a pleasure-filled yelp and looked back to see Tatsuya looking at her with a playful smile. She smiled as well and started swaying her hips slightly as if inviting him. Tatsuya once again grabbed her ass and started groping her, making the currently sensitive maid close her eyes because of the sudden jolt of pleasure. Slap! Grafia's body flinched a bit when Tatsuya spanked her huge butt, much to Grafia's surprise. However, there was no reluctance from her side and she only enjoyed the sensation that she was currently feeling. Tatsuya then started to grope her slight vigorously and started to stretch her pussy a bit. He then started running her finger along the wet spot on her panties, making the moans become louder and louder. After a while he threw away the panties and garter belt that Grafia was wearing and started to play all out with her pussy, much to Grafia's pleasure as she continued to come because of her clut being continuously teased by Tatsuya. Feeling that he had enough of the foreplay, Tatsuya then positioned Grafia to stand on her fours with her ass facing him and then placed his cock in front of her entrance. He then held her waist and then thrusted his cock inside her in one go and started moving back and forth without eating for Grafia to be prepared. Grafia, who was received a surprise attack from Tatsuya, was slightly confused but kept all that in the back of her mind and gave in to the pleasure. She soon started to move as well, matching Tatsuya's rhythm and completing his movements, making the activity more pleasurable for the both of them. Tatsuya, whose dick was wrapped by Graphia's hot insides, bent a bit and grabbed her breasts and started fondling them while also turning her face towards him and kissing her. Graphia too didn't hesitate and did as Tatsuya led her. She too started fondling her other breast while also pinching her nipples. Seeing the maid who got too erotic by the sudden pleasure attacks, Tatsuya too got excited and made their sessions more intense, making both people moan in pleasure. Not thinking about anything, both of them totally forgot about someone and continued the activity, acting more intense, and the time passed by trying various different positions. Ah! Not like that, Tatsuya-sama. Ah, I am coming. Graphia, who was now below Tatsuya and was tightly grasping onto the sheets, was having her tits sucked and fondled by Tatsuya, who was also thrusting his cock in and out of her pussy. Suddenly Graphia felt the cock inside her twitch a bit as she too got tighter in excitement and hugged Tatsuya tightly. Tatsuya too held her in his embrace and increased his pace, and after thrusting for a while finally exploded his seed inside of her. Yelled Graphia as her body arched up and was held by Tatsuya. Both of them then fell down on the bed as Tatsuya laid on her soft and bountiful boobs and peeked towards Graphia. Graphia too looked back at Tatsuya with slightly tired and loving expression on her face as she held his head and pulled him for a kiss. Tatsuya returned the kiss as well and let the maid rest for a while. After all, both of them knew that they were not going to stop anytime soon. Suddenly the door of the room opened and both of them looked towards the person who just came in and saw Kurumi, Ruya, and Offeyes standing at the door with Kurumi and Ruya smirking, while Offeyes, who was in her adult form, looking at him with a slight smile. None of them said anything as Offeyes closed the door and all three of them started taking off their clothes as well. It was then that Tatsuya placed a time dilation field around the room and all of them were engaged in certain activities for weeks. Meanwhile, a certain silver-haired man who was sitting on a chair made of ice had a dead look on his face and some brown substance was present on the place where he was sitting. "Nei-sama, please don't come here anytime soon, I don't want you to see me in such a pitiful state," were the thoughts of the younger Lucifuge, who was sitting on the chair with a pair of soiled pants and no hope for life. 277, not a chapter. I was getting a bit bored here, so here I am. Comment your favorite waifu name and let's see who's the most popular. Let the waifu war begin. It's Hayasaka AI for me. 278, paper. A whole week passed by with Tatsuya and the other four girls being holed up in his room doing unspeakable deeds. Though in real world it was only a few hours since Tatsuya left with Graphia. Tatsuya, who got up from his bed, looked at the four girls who lasted for the whole week straight and sighed, seeing that except for Graphia the other three girls who theoretically had infinite stamina were still awake, though were satisfied with their session. Offeyes, who was back into his lowly form, was sitting in Tatsuya's lap and eating a chocolate that Tatsuya gave her while being hugged by Tatsuya as well, who too was being fed sometimes by the little girl in his lap. Kurumi, who saw that, just lied back on the bed beside the exhausted Lucifuge and covered the maid with a sheet and let her sleep peacefully. The maid really tried her best to compete with literal monsters but was unfortunately defeated by the others. Kurumi and Ruya dressed back into their clothes after cleaning themselves with their make, and Ruya asked Offeyes, "Hey Offeyes, give me some as well." And tried to reach for her chocolate, only to get her hand smacked by Offeyes, who without any change in her expression said, "Nothing for Baka Red," and moved the chocolate towards Tatsuya's mouth, who took a small bite out of it and smirked while looking towards Ruya. Ruya looked at Offeyes with a deadpan expression on her face and used her magic to create an even bigger chocolate than the one Offeyes had and looked at the little dragon girl with a victorious smirk. Offeyes, who saw that, tilted her head slightly and asked, "You don't get any sweets from Tatsuya, so you are now making them by your own since you feel lonely, Baka Red?" Hearing her innocent tone while asking that question, Ruya felt a dragon god slayer arrow piercing her heart, not knowing how to respond to that. Seeing that both Tatsuya and Kurumi looked at her and said, "Oof, burn," and immediately looked away from the dragon god who was glaring at them. Tatsuya then gave both of them some chocolates as well, while not forgetting to give a bigger one to Offeyes, who felt proud on receiving the bigger one, and left the room after he got reminded by Ruya about his brother-in-law, who was totally forgotten by both him and Graphia a few days ago. Tatsuya came out of his room and checked the situation of the town through his magic and said, "They will still take some time, well, it's better if they don't see that anyway." Tatsuya then entered the room where he kept the younger Lucifuge, and just as he entered the room he was attacked by a foul smell. Immediately using his magic to clear the smell in the room, he looked at the man who had no will to live, sitting on his shit. Tatsuya looked at him for a second and then nodded his head and took out some unseen eye drops from his pocket and dropped some in each of his eyes. He then took out some black glasses which will totally obstruct his vision and said, "You brother-in-law. Seems like you got some shit to take care of. Should I come later if you are busy? Or do you want some help?" Euclid with his lifeless eyes looked at his arch-nemesis and said, "Fuck off, you stinky no not stink. You asked no asshole either. Why yo, you piece of she not shit as well. What the fuck do you want, human? Just go and see UCK somewhere else." Tatsuya just scratched the back of his head and said, "Ah, sorry, I was just fucking some time ago, so currently I am not in the mood, not to mention Graphia is tired as well after all that." Immediately veins popped up on the always calm and collected Euclid as he looked at Tatsuya with an angry expression on his face and said, I swear I will kill you Tatsuya Shiba. But just as he said that his stomach started to grumble once again and his face scrunched up in displeasure. Tatsuya, who felt what was happening, smiled and asked, should I call for Grafia? She might help you if you are in trouble, after all she is your sister, right? Hearing that, immediately the restraints that were holding back the lucifuge broke and he stood up with an outstretched hand towards Tatsuya and said, wait. Stop. Stop. Tatsuya just stood at his place and asked, why? Aren't you in quite a shitty situation? Your sister might help you if you need something, so I can just call her, or do you want my help instead, brother-in-law? Hearing those words, Euclid gritted his teeth, not knowing what to do. On one hand there was an option of asking help from the fucker in front of him, and on the other hand there was an option which made him show all this disappointment to his sister who he loved dearly. Pondering about what to do for quite a while, Euclid looked at Tatsuya with an enraged expression and said, help me. Tatsuya smiled and said, what is the word that you use to ask for help, and do ask politely. Hearing that, Euclid got even more enraged as his body started trembling in anger, and he said, will you please help me? Tatsuya Shiba. That was rude as well, but whatever, I will help you, so what do you need? No, don't tell me. I already know what kind of shit you are in, so here, take this. And moved his hand towards Euclid. Euclid looked at what Tatsuya was holding and blinked his eyes in surprise and looked back towards Tatsuya, then towards the thing and then back at Tatsuya. What is this for? To wipe that off. A double-sided extra sandy sandpaper. Covered with the highest quality holy water as well. I see, like hell I will use that. My asshole will fucking bleed. Tatsuya showed a bright smile and said, but don't you need this? After all, in the current situation it is comparable to the highest quality antibacterial wipes. It's a Fu-King sandpaper. But it still have paper in it, right? But there is sand, no extra sand in it as well, not to mention the holy stuff. You complain a lot, looks like I should call Grafia to deal with you. And pulled his hands back and started walking towards the door. Seeing him walking away after giving a threat, a lot of possible scenarios came in Euclid's mind in a matter of seconds, and he immediately stopped him and said, wait, you bastard. Give me that Fu-King paper. And immediately Tatsuya appeared in front of him with a sheet of paper which somehow looked even more sandy and holy than the one he showed earlier. Tatsuya smiled and said, please take your time, I will be waiting outside. And handed the paper to his brother-in-law and left the room. 279, Going to Rome. After a few minutes of screaming and yelling that was coming from the room, Tatsuya decided to go inside when he noticed that the noise stopped. As soon as he opened the room, he saw a silver-haired man lying down on the floor with his butt perked up and totally uncovered with some smoke coming out of his butt. Looks like the holy water burned him a bit too much, his ass is totally charred by it. He then used his telekinesis to fix his posture and clothes and made him sit back on the ice chair, which immediately caused a lot of pain to the younger lucifuge as his butt has still not recovered. Ah! Fuck you Tatsuya Shiba! And jumped up from the chair only to slip on his shit and fall down on his butt, which caused another series of screams to come out of the poor guy. Tatsuya cleaned the mess around Euclid and let him do whatever he want and said, anyway, leaving all that, are you going to tell us what we want to know? Euclid glared at him and said, you can try your worst, but still I won't tell you anything. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, well, there was no harm in trying to let you fess up on your own, but, oh well, it's not like I don't know that the old Lucifer is in Rome or that you are trying to free Trihexa. Hearing what he said, Euclid's eyes widened in surprise as he was about to ask something, but then immediately the surrounding around him changed as he found himself in a dimly lit room with a huge bed. Hey, where am I? Tatsuya Shiba, what are you planning? But soon he felt some trouble in his stomach once again and crouched down a bit. Shit. Not again. What the fuck did I eat that made me like this? What happened, Euclid? Are you troubled by something? Hearing a distant but familiar voice, Euclid looked up with slight shock on his face and saw his sister, or rather sisters, looking at him with the usual cold look. Seeing that, a look of fear appeared around Euclid's face as he started to get pale. Currently in the room where Euclid and Tatsuya were, Tatsuya was looking at Euclid with a slight smirk on his face and said, well, you did say to try my best, brother-in-law. He then gave one last glance to him and then left the room. Once he got out, he called Azazel to ask if everything was back in order, to which Azazel just told him how much work was done and the other matters that occurred in the town during his absence. Mainly, some vampires from Rome asking for Gasper and Rias denying and going to Rome herself to deal with the situation. Listening to all that, Tatsuya nodded and made a clone of himself and said, I will be going then. The clone nodded and said, I will take care of things here. Tatsuya nodded and then teleported away. A few moments later, Tatsuya arrived inside a huge room and heard some noise coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Rias totally naked with some soap covering her spotless and beautiful body, with a surprised look on her face. Hello there, said Tatsuya, making the situation even more awkward than it already was. Back in Kyoto, the devils from the Gremory and Satrai peerages along with Tatsuya's team were finally done with their jobs and were now inside Tatsuya's home, wanting to discuss the situation and rest for a bit. Tatsuya's clone who was present there explained the situation to all of them about the Chaos Brigade's plan to get their hands on the real Phoenix Tears and Euclid wanting to mess with Tatsuya as he was a very dangerous person for their plans. He also told them about the fact that the big boss was in Rome and that the dragons were actually the vampires, shocking all of them, especially Gasper, who was angry knowing that her childhood friend was being used. He immediately wanted to rush there and help her and Rias but was stopped by the clone who told that the real Tatsuya was already there to deal with all this. Wait a minute, do you mean that Tatsuya is already present where my grandfather is? Asked Vala's projection, who was specially called by Tatsuya. The clone nodded and said, yup, so I am here to remind you get as strong as you get till tomorrow or the original bis going to deal with the old devil himself. Damn that bastard Tatsuya. Hey CAO, come meet me in the time chamber at Got Guy's house in 10 minutes, I need a a training partner to get stronger. Bye. Said Vala as he called CAO and teleported to Shiba residence the next instant, with his team in tow and pulled them with him to the time chamber. Hey, what the hell are you doing Vala? I would like to know about the same as well. Release me this instant Vala Naya. Chiron Naya. Save your Oni-chan. But all their efforts were in vain as Arthur, Baikao and Kurika were pulled in the time chamber by Vala. Well there he goes, as for you guys, rest while you can, the original will inform you if there is some need for you all. Said the clone as he dissipated in a cloud of smoke and in his place appeared a huge table with a lot of dishes present on it. Meanwhile inside Euclid's mind. Euclid was surrounded by a huge army of Graphia all around him looking away from him with a disgusted look on their faces as he was not in control of his body and continued shit on the place where he was with a lifeless expression on his face and kept on muttering, just let me die. Just let me die. He also had a familiar extra holy extra sandy sandpaper in his hand which had use me written on it with a different colored sand. 280, busy week. Tatsuya was currently sitting in a bathtub totally naked with Rias leaning on him. So you are saying that a descendant of the original Lucifer is currently controlling the Teeps faction and is also the member of Chaos Brigade? Asked Rias. Tatsuya looked at Rias who was looking back at him and said, he could technically be said to be the leader of Chaos Brigade, you know. And he attacked Kua while I was not there? Asked Rias with a slight frown. Tatsuya held her head in his hands and made her look in front and closed her eyes by placing his hand on top of them and said, well, it doesn't matter that much, since you would not have contributed much, since there were a lot of dragons that were to be dealt with. The small fries were easily taken care of by Miyuki and the rest the moment they came in range. Rias, whose vision was blocked by Tatsuya's hands, remained silent for a while and then asked, are you insulting me? Tatsuya just shrugged his shoulders and said, just stating facts so as to not make you feel guilty, my dear. Rias removed the hands blocking her vision and turned towards Tatsuya and said, that was not a good way to reassure someone. Tatsuya hugged her waist and said, but this method did work on you, right? Rias, who got hugged by Tatsuya, smacked her forehead on his chest and said, strangely enough, I am now used to your crude way of treating this little ol me. What can I say, I am also used to treating you like this, because of how you used to act before, the three factions alliance. Hearing that, Rias looked up at Tatsuya's face with a pout, seeing which Tatsuya smirked and said, you were a real piece of work back then, and a way too spoiled bitcha princess. Hearing that, Rias's brows twitched as she asked, really now, that was totally uncalled for. Well just think of this, of us remembering the old days. But still I tried my best to change, right? What do you think of me now? Asked Rias with an expectant look on her face. Well you are comparatively less bitchy and spoiled, and not that big of a piece of work, your attitude is a bit better though. Rias looked at Tatsuya with a deadpan expression and said, I will just take that as a compliment. You should, because that was one. Said Tatsuya, which earned him a light punch on the chest from Rias. Tatsuya just laughed a bit and then leaned comfortably in the tub which was filled with water that Tatsuya got from the lake in heaven. This situation after weeks of night activities with beings which had nearly infinite stamina did wore him out a bit, and the water was really relaxing for him. Rias too felt relaxed but for some reason felt a bit uncomfortable, most probably because the water was from heaven, but Tatsuya made sure that it would not harm her. She just leaned on Tatsuya and said, thank you for slapping me back then. Tatsuya, whose eyes were closed, heard what Rias said and imagined the time when he slapped Rias during the Kokobile incident and thought, that slap left a mark for a whole week. Tatsuya then moved his hand towards her butt and gave it a squeeze, earning a yelp from the redhead and said, I can slap your cheeks again, you know. Rias then turned around with a playful angry expression on her face and pushed her chest against Tatsuya's and said, do you really want to? After all, we are not in a safe place, right now. Tatsuya looked at Rias and said, do you really think that I will not make sure of that? You seem to be forgetting who I am, my dear redhead. But aren't you tired from all that you did before coming here? Asked Rias with a provoking smirk. Wanna find that out? Why no, but before she could say anything, both of them noticed a magic circle appear in the bathroom, making Rias shocked since she truly didn't think that someone would be able to come there, in Tatsuya's presence. Relax, no need to worry. The only person who can come in without my permission is... Suddenly Sana, Tsubaki, Akeno, Isami, and Zenovia and Irina appeared with Tatsuya's clone. Is me. Finished Tatsuya and looked at his clone who just gave him a casual salute and teleport back to Kyoha. Era, looks like we really interrupted Rias. Said Akeno with a playful smile on her face and started unbuttoning her shirt. Tatsuya, don't forget you promised we would be fuking like rabbits once we were done with taking care of the town, said Isami, who too started to strip. Wait Isami, you should not do something like that. Said Irina with a huge blush on her cheeks and covering her eyes with her hands and peeking at Tatsuya's naked body from in between her fingers. No need to worry Irina, Tatsuya did the baby making with Gabriel-sama back in heaven without having he fall and the angels supported that, you know. So it's fine to do that, it's not bad, said Zenovia, who was already taking off her underwear. Really? Asked Irina with a surprised tone. See, this is what happens when you don't take aggressive approach with someone like him who is always surrounded by girls. We are already too late, Sana-sama, said Tsubaki, who was now sitting beside Tatsuya in the tub and immediately had a blissful expression on her face because of the water. Hey, it's not my fault. It's too embarrassing, you know. Said Sana, who was totally red from embarrassment and was the only one besides Irina who had still not taken off her clothes. Seeing and guessing what all of them were here for, Tatsuya sighed and thought, this week is really busy, for some reason. And then used his magic to strip Sana off her clothes and pulled her to sit beside him, much to her shock and embarrassment. Rias, who was on Tatsuya's chest, looked at Sana with a smirk and said, hello Sana, feeling embarrassed. And jiggled her breasts in front of her face, making the Citri heiress annoyed by their size. She then looked at her chest and sighed. The other girls who were still not the tub were convincing Irina and getting her prepared, seeing which Tatsuya made the room similar to the one he was in with Gabriel and placed the same magic on Irina that he did on Gabriel. Tatsuya then looked towards Sana and grabbed her boobs, which easily fit in his hand, and said, don't worry, I will try my best to get them big. And started fondling her chest before she could even reply, which earned moans filled with pleasure from Sana. Tatsuya made sure to record that and would use it to tease her later. Akeno was also present in the tub and was instructing Rias on how to service the little brother as both of them sat beside his legs and enveloped his cock in between their breasts. Tsubaki, who was on Tatsuya's other side, was also getting fondled by Tatsuya and was also giving similar reactions as Sana. Isami and Zenvia, who were successful in stripping Irina, looked at the scene and thought, let's wait for a bit, and got in the huge tub as well. Tatsuya, who was now surrounded, looked towards the author and said, well, see you later. And snapped his fingers. 281, before the battle. Tatsuya then transferred all of them to his dimension, and now suddenly in his bedroom the confused girls looked around for a while, seeing which Tatsuya reassured them. Tsubaki then held Tatsuya's face and gave him a deep kiss, making Sana blush at her queen's act. The others too got slightly excited seeing Tsubaki acting aggressively, and soon all of them got prepared to spend a long night. After spending a whole day inside Tatsuya's dimension, the girls were lying down unconsciously on the bed with their body totally naked and covered with a sheet. Tatsuya was being hugged by Rias and Sana on either side, and Isami on top of his chest, sleeping peacefully. After he successfully got out of the pile of bodies lying on and around him, Tatsuya went back to Rome after leaving a message for the girls. There he reheated the bath he was yesterday and cleaned himself and made sure to deal with the remaining water from heaven, as it was quite deadly for the vampires who owned this place. After taking his bath, Tatsuya made a magic circle and near his ear and said, yo, good morning, you see there are a few important stuff to deal with, so come straight to Rias's room. The magic circle then disappeared, and a few minutes later someone knocked on the door, hearing which Tatsuya said, come in. And the door opened and Kaiba came in. He got slightly surprised seeing Tatsuya there, but soon smiled and said, seems like something serious is going to happen today, seeing that you are here. Tatsuya smiled as well and said, you don't know. Kaiba nodded and asked, so, care to fill me up on the info? Wait a minute, I will do that soon. Now then let's call the others as well. Tatsuya said that, and several small magic circles appeared in the air and projections of various people appeared, on top of it. Tatsuya? Don't tell me that you already dealt with that old bastard. Asked Vala with a serious tone. Oh, if it isn't the White Dragon Emperor. Rias's knight, and someone new here. Anyway, what happened, Tatsuya? Said Sarayorg with his usual confident tone. Seeing that you have called me as well along with their white shit emperor, means that it is for the thing that I asked you for. Said Cao with his sacred gear in his hand and looking towards Vala. Though there was no need for it, since I am here with this bastard at your place anyway. Tatsuya nodded and said, yup, it's for that purpose, and I hope that you are prepared, Vala. Vala snorted and said, don't worry, I had taken some help from some dragon gods to get myself prepared for this. So we are about to begin. There's still some people left to respond. So wait a bit. Soon another magic circle lit up and another projection appeared. I am done with the preparations, boss. Said Loki, who now had his powers back and had a confident expression on his face. Tatsuya nodded and said, then let's begin. and told them about his plans. Soon all the people whom Tatsuya contacted were present in the room where Tatsuya and Kaiba were, along with some of their teammates. Vala was there with Baikao and Arthur, Cao was with George and Siegfried, Sarayorg was standing along with Regulus, Loki along with the three god-killer pups, Kaiba with Saji who immediately agreed when Tatsuya asked him, and Tatsuya with Ross Weiss and Tiamat who also decided to take part in this invasion since she had already placed all the baby dragons and dragon eggs in Tatsuya's dimension and was sure that they were safe. Ross Weiss looked at Tatsuya and asked, "Are you sure that it will be fine?" Tatsuya nodded and said, "Totally." "Why? Is there some problem?" Just 15 people are deciding to deal with a terrorist group whom all the factions around the world are on an edge against, isn't that something that I should worry about?" said Ross Weiss with a panicked look on your face. "Not to mention that strategy of yours," said Ross Weiss pointing her finger at Tatsuya. Tatsuya looked at her innocently and said, "What's wrong with that? Isn't that strategy just fine? We will just be barging straight through." "Yup, no problems," said Vali. "I will take anything head on," said Sarayorg. "I am a god and even though I am a god of trickery, I have enough pride in myself to not use some worthless moves against those small fries. Not to mention, I have some debt to pay back those fuckers from Cow's brigade that tried to trick me," said Loki clutching his fists. "I will show them that humans are not scared of those supernatural bastards and they still have a lot to pay back for trying to take advantage of the hero faction," said Cao. "Well, Anaki said it so I am sure it will be fine," said Saji with full confidence in Tatsuya. Hearing their answers Ross Weiss was at a loss and was then comforted by Tiamat who hugged her and patted her back. "Don't worry, it will be fine, I will be there, not to mention you have your secret weapon as well, right?" said Tatsuya patting Rossius' shoulder who looked at him with twitching lips but still nodded her head. "Now just one more person," said Tatsuya and opened a portal and pulled Isamai out of it. Isamai looked at Tatsuya and the others and with a sigh said, "Why me?" and looked at Tatsuya, who left a special message for her to be prepared back at the mansion. "Don't worry, I won't let my servants go out there alone," said Rias who jumped out of the portal as well and was dressed too. She then looked at Tatsuya and with a smile on her face said, "Heal me please." Tatsuya stared at her for a while and just shrugged his shoulders. "I will tell the Siskin later about this, along with the fact that he is now my brother-in-law," thought Tatsuya and said, "Well then be prepared for a huge fight." Isamai looked at Tatsuya and asked, "Where are the others?" "Only this much. We cannot call all of them here since the other places require protection as well, not to mention that we still have their second-in-command captured in Kuaha. There is a high chance of an attack to take place there," said Tatsuya. "What about Asia? We need a healer too, right?" asked Isamai. "Don't worry, I will make sure to revive you later if you died," said Tatsuya, hearing which Isamai frowned and thought, "Drake, make sure that I in no way want to experience dying." Noted partner. Once they made sure that all their preparations were complete, Tatsuya made a magic circle on the ground big enough for all of them to fit in and teleport away. 282, Battle started. Tatsuya and the others then appeared in front of the Teeps faction area and Tatsuya looked around and nodded his head. "It seems like normal teleportation inside there is being blocked, well I can teleport us but..." "No need, they must have already noticed us. It's better to just push through from here rather than getting surrounded from the beginning," said Cao. Tatsuya nodded and asked, "So, who is willing to do the honors as I can feel a lot of people moving from their places?" Vali immediately took a step forward and said, "What about you, Haidu? Wanna find out who the better amongst the heavenly dragons is?" and gave Isamai a side glance. Isamai who saw him looking towards her took a step forward and said, "Sure. I don't mind some warm-up." Both of them then manifested their sacred gears and yelled at the same time. Balance Breaker. Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker. Vanishing Dragon, Balance Breaker. Both the Heavenly Dragon Emperors then got ready and Tatsuya said, "On your marks," but before he could even finish both Isamai and Vala took off at great speeds. Tatsuya looked towards the two reckless dragons and just shrugged his shoulders and asked, "So shall we go now?" To which the others nodded as well and started running towards the castle. Regulus and the pups changed to their true forms and Loki was riding on top of Fenrir. The three kings, Kaiba, Arthur, and Siegfried were also standing close by and it seemed like they were trying to compete as well. Baikao, Sarayorg, Saji, and Cao were also prepared as both Cao and Saji had taken out their sacred gears and Baikao was on his cloud with his bow staff in his hand. Sarayorg was covered in toki, ready to attack. Ross Weiss who was now focused was flying the air along with Rias while Tatsuya was sitting on top of a transformed Tiamat who too was flying in the air. Just as all of them passed through a second barrier the surroundings completely changed as they saw a huge army of vampires, devils, and dragons prepared to attack while the two heavenly dragons were focused on breaking through the huge wall of people. Tatsuya looked at the scene and said, "He will get exhausted even before he could reach his grandpa." He then looked towards Ross Weiss and said, "Ross Weiss, Rias, the dogs. All those who were called out looked towards Tatsuya waiting for his order, and in response he smiled and said, "Open fire!" and snapped his fingers to make the barrier around the whole territory stronger so that everyone can go all out. All of them nodded as a huge number of magic circles appeared behind Ross Weiss. Rias looked at the circles and said, "Ross Weiss-san, pass your spells through that." And a huge magic circle with Gremory symbol appeared in front of those circles. Seeing that Ross Weiss understood what she was planning and the circles tilted a bit to aim towards Rias's magic circle. "Ha!" shouted Ross Weiss as a number of beams made up of different elements were launched towards the Gremory circle. All the spell that were passed through Rias's magic circle got buffed with her destruction element, and immediately a huge explosion started happening on the battlefield. Ah! Shit! Run! Barriers! We need barriers! Attack them together, everyone! Save your lives first, idiots! The attacks are not stopping. Seeing that the vampires and the devils were panicking and were making openings in their formation, Ross Weiss and Rias high-fived. A god cannot stay behind mere mortals. "Come, my child and grandchildren! Show them the might of Loki!" said Loki as he flew up in the air, and the god-killer wolves stood side by side and opened their mouths. 3 huge magic circles appeared in front of their mouth while 6 magic circles appeared above Loki. The 3 wolves fired wind, fire and ice magic towards the enemies while Loki summoned a few dragons who started attacking the dragons from the enemy side. "Oh, another dragon king," said Tiamat with an amused tone. "You wanna join?" asked Tatsuya, who was sitting on top of her head. "Nope, there are just small fries here." Tatsuya nodded as he tapped Tiamat's head, telling her to move faster and told everyone else to follow them. Tatsuya looked towards Cao and said, "There are a lot of enemies who are weak against holy element here, you know." Hearing that, Cao nodded as the blade of his spear started shining. Tatsuya looked at the swordsman and said, "The same goes for you 3. The 3 of them nodded, and Siegfried said, "Gremory's knight. Arthur. Let's see who the best swordsman is." And summoned his third hand and held 3 swords in them. Kaiba and Arthur did the same as Kaiba formed 2 whole devil swords in each hand, and Arthur took out his Caliban and Excalibur ruler. "Ready, go!" Just as Tatsuya signaled them, the 4 holy weapon wielders vanished from their spots, and immediately large beams and orbs made of light and by elements started appearing on the battlefield, charring the devils and vampires without any mercy. Tatsuya then looked towards the sky and saw that the heavenly dragon wielder had somehow started their own brawl, though the enemies were still being dealt with by the attacks that were missing their targets. "Baikao, extend your staff and pierce it in the butt dragon emperor's ass." Baikao looked towards Tatsuya for a while, but soon a smirk appeared on his face and said, "Sure. Hoi hoi." And the staff started extending and successfully hit his mark. "Wah! Who the hell did that?" and looked towards the staff poking and immediately glared at Baikao. Baikao, who saw Vala looking at him, waved his hand and pointed towards Tatsuya, who was pointing towards the open path. Vala saw that, face palmed, since he totally forgot his goal because of excitement. "Let's go, Red Dragon, just one more push through this crowd." And rushed towards the devils and vampires. "Sure," said Isami following him, and both of them started blasting through the crowd in front of them. Tatsuya, who was the only one who hasn't done anything from the beginning, was just blocking the attacks coming towards them and let the others attack without any disturbance. Soon all of them saw the castle, which was now very close to them, and Tatsuya immediately jumped off from Tiamat's head. The others followed him and started descending. Once all of them in front of the entrance, Tatsuya came forward and said, "Now let's do this my usual way." Everyone who heard him say that were confused as to what Tatsuya was referring to, but just shrugged it off. They looked back at the huge battlefield in front of them and saw Ross Weiss, Rias, the god-killer wolves and swordsmen confronting all of them along with Loki's dragons. Isami too stood behind to deal with the dragons since she had Ascalon. Vala and Cao, who just came, looked towards Tatsuya and asked, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up, Tatsuya." Tatsuya nodded and cleared his throat. He then took a deep breath and knocked on the huge castle door and yelled, "FBI! Open up!" and punched the door with full force, sending it flying and making a very strong shockwave, and ran inside the castle. The others just stared at the huge dust cloud in front of them, not sure how to react to their captain's antic. 283, third victim. The others waited for a bit, not sure what to do. Cao looked towards George and said, "Surround the area, make sure no one enters, deal with them however you want." George nodded his head, and then purple mist started to come out of his hands and started surrounding the entrance. Vala, who was in his armor, immediately rushed in and said, "Hurry up, Baikao, if we are too late the old bastard would already be dead." Baikao immediately followed Vala on his cloud, after which the others started following him as well. Soon they saw Tatsuya walking in the hallway of the castle with his guns in his hands and singing something. Demo Sunnan Ja Dame. Mao Sunnan Ja Hora. Devils disappearing in white mist. Kokoro Wa Shinka Suryo. Material burst. A small group of evil dragons getting vaporized by a small-scale material burst. Tatsuya then just continued walking through the hallway without caring much and singing to himself. His companions who were behind him just stayed there taking down anyone who would come from the top. Soon the group came in front of a path that split into 4 different ones. Tatsuya stopped singing and said, I am taking this one. Choose one and go forward, if any one of you are about to die, just call. And walked towards the path that he selected. Seeing that every one of them looked at each other and discussed where they would go. In the end, Tiamat decided to go behind Tatsuya. Sarayorg, Saji, and Regulus made a team. Baikao and Vala made a team. Loki and Cao made a team. Vala looked at all of them and said, if you find my grandfather make sure to call me. And then left with Baikao. The others nodded and went to their selected paths as well. Tatsuya, who heard someone coming towards him, looked behind and saw Tiamat coming and asked, you chose to come with me. Tiamat hummed in response and said, yup, I thought that you would feel quite lonely on your own. There's no need to worry about that lizard hag. Said a voice as orange chakra started leaking out of Tatsuya and materialized in the form of Kurumi beside him. So you were here as well, hey, vixen? Said Tiamat as she narrowed her eyes. Kurumi just smirked and said, yup, after all I am the one closest to Tatsuya, so it is a matter of fact that I would be with him during battles as well. Alright, talk while walking, we are not going to wait for both of you to finish your bickering. Said Tatsuya, who was already quite a bit away from the 2 ladies who just gave each other a last look before they followed him. After walking for a while they soon came in front of 4 beings that were blocking their paths. Kurumi looked at the 4 and said, oh, look Tiamat, your kin. Tiamat nodded her head and said, indeed they are dragons, but I didn't think that they were alive as well. Seems like they were brought back to life as well, and I didn't expect to see that unsocial person here. Long time no see Crom. Crom Kruik, who was in his human form, eyed Tiamat and said, Tiamat? Didn't expect to meet a stuck-up person like you, well not that it matters, actually it's better since you are here. Seems like you 2 have surpassed your limit. Tatsuya then raised his hand and asked, so Crom Kruik, and the mob characters, will you let us go peacefully? Hey, who did you call a mob? You human bastard! I am the great evil dragon Azadahaka, I. So the answer is no. Hey, Tiamat, Kurumi, deal with them. Said Tatsuya, not letting the mob, Azadahaka, finish his speech. Tatsuya then looked at Crom and asked, you interested in working for Cow's brigade? I am only interested in fighting someone strong, and right now my orders are to hold you back, and it seems like you are quite strong. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, okay, here catch. And threw a ball towards the evil dragon. Crom caught the weird-looking ball in his hand, looked at it with a curious expression on his face. What is this thing, are you mocking me? Asked Crom in a cold voice. Tatsuya smirked and said, just press the button on the ball and you will know whether I am mocking you or not, if you are not scared that is. Achoo. Ha, I didn't knew even gods can catch cold. Shut it, mortal, if you want to live. Said Loki, looking towards Cao with a glare on his face. Why do I feel like someone is going to be messed around by boss, just like what happened to me? You are challenging me? Nope. You think that I will be scared of these petty tricks of yours? Who knows, there is only one way that you can prove it to everyone, you know. Said Tatsuya, shrugging his shoulders. Crom clicked his tongue and pressed the button present in the middle of the weird-looking ball, and immediately a red light covered him before he got pulled inside the ball. Tatsuya went forward, ignoring the surprised looks from the remaining 3 evil dragons and the laughing Tiamat and Kurumi behind him, and picked up the ball. Well, I got a dragon type, or a dark dragon type in this case I guess. He then looked back at the girls and said, oh, I will be going ahead, come after you are done. Said Tatsuya before he activated Kamui and just walked straight through the hallway, passing through the dragon's body. 284, Experiment. Once Tatsuya left, the 3 remaining dragons blinked in surprise for a while, and then one of them shouted, what the hell happened just now? Where is Crom? Forget that, after him Laden. Hey, aren't you forgetting something? Said someone, making the other dragons turn around. Once they turned around, they saw Tiamat and her dragon from looking at them with a smirk and said, we still have an unfinished business here, you know. Tiamat, you might be a dragon king, but don't underestimate the 3 of us, there is a reason why even dragons fear us. Kurumi looked at them and said, hey, Tiamat, let's just finish this soon and go after Tatsuya. Said Kurumi as she placed her hand on Tiamat's body. Soon Tiamat's skin started to emit orange glow as Kurumi covered her body, and various markings started appearing in her. I am lending you my power, so just one-shot them. Said Kurumi. No need to say it twice. Said Tiamat, and opened her mouth as energy started to gather in there. A tailed beast ball started to form in front of the mouth as well, whose size continued to get bigger and bigger. The 3 dragon who saw that shivered from the sheer power that the 2 combined beasts were emitting and decided to attack them while they are giving them an opening. But just as they started preparing an attack, huge chakra arms came out of Tiamat's body and held the dragons and prevented them from forming an attack. And though the dragons broke through those arms, many different arms continued to attack them, making it impossible for them prepare an attack since they were busy dodging and blocking the incoming hands. Once Tiamat's and Kurumi's attacks were prepared, a give number of hands launched towards the dragons and held them up in the air. Tiamat pointed her head towards the 3 dragons up in the air and said, "I hope this doesn't destroy the whole area." "Don't worry, I have already locked the space, attack will not spread that much," said Kurumi. Tiamat then fired her attack, comprising of a highly concentrated energy and an oversized Tails Beast Bomb, which mixed up in the mid-air and blasted through the roof. But soon the beam stopped descending as it crashed to the edge of locked space. "Looks like those mobs got vaporized even before they were able to reach the top," said Kurumi as she turned back to her human form. Tiamat too turned back to her human form and said, "Well, they would have lost even against me, taking you into the equation was just an overkill." Both of them stared at the beam which they fired before they shrugged their shoulders and started walking in the direction where Tatsuya went. After walking for around 20 minutes, both of them reached in front of a huge door. "You think this is the place?" "Should be, there was no turns on the way, though there no smell nor any signs of him coming here." Well, he was in his intangible form, no way he would leave behind any scent or break through the door to go inside. "Anyway, there is only one way to find out," said Tiamat as she knocked on the door and asked, "Tatsuya? You in there?" And a few seconds after that the door started opening, and once it opened it revealed Tatsuya standing in front of huge glass cylinder looking at something intently, while some girl was standing near Tatsuya. "Oh Kurumi, Tiamat dome already, I heard a loud noise a while back, seems like you two worked together." Kurumi and Tiamat just nodded their heads in response as they looked towards the girl standing behind Tatsuya. The girl had short blonde hair and red eyes and seemed to be a few years older than Tatsuya's current teenage form. "By the way, this here is Valerie Teeps, my hostage and the host of Sephiroth Grawl. Valerie, these are my teammates and lovers. The one with orange hair, Kurumi, and the one with blue hair, Tiamat, the Dragon Queen," said Tatsuya, introducing the two parties. Valerie immediately bowed her head, greeting the two who introduced them as well. "So, what is this hostage business?" asked Kurumi. "Well, she is more or less the head of the Teeps faction, though the old Lucifer was controlling her, she is still the head, and since we are attacking her faction, I took her in as a hostage," said Tatsuya, not thinking much about it. "Ahoy, so what's the real story?" asked Tiamat, knowing Tatsuya was just spouting bullshit. "You, damn fur, speak." Valerie nodded her head and then started explaining what really happened. "So, Tatsuya came and fought some people and then rescued you from your brother who was experimenting on you and then healed you," said Tiamat. Well, that's the gist of it," said Valerie. Tiamat nodded her head and then looked at the huge glass cylinder and asked, "And what is it that you are doing?" Science experiment," said Tatsuya, looking towards the cylinder, which was filled with water and some bodies were in there. "What kind of experiment?" "I am checking how much time it takes for different bodies who are weak to holy element to melt in a high-quality holy water," said Tatsuya. "From the right, we have a Beelzebub, an Asmodeus, a Leviathan, and last but not the least a vampire. Aren't these the descendants of the original Mus, and that vampire must be the brother that the girl just talked about? Well, when I entered the room the vampire said that he wanted to do an experiment with me, so I am doing an experiment with him just as he wished for." Kurumi and Tiamat looked towards Valerie, who looked down and said, "I don't know, they were just like that when I woke up." "That's fine and all, but why are you looking at him so passionately?" asked Kurumi. Tatsuya looked towards them and said, "Because of this," and cut his thumb a bit, and immediately Valerie latched onto his thumb, sucking the blood out of it, but a second later she said, "Ah." It closed again. But immediately realized what she just did and blushed in embarrassment and looked away. "Apparently my blood is too irresistible for vampires, even for dampiers, but my regeneration doesn't allow them to suck much," said Tatsuya, looking towards Valerie, who was too embarrassed to say anything. "Here, don't shy, I don't mind since you are Gasper's friend. He is just like my brother," said Tatsuya. "Ah, it seems like the vampire melts first," said Tatsuya as he noticed the vampire vanishing away in the holy water. And gave some blood to Valerie, who looked like she was in heaven and had a blissful look on her face. 285, Rezevim's death? Tatsuya waited for a while, sitting on one of the beds there which the vampire used to experiment on their test subjects. He then looked at the bodies of the Mu descendants and noted that the Leviathan took the longest to melt because of their affinity to water. Valerie was listening to the tales of Tiamat and Kurumi, who were telling out their tales with the chest puffed up, since the young Damphur was looking at them with glittering eyes. Tatsuya looked at the three of them who were sitting a bit away from him having their chat while eating something, since Valerie was very hungry after the experiment. Meanwhile Tatsuya was checking the situation with the others, especially the ones that were left outside the castle, dealing with the grunts. Though he didn't need to worry that much, since the holy sword users along with George were more than enough to deal with the enemies who were quite weak against holy element. The god killers, the Valkyrie and the heiress of Gremory too didn't have any problems, as they just brute forced their way through them. But still the most impressive was Isamai, who somehow unlocked the Crimson Queen mode, and along with her Dragon Slayer magic and her sword was flying all around the field, destroying the enemies without much problems. Saji and Sarayorg also faced a lot of evil dragons on their way, though they were more than enough for them, as Tatsuya made sure to make Saji unlock his scale mail and Sarayorg was acting OP as always, just punching the dragons away. Regulus did the job of dealing with the vampires and devils, not wanting to interfere with his king's fun. Cao and Loki were as expected, making the things way difficult for their enemies, as a fight against a god and the wielder of the strongest holy element weapon was way too much to deal against for the vampires and devils. Though the thing that Tatsuya was most interested in was the fight against the grandpa and the grandson, as Rizevim was like a typical villain, was telling his plan to his grandson, and both Valia and Baikao were listening to his plan with a serious look on their faces. The fight between the two devils then started once the old man was done with his explanations, and Baikao made sure that nobody else referred in their battle, just as Vala told him to. Rizevim, though, had an advantage because of his sacred gear canceller, but Vala came prepared for that, as Tatsuya had already warned him about it. Black snake-like projections started to come out of Vala's body as started wrap around him, that compared with his stats that improved a lot by the training he did at Tatsuya's place along with the dragon gods made him stand just slightly below the super-class devil. Though Tatsuya was surprised that Off-Ice gave that much of her power to Vala, he also found out that it was just temporary and the power will fade away after a certain amount of time. So you decided to go with a temporary solution, hey? Pretty unexpected from Vala, but still, a good method nonetheless, thought Tatsuya. Vala then merged with the power as his armor appeared once again, though it was the queen version of his sacred gear, the Embryo Juggernaut drive, and not the Diabolos Dragon Lucifer form. Rizevim was shocked seeing Vala able to use his sacred gear and tried again to use his sacred gear canceller, but the next instant Vala appeared in front of him and punched him through multiple walls and then started dividing his power. Once Rizevim's power started to divide, Vala simply fired shit ton of demonic energy blasts at him without baby care, as he was using his grandfather's power against him. Rizevim too didn't held back and attacked Vala in return, but Vala was easily able to dodge those attacks or just simply divided them and added it to his own power. Once he thought that the old man was weakened enough, he came in front of him and said, "Just suffer till your death now," and released some of Albion's poison on the old devil and pushed the old man down and sat on top of him to not let him escape and squirm till death. But still the old devil tried to kill his grandson with his power, but his weakened self could not damage the armor even a bit, and Vala just took out his phone and started recording the old man's death struggle. In the end, not being able to deal with his grandson, Rizevim pleaded to let him live, but Vala just looked at him after 10 whole minutes of pleading and asked, "Hey, were you saying anything?" Making the old devil totally speechless at his words. Seeing that the old devil was not saying anything, Vala just shrugged his shoulders and held his phone and searched up some butts to use them later at night. Midway during his search the old devil died, but that went unnoticed by Vala, who was busy doing the research. It was until Baikao told him that everything was over that Vala realized that his grandfather died. He then deactivated his sacred gear and then made sure to not even leave even a speck of the old devil's corpse. Tatsuya, who saw all that, felt that everything was a bit anticlimactic, especially how Vala dealt with his grandfather. But just shrugged his shoulders and thought, well, I am awesome, so it's natural that my presence will make some awesome changes as well. Tatsuya then contacted Vala and said, "Happy now, but dragon." "I am happy, but don't use that title, you asshole," said Vala, walking back towards the entrance. "My grandfather is dead, so we can go back now. I will treat you all, so let's party once we go back," said Vala with an excited tone. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "That's fine, but can you fetch the Holy Grail that Rizevim was in possession with for me? It must be somewhere around the room you just fought." "Sure, what does it looks like?" asked Vala. You can just feel the holy energy that the Grail must be emitting and take it, right? It must be quite a powerful holy signature." Vala and Baikao then stood at their spots and started searching for the holy signature of the Grail, but were not able to find any signature except for the Cao's sacred gear. Tatsuya, who heard that, was confused and called Valerie towards him, checked once again but still found that one of the Grail were missing. Not knowing what was happening, Tatsuya tried to connect the missing Grail with the ones inside Valerie and called Vala again, "Is there a light glowing anywhere near you? I am trying to connect to the Grail, so it must be responding and glowing." But still the answer was the same from Vala's end. Tatsuya, who was confused by what was happening himself, searched for the Grail and found its signature the dimensional gap. Immediately his eyes widened and he heard a voice, "Ah, so Euclid Kun's theory was correct. Tatsuya Shiba does possess a mind-reading ability, hey. Yahoo, am I audible? Well, I really look at my prey very carefully." Tatsuya was shocked hearing these voices, as he clearly heard and saw Rizevim and Euclid present in the dimensional gap with an army half the size of the ones present here. "So as I told Vala earlier, let's start the plan," said Rizevim with a smile as he snapped his finger and Euclid started to break some seals. 286, Talk with the Factions. Seeing that there was another Rizevim and Euclid in the dimensional gap, Tatsuya immediately teleported back to his house in the chamber where Euclid was present, and to his surprise, Euclid was still there, currently suffering in the genjutsu that he casted on him earlier. Tatsuya immediately pulled him out of it and immediately checked his brain but didn't find anything weird with it. He seemed to have all the memories and knowledge like the Euclid should have. Hey, was there your twin brother or something like that? Asked Tatsuya. The silver-haired devil looked at Tatsuya as if he was an idiot and then glared at him for making him see that illusion he was earlier in. But Tatsuya ignored that and said, look here then, and then projected a screen which showed the scene of another Euclid and Rizevim along with the army. It's live. Added Tatsuya and then glanced at Euclid who seemed to be shocked as well seeing that scene. What is this about Tatsuya Shiba? Is this one of your illusions as well? Asked Euclid. Dude, we just killed that old geezer of a Lucifer and the next moment I knew it he was alive and kicking there in the dimensional gap along with that other Euclid and the army. Did you by chance fooked someone without protection and that Euclid-looking devil is your? Said Tatsuya. Stop. Don't say a fooking word after that. I will tell you this one and only one time. There is no way I will do something that disgraceful with anyone as I have pledged to give my virginity to Grafia Oni-sama. Said Euclid with total determination. Tatsuya stared at him for a while and then said, so, you are a virgin and are planning to be one for the rest of your life. Understood, virgin brother-in-law. Euclid who heard that don't know why but he felt that he took some major damage from what Tatsuya said. On to the important subject, who is that other Euclid, then? Asked Tatsuya. I don't know. Said Euclid truthfully as Tatsuya had already checked his memories. Just as he was about to ask something else the door of the room opened and both Ruya and Off-Eyes came in, with Ruya having a serious look on her face. Seeing that Tatsuya sighed and said, so it is about to begin, hey. He then called the heads of all the factions that he knew and said, have any of you ever traveled in a flight? Hearing this question most of them were confused as to why Tatsuya would be asking such a question. But the more experienced ones out of them felt that the situation was way Tatsuya-ish and Azazel immediately asked, how much are we screwed? Screwed enough that having all of those magazines to be destroyed would be better than this. Said Tatsuya in a serious tone. Azazel, Odin, and Zeus immediately turned serious as well as now they felt that the situation was way too grim to be underestimated. Sertzks looked at Tatsuya with a pleading look and asked, Tatsuya, it's not connected to Rome where Rias is, right? Tatsuya looked at the red-haired Siscon and said, yes and no. Rias along with some of us fought there in Rome against. Tatsuya then told them about what happened back in Rome hearing which Sertzks sighed that Rias was safe and at the same time was surprised knowing about Rizevim. So he is defeated right? What's the problem now? Asked Susanoo. Well we thought that we killed the old devil which we actually did but for some reason another one of the old devil and Euclid were found in the dimensional gap and are currently unsealing the beast of apocalypse. So I thought to warn you about the same and be prepared for quite a huge battle. Said Tatsuya making all the faction leaders serious. How much time do we have? Asked Michael. Tatsuya looked at Ruya who said, 2 minutes. Tatsuya looked back at the faction leaders who were looking back at him not saying anything at all. The silence continued for a few seconds which was suddenly broken by Azazel who said, all right, all files deleted from my computer, I don't want to leave any regrets behind. Hearing that all of them focused on Azazel who was sitting back comfortably in his chair and said, I informed all the other factions all around the world, about it while Tatsuya was explaining so they heard about all this as well and the Hindu, Celtic and the Chinese pantheons agreed to help. I already informed the masochist from my faction to spread the news so us fallen angels are ready. Azazel then looked at everyone with his chest puffed up and an expression which was saying, I am way better than you idiots. Hearing that none of the other faction leaders took any more time and went back to prepare before saying, we may be late, but we for sure will come to aid you. Now only Azazel and Tatsuya were there and Azazel asked, if we came back alive, make sure to give me some of your files. You still have the hard copies with you. You know me very well, hey. Said Azazel with a sagely nod. Suddenly Azazel's gaze fell on Euclid and said, yo, how's you life been these days? It was fine, until this fucker decided to butt in. Said Euclid while glaring towards Tatsuya. Shut it virgin. Hey, this guy's still a virgin, you are the followed of the devil Lucifer, not the angel one, what's up with all this shit? Asked Azazel with a surprised tone. None of your business. Even Michael found a way to let the angels have sex with others and you are still a virgin. Pathetic. Said Azazel with a displeased look on his face. But suddenly Azazel's eyes widened as he asked, is there a problem with your thing? Euclid who was getting angrier hearing Azazel's comments glared at him and said, no it isn't. What will you do? Suck it. Hey, no I don't have tha. If not then just keep fucking quiet you fallen asshole no not asshole, you fallen bastard. Dude, just chill no need to be that angry. Said Azazel looking at a monitor checking out how the preparation is going on. He then looked towards Tatsuya and asked, hasn't 2 minutes already passed? Yup, I have force teleport Valya and the other strong ones there. Said Tatsuya. Then why are you not going yet? Asked Azazel. Knowing that old Lucifer, he must be monologuing right now, so I will go after 15 minutes, or by the time feel the power rise up considerably," said Tatsuya shrugging his shoulders. Azazel nodded his head thinking that it was fine and then asked, "So who will be hosting the victory party?" "Who knows, not me for sure, I don't have enough space to accommodate all the factions at the same time," said Tatsuya. "Neither do I, wait, if we merge the land that you got from Hades and my faction land then it would be fine," proposed Azazel. Fine then, I don't mind, so you are the host then. Only if I returned back alive, if I die make sure to bury my body, if left, with all my collection. I will not leave anything behind," said Azazel with a gentle expression on his face. Tatsuya stared at him for a while and said, "Sure, I will do that, so make sure that you die there." "Nah, I will not try that, there are plenty more thing I have to do in my life," said Azazel laughing out loud before standing up from his seat and saying, "Well, enough chit-chat for now, let's get going, the space has started distorting." Tatsuya too stood up from his seat and was about to go, but before he could Euclid said, "Make a screen for me to project the live show." Tatsuya looked at Euclid and just shrugged his shoulders before making a screen for him and saying, "Wish me luck." Euclid just snorted and said, "I hope you die." After which he immediately felt his stomach making a sound. "Not again, damn it." 287, Start of the battle. Tatsuya came out of the room he was in earlier and soon came where the other members of his team were and nodded seeing that they were prepared in their battle gear. Tatsuya looked at them and said, "You can go all out, but make sure to not get the allies get involved in your attacks." All of them nodded and soon a magic circle appeared under their feet and they teleport to the dimensional gap. As soon as they appeared, Ruya waves her hand and said, "I will get the shell that I left behind." And then teleport away. Tatsuya, who saw the old Lucifer still monologuing, once again tried to read his mind but immediately felt something blocking it. But this time he didn't stop and instead broke through the mental defense of the Lucifer and said, "So that's how you did that, you asshole." Feeling that someone just raped his mind, Rizevim looked towards the newcomers and said, Ara, Tatsuya Shiba. It's not good to look into other people's mind like that, you know? I feel violated." Hearing him say that, both Valia and Tatsuya frowned and decided to just forget what happened just now. Tatsuya and the others then came beside people who were involved in the assault at the Teeps faction and Vala said, "I don't know whether am I lucky or unlucky. On one hand I get to kill this asshole twice, but on the other hand why the hell do I have to kill this asshole twice?" Tatsuya looked at him for a while before shifting his gaze towards Arthur and asked, "Please give us the summary of his monologue that he must be giving on for quite some time." Arthur nodded his head and said, The simplest way to say that is, he had a way to make a clone of Offis using some of her power, but that failed because of your intervention. And later he used that power of himself and the rest of his subordinates, only this time the energy he used was that of the vampires from the Teeps faction, but still have them the memory to that point, and then hid himself with his army here in the dimensional gap, since somehow that assistant of his hypothesized that you can read minds and prepared a barrier for that on his and his leaders' minds. After that he gave a brief rundown of his plan and all about going to other world and how powerless we all are in front of that, creature thingy, he calls it Trihexa or something. Tatsuya nodded his head and looked at Euclid, who smirked seeing his gaze and showed him a middle finger. Seeing that, Tatsuya smiled and said, "Hey virgin brother-in-law, do you want to know what happened to your body double?" Hearing him being called like that, Euclid frowned, but all of a sudden his face started to turn pale as Tatsuya started sending what all happened to the other Euclid from Euclid's own perspective. Once all the info was transferred, Euclid had his head in hands and had a lifeless look in his eyes. Rizevim, who was beside Euclid, stared at him for a while and said, "You were still a virgin, damn." He then looked at Tatsuya and said, "You must have done something way intense to the other Euclid-kun. Aren't you a not kid?" And looked at him with a playful smile and wiggled his eyebrows. Tatsuya looked at Valia and asked, "Hey Valia? Do you mind if I kill him this time? For some reason my hand is really itching." Vala stared at Tatsuya for a while and said, "No." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Okay, I am not guaranteeing that he will not die because of a misfire." Valia immediately equipped his balance breaker armor and said, "A race to see who wins, it is then." And smirked behind his helmet. Rizevim looked towards his grandson and Tatsuya and then asked, "I don't mind you both playing something, seeing that you two are very young and can still play, but, do you mind telling me why is there a barrier around us? We are in dimensional gap, so I don't think there is a need for a barrier to prevent damage to the surroundings." Tatsuya smiled and said, That's not a protection barrier, that's a time dilation barrier." Hearing that, all of them looked at him with a confused look on their faces, not understanding why he would use a time dilation barrier, but all of a sudden Rizevim's eyes widened and he said, "You are one crazy motherfucking son of a bitch, aren't you?" Just as he said that, Tatsuya fired a blast of magic energy towards him, destroying his right arm in an instant, and immediately both Arthur and Tatsuya said in unison, "Language." While both of them covered Lei Fei's ears. Rizevim looked at his right side, seeing he had one arm less, and said, "Ah, that was my favorite arm." But soon a blob started to bubble up near the injured area and soon his arm came back. He then gave his arms a few practice swings and said, "Good as new, Good job Euclid-kun, said Rizevim patting a lifeless Euclid. Soon various magic circles started surrounding them and people from different factions started appearing on there. Seeing that the fight had still not started, most of them were surprised, but Azazel looked around and said, so the time dilation idea really worked, hey? Sometimes I think how the hell did I become such a badass genius? With a smug look on his face. Ah, so it was your plan, Uncle Azazel, said Rizevim. Ah, if it ain't my nephew, wanna give your uncle a hug? I have chocolates for you, said Azazel while opening his arms for a hug. Every one of them all together decided to ignore the two idiots, and Sertzks came forward and said, Rizevim, as a devil and the current Lucifer, I will ask you to kindly surrender. Rizevim looked towards Sertzks and said in mocking tone, ah, if it isn't the fact. Okay, you will not surrender, I understand, said Sertzks and went back to his spot, earning several confused glances towards him. Hey, what the hell was that, Sertzks-chan? Not cool at all, said Sirafal with slight angry expression on her face. Shut up, I don't want to be anywhere near that demon queen, said Sertzks with a straight face, trying his best to hide his scared expression. If you forgot, reread ch 257 and 258. All of them looked at the spot where Sertzks was earlier and saw Asia standing there humming a tune. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she smiled and waved her hand. Hi. All of them stood at their spots without saying anything and then looked at Sertzks, not knowing why he was scared of such a sweet girl. Seeing how Sertzks was being looked at, those who already knew the reason of Sertzks' dear were barely able to hold back from laughing. Don't get deceived by her outer appearance, you will regret it, you will surely regret it, said Sertzks, making other think that the mole was being crazy, and decided to leave it at that. Well, I didn't get to say what I was going to, but yes, I am not surrendering, so, shall we begin? Roar. Suddenly the beast behind Rizevim roared, and immediately all the people became serious and ready to fight against the Cow's Brigade. Rizevim just smirked and said, oh, looks like the show is about to begin soon, at 288, How to Take Your Dragon Asia version. The battle suddenly started with all the cannon fodders from both the sides battling it out. Tatsuya was standing with his group, and the same was done with the rest of the factions as well. Tatsuya, who looked around seeing who all the new people were, found one of the new factions beside him and said, hello there, I am Tatsuya Shiba. The people who were near him looked at him. At the people from the other side nodded their heads, and their leader said, I am Shiva from the Hindu faction. It's nice to meet you. Although the circumstances are not very good. Tatsuya looked at the trident-holding god, who was considered one of the strongest people all around the world, and said, indeed, I must say it is quite unfortunate to meet you in a battle like this. And then raised his gun and fired a blast forward, destroying a huge section of enemies. He then looked towards his team and said, the dragons are being a nuisance because of their defense. Isamai, Asia, Ingvild, Himari, and the other Nico shall deal with them. Isamai and Asia immediately activated their balance breakers and then launched forwards, followed by the others. Tatsuya then looked at the other faction heads and said, so shall we start the attack on the big guy? While pointed towards Trihexa. The faction heads looked at the giant beast attacking the others and was not damaged a bit by the attacks from the others and gulped their saliva. Tatsuya clapped his hands and said, all right, before taking him down we need to clear the area near him, as we can see only huge-scale attacks are going to work and we don't want someone from our side getting dragged in those, right? So let's do that first. I will engage him during that time along with some of my friends. All of them widened their eyes and said, that is quite a good and safe idea for us, but who might these friends of yours be? Tatsuya patted the shoulders of two of the girls beside him and said, these two and the third friend must be here, now. Just as he said that, a portal appeared above them, and from it the official top dog of the world appeared in all his majesty, making all the people from both the sides looked at it with their mouths open wide, except for Euclid and Rizevim, who now became serious as their biggest threat appeared just now. I will go with Bakaya as well, said a monotone voice, and off eyes got up near Ruya as well and transformed into her dragon form, making the already shocked audience, more shocked? Do you really need me to go with those two? Asked Kurumi, looking around with a deadpan look on his face. Hey! Tatsuya, don't tell me your friends you just mentioned are the world's strongest and the second strongest? Asked Azazel while pointing at the two dragons. Second strongest and third strongest, I already beat Ruya, said Tatsuya, earning total silence from all the people in the dimensional gap, except for Asia, who just punched a dragon away. By the way, Ruya is great red, just so you know, informed Tatsuya. He then looked around, seeing that the fight was totally stopped, and then noticed the two silver-haired devils sneaking out of the zone which was restricting teleportation. He immediately got up in the air and fired a blast towards the two devils, but the attack was blocked by the huge beast, who roared back at him, pulling people back into the battlefield. Fuck it, I am too old for this shit, said Azazel as he flew forward, killing enemies on the way, and was followed by the other factions' heads and all. Tatsuya looked at Kurumi, who looked back at him before he got back in his body and said, call me if I am actually needed. Tatsuya just shrugged his shoulders as he saw the dragons and the beast already started the battle in between themselves, seeing which Tatsuya immediately separated the three of them in a barrier since the attacks were too intense for the nearby people. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Isamai and the company were dealing with the evil dragons. Ingvild, who had taken control over many evil dragons using her sacred gear, was using them to attack their own kind. Suddenly Asia came near her and asked, "What are you doing, Ingvild-san?" Well, I don't use it much, but my sacred gear allows me to manipulate dragons, you know," said Ingvild, making a barrier to stop an incoming blast. Hearing that, Asia's eyes started twinkling and she said, "An efficient way to deal with the dragons, hey." A magic circle then appeared in front of her and a huge evil dra cough. Her familiar appeared and roared loudly, earning the attention of many evil dragons on the field. Ingvild, who noticed the twinkling in Asia's eyes, thought, "It is not going to be something good," and asked, "Asia, just asking, but what are you planning?" Asia showed a bright smile on her face, making all those who didn't know her that much think that she was a saint, and said, "Tatsuya-san and Fai-chan once told me that I have dragon taming ability, so I am going to use that." With a cheerful tone. She then looked at her familiar and said, "Ratsu, it's your turn." The evil dra. The sprite dragon showed a malicious grin and nodded his head and immediately fired a very powerful lightning blast towards the evil dragons, making them screech in pain. Asia then took a deep breath and with a cheerful tone said, "Listen here, you lowlives who should just drop dead. I want to form a pact with you winged reptilian shits. So who wants to cooperate?" But none of the dragon showed any intentions to do so, or more like the power of the lightning was so intense that they were unable to do so. The smile never left Asia's face as she looked at her familiar and said, "Do it." And immediately the power of the attack increased and killed all the dragons without even leaving behind their ashes. Those who saw that scene were awestruck, not knowing what to say. While this was the scene, a certain Siscon suddenly yelled, "See that? Did you finally saw the demon hiding behind that innocent smile? You regretting it now, right?" But was totally ignored by others who were busy fighting. Asia pouted and said, "Ah, those dragons must be the stubborn ones, not even one of them accepted." But suddenly her face brightened and she said, "Oh well, there are a lot of these reptile shits here to try." And looked at another group of evil dragons who immediately tried to run away, seeing that they were being looked at by those innocent eyes. Ratsu, and once again the lightning was shot by the familiar. Asia this time got closer to the dragons who were being shocked and asked, "Hey, do any of you lowlives want to make a pact with me?" With an innocent look on her face. But the dragons who could see the black magic energy gathered near her hands were able to feel the dreadful feeling coming from it and immediately shook their heads in denial. Asia immediately fired her magic forwards, engulfing all the dragons in her blast, who started screaming in pain and agony as all their cells in their bodies were being continuously destroyed by the negative healing magic. "Humph, another group of mean dragons, let's go Ratsu. We will look for another group." And got on top of her familiar, and the Demon King and the evil dragon took off, making all the people who just saw the deadlines of Asia's power shiver in fear, making a mental note to stay away from her. 289, the two destroyers. As Asia was busy doing a massac cough taming the dragons, the other people kindly got out of her way and were busy dealing with the rest of the Cows Brigade members. Tatsuya, who was guarding the area near the dragons and the beast so as to not let anyone get caught in their mess, was occasionally dealing with stronger of the evil dragons. He also kept an eye on the two silver-haired devils and noticed that Rizevin was currently stronger than he originally was, something that he thought was thanks to Euclid, who found a way to modify his and his master's body, though the said genius was still down and was not able to recover from the damage he received from getting the memories of the other Euclid. While Tatsuya was keeping an eye on the surroundings, a trident brushed past him, killing the army of dragons in front of it. Tatsuya looked at the person who threw the spear and said, "You sure are not willing to hold back and flaunt your title as the destroyer." Shiva, who summoned his trident back, looked at Tatsuya and said, "And you seems to have a lot of free time idling around here just like that." Tatsuya, who heard that, didn't feel offended and said, "Well, I can surely deal with a lot." And fired another blast from his gun, killing a huge number of opponents at once, and then said, "I am also called the god of destruction, you know, though I prefer to be called a man of culture, so do refer to me as that." Shiva, who saw the power of Tatsuya's attack, nodded his head, feeling that the attack was indeed powerful, and asked, "Then why not take action on your own?" Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, "Many reasons. First, that I am here making sure none of you get caught in between the three top powers, below me of course, but still top powers nonetheless. Second, if I dealt with all this here, the other factions might get over-reliant on me, at least the ones who are allies with me. Third, what do you think will the other faction will think of someone who dealt with a whole terrorist organization and a being which is even considered a myth amongst the supernatural factions being on par with the world's strongest creature?" Shiva remained silent for a while and thought about what Tatsuya said, and after a while narrowed his eyes and said, "They will admire and fear you, which will lead to them making an alternate alliance to deal with someone way stronger than them, which will ultimately ruin my life. On the other hand, if we let them participate and let them think that we relied on them as well to deal with such a situation, those feelings of fear and administration will not be too extreme. You must be quite knowledgeable about it, since you are one if not the strongest gods in this world, aren't you?" Shiva nodded his head in response and then with a smile said, I see, it seems like you are a good and admirable personality as well along with the powers. Tatsuya nodded but all of a sudden both of them raised their weapons as they noticed a horde of dragons trying to take advantage of their distracted selves. Both the destroyers then fired their attacks towards the dragons wiping them out without even leaving a trace of them behind. Both of them then looked up and Tatsuya raised his hand and curled it into a fist. What's that for? Why are you raising your fist like that? Tatsuya who heard that question widened his eyes in surprise and then thought, an innocent one after a long time, I so gonna enjoy this. It's a kind of greeting, two people bump their fists against each other's, like handshakes, we call it fisting. Azazel who was nearby the two destroyers suddenly started coughing like crazy and was laughing while doing it as well. He then looked at Tatsuya with a surprised look on his face and thought, he have some guts messing with one of the world's top 10 and the head honcho of one of the strongest factions around the world. Fisting, hey, said Shiva as he bumped his fist with Tatsuya's. He then looked at his hand and said, what do you know, you get to know new things even in a battlefield, I will tell about it to my family as well. Tatsuya nodded with a smile on his face and said, make sure to specially mention about it to your wife. Hey? Asked Shiva with a confused look on his face. Oh nothing, sorry I was thinking about something else, by the way can you stop your mind reading? It's not going to work on me. Even Ruya. I mean Great Red was not able to do it. Shiva widened his eyes in surprise and then lowered his head a bit and said, sorry, it's just that we being in battle makes me want to know what someone is thinking, especially someone who is new and have the power comparable if not greater than me. Tatsuya just patted the head of the other destroyer who was smaller than him and said, it's fine no need to worry. Now why don't you go and deal with them while I continue my guarding duty here? And gave him a slight push. Shiva who was surprised at being treated like a child just followed what Tatsuya said and then left to deal with the enemies. Meanwhile Tatsuya who just sent the god of destruction away felt that someone was trying to contact him and made magic circle near his ear and asked, what is it diver? You finished what I asked you to do. Yes, it's done, and I have that man captured, not that it was difficult considering he was already pretty beaten up during the attack on the underworld. So what should I do with him? He is technically my father-in-law, would to be, wait there I will send a clone. You get back to your post of protecting the underworld just in case. Said Tatsuya and made a clone. The clone then saluted the original and then teleported away. Well time for the fuck kook man to become the dead man. Muttered Tatsuya while looking at Asia who just passed by him. Hey Asia, you doing good? Asia who was sitting on her dragon in her balance breaker looked towards Tatsuya with a smile and so did her dragon and said, yes, we are fine Tatsuya-san. No need to worry. We found an effective way to deal with them, we are trying for it to work so just wait for a bit. And then flew away. Anyone who heard them could feel that an innocent and cheerful girl was trying her best to help them, it's just that the blood dripping from her face and fists along with the blood around the dragon's mouth and teeth made the imagination of the people who saw them turn a total 180 degrees. Tatsuya just smiled at her and used his magic to clear off the blood off her. 290, Real V/S Faker. While the battle was going on the Miss were being taken care of by the horde of evil dragons and devils. Though none of them was affected by them getting surrounded and just kept on blasting Tgearbway through them. Surtsks was making sure of not leaving any dragons near him as he heard that the Demon Queen was looking out for dragons to tame them and in his opinion having her more dragons was a recipe for disaster for the whole world and decided to make some effort to ensure world peace. Ajulka, Sirafal, and Falbium looked at the leader of the Miss and just shook their heads. It was the first time they had seen him like that and weren't sure how to deal with it, though none of them were going to say anything to him as they knew how much trouble was caused during the attack on the underworld and Surtsks being the in charge of the domestic affairs of the underworld worked his ass off to make sure everything was fine and none of them were in the mood of switching places with the red-haired Mu. Ajulka patted his best friend's shoulder and said, just bear with for a while, I will arrange a holiday for you after this is over. Surtsks looked at him with a peaceful smile on his face and said, don't worry I have already asked Tatsuya to help me regarding that. So you don't need to do anything. In fact I invite all three of you as well since it would be pretty boring on my own. Is that so? Well then I will make sure to make some room in my schedule. Said Ajulka while the other two Miss just smiled seeing that Surtsks was fine, a bit. Aren't you being optimistic thinking that you would be able to live after this, you fake Miss? Suddenly all four of them heard a voice and turned around to see Rizevim looking at them with a smile on his face. You interrupted my speech earlier Mr. Fake Lucifer. So, was there a need for that in the first place? You would be saying something that I have heard a lot of times from the descendants of original Miss a lot of times anyway. Aren't you being too out of line being in front of a real Lucifer? Lucifer or not, you and your ways are not something that I can ever respect so don't think that I would spare you or something just because you are a devil like me. Ha! A devil like you, don't make me laugh you faker. There is no way my magnificent self is comparable to the likes of you. Said Rizevim and brushed his hair. Surtsks what should we do about him? Asked Falbium. Oh. About that I would like to see what the fake Lucifer is capable of firsthand, so if you don't mind, shall we dance? Said Rizevim as a grin appeared on his face. Sertz's robe disappeared as he said, keep a bit of distance from me. And then came forward. Rizevim's smile didn't falter as he saw the crimson-haired man coming forward. The auras around both the Lucifers started getting denser and in just a blink of an eye both of them were on the level of high Satan class. So you are holding back against me, hey? Gotta say, not very happy seeing a faker holding back against me. Said Rizevim. Shut up, like you yourself are not holding back. Said Sertzx as he gathered a dense ball of power of destruction in his hand and fired it towards Rizevim. Rizevim dodged the attack rather easily but still looked back seeing the ball of destruction coming in contact with the dragon and destroying it in an instant. Whistle, you sure want to deal quite a bit of damage from the beginning, hey? Said Rizevim still looking behind but raised his hand as he blocked a kick from Sertzx which made a strong gust of wind. Sertzx's expression didn't change as the power of destruction surrounded his hands once again and he fired a beam towards Rizevim who covered his hand with demonic energy and flicked the beam away, though the demonic energy around his hand immediately got destroyed by the pod. He then pushed Sertzx's leg away using his other and then fired a blast again at Sertzx who easily dodged the beam. But seeing him dodge Rizevim smirked making Sertzx confused as he turned and saw the beam heading towards Rias in her peerage. Seeing that Sertzx's eyes widened as he immediately rushed towards his sister in her peerage but the next instant Rizevim appeared above him and said, "Ah, don't do that, the night is still young you know." And fired another series of blasts at Sertzx who simply destroyed those attacks using his pod. Sertzx then came behind Rias's peerage and then fired a beam with his own pod to destroy the attack. "Rias, are you fine? Get away from here, the intensity of the battle here is going to be at another level from now on." Sertzx said while looking at Rias from the corner of his eyes and making sure to keep an eye of Rizevim. Rias turned around to look at her brother with a surprised look on her face but after hearing his words a determined expression appeared on her face. Sertzx didn't say anything and immediately moved his hand and said, "What is the meaning of this? Who are you?" Asked Sertzx in a demanding tone as he held Rias's hand which had a dagger aimed at Sertzx. He. Hearing that a malicious grin appeared on Rias's brace and her peerage turned around as well with a similar grin on their faces. Rias's body then began changing and soon a devil appeared in her peerage's place with all of them being at ultimate class level. All of them then threw the dagger towards Sertzx who immediately released the pod now knowing that it wasn't her sister in her peerage and killed them in an instant. He then glared at Rizevim as pods started to gather around him and the aura started turning denser and said, "You are quite daring seeing that you used my sister against me. Hey, gotta say, you were quite ruthless there even though that devil had your sister's appearance just a moment ago. Hey, are you out of your mind that lowlife tried to take the appearance of the world's most beautiful and cutest little sister? He should be glad that his death was at least a painless one." He then fired a big wave of pod at Rizevim who made a barrier to block the attack but the barrier only stood for a couple of seconds before it too get destroyed. Rizevim immediately tried to dodge but was not able to do that in time and got his legs destroyed completely by the attack. Rizevim looked at his now missing legs and then looked back at Sertzx and said, "Ha, you didn't got my balls." Was all that Rizevim said as his legs started to regenerate back making Sertzx narrow his eye and thinking, that is not a power that a Lucifer should possess, then that means that he must have modified that body of his somehow. "You faker, let's get serious now, I still have a grandson to kill you know, so let's hurry up." And they immediately started powering up. Sertzx too started powering up and the area around them started to get chaotic by sheer demonic energy that the two of them were releasing with not intention of taking it back in their bodies. Tatsuya who saw that made a barrier around them and then looked back at the other god of destruction fighting destroying BTHE enemies with his trident and said, "You really are getting serious there, Shiva. Don't get someone caught in your attacks." Shiva looked back and said, "Don't worry about that, the title of being one of the top 10 is not just for show you know. I can control my power and attacks." Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "By the way, did you know that there is a new term for those who are in the top 10? Hey, is that so? We don't get up to date with such kind of information back at Kailash." "What is the new term?" asked Shiva still fighting the enemies. "Those who are in the top 10 are called Lilicons nowadays," said Tatsuya with a smile on his face. "Hey, Lilicon? So that is the new term?" asked Shiva with a curious look on his face. Tatsuya nodded his head with a friendly smile and said, "You are now a Lilicon Shiva, so be proud of that." Shiva who saw Tatsuya's friendly and trustworthy smile nodded his head and with a smile on his face said, "A Lilicon, the god of destruction, Shiva, fine I accept that new title." Tatsuya smiled and made sure to record the scene for future and said, "Yes, so go forth and show them the power of a Lilicon." Shiva who heard that smiled and thought, he really is a great person, cheering for someone he just met and helping someone like me who is not that up to date with the world. He then took a deep breath and said, "I will show you the might of a true Lilicon." And gripped his trident tightly and immediately rushed towards the enemies destroying hordes of them in an instant. Tatsuya just smiled and said, "Ignorance is such a bliss." 291, Courageous Death. Surtsk's and Rizevim's power continued to surge higher and higher and soon both of them were at super class level and had changed their appearances. Surtsk's looked like a humanoid creature made of power of destruction while Rizevim also looked demonic instead of being human like he was before. Euclid Kun's enhancements are there. Let's do it, faker. But Surtsk's didn't say anything and just casually swung his hand, firing a huge amount of pod at Rizevim. Rizevim immediately sidestepped and dodged the attack and fired his own demonic energy in a similar fashion as Surtsk's did. Though his energy just kept getting destroyed as it reached towards Surtsk's and in the end only a small amount of it hit Surtsk's, which did next to nothing to the pod-covered Surtsk's. Surtsk's then rushed towards Rizevim and punched him. Rizevim, who saw the punch coming towards him, covered his hand in demonic energy and blocked it and said, "Don't be too full of yourself," and punched him with his other hand. Surtsk's blocked the incoming punch and said, "I would like to say the same to you as well," and then started to release his energy, thinking of destroying Rizevim in one go. But Rizevim didn't even flinch a bit and released his own demonic energy, which was pushing back Surtsk's energy. "Let me tell you about one of the enhancements that Euclid Kun did to my body. I no longer felt pain," and kicked Surtsk's abdomen. Surtsk's, who saw the attack coming towards him, didn't even try to dodge and instead increased his energy output, destroying Rizevim's energy and engulfing Rizevim inside it. After a while the energy dissipated and nothing was left of the Lucifer. Surtsk's then turned around and was about to go back, but then he noticed a blob of some kind appearing there and soon it grew back into Rizevim, a naked Rizevim. Rizevim looked at himself and then looked towards Surtsk's and said, "Just wait a bit, I need to cover my awesomeness." Surtsk's, who heard that without any hesitation, fired various blasts of pod at the Lucifer, totally in the willing to destroy him while he was distracted. In another part of the battlefield, Tatsuya was guarding the big three while also attacking Trihexa from time to time to either it down. Soon a magic circle appeared beside him and one of Tatsuya's clones appeared with person sitting on a wheelchair with his hands and legs tied to the chair and a gag on his mouth. The clone then disappeared and Tatsuya looked at person and said, "Good to see you after a long time, Zo-san." Tatsuya, as he smiled as he looked at the crimson-haired father-in-law of his. Zatifuk wanted to say something, but because of the gag was just making some non-understandable noises. Tatsuya removed the gag from his mouth and said, "Let's not beat around the bush and get straight to topic. Are working with the Cows Brigade and was the one who informed the Shiba family about Miyuki's whereabouts." Hearing his question, Zatifuk's eyes widened a bit but soon turned normal as he said, "What is the meaning of this, Tatsuya Shiba? You do know that you are treating a member of council who is still recuperating like this, right? Are you declaring a WA? Haha, how I do that against someone who willingly came to aid all the factions against the Cows Brigade even though you are still injured. You will be a role model for the devils of the younger generation," said Tatsuya with a smile on his face. Hearing that, Zatifuk narrowed his eyes, now knowing what the human in front of him was planning. "So were you the one who told the Shibas?" asked Tatsuya once again. "No, it was not me," replied Zatifuk with a firm tone. "Ah. He is lying." The screen turned red, said a voice from behind Zatifuk, making him surprised. Soon a person came forward from behind him and revealed himself to be the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels. "Here, see, it's red," said Azazel as he showed the screen of the device that he was holding to Tatsuya and Zatifuk. "What the hell is that, and how can you blame me, Governor?" demanded the crimson-haired patient. Azazel looked at him and said, "This here is a lie detector that I developed, which as you can guess detects lies. And before you question its credibility, I will say that both its credibility and accuracy are great, and it was even proven by a game of truth and dare that I played with Tatsuya, Valia and Odin, in which a lot of my dark secrets were revealed, and you must know that when I am saying that those were my dark secrets, you can tell how deep and embarrassing the shit must have been. I am never doing that again." Both Tatsuya and Zatifuk looked at Azazel for a while before Tatsuya looked at the redhead and said, "Anyway, Asia." Just as Tatsuya called her, a lot of cries of pain and against were heard, and a few moments later Asia arrived on top of her dragon along with Ingvild, who was sitting on top of the dragon as well. "What is it, Tatsuya-san?" said Asia cutely with blood-stained face. "Can you, my dear father-in-law?" He was not able to hold himself back, knowing both his children are fighting here with their lives on the line, said Tatsuya as he cleaned his sweet blonde-haired nun, who smiled brightly while having her face cleaned. "Of course," said Asia as a green glow enveloped her hand and she punched the redhead's face, disfiguring it in an instant. "Oof, Tatsuya, I am glad I am not your father-in-law," and patted Tatsuya's shoulder. Yet, you are not my father-in-law, Mr. Brother-in-law," said Tatsuya, making the fallen angel confused when suddenly his eyes widened and he asked with shock, Don't tell me, why you and G. Gabriel?" Tatsuya smiled and said, "Let's get along in future as well, brother-in-law. I won't let my sister marry someone like you, or so I wanted to say to someone, but it looks like I would not be able to do that anymore," said Azazel. Tatsuya ignored him and then looked at Asia and Ingvild and said, "Throw him in front, big a group of dragons. Ingvild, control them. I will control him, make him fight some of the dragons for a while and let him die bravely soon after that by letting him become Dragon Chow." said Tatsuya Bass. He cleaned the blood-stained sprite dragon as well. Ingvild Band Asia nodded and then left to fetch a group of dragons while Tatsuya manipulated his body and memories to let the man die courageously and will let Surtsks and the others know about it later. He then looked at Azazel and said, "Now then brother-in-law, you will play the main role here." "I don't like the sound of that at all. Change the way you call me back to normal, and what is the role?" complained Azazel. "The traitor will injure the governor of Fallen Angels while the was busy dealing with some dragons and get hit by a surprise attack. Then chase after the traitor who already was far away and by the time you reach there he is already Dragon Chow," explained Tatsuya. "Nice script, but why not you play the lead role?" asked Azazel. "How many people do you think will believe that I got injured by a lowlife like him?" asked Tatsuya with a deadpan look on his face. Azazel sighed and said, "All right, let me show you how great of an actor I really am." "Yes, and to help you I will make sure that the scene look real," said Tatsuya as he teleported away. "Wait, what?" said Azazel, but soon saw himself surrounded by a group of evil dragons. His brows twitched in annoyance as he yelled, "Fuck you Tatsuya." "Sorry brother-in-law. I am straight," replied Tatsuya from somewhere else. 292, Fusion. Continuing their battle, the super-level Lucifers were firing huge blasts of their demonic energy at each other without thinking about consequences. The huge beams comprised of their demonic energies were clashing against each other, trying to push the other back, but to no avail as they kept on putting more and more energy behind it. "You know, Faker, I might as well think that you are enjoying seeing my awesomeness, taking the fact that you are not letting me dress up or even cover it up," said Rizevim, still naked and his hands stretched out, firing the attack. "Say whatever you want, there is no way I will let someone who tried to use my sister against me let go like that," said Surtsex seriously as he once again increased the output of his energy, which started pushing the beam clash in his favor. This is really straining me a lot," muttered Rizevim as his facial expression, which has been relaxed for the whole time, started to crack up a bit. "Hey," said Rizevim as his aura started to grow even more and increased the power of his attack, pushing them back to stalemate, making Surtsks in his pod form frown. Surtsks' reserves of demonic energy were nearly half depleted because of his clash against the old man. He was pushing himself to the fullest and had even killed the man for about a dozen of times. But the Lucifer in front of him just kept on reviving, making him frustrated by this. He even dared to use Rias's doppelgangers in the fight for about 7 times as well, among which he even got hit once by them but just shrugged it off. "You know, for a faker you are doing quite well, though you swing that way I still can say you earned a tiny bit of respect from me," said Rizevim with a small smile on his face. "Oh, as tiny as that wrinkled-up joke of dick of yours?" asked Surtsk sarcastically, making the old Lucifer silent for a while. Rizevim took a deep breath and said, "You know what, forget it, you even lost that now." Surtsex snorted and said, "Just shut the hell up already." "Fine man, as you wish," said Rizevim as he stopped his attack and flew up above. Surtsk, seeing that, moved his hand to attack the old Lucifer, but Rizevim kept on dodging it. "If you are trying to wear me out, then that is very low of you," said Surtsk, slightly annoyed by the geezer. "Oh, not at all, I am not waiting for you to wear out, I am waiting for him to cheer up," said Rizevim. "Hey!" Surtsk wanted to say something, but before he was able to, he felt an attack coming towards him and moved from his spot. He then turned his head only to see a recovered Euclid heading towards Rizevim. Euclid then gave a cape to Rizevim, who took it and wrapped it around his waist. "Ooh, windy," said Rizevim while winking towards Surtsex. "I really want to puke," thought Surtsex as his face cringed seeing the old Lucifer's antics. "Now then, Faker, you will face our true power, ready Euclid?" Euclid nodded and said, "After this we are going to deal with Tatsuya Shiva as well, right?" Yes, him too, though I think Trihexa would probably be done with him by that time," said Rizevim, thinking about the possibility. But while he was thinking, Surtsex had charged a huge amount of concentrated pod in his hand and fired it towards the silver-haired duo, who just shrugged their shoulder and let themselves get hit by the orb. Surtsex, who anticipated what they were probably thinking, stood at his place ready for the attack, but soon felt two presence approaching him. "Where the hell is that damn geezer?" asked Vala, cladded in his embryo juggernaut armor. "Are you alright, Surtsex-san?" asked Isamai in her own Crimson Queen armor. "You two, what are you both doing here?" asked Surtsex. "That's bright volley, wait for a bit before it's your turn to get killed," said a familiar silver-haired geezer, again revived after death. Surtsex and the two heavenly dragons turned their heads to see the silver-haired duo alive, and this time had their clothes on, courtesy to Euclid. "Damn geezer, how dare you make me kill you twice?" yelled Volley. "Isamai-kun, go back or you will get caught in our clash," said Surtsex without even looking at her. "That won't be possible, Surtsex-san, Tatsuya made this barrier in a way that you can only enter not exit until he wants," said Isamai, ready to fight. "Ask him to send you out," said Surtsex. "No time for that," said Isamai as she and the other two felt the energy increase in the silver-haired duo. "Let me show you the true power of the body enhancements that Euclid-kun made," said Rizevim as both Euclid and Rizevim took a pose and a light surrounded them with a few magic circles appearing around them. Just as the light died down, the magic circles revolved around the two of them for a while before it broke and revealed a different creature with 4 arms, an ash-colored body, silver hair, and 4 eyes. Now let us see who kills who, grandson, faker, said a voice which seemed to be a mixture of the 2 silver heads. They King fused, said Isamai as she looked at the new, demon-like creature. But none of them responded as Rizid, the fusion name, appeared directly in front of the trio and punched the super devil away. The 2 heavenly dragons didn't took much time to register what happened and punched the demon simultaneously, sending him flying. Divide boost. Both the heavenly dragon looked at each other and said at the same time, together. And then nodded simultaneously as well. Surtsex, who was punched away, soon balanced himself and followed the heavenly dragons who were already battling the fused silver heads. Get out of the way, said Surtsex seriously as multiple beams of pod came out from all over his body and rushed towards Rizid, surrounding him from all directions. Isamai and Vala, who saw that, immediately flew away from him. Divide, 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 divide. Boost, 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 boost. Transfer. The fused guy felt the energy inside him deplete at a rapid pace while the attack fired by the Mu just got stronger and faster. Soon Rizid got impaled by all the beams that were fired at him and his body started to corrode. Ha, you think that it will defeat me? Don't forget that I can regenerate, and now 2 times at that. Power. What the hell is the Dragon Ball shit happening here? First fusion, now Bu level regeneration, said a new voice, making all of them turn their heads to see the person. Soon they noticed Tatsuya coming towards them, but he just went past them and then took out a katana and impaled it in Rizid's stomach. The weapon's name is Murasame, it will give a cure to anyone who even receives even the slightest of cuts from it. And will start killing your cells. Let's see how you regenerate, just in case. Here another sword. It's an anti-regeneration and immortal sword by one of my favorite heroes of all time, Deadpool. Ah, how sweet of you. Thanks dude, said a distant voice while reading this. Tatsuya, who heard some kind of voice, looked around but shrugged his shoulders once he found nothing. He then walked away from them and said, let's go, he is done for. Valya and the other 2 looked at him without saying anything when Surtsex said, no matter how grateful I am for his death, that was still anticlimactic, way too anticlimactic. I mean, why the hell did fight him for that long? He then looked at the 2 heavenly dragons who just shrugged their shoulders and Vala said, who cares? What's done is done. Che, I only get to kill him once. And then flew away. I will be going as well, Surtsex-san, said Isamai and flew towards Tatsuya's direction. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield. Tatsuya. This is getting way out of hand. Where the hell is that traitor? Said Azazel as he kept on attacking the evil dragons. Stay away from me, said Azazel as he dodged a tail coming towards him and then cut it using his light spear. Azazel, it's starting, action, said Tatsuya as suddenly Zidicus came towards him and slashed his back, making Azazel groan in pain. That King asshole, he really did hit me, thought Azazel as he struggled to fly for a bit. Zidicus on the other hand tried to run away, but just as he was about to go away, a dragon appeared in front of him and ate him in an instant. And cut. Asia. Heal him. Ingvild, take them away. Both the girls nodded and did what Tatsuya told them and then looked towards the giants and said, now only the beast is left, and the cannon fodder. 293, thanks a lot to you all. Tatsuya, who was now alone with Azazel, patted his shoulder and said, good acting. Good acting my ass, said Azazel as he shrugged Tatsuya's hand off his shoulder. Whatever, it's done now and the silver-haired duo are dead. Do you know that they fused? Hey, for real, gross, I am not into exhibitionism, not to mention YAOI, looks like that virgin devil took my words to heart and decided to lose his, by sacrificing his ass, said Azazel. You do know that the one whom you told that is still trapped at my home, right? Oh, so, he willingly gave it to him, damn, such loyalty. He then looked towards Barakil and the other fallen angels and said, I am so glad that my boys are not that loyal to me. Forget boys, even the girls that were once in your harem were not loyal to you, said Tatsuya. Azazel held his chest as if something pierced him and he looked at Tatsuya and said, I should have known that it was bad to use my lie detector to play truth and dare with you freaks. Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, so you fine now. Azazel moved his arms and body a bit and then said, mostly recovered. What about others, how's the situation? Well, I made Surtsex busy fighting with the moose so as to not let him see our shoot. Once it was done, my clone went and dealt with them. I let go of my captured Crom and let it deal with the main evil dragon, saying that if he dealt with all the dragons here I will fight him. As for the cannon fodder, well, the others are dealing with them, but it won't take much time, said Tatsuya. Azazel nodded and then gave a tired sigh before his glance went towards the 3 giant beasts fighting against each other and said, so I guess only that one is left. Tatsuya nodded his head as he silently weakened the barrier, which started cracking up, making all the people in the gap look at it with shock. Soon the barrier broke, making a cracking sound, and the aura and the power of the beast spread across the whole field, making every one of them tense. Azazel looked at the sight for a while before he facepalmed and said, "I will go and command my subordinates. I really miss the good old days when the strongest person I had to fight against was my father. It wasn't that bad." And then flew towards his subordinates. Tatsuya telepathically called his team, which soon assembled near him, and all of them took some distance from the fight between the beast. "So what are we gonna do now?" asked Himari. "Hit him with everything you all have got, no holding back, join with the other factions, cannot let them feel that useless now, can we?" said Tatsuya half-heartedly as he informed Ruya and Offais about what he was planning to do. All of them nodded as Tatsuya slowly got up in air, gathering attention from all the factions. Well, not beating around the bush, the leaders of the Cows Brigade are taken care of, and now the only thing that needs to be dealt with is that thing. So all of you can stop holding back and thinking about preserving energy and let it all out on him. And just let me tell you that it can regenerate, so don't be a cheapskate at attacking, that would be a problem," said Tatsuya. He then gave a fake cough and took in a deep breath and yelled, "So give that who know what it is everything you have got. Fire in the hole." On his command, everyone from his team, Rias's and Vala's group and the faction leaders started firing their strongest attacks. Seeing that their leaders started, the subordinates started attacking as well. "Yeah, that's the spirit, don't hold back. Use violence. Use the Fu King violence. If it is not working, it just means that you are not using enough of it," said Tatsuya as the attacks phased through his body. After that he came back to his team, who were busy attacking. Seeing that, Tatsuya smiled as he fired some magic attacks as well. Ruya and Offais immediately got out of the way as the attacks connected with the beast, making it roar in anger. After a while, once the attacks slowed down a bit because of a lot of people getting out of magic, they saw that the wounds on the beast's body healing up in no time. Seeing that their attacks were not doing much, they became shocked as the attacks started to slow down even more as hopelessness started to appear at the faces of the people. "Well, it's time then," thought Tatsuya Bass. He glanced towards Azazel, who nodded his head and said, "Hey Tatsuya, can you do something about it? It's getting annoying and dangerous." Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Pull everyone back, you might not be willing to get caught in this one." Hearing him, every one of them, even Azazel, frowned a bit, thinking about what kind of attack was Tatsuya planning to do. All the faction leaders started to pull back along with their subordinates and looked towards Tatsuya with curiosity. Seeing that the attacks have stopped, the beast started to charge its attacks as well, seeing which Tatsuya used his telekinesis to hold the beast in its place. He then took out a huge blaster and pointed it towards Trihexa. "Sorry big guy, just sleep for eternity now, okay?" said Tatsuya as his aura started to get dense and the space around them started to shake, making all the factions tremble. A slight greenish glow came out of Tatsuya's body as he charged the magic in his blaster and thought, "Should I call out the name Kurumi?" "Sure, go for it." "It is first time for a lot of them to see your attack," replied Kurumi, who was inside of him. Tatsuya gave a slight nod and then multiple magic circles started to appear in front of Tatsuya, which got absorbed by the blaster. He then pulled the trigger and released all the energy that he stored in one go and said in a monotone but audible enough voice, "Material, burst." Just as he said that, Trihexa got engulfed in a huge glowing orb of energy which started to expand more and finally stopped just in front of Tatsuya. The beast that was caught inside the blast roared in anger and pain but was unable to move because of being held by telekinesis. It tried to split apart, but that too also failed, and in the end only relied on its regeneration, which was not quick enough to cover for the damage that was being done to him. After 10 minutes of continuous damage, the ball of energy started to shrink down, showing no signs of Trihexa's existence. Tatsuya then turned around and said, "It's over, I guess." Why yet?" And immediately the whole crowd started yelling in happiness. Tatsuya smiled and walked back towards his group and was commended by a lot of people from different factions. Tatsuya just thanked them and let them go and express their gratitude to their own faction members who participated in the battle. Tatsuya waited for a bit for the dragon gods to return, and once they returned, Offais immediately came and stood in front of Tatsuya, who just patted her head with a smile on his face. Offais just stood there with her eyes closed, feeling blissful and totally ignoring everyone. Everyone looked at them for a while, seeing for the first time that someone interacting with whom they supposed to be the top of the power levels like that. Tough that attention from them suddenly disappeared when one of them said, "Hey Odin, you are still a Lilicon just like me, right?" Hearing that, everyone turned their heads to see a young god of destruction looking at the head of the Norse mythology with a prideful smile on his face. "I. No need to be humble, I can see that you are the same as before, well, let's meet again soon," said Shiva as he waved his hand and teleported back to Kailash, leaving behind a crowd who was looking at Odin with a deadpan look on their faces. Seeing that, both Tatsuya and Azazel started laughing, not knowing what to say, but still made sure to record the whole ordeal for future. A/N, hello you guys, overloaded_Maxima here. I would like to thank you all for sticking along with the novel till the end and really hope that you all liked it and enjoyed it as much as I did while writing it. Though I do admit the beginning was a way too much bitter pill to swallow and I still laugh at myself whenever I read the first few chapters of this novel. But still it was fun-filled journey for me, and I am happy that I stuck around with it to the end. This was my first, no actually second novel that I started writing and am feeling a bit complex seeing that it ended. Well, thank you to all of you fellow weebs and degenerates once again. Now could someone amongst you all tell me how to mark this novel as completed in web novel? I don't have a fucking clue about that. 294, New Fanfic. Hey there guys, just this lowly author here asking you to check out the new fanfic I wrote. Title, Black Clover, reincarnating as the strongest character.